A guy named Duan Fei was an ordinary college student until 20 years ago, when the world was overrun by zombies and his life went to hell. In recent years, all he did was try to survive in a new environment full of dangers. Although death frightens him, what is even more terrifying is the gradual realization that after it, he will not be able to meet his family. With his only family he left behind to survive on his own, there wasn't a day he didn't regret it, and he'd had enough. He will no longer run away from danger. If he dies, he will finally go to hell to atone for his sins. But his thoughts were interrupted by a bunch of new monsters. Although Duan fought with all his might, there was not a scratch on them. He screamed at the bastards to finally kill him and end his unbearable life. A moment later, he woke up in his house and did not understand how this was even possible, because it had been destroyed 20 years ago. Duan looked out the window and realized that there was no sign of a zombie apocalypse. Was he sleeping? Duan then looked at the framed photo and was stunned with horror, because it was taken 20 years ago when he went to the beach with his sister to fulfill her dream of seeing the ocean. The guy got out of bed and thought that everything was so plausible that he couldn't even believe that it was just an ordinary dream. Even looking in the mirror, his appearance was exactly the same as before all this horror. At that moment, he realized that if this really wasn't a dream, then his sister should still be here. Duan clearly remembered when everything went to hell and a low-level zombie entered their house. But from fear of the monster, his legs gave way and he ended up abandoning his sister, who was unable to even run away. The guy regretted it all his life and hated himself for it ever since. If he really went back 20 years in time, he swore that he would protect Xin Yue and his family even at the cost of his own life. Duan entered the hall and looked at his watch. The date was December 20th, 2012, and on the table was a letter from the college. He realized that he had indeed returned to the past, which meant that his little sister was still alive. He opened the door to his sister's room and was stunned. In front of him was indeed his beautiful little sister Xin Yue. She asked Duanya what was wrong, but he just started crying. Duan immediately rushed to hug his sister and beg her for forgiveness, unable to hold back his tears. Shinny asked the guy if everything was okay with him, or if he was having some kind of nightmare. Duan asked her for forgiveness again because she died because of him and it was all his fault. The girl stroked his head and tried to calm him down. She promised that she would protect her precious brother. But Dwayne objected. Now he definitely wouldn't allow anyone to touch her with a finger. The young man decided that now was not the time to reminisce about the past and told Xin Yue that he needed to go out for a while on business and asked her to stay at home. The little sister promised that she would sit here and took off the hair clip from her hair. It was a promise they made to each other. Every time Duan went out, he had to take her hairpin with him, and when he returned home safe and sound, he had to give it back. Duan promised that he would definitely return and pin up her hair with his own hands. Duan knew that Xin Yue had always been ashamed of herself and felt inferior because of her disability, and he made this promise to give her some kind of guarantee. The young man understood that the apocalypse would begin on December 21st, no less than a day later. No one knew the reason why the catastrophe engulfed the entire world in literally an hour. About half of the people turned into monsters and everyone who was bitten became like them, but since he came back, he can't sit back. The main problem after the apocalypse began was resources, and a small 24-hour store was more valuable than human lives, so the first thing he needed to do was prepare supplies. It was 11:30. Which meant that in less than half a day this prosperous city would be transformed into a terrifying land of death. Duan entered the store and looked at the cookies, because his little sister loves them very much. But the saleswoman asked him if he really wanted to buy anything else, since he had already bought so much. The guy said he was almost done shopping, but still asked if they had any more cookies from this manufacturer in stock. He was going to take them all. The girl asked how he was going to carry all this with him. But even this the young man had thought through carefully and had called a truck in advance to transport all the goods. Duan got into the car and the driver couldn't hide his surprise because the entire truck was packed to the brim. Was the guy really preparing for the apocalypse? The young man replied that this was exactly the case, and the driver laughed at this answer because it is better to take everything as needed. Duan noticed his photo in his car and the man said that this is his beloved wife and daughter. Today the baby turns 3 years old and he is sad that he cannot go home right now and spend time with them. He has too many things to do. By 6 o'clock in the evening, They had already unloaded all the groceries near the young man's house, and the driver was about to leave, but Dwan asked him to take a box of cookies for his daughter. The man replied that he could not accept such a gift, but Dwan insisted and asked him to finish work for today and go to his family, since he had paid him double the price. The driver thanked the guy, and Dwayne warned him one last time to protect his loved ones and not to leave the house with his family today. The man left and thought only that he had come across a really strange guy. But still, what did his words about protecting the family mean? But he decided not to go home and plotted a new route to the next client. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Dwan was already busy preparing weapons in case of an emergency. And also a paper map, because when everything starts, the internet will stop working and phones will be of no use at all. At that moment, Shinyue opened the door and asked the guy what he was doing here. She said that he had better explain himself because he had created an unimaginable mess here. Shinyue screamed that she had received a notice to withdraw all the money she had saved. What the hell was he doing? Dwan asked her to calm down. Even if he said that the apocalypse was coming, she still would not believe him. The little sister touched the young man's forehead with her lips and checked to see if he had a fever. The temperature turned out to be normal. Has her brother really gone crazy? Dwan told her that in a few hours she would see everything for herself if she didn't believe him. He asked her to take one last chance and enjoy the clean air and peaceful sky above her head. Shinyue admitted that Dwan had been so strange all day and was talking nonsense, but this was the first time she had seen him so serious. She even begins to think that all his words are true, although she has no reason to believe him, but her intuition tells her to follow Dwan. The guy understood that the time of the first stage of the apocalypse revelation had almost arrived, and it would last the whole week. And by the end of this stage, 90% of the population will die or turn into zombies, and those lucky ones who survive will continue to watch the arrival of full evolution, and he hopes that he will be among them. Closer to midnight, the drunk guy received a letter from his boss about some trivial matter related to the computer, which made him very angry. Did this goat really write to him about this at night? Does he not consider workers to be people at all? At that moment, he was distracted by some dog, and he couldn't think of anything better than to throw a stone at it. He turned to her and asked her not to be offended by him, because he did it just to scare her away and show his strength, and now he needs to continue the dialogue with his idiot boss. But at that very moment, the dog attacked him, and he realized that it was not a dog at all, but a monster. All the people around also noticed this, and soon many people turned into zombies and began to wreak havoc throughout the city. Dwan and Shinyue watched this from the window. His sister asked him in fear what was going on here and why everyone started attacking each other. Dwan explained that they had turned into zombies and the revelation stage had already begun. The next moment he heard a loud knock on the door, as if someone was trying to break into their apartment. Behind the door was Mrs. Huan, who was begging the boys to let her in and help her. But Dwan understood that last time, because of Miss Huan's screams, he inadvertently let in her zombified husband, because of whom he fled in horror, leaving his sister behind. The young man realized that everything was repeating itself exactly as it had 20 years ago. At this time, Shinyue had already opened the door and saw Mrs. Hone, and a moment later, the vile zombie that she had brought along with her. At the same time, Dwan recalled how he talked with Ching, who asked him to be more cheerful and calm, because they were a rear team, and dealing with high-level zombies was the task of the frontline soldiers. But a moment later, high-level monsters were already in the rear, and the captain had no choice but to give the order to retreat. He ordered the rear to concentrate on holding off the zombies and buying time for the remaining team to escape. Dwan continued to try his best to stop the bastards when he suddenly noticed Chin. He asked him to help him, but he only ran away in panic, leaving Dwan alone. Ching was like a brother to him, and it was then that he felt what it was like to be abandoned. Now he understood how desperate and helpless Shinyue felt when she looked at his back. But now he has another chance, and he will not let this happen again. He will correct all his mistakes. A moment later, Dwan sent the dagger straight into the zombie's head. Shinyue didn't understand what it was with Mrs. Huan's husband, and Dwan explained that he had turned into a zombie. But his little sister didn't need to worry. He would protect her. But such a blow did not kill the zombie, and he again rushed to attack. And the guy only asked his sister to close her eyes and not to worry, because he would be back soon. The monster was about to reach Shinyue with his hand, But the young man cut the bastard's hand with one blow, not allowing him to finish what he started. Duan knew that these were the first lower zombies that appeared in this chaos. They did not have intelligence. They were driven only by hunger. The next moment, Duan took his spear and began to cut the bastard. It hasn't even been a day since he fought high-level zombies, so even though he's not that strong physically, he's definitely capable of killing some scum. Duan ran out into the stairwell to continue finishing off the zombies, but was stopped by Xinyue, who asked him to stop. Xinyue started to cry and said that she was incredibly scared, but Duan immediately began to calm her down. The guy said that no matter what happened, he would protect his precious little sister. She could be sure of that. But at that very moment, Duan heard an unknown voice that said that the young man had received 3 evolution points for killing the zombies, and he could use them to activate the system. The guy immediately began to panic and look around, because these were definitely not hallucinations. He clearly heard a voice. A moment later, everything began to darken before his eyes, and the guy found himself in some kind of sanctuary. There were many statues around him, but he still didn't understand what the hell was going on here. At that very moment, the statue's eyes lit up and they directed beams straight at the guy. Notifications from the system literally filled his entire head. The evolution system was activated along with the launch of the owner initiation process. The process of studying genes also began, and soon their complete coincidence was discovered. The system started the process of restructuring genes and recording them in the registry. After a couple of seconds, the gene matching process was successfully completed along with owner recognition. Duan immediately felt an incredible strength that literally overwhelmed his body. The young man realized that in front of him was an evolution tree that strengthened his genome, allowing him to improve. It was simply incredible. He even felt some kind of connection with it. Duan finally learned what it was. To develop it, you need to pay evolution points, which are earned by killing zombies and spent by the system to enhance his skills. The young man can even upgrade his strength, speed, detection skills, combat skills, survival skills, and so on. A notification appeared in front of Duan that starting the system cost 1 point and he had 3. He immediately agreed because he knew very well that in the apocalypse, any increase in strength increases the chances of survival. He already had experience in strategy, but he was physically very weak, so Duan used all his points to increase his strength first. The young man immediately felt how he became much stronger. This time he had an evolution tree, and he would not allow that tragedy to happen again. The young man would protect his sister no matter what it cost him. Duan opened his eyes and saw Xinyue sleeping in front of him, who immediately woke up and started crying, because he fainted so suddenly and she didn't know what to do. The guy calmed her down and reminded her of his own words. He would always be there and she shouldn't worry, because he wouldn't let his sister get hurt. Duan knew that he had to clear the perimeter first to ensure Xinyue's safety and deal with Madame Huan's corpse. Otherwise, more zombies would come here. He went out into the entrance, but the body was no longer there, and only a bloody trail remained, which went straight down all the steps. By 4 o'clock in the morning, Duan looked at his wardrobe and realized that all his clothes had become too small, and even the clothes themselves were somehow too bright. Thanks to the evolution tree, he grew, and his body became stronger due to the changes. At this moment, he was distracted by Xinyue, who also noticed that her brother had grown incredibly quickly and brought him their father's clothes. Xinyue was worried about their parents because there was incredible chaos outside. Were they okay? Duan just kept silent. Their parents abandoned them when they were 10 years old, and from that moment on they started sending money every year. That was the only hint of their existence. In his past life, Duan tried to find them for about 10 years after the apocalypse began, but he never found any clue. The guy asked his little sister not to worry about this because they can take care of themselves, and their safety is much more important now. Xinyue agreed with the boy, but she still couldn't believe that he had grown so much in just one night. Duan understood that it was better not to tell her about reincarnation and the tree of evolution, and decided to answer that he himself did not understand what had happened to him. Perhaps hormones had played their role. As expected, Xinyue didn't believe it, but Duan decided that he had better change the subject and said that he needed to step away for a while. Xinyue didn't understand where he was going because it was very dangerous outside. She was incredibly scared now because the whole world had changed in an instant. She was worried that her illness would make her a burden to him, as he was currently the only family she had. The young man got down on one knee and began to comfort his little sister. He apologized for making her feel that way. He's just going to look around and see if it's safe to be here. If he doesn't get rid of the zombies now, it's going to cause them problems in the future. Xin Yue was about to object, but Duan continued and said that he didn't want to end up in Aunt Huan's place, and that it was also necessary to find other survivors. In such a difficult time, everyone had to stick together. This time, Xin Yue remained silent and handed him the hairpin, asking the guy to promise her that he would be back for dinner. The young man gave his word that he would not let his precious sister down and soon left the apartment. He took the dagger with him and decided to check where the bloody trail led. Duan knew that the 13th floor was closed, so he would start from the 12th and go down if he understood everything correctly. To get evolution points, he needed to kill as many zombies as possible. When the boy went down to the 11th floor, he saw a zombie eating Aunt Huan's corpse. A moment later, the bastard noticed the young man and immediately attacked him. Duan knew that if his strength had grown to the 2nd level, then he would be able to easily defeat a lower zombie. The next moment, Duan cut the zombie in half with just one blow, not giving it a chance. Immediately after that, he received another notification from the system. Duan had received another evolution point. The young man looked at all his characteristics again and realized that to increase his strength, he needed 6 points, and to improve his mental spirit, he needed as many as 10 points. In his past life, he had already heard about the use of mental spirit. In those dark times, people could only resist the mutated monsters with the help of awakened ones who had various unique skills. Only those who pumped up this characteristic received the ability and became first-class warriors. Duan realized that judging by the increase in the strength coefficient, the points he needed to improve his mental spirit could be 7, 8, or even 10 times higher. To get the skill, he needs level 10 mental spirit. At the moment, he cannot get that many points, so he will have to postpone pumping this stat until he improves agility and detection. The young man went down lower and entered some apartment, where he immediately noticed clear signs of a struggle. He also noticed a collar on the floor, as well as bloodstains that were all over the apartment. Duan entered the bathroom and saw a girl sitting motionless in it. He noticed that her skin was a normal color, and she didn't look like a zombie, and a moment later a zombie appeared behind him, who was about to bite the young man. But Duane managed to react in time and easily dealt with the scoundrel. The young man didn't even notice how the zombie had snuck up on him. He realized that he couldn't let his guard down. Even if the evolution tree had improved his skills, it didn't make him immortal. Duan walked out of this apartment and thought that he needed to hurry, because there were still 10 floors left if he remembered correctly. Uncle Lee lived on the 3rd floor. At the same time, an unknown girl stood behind the door watching the guy closely. Duan was heading towards this door and began to ask if there was anything there, but there was no answer, and he warned that he would break down the door. But as soon as the girl heard this, she opened the door to him and asked what he wanted from her. Duan introduced himself and said that he was simply surveying the surrounding area to keep his family safe. The girl hurried to say that everything was fine and he could go, but Duan managed to put his foot in before she closed the door. The guy understood that he could not allow even the slightest danger that could harm his sister, so he was going to personally make sure that there were no zombies in her apartment. The girl agreed and let the young man inside, but there really was not the slightest trace of a zombie in the apartment. The guy noticed a photo of her with her husband and son and decided to ask where they were now. The girl started to get nervous and said that her son was at school and her husband had gone to meet him. They still hadn't returned, and she felt so sad about it. She asked the guy to leave because the presence of a man with a knife covered in blood in her apartment was frightening. Down was already about to leave because it seemed like it really was safe here. There wasn't even a smell of blood. But at that very moment, he heard some sounds from another room and asked the girl if there was anyone else in the apartment. She started making excuses and said that she was completely alone. Maybe it was just the cat going crazy. But the guy still needed to check everything. The girl continued to ask him to leave, but Duan stood his ground, and when he opened the room, he immediately smelled a terrible smell. And a moment later, the girl behind him was about to kill him. Just a moment before, Duan saw the corpse of her husband and son, who had already turned into zombies. The young man easily dodged the girl's blow, and her zombie son immediately rushed to attack him. Duan managed to fight back and was about to finish off the little bastard, but his mother stood in his way, begging him not to touch her son. Duan tried to explain to her that this was no longer her son, but a zombie that ate people, and if she continued to protect him, she herself would be in danger. The girl cried and refused to believe it, because this was her beloved boy, who was simply sick. She needed to wait just a little while until they invented the necessary medicine, and then he would recover. But at that very moment, the zombie rushed straight towards the girl and cut right through her stomach. The girl fell to the floor and the zombie continued to eat her, and even so, she still stopped Duanya. She begged them not to kill her son, because he was just an innocent 13-year-old boy and he would recover. Down only asked for forgiveness because he cannot allow him to walk the streets, because if a person has already turned into a zombie, then he cannot be saved. Even before her death, she still refused to believe it, but Duan only did what was necessary. He understood that he couldn't pardon the zombie because he had to protect Xinyue. Duan left the apartment and cleared the entire 11th floor, setting a trap in the form of bells that make a sound from the slightest touch, so that he would be aware if any uninvited guest came here. The guy continued to descend, and on the 10th floor he met a huge, pumped-up zombie. He knew it was the coach from the 5th floor, but was it really the smell of blood that brought him here? The bastard immediately attacked the guy with a dumbbell, but Dwayne was much more agile than him and was able to dodge such a crushing blow. Duan knew that when turning into a zombie, the strength of the infected person would increase greatly. If the person was originally strong, he would become a much more difficult opponent. The young man understood that even with the 2nd level of strength, he would not be able to defeat him, but he was torn from his thoughts by a dumbbell that flew straight at him. The force of his throw was so great that it broke through the wall, and another zombified dog came out of it. The guy understood that he now had 2 dangerous opponents. Before awakening, the surviving people were most afraid of the zombie animals because their characteristics were at an incredibly unattainable level for humans. The dog immediately attacked Duanya, but the young man managed to cut off his claws. But then a blow from the zombie trainer followed. The force of the impact was so great that it broke the fence between the floors, and blood flowed straight down. All the zombies that were in this building immediately noticed this and smelled the blood. And this time Duan dodged the blow, but he knew perfectly well that he almost died, and this commotion attracted zombies from the lower floors. The situation was getting worse and worse, but now his main task was these 2 who stood in front of him. The big man attacked the young man again, but Dwayne counterattacked him and stabbed him with his dagger. But even this did not overthrow the bastard, and he again continued to rage, striking blow after blow. Duan had no choice but to jump into the air, but he was immediately attacked by a dog that aimed at the young man's leg. At the last moment, Duan was able to dodge. He knew that he didn't have enough strength to defeat them now. He needed to take them away from Xinyue and deal with it later. The guy started to go down the stairs, but a crowd of zombies that had managed to rise from the lower floors were already waiting for him. The big guy didn't give him time to think and was already attacking from behind, and the young man decided to go for the breach, cutting the throat of one of the zombies. The bastard threw his dumbbell and knocked down all the zombies in his path, but there was no trace of the young man. Duan managed to run into one of the apartments and hide there, but he still didn't understand why he didn't get evolution points from them. Did the zombies really need to be finished off? He also noticed that the zombies were evolving too quickly, and their strength had already gone beyond the 1st stage. This time, evolution was happening at a breakneck speed. At that moment, a big guy and a dog entered the apartment, and Duan had no choice but to sit quietly and not make any sounds. But the bastard almost immediately found the guy and dealt a crushing blow, breaking his body through the floor. The zombies that were there were already waiting for Duanya, but the young man only thought about how he had been given such a chance, and he still remained a loser. He thought he could make up for the mistakes he made in the past, but it seems like shit is still shit no matter where you put it. But at that moment, he heard the sound of bells and immediately remembered his beloved little sister and decided that he was not going to give up just like that and would protect his dear Xinyue. Duan stood up in lightning speed and dealt with the 2 zombies that were in the apartment and immediately used the points he had received to increase his speed. He left the apartment where 4 bastards were already waiting for him, but it was also not difficult for him to deal with them in a second and use the remaining 6 points to improve his strength. At that moment, someone started knocking on the door of Duanya's apartment, and Xinyue didn't understand whether it was her brother who was behind her. She asked who was there, but no one answered her anyway, and she was already reaching for the handle to open the door. As expected, there were 2 zombies behind the door, but Duan managed to appear at the last moment. The young man easily dealt with the 2 bastards, and Xinyue slammed the door out of fear. Duan told his sister that it was him, and did not answer her because there was a reason for it. He just wanted to make sure she was okay, but just at that moment, the zombie trainer came up to his floor and Duane asked Xinyue to close the door and not open it to anyone so that she wouldn't hear. The young man slammed the door and told the bastard that he would not allow him to take a single step, which only made the zombie laugh. The asshole had already taken a step towards the young man, but Duan had warned him and immediately cut off the bastard's leg. But at that very moment, a dog appeared and immediately attacked the guy, but Duane did not lose his composure and defeated him with one throw of his dagger. Literally a couple of seconds later, the jock came to his senses and rushed towards the guy at full speed, as if nothing had happened to him. Duan decided not to retreat but to test the power of the 3rd level in action and dealt dozens of blows with a dagger straight into the bastard's body. A moment later, there was no trace left of the bastard, and the young man received 6 evolution points for killing a level 6 zombie. Duan realized that he had really succeeded. He had been able to protect his sister from the zombies, but it was too early to relax because there was still a long way ahead. He understood that there was very little time left before the crazy evolution of zombies, and that was when they would begin to mutate at an incredible speed. Duan continued to clear floor after floor of the zombies. Even though he doesn't know anything about the evolution tree, he is sure that it makes him stronger. He needs to level up with it, and with his knowledge of his past life and the tree of evolution, he can change the course of history, which meant that humanity's hope was not lost yet. When morning came, Duane went outside, thinking that in his previous life, people would desperately cower in corners when they saw the infected. But this time, he would change the situation. The young man thought that it was already well past noon and Xinyue must be worried. He should return quickly. And he dealt with the last zombie behind the fence with just one throw of a dagger, which literally blew the bastard's head off. Duan first went to the shower and decided to open the evolution tree, although there were fewer points than he expected. But for now, this will be enough, because to get more, you need to get out, and this is much more dangerous. So he decided to immediately use the points he had earned and improved his speed to level 3 and his detection skill to level 2. Towards the evening, he noticed that his little sister was not yet asleep and decided to ask her why she was not in bed yet. Xinyue said that she watched the news, and it said that zombies appeared all over the world at once, and humanity was facing an unprecedented crisis, and also that the spread was under control, and everything would be fine very soon. The girl herself understood perfectly well that nothing would get better and that it was a lie, because even looking at the situation on the street, one could understand that everything would not end so easily. Duan asked her not to think about it. After all, he had promised her earlier that he would definitely protect her. Xinyue admitted that today she was trembling with fear that he would not return. If only she could walk, she would help him with all her might, because she did not want to just sit idly by. Duan asked her not to worry. She would definitely be able to walk, but Xinyue said that she didn't want her brother to feel sorry for her. She already knew very well that this was an incurable disease. The young man understood that there really was a chance to get his sister back on her feet, because today there would be a meteor shower, which became a turning point. In a past life, it was this rain that caused the evolution of zombies after the second wave of the apocalypse. It was at this moment that meteorites began to fall from the sky, and the young man knew that each of the meteorites emitted a special radiation energy that fueled the zombies. When zombies absorb it, they turn into genetic mutants, and a person who eats such a core can gain certain abilities. If he remembers correctly, there were even people who were able to directly absorb this energy and draw strength from it, but this was extremely rare. At that very moment, one of the meteorites fell at full speed next to them, and Xinyue already thought that this was the end for them. Duan guessed the approximate location of the meteorite and realized that it was not that far away, only 16 kilometers from here, and with the speed of the third level, he could run there in 1 hour. He needs to make some preparations and go there tomorrow because he has to get the meteorite for Xinyue, but he suddenly noticed that his drink had literally frozen. He clearly remembered that he wasn't like that, but he suddenly realized that it was because Xinyue was already absorbing the meteorite's energy. This only meant that his beloved little sister would soon be back on her feet. Towards the morning, Dawn warned his little sister that he would go outside for a while, which Xinyue did not like very much. The young man asked her to calm down because it was very important. He had to do it for her and for all of humanity. He promised her that in just a little while she would be able to stand on her feet. But the girl only looked down and asked him not to talk about it anymore. She would rather have her brother safe and sound than walk again. She asked him again not to leave, but Duan only apologized to her that there was complete chaos going on right now, but he just needed a little time. The guy gave her a walkie-talkie he found in the apartment so she could contact him, but also reminded her not to let anyone into the apartment while he was gone. Duan rode in the elevator and thought that if he told Xinyue everything right now, she would not believe him, but when she managed to awaken her powers, everything would fall into place. At that moment, Xinyue used the walkie-talkie to check if it was working at all, and also to apologize for putting too much pressure on him, because she herself understood perfectly well that he was trying only for her sake. Duan told her not to worry about it. He was already on the first floor and he had to go. He would contact her a little later. Finally, Xinyue asked the young man to check his pocket, where the girl's hairpin was. He promised her that he would be back before dark and then went outside. After the meteor shower, the city turned into ruins, and in some miserable 48 hours, the whole world turned into hell. The young man understood that there should be fewer zombies now, and the energy of the meteor shower was distracting them, however. Caution still wouldn't hurt. He shouldn't attract attention, especially from mutant animals. At this moment, Dwayne noticed one zombie that was right inside the car, which scared the guy a lot. And the next moment, a second zombie appeared from under the next car and almost managed to grab the guy. At the same time, a group of soldiers destroyed all the zombies in the area, and Mr. Lee reported to one of his allies that Sia's team destroyed the zombies from the west. He immediately relayed the information to the commander that all the mutated zombies from the west had been eliminated, but he still did not understand why the number of zombies had sharply decreased after the meteor shower. At the same time, a girl named Ling Wen approached Miss Xia and reported that the zombies from the west had been destroyed and the soldiers were waiting for the next plan of action. Miss Xia asked her to tell the soldiers to continue patrolling to make sure no zombies were missed. Ling Wen also said that Mr. Huang wants to return to the company. It was this Huan who began to shout throughout the entire hall that he was no longer going to hang around there and ordered that he and his comrade be immediately escorted to the company. Miss Xia approached the bastard and said that she was a police officer, not his personal bodyguard. Such behavior in these circumstances was tantamount to certain death, and if he valued his life, then let him remember once and for all that she was the commander here. The bastard felt incredible fear and panic from just one look from her, promising that he would obey her. Miss Xia also turned to his comrade, but he was smarter and immediately admitted that he would follow all her instructions since she was the one in charge here. Xia asked Ling Wen to contact Mr. Lee. She needed to pass on some information to him. Before she could turn around, one of the bastards smiled maliciously and promised that one day he would tame her like a ferocious stray cat. At this time, Miss Xia had already contacted Mr. Lee and asked him if he had any idea where all the zombies could have gone. Lee suggested that yesterday's meteor shower might be the cause. Should he look into this further? Xia replied that he shouldn't do that now, because if what he said was true, then going there would be too risky. She asked them to go back and wait for the next order. At the same time, Dwayne continued on his way and noticed that the zombies were getting bigger and bigger, which meant that the meteorite was already close. The young man understood that he could not avoid a clash with the zombies, so he decided to deal with them quietly. He took out 4 small knives, and the next moment he jumped into the air and dealt with each zombie in an instant. The young man noticed the meteorite's energy very close by. He understood that with the speed of the 3rd level it would be there in a couple of seconds, but he didn't know at all what to expect. Duan decided to jump onto the high-rise building and first look around the surrounding area and only then move on. He took out his binoculars and looked closely at the place where the energy was coming from and saw that very meteorite fragment, which surprised him greatly because in his past life he had never seen it in person. Duan also noticed a zombie next to the shard, but it seemed completely uninterested in him. The young man did not understand the reason for such strange behavior of the monster. Was it really an ordinary zombie? He knew he had to hurry because if he delayed, the zombie could absorb the energy and mutate, and there were also quite a few zombies around him, and at night it would become an even bigger problem. Duan jumped to the ground and decided that he needed to act now. He would just take the shard and immediately rush home. On the way to the shard, he met many zombies, but they did not pose a threat to him because they could barely walk as they were hit by a meteor shower. The guy took out his spear and was going to deal with the zombie that was near the shard in one fell swoop. But it wasn't his surprise that the blade broke from just one touch, and the zombie turned out to be clearly unusual. It was a mutated zombie girl who greeted the boy. Down immediately noticed her black eye sockets, as well as golden pupils, which meant that in front of him was a natural zombie. The young man was incredibly surprised, because in his past life, it was this type of zombie that inspired the most horror, but he still couldn't understand why such a guy was here. The zombie immediately rushed towards the guy, not even giving him time to think about his next steps, and grabbed him by the spear. The next moment, it was easy for her to throw Duanya into the air, and a moment later she attacked him with her vines. Duan didn't lose his head and immediately took out a dagger with which he cut all the vines. The young man confirmed his guesses. In front of him was definitely a natural zombie, because this type of zombie has special abilities, and strength and speed are pumped up incredibly quickly. But Dwayne still couldn't understand why such a strong zombie appeared so early. The zombie didn't give him time to think and again attacked the young man with incredible speed using her vines. Duan decided that he had no choice but to grab the shard and get out of here as quickly as possible. But the zombie was able to figure out the guy's plan and did not let him take the shard so easily, growing vines in his path. Duan noticed that the scoundrel was laughing at him and wondered if she really had any intelligence. Many vines attacked the guy again, but he managed to fight them off as well. Duan thought that yesterday he met two strong zombies, and today he met a natural one, which completely contradicted the events of his past life. Was history changing? The young man noticed how the zombie and the shard connected with each other, wondering over and over again what the hell was going on here. He realized that the native zombies had emerged from these fragments and were protecting them. If his guess was correct, she wouldn't get far from the fragment, so he decided to run away from her. But the next moment, the zombie attacked him again with vines from a long distance. Duan fought off these vile plants with difficulty, but there were consequences and the guy began to cough up blood. He turned out to be right. The zombie is standing next to the shard and is not going to move too far from it, and in order to take this shard, you will have to defeat her. The young man retreated into one of the nearby buildings. He needed to think through a clear plan of action, since going straight ahead was too risky. He immediately took out some dead man's blood from his briefcase, for which he had already come up with a way to use it. After some time, loud sounds attracted the attention of the native zombie, who did not understand what was happening. It turned out to be Dwayne riding a motorcycle, leading an army of zombies. The young man took out a flask with the dead man's blood and cut it right above the scoundrel's head. And the next moment, hundreds of zombies smelled the blood and began to attack her. In just a moment, hundreds of zombies had completely surrounded her. But she was no ordinary zombie, and in an instant she got rid of every bastard with her hellish vines. Meanwhile, Duan watched all this from afar and could not believe that the natural zombie had such strength. He understood perfectly well that he could not win. He could only rely on the other zombies. At the same time, the native continued to exterminate ordinary zombies one after another, leaving them no chance. But soon the zombies managed to surround her, and then she decided to retreat. Using her vines, she rose into the air, feeling nothing but contempt for these pieces of shit. In an instant, she summoned hundreds of her vines and literally dealt with each of them in a second. At this time, Duan decided that it would be better for him to get closer and see what other skills she had. He sat on his motorcycle and thought that many zombies had come running at the noise of the battle, but it was still not enough. He needs to find stronger zombies because the native one easily dealt with the zombies he brought. The young man understood that although she was pretty exhausted, he was absolutely sure that she was beyond his capabilities. If he drags out time, the shard will completely restore her energy, and it will become even more difficult. What the hell should he do in that case? At that very moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud roar that sent shivers down his spine. It turned out to be a huge zombie dog, which immediately rushed to attack the native. The dog, with just one swing of his mighty paws, easily tore apart each of her vines. A moment later, the native was already lying on the floor, and Duan watched all this from the side. The guy understood that the animal had every chance of winning, but he also understood that if the dog swallowed the splinter, it would immediately mutate. Samarodnaya was not going to give up just like that and was able to fight off the dog, although she could barely stand on her feet. She continued to use her vines to attack, but the animal had no trouble dodging every one of her attempts to attack. And a moment later, he was right in front of her and bit her with incredible force. The young man understood that the situation was not the best, because if the dog ate the splinter, there would be no chance of taking it away. Duan noticed that the native was still breathing even after such an attack. At that very moment, the native one summoned her vines and pierced the dog with them. Duan understood that this was her plan. She wanted him to also come down to them so that she could easily deal with both the dog and him, because she no longer had enough strength. Self-Native stood up and turned to Duan Yu. She was surprised that he was able to see through her trap. She asked the young man if he really thought he could defeat her. But Duan was confident in his abilities and replied that it was she who needed to worry about whether she could defeat him. The young man collected his thoughts and jumped down to her, which surprised the native because she did not think that he would actually come to certain death himself. At that very moment, the native attacked him again with a vine, but the young man was able to see this attack and also noticed that it had become slower. This enraged the scoundrel, and she attacked Duanya with dozens of new vines. The young man noticed that thanks to the improvement of his detection skill, he could monitor her speed. Duan easily dodged each attack, which began to enrage the native even more. In an instant, she was next to the guy to deal with him once and for all. But what was her surprise when she noticed that her hand was cut off and lying on the floor? She began to scream with incredible force and swore that she would kill this human offspring. After a moment, the native began to absorb more and more of the shard's energy, and Duan realized that she had not fought at full strength. A second later, she evolved and turned into a huge zombie, and immediately began to attack the young man with incredible force. Duan Yu had no choice but to run away from her and dodge. He was about to jump out of here and run away, but the native blocked his path with her vines because she would not let him just run away a second time. She continued to attack the guy, not even giving him time to think. Duan understood that he couldn't go on like this for long. He needed to come up with something urgently. At that very moment, one of the vines almost reached him and stopped literally a centimeter from his face. The young man noticed that the native one began to bleed, and a moment later it fell to the ground. He realized that this was all because she couldn't withstand such a strong energy from the shard, and her body was also exhausted after the fight with the dog. Even in this state, the native did not give up and again attacked the young man to finish him off. But all her attacks were too slow for Duanya, and he easily made his way straight towards her. A second later, he was already next to her and chopped off her legs, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. She continued to attack him and asked why a person needed the energy of a shard. Duan merely pointed the dagger straight at her face and replied that it was none of her business. Even in this position, the native still continued to attack the guy, but Duan continued to cut down her vines one after another. He said that everyone has what they want, but at one time, because of the enemy's strength, he made the wrong choice and regretted it for a long time. That is why he swore to stand up for everything dear to him to the last. He has been thinking about these things for the last 20 years, so he understands her perfectly. After all, she will also fight for her treasure until her last breath, until all the enemies die or she herself dies. A moment later, Duan ended her life, and the system awarded him 100 evolution points for killing the native zombie. He couldn't even imagine that killing a native would bring him so many points, but if every fragment has such a defender, then he needs to be on guard. The young man walked up to the shard and calmly touched it with his hands, meaning that Xingyue would soon be able to get back on his feet. A moment later, he noticed that all his wounds had disappeared. Could this really be the power of the meteorite fragment? The young man took the shard and was about to return home to prove to his sister that all his words about her recovery were not just words. But suddenly his attention was drawn to some sound that came from the body of the zombie dog. The young man could not believe his eyes because at that very moment a small puppy appeared from the dog's corpse. Duan knew that zombies at the initial stage could not reproduce, and after the mother's conversion, the cub in the womb would become energy that would absorb the body. This meant that the monster died before the puppy was consumed, meaning that he survived and inherited all of his mother's powers. Duan decided that he could tame the newborn puppy if he was the first to see it open its eyes. In this case, the baby will consider him a family to which he will be faithful. This is exactly what happened, and Duan was incredibly happy about it, naming the baby Goldie. Duan knew that the puppy was still weak, so he put him in his backpack to let him gain strength and sleep for a while. The young man decided that he needed to get home quickly because it was 6:30 in the evening and it would be difficult to get home at night. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Duan was already in the city and was returning home at incredible speed. The young man understood that the sun had already set, and the zombie's energy was only getting stronger. At that very moment, an earthquake began right in front of him, which surprised the guy because he had chosen a remote path, but they were still able to find him. It turned out to be mutant rats that came to him in a whole pack, which complicated everything even more. The rats immediately rushed to attack, and Duan understood perfectly well that his position was unfavorable. He could not continue to fight them. The young man decided to retreat and hide in a safer place. At 7:40, Lin Wen approached Miss Xia and asked her to rest for a while, as she also needed sleep. Miss Xia replied that she was completely fine. It was better for Old Man Li and the others to rest. At that moment, Xia noticed a survivor outside the window, who turned out to be Duan, and ordered Lin Wen to tell everyone to prepare for a sortie. But a moment later she changed her mind because she noticed several huge mutant rats behind him. She also noted the incredible speed of the young man as he was able to dodge attacks from 5 zombies at once. Miss Xia asked Lin Wen to tell Mr. Li to wait for her instructions. At the same time, Duan was able to get into the camp territory where the rats could not get in. The young man hurried to the local parking lot and thought that it was also unsafe to stay here because the door would not hold them for long, and if they were following in the wake of a meteorite fragment, then hiding was useless. Duan decided that he needed to wait until sunrise, because now he definitely wouldn't be able to get home. The guy opened his backpack but noticed that the shard was nowhere to be found. Duan thought he dropped it when he ran here, but the monsters are still chasing him, meaning his energy is still with him. A moment later, a notification from the system appeared that the decay of gene energy was complete and absorption was beginning. At that very moment, Duan felt incredible pain throughout his entire body, as if he was being torn to pieces. At that very moment, the mutant rats were able to break through the parking wall and get right to the young man, catching him at the most inopportune moment. Duan also noticed that the situation was not good. He couldn't even muster his strength. Could it be because of the evolution tree? The exhausted youth had already begun to close his eyes when the mutant rats began to run towards him at incredible speed. But at that moment, Goldie was covered in a yellow aura and grew wings on his back, standing in defense of Duanya. The puppy attacked the rats at incredible speed, not allowing them to get closer to the guy. But due to the loud sounds of the battle, the young man was surrounded by dozens of zombies, as well as one rat that managed to slip past Goldie. The rat was about to finish off the young man, but at that moment Miss Xia appeared with a support group, and Mr. Li was able to protect Duanya with one accurate shot. Xia ordered Qin to take the young man away while they covered her. Everything went exactly according to plan, but Li doubted that they should bring a stranger to the shelter because it would be difficult for them if he was bitten. Miss Xia replied that they couldn't abandon the survivor. They had to isolate him and observe him. They were able to retreat to the shelter, and Xia asked Li to tell Lin Wen to prepare to go somewhere else since it was no longer safe here while she and Qin took care of the zombies. At the same time, on the street, dozens of zombies and mutant rats surrounded Goldie. After some time, Duan finally came to his senses, and there was only one day left until the end of the revelation phase. During this time, Goldie has already grown quite a bit, having been fighting hundreds of zombies all this time. The young man got up from the bed, but immediately noticed Miss Sia in front of him, who immediately pointed a gun at him and ordered him to answer her questions first. She asked who he was and how he managed to fight zombies on equal terms, but the young man only said that he did not have an answer to that. Sia warned him that he wouldn't leave here just like that, but Dwan was already behind her. He grabbed the gun from her hands and pointed it at her. Did she seriously think she could stop him? At the same time, Sia's allies burst into the room and ordered the guy to put his weapon on the floor and move away from her. Sia asked them not to worry, and the young man noted that they were military men. She said that they were the main team of the military police, and she was the leader of Sia, who took part in saving him from the mutant rats. One of the men began to scold the guy, saying that he was ungrateful and that they shouldn't have sat with him for 4 whole days. The young man immediately realized that his little sister had been alone all this time, and immediately rushed away. He remembered that he had passed out when the mutants attacked him, but what worried him most was what was happening to Jin Yue now. Miss Sia asked him to wait, because the street was full of zombies. She also admitted that she saw what he was capable of, and hoped that he could join them, because now every fighter is worth his weight in gold. Dwan stopped, and at that moment a huge silhouette of someone appeared outside the window, and he asked her what would happen if he refused such an offer. The next moment the window shattered into pieces and a huge paw appeared in the room. Dwan managed to protect Lin Wen from a direct blow, stopping the monster's paw with his bare hands. The young man himself was surprised that he managed to block such a blow. Was his agility really that good? He also noticed that his strength had increased incredibly, and everyone present could not believe their eyes. Was the person in front of them even human? Dwan was able to throw the monster out and was about to finish it off since he didn't have time to do so. But at the last moment he stopped and noticed that in front of him was Goldie, who immediately began to lick his owner. The guy realized that he was able to hold Goldie back with his bare hands, had his stats really increased that much. The young man opened the system but noticed that all his indicators remained at the same level, and the evolution points for killing the native zombie disappeared. But to restart the process of improving genes, 10,000 points were required, but he did not even remember when the first launch was, and decided to enter the evolution tree system. Dwan noticed that something had changed in this place and realized that the disappearance of the evolution points was the work of the tree. Now everything fell into place because each person has a genetic limit, and no matter how much you pump up various characteristics, you cannot exceed it. He had already seen in his past life how an S-rank fighter tried to overcome this threshold and constantly walked on the edge of a knife, and in the end he died. And the obstacle itself, which prevented people from evolving, was called a gene limitation. Dwan realized that being able to bypass this limitation meant that he could evolve infinitely. Although he would need to accumulate a lot of points, it was definitely worth it. After some time, Dwayne returned to the others along with Goldie, who began to panic due to the presence of the huge monster dog. The young man asked them to calm down because it was just his dog. Not long ago he was just a tiny thing, but after eating so many zombies, he grew to such a size. The boy explained that Goldie thought they were going to hurt his owner, so he attacked, but Miss Sia was more interested in how the monster became his pet. Dwan said that he would tell everything later, but for now they needed to deal with one problem, because this noise had attracted a bunch of zombies. Mr. Lee said that they definitely couldn't stand against them, but the young man said that in any case, they couldn't stay here any longer and needed to find another shelter. Sia admitted that they had nowhere to go since they found this place after a week of searching, but Dwan asked them not to worry. There was a military shelter 40 kilometers from here. That was where they would go. But Zia didn't understand how the young man wanted to get there, because there were a lot of zombies outside. Dwan said that he would take on the zombies, and at that time they should hide in the warehouse and wait for him there. But Zia was not going to just sit idly by and wanted to help. The young man only replied that he didn't need it. She wouldn't help him, but would only hinder him. Her support was more needed now than the others, and the next moment he sat on Goldie and went outside. Lin Wen approached Sia and asked if it was risky to send him alone, but the girl only replied that she knew for sure that the young man was stronger than all of them. They just needed to believe in the best. Dwan understood that even though he had become stronger, it was stupid to go against such a crowd without a weapon. He pulled a road sign out of the ground and attracted the attention of all the zombies. Sia watched all this and began to worry about the guy, but still decided to follow his instructions and ordered everyone to start packing. At the same time, Dwan asked Goldie not to help him and to stand aside. He wants to test his new abilities and beat up these zombies. The young man understood that his previous version would never have been able to cope with so many zombies, but now everything had changed, and he was no longer that loser. Dwan rushed straight into the crowd of zombies, eager to test his new power. The young man dealt with dozens of zombies in an instant with just one blow. At that moment, an awakened F-rank zombie appeared in front of him, which is considered the lowest, but the difference between it and an ordinary zombie is colossal. The zombie immediately attacked the youth, but Dwan easily dodged his futile attempt. The young man immediately counterattacked him with a blow to the head, but it did not work and only bent the road sign. Dwan was even happy about this, because this zombie could become an excellent punching bag for him. It was already 5 o'clock in the evening. The entire group of soldiers had gathered in the warehouse and were still waiting for Dwanya. Lin Wen approached Miss Sia and admitted that she was worried about the guy, but Zia only replied that all they could do now was believe that he would come back and join them. One of the wards began to appear. Will they continue to sit here and wait for him to appear? Sia replied that they needed to stick to the plan, but this only made the guy even more angry, and his patience snapped. He said that they all saw a crowd of zombies rushing towards the young man. It was almost impossible to survive in such a situation, and if he just sat there, they would also die. If they hadn't saved him, they wouldn't be in this situation. And since he decided to become bait for zombies, they need to get out of here as soon as possible and hide in a shelter. Miss Shia asked Mr. Lee to calm him down, as he would only cause trouble by shouting. Lee replied that he also believed that they needed to leave, since they didn't even know whether the boy was alive or not. But in any case, he was strong enough to find his way to the shelter without them. Miss Sia finally agreed with them, but before that she wanted to go and check on him. If she didn't come back in half an hour, then Old Man Lee would lead the squad and lead everyone to the shelter. Lee immediately objected because going alone was too dangerous. Zia only replied that she had no right to keep them all in a cage, but she also couldn't leave and abandon this boy. At that very moment, a zombie appeared from the window, taking everyone by surprise, and was ready to bite Sia. But then Dwayne appeared and with a knee strike sent the bastard to eat dirt. Dwan apologized to the guys for making them wait, but a little problem arose on the way back. Miss Sia replied that they should be the ones apologizing to him, since the military had sent a civilian into the thick of things while they sat idly by. Dwan said that she shouldn't worry about it, because if it weren't for them, he would already be a corpse, and also said that he had cleared out most of the zombies in the area, so they could head to the shelter. The young man will also send Goldie with them, who will make sure that no one attacks them. Sia was surprised. Would the young man really not go with them? But what was he going to do then? Dwan replied that the first thing he needed to do was find his little sister. It was already 5:30 in the evening, and there were only 7 hours left until the end of the revelation phase. Dwan put the guys on Goldie and said that he would return to the shelter with his sister. Finally, Sia asked his name, and the young man replied that his name was Dwan Fei. Sia said goodbye to the guy and said that she had a lot of things to ask him, so he should be careful and be sure to come to the shelter. The young man promised that he would definitely come and asked Goldie to deliver them by midnight, because he knew very well that tonight the revelation stage would end and many awakened zombies would appear. He also understood that although Goldie was also an F-rank entry level, he had not yet awakened and could suffer if he met his own kind. Dwan didn't waste any time and headed towards the house at full speed. When he was already there, he noticed bullet holes on the walls, which were most likely left by the military, and immediately used the radio to contact his sister, but no one answered. Dwan only thought that the military should have been busy building shelters right now, so why the hell did they start shooting zombies? Although it could also be criminals who decided to take advantage of what was happening, and if that was the case, then Xinyue was in danger. Dwan rushed into the building and noticed that the power in the area had already been cut off, and there were signs of a battle on every floor. The young man was almost certain that this was the work of local hooligans, because when there is chaos in the world, they can be scarier than zombies. Duan continued walking up to his apartment, praying that his little sister was okay. But he immediately noticed that the door to the apartment was open, and upon entering, he only noticed his sister's broken wheelchair. This picture made the guy incredibly angry, and he swore that he would find the bastards who did this and cut them into pieces. He would definitely save his sister. By 9:30 in the evening, a bunch of bandits were driving in a car and along the way fighting off a bunch of zombies, which were becoming more and more numerous. The idiots began to worry that they wouldn't cope, but the boss ordered them to calm down because he had already informed his uncle, who would send help to them. These turned out to be the same bandits who had kidnapped Xin Yue, and their leader ordered the others to take care of her until help arrived. The girl did not understand why they were doing this, because people should unite and fight together against zombies at such a time. The scoundrel just smiled and replied that he had no desire to die for others. Now was the time to use what was happening to expand his power. But at that very moment, something landed with incredible force right in front of the car, which attracted the attention of the bastards. It turned out to be Duan, who came to save his little sister, but the gang leader thought it was just help from his uncle. The next moment, the young man grabbed one of the idiots by the face and easily threw him right into the crowd of hungry zombies. The big guy decided not to sit idly by and pulled out a gun. But this didn't scare the guy one bit. He threw him out of the car with one blow. Xin Yue was very scared, but Duan only asked her not to worry because everything would soon be over. The leader was seriously scared and took out a knife. He said that he would kill the girl if the guy took even one more step. A moment later, Duan broke the bastard's arm with just one kick. Even in this situation, the bastard ordered Duan to take his hands off him because he had no idea who he was dealing with. But the young man had already found out everything about him. In front of him was Guanjia Long, a local bandit who uses the martial law of his uncle Guanzhonghua to do whatever he wants. The bastard couldn't believe that the guy knew so much, and he asked who he was anyway. But the young man did not want to answer his stupid questions and raised him right in front of the crowd. The scoundrel began to shake with fear and beg him to let him go because he had done nothing wrong. Duan remained unmoved, and then Jia Long began to shout at him and threaten his uncle. At that very moment, 2 helicopters appeared in the sky, which couldn't help but please the bastard, because help from his uncle had just arrived. But this only made Duanya smile, and despite this, he still threw the bastard straight into the crowd of zombies. One of the crew on the helicopter saw this, and asked to be connected immediately with Commander Guan to report everything. The man reported to Zhonghua that his nephew had died, and they had arrived too late. He also said that it was the work of a boy whom they found when they arrived at the scene. Zhonghua, in a rage, ordered him to get rid of everyone there. The man passed this information on to the rest of the squad. Their target is a guy and a girl. A moment later, a hail of machine gun fire fell on Duanya and his little sister, and they had no choice but to run. But after the bullets, the soldiers launched rockets, but at the last moment, Duan managed to hide in one of the buildings. He entered one of the rooms and asked Xin Yue to stay here while he distracted them, since their target was not her, but him. The little sister was very worried and asked her brother to come back quickly. Duan asked her not to be afraid. He would be there soon, literally there and back. The young man ran out of the building, continuing to dodge the machine gun volley, and in the meantime there were 30 minutes left until the end of the revelation stage. Duan continued to run and along the way tore down the front door of one of the buildings to use as a shield. But at that very moment he noticed a crowd of zombies behind him who had come here to the sounds of shooting. The young man dealt with all the zombies in his path in an instant and continued to run away at incredible speed. Even the military man couldn't believe his eyes. Who the hell is this guy anyway? The man ordered the pilot to find a tall building and land him there and then continue the attack on the young man. At that very moment, a large zombie appeared behind Duanya, but at that very second, a machine gun volley literally incinerated it. The guy understood that using machine guns was very dangerous, because it was very difficult to conduct controlled fire, and they could hit survivors. Duan knew that he needed to get away from here quickly because he was too close to his sister. The young man remembered the name of this scoundrel Guanzhonghua and continued to dodge the bullets at incredible speed. All the soldiers were shocked by what was happening, and at the same time, a man with a sniper rifle had already taken up a position on the high ground and was ready to finish off the young man. But at the last moment, Dwan was able to sense the danger and dodge the lethal hit, but the bullet still passed through his shoulder. The man was stunned because he was absolutely sure that he was aiming for the head. Before this, he had never missed, but in any case, he hit, and the smell of blood would attract zombies around with which they would be able to track him down. At the same time, Dwan hid in one of the buildings, realizing that he was one step away from certain death. The young man realized the seriousness of the situation. He couldn't wait it out in this place, because he had attracted all the zombies with his blood. But that was not all, because another rocket was flying straight to where he was. A moment later, the building exploded and the military was already reporting that the target had been destroyed. But the man denied this because he noticed some movement. It turned out to be Goldie, who came to the aid of his master, which could not help but frighten the bastards. Dwan thanked his pet for his help, because if it weren't for him, things would have been very difficult for him. But the young man did not understand what to do next, because he definitely would not be able to reach the plane since it was too far in the sky. At that very moment, Goldie grew wings on his back, which surprised the guy. It looked like the dog had eaten a lot on the way here. The military could not understand what kind of monster was in front of them, which could also fly, and why it was helping the guy at all. Goldie rammed one of the helicopters at full speed, completely destroying it. The man on the building hurried to hide. He couldn't even think about it, because there was not a word about it in the assignment. The second pilot of the helicopter decided not to give up and launched a machine gun salvo straight at Goldie, but at that very moment they disappeared. Literally a moment later, Dwan was already on board the helicopter and asked the scoundrel if it was him they were looking for. The man on the building could only hear the shouts on the radio and wonder who the hell Jia Long had crossed. He started to go down and contact the commander that they had found one survivor. The scoundrel had some kind of insidious plan. He was sure that not all was lost. At the same time, Goldie and Dwan landed next to the building where Jin Yue was, and the young man said that he would introduce him to her now. The main thing was that he didn't scare her away. But he was interrupted by the voice of the bastard, who took the girl hostage and pointed a gun at her head because she was clearly important to the young man. And in the meantime, there were 10 minutes left until the end of the revelation stage. Dwan started shouting at the bastard to let her go quickly, otherwise he would die on the spot. But the bastard didn't plan to do this. He decided to find out what would be faster, the guy or his gun. Dwan begged him to put down his weapon because he needed him, not the girl, who had nothing to do with it. If he let her go, then he would go with him. The guy ordered Goldie to take his sister to safety, but the dog didn't like it very much. Shinny asked her brother to leave her and run away, but Dwan had already said before that he would never leave her because he no longer wanted to live with the feeling of guilt. The young man came closer, and the scoundrel gave the order to the rest of the military to attack him. The next moment, rockets were already flying at Dwayne from different directions, and a second later, a powerful explosion was heard. The bastard reported that the task was completed, but when the smoke cleared, he noticed that the dog had protected him, although he was badly wounded. He immediately ordered the others to proceed with Plan B, since the boy was still alive. But just at that moment, Dwayne was already behind him. Dwan sent him flying away from Xinyue with just one blow, slamming him straight into the wall. The scoundrel gave the order to attack the girl, and Dwan immediately rushed towards her, realizing that he would not be able to withstand another attack. At the last moment, Dwan managed to pick up his sister in his arms and jump away from the epicenter of the explosion, covering her with his body. Xinyue began to cry and beg her brother to open his eyes because she couldn't live without him. The bastard got to his feet. If he hadn't been covering himself with the gun, he would have been dead long ago. Shinny continued to cry and asked Dwanya to wake up, but the young man only asked her not to cry, and also asked for forgiveness for not being able to protect her. He admitted that he was happy that he was able to see his beloved sister again. It all seemed like a dream in which he wanted to stay forever. Even though he tried to correct his mistake, she still almost died, and this time he would be the one to go instead of her. Finally, Dwan asked for forgiveness in front of her and breathlessly lowered his hand, causing Xinyue to scream furiously. At the same time, the revelation stage ended, and the bastard was surprised that they launched so many missiles at the guy, and he was still breathing. Is he really a human? A moment later, snow began to fall from the sky, and Xinyue rose to her feet, asking for forgiveness from her brother, that this was all because of her weakness, but this time she would protect him. The bastard couldn't believe his eyes. Wasn't this girl disabled? Xinyue had no intention of forgiving anyone, and in an instant she caught the scoundrel right in her trap with ice. At the same time, an unknown girl reported to Miss Yun that a source of power had been discovered right beneath them. Just now, energy was released there, and a second check confirmed that it was absolute zero, an S-rank evolution. Madame Yun was surprised by this after all. An S-rank appeared so early, it was really a big event. But at that very moment, the signal disappeared, and they decided to go down and check what happened there. The huge airship descended lower, and Miss Yun was surprised that the entire area was covered in ice. Was this really the work of an S-rank? At the same time, Luo Yan asked Zhonghua during their meeting what he thought about the situation in the world. Zhonghua replied that he didn't know why all this happened, but they couldn't sit still either, and if they continued to just defend themselves, then certain death would definitely await them. The man thought that in such a situation, wasting time on unnecessary pawns was reckless. Didn't old Luo understand this himself? Gardlo couldn't believe it, but the old man calmed him down and asked him to avoid being rude. Luo said that he heard that Zhonghua has been recruiting soldiers from unofficial groups recently. Is this true? The man confirmed this, because whoever sets his sights on these groups at such a decisive moment will gain power into his own hands. At that moment, Zhonghua's security guard handed him a phone and said that they had an emergency. He was informed that contact with all the fighters had been lost, which made him incredibly angry. Couldn't these rams handle 2 kids? Zhonghua hurriedly got up from the table and finally told the old man to think carefully about what he had told him earlier. He should stop wasting resources on building shelters, and it would be better to transfer his powers to him, and then he himself would direct them in the right direction. Lo was left alone and wondered if he had really aged. But their main task is to protect civilians, although in a situation where the city has already completely fallen, this no longer matters. The old man turned to his assistant and asked if it was really time for him to retire, but the young man immediately began to deny it, because now, more than ever, everyone needs him. Luo just laughed at his words and said that as long as he was alive, he would definitely protect the common people, and also asked him to find out what Zhonghua had said on the phone. At the same time, Miss Yun's assistant found a place where they could land. Yun asked her to lower herself a little so that she could descend, and a moment later the girl, sliding across the ice, found herself on the ground. She walked towards Duanyu and Xinyue, who were unconscious because they had used too much power. But something seemed strange to her, because the skill that had just awakened was so powerful. At the same time, a radio flew up to her, with the help of which the 4th of the 12 S-rank warriors contacted Miss Yun, who reported that according to the inquiries made, this girl was not listed as the owner of Absolute Zero on the list, and the place of her appearance did not match. Was this normal? Yun replied that since the girl was an S-rank, she was connected to the originals, and they were obliged to take her with them, and then let them deal with her themselves. She also added that there might be 2 absolute zeros and asked her rabbit assistant where the next S-rank would appear. As it turned out, the next one would appear in the vicinity of Qinchuan, so Yun decided to immediately fly to the next place, taking Xinyue with her. While all this was happening, Duan woke up again near the Tree of Evolution, and the system opened the rites of the first level, and then launched the plan of deification and the beginning of evolution. A moment later, energy beams emerged from Duanya's chest and headed towards every zombie in the surrounding area. And from Duanya's body, the Tree of Evolution began to grow, mixing all the energy in the youth's heart. At the same time, Mr. Luo's assistant came to his office and reported that he had learned everything as he had requested about calling Zhonghua. He handed the old man a tablet with a video and told him that it showed a young man who was being pursued by Commander Zhang's men, but the guy neutralized them all single-handedly. However, the young man was injured, and then the entire area was covered in ice for unknown reasons. At the end of the recording, you can see that rays began to emanate from this place, reminiscent of the roots of a tree, and after this moment, the camera turned off. There was also an unknown woman in the footage, but the image was too blurry to see her. Old man Luo immediately ordered Xiao Chao to go to that place and find out what really happened there. He needs information about that guy, and also himself. He must be found, no matter what. The young man didn't waste a second and immediately went to the scene of the incident, and Lo couldn't understand what the hell was going on, but he knew for sure that this world needed a hero. At the same time, the system awarded Dwan 999 points for killing all the zombies in the area, and also started the automatic distribution of evolution points. In a moment, the plan of deification and evolution was completed, and the young man finally opened his eyes. He couldn't understand what was happening and how he was even alive, because he clearly remembered that the rocket had hit him straight. But what worried him most was where Jinue was now and what had happened to her. The young man noticed the ice around him, not understanding where it came from, but he didn't waste time on it and immediately went in search of his little sister. He ran through the entire area but did not notice any signs of life. Not even a zombie was here. Dwan decided to enter the evolution tree system and ask what all this meant. Wasn't he supposed to die? And why wasn't there a scratch on him? The tree told him that the only attempt at the deification plan was used, which resurrected him. The young man realized that he had awakened and decided to check his stats and noticed that each of them had increased by 1 level. At the same time, a notification from the system appeared that Dwan had awakened an ability in his past life, and his rank had risen to an E-rank soldier. The young man discovered a new rank S absorption skill, which surprised him incredibly, because even before reincarnation he had never heard of such an ability, and there was no description for this skill. Dwan knew that a person's rank could be raised, but the skill rank would remain the same, because there was a threshold to which it could be raised. Unexpectedly for himself, he became one of the first awakened in this world with an S-rank ability. The young man immediately remembered that he had noticed a similar reaction from Shinue not long ago. Could it be that all this ice was because of her? Dwan knew that there was no body in the area, which meant she must be alive, but first he needed to find out what happened while he was unconscious. The young man emerged from the evolution tree system and picked up his little sister's hairpin from the floor. Dwan walked up to the bastard who was sealed in ice and swore that if the military was involved in her disappearance, Zhonghua would definitely pay him back for everything, and a moment later, he split the ice in front of him with just one move. Zhonghua and his assistant were watching all this, and they suspected that Xiao Chao was definitely digging under them. It seems that old man Luo isn't going to give up his soldiers just like that, and this Xiao Chao shouldn't just go outside, otherwise he might not come back again. At 5:30 in the morning, Dwan returned home and immediately began to take a shower and think about his next steps. He thought that the best way would be to sneak into the military unit and go through the shelter, because it was in this same shelter that Miss Sia and her people were located. The young man decided that if the next target was a military unit, he needed to act more carefully, because the deification plan could only be used once, so he no longer had the right to make a mistake. By 6 in the morning, Dwan was already on the street because it was time to move out. He took Xinyue's photo in his hands and swore that he would definitely save her if only she could wait for him. Dwan moved around the city at incredible speed, killing every zombie along the way, but he still couldn't use his new absorption skill. The very next moment, an awakened F-rank zombie appeared in front of him, who immediately began to smash everything around him. The young man understood that judging by his strength and skin color, he most likely had the common rage skill. Although it is a common sight, this simple and crude skill can cause a lot of trouble. The zombie immediately rushed to attack the guy, but Dwan easily caught his hand and a moment later knocked him out with a kick. Dwan decided to try using his new skill on him again, and to his surprise, it worked. The guy realized that before this, he had only used it on unawakened zombies, but now there was an awakened one in front of him. A notification from the system appeared that the absorption was complete, and the guy also noticed that rage had appeared next to his skill, for which he still needed 99% to use it. Dwan remembered that in his previous life, there were very few people who could awaken 2 abilities, and there were no people with a large number at all. But now everything has changed, and now he only needs to collect enough skills and fragments, and with the gene limitation, he can evolve almost infinitely. But at that very moment, out of nowhere, a strong earthquake began. And a moment later, a huge awakened F-rank monster appeared in front of the young man. Duan also felt that someone else strong was approaching from the air. It turned out to be Goldie, who once again came to the defense of his master, which could not but please the young man. The young man was incredibly surprised by the fact that his pet survived. But now was not the time for joy, and Dwayne asked Goldie not to interfere in the battle and let him deal with the monster himself. But this time, Goldie pulled the young man away and made it clear with his whole appearance that he could handle it himself, although the young man was not very sure of this because his opponent was incredibly huge. The monster's patience snapped, and he was going to immediately finish off these two who didn't respect him, and the young man still allowed Goldie to deal with everything alone. The dog let out an incredibly loud roar that even sent goosebumps down Dwan's spine, and he realized that his pet had already awakened its abilities. Goldie charged at the giant monster at full speed, biting it on the back. The dog continued to maneuver in the air with the help of its wings and deal damage to the monster time after time. When the monster decided to attack the dog with its tail again, Goldie easily tore it off, causing incredible pain to the bastard. A moment later, the dog was completely covered in a fiery aura and literally trampled the bastard into the ground. And a second later, he launched a fireball of enormous power at him. Dwan had a revelation. His pet had not only evolved, he had done it twice. The monster was defeated, and Goldie returned to his normal form. The guy realized that the dog had gone through a double evolution, and his appearance and flame had changed, which was what helped him survive in the middle of that ice. Goldie began to devour the newly fallen monster, absorbing its power. Dwan praised him and congratulated him on his evolution, but with such dimensions it would be difficult for him to move, so it would be better to shrink back to his previous size. And so the dog did, taking on the form of a cute little puppy. But the young man also advised him to remove his wings so that he would look like an ordinary dog. The dog didn't like this very much, but he still decided to do as his owner ordered. Suddenly, Dwan felt that the surrounding area was full of life signs. His detection skill was already at level 5, so the area of effect had increased significantly. The young man also found several survivors nearby and a bunch of zombies that they were fighting off. Dwan decided to rush to their aid immediately. He heard the sounds of gunfire. Could it really be the military? At the same time, the assistant rabbit connected Miss Yun with the main office. An unknown person on the screen asked Yun how things were going. The girl replied that the situation was calm, but something unexpected had happened that she wanted to report. She said that when they arrived at the place where the meteorite energy was coming from, the fragment itself was no longer there, and in its place they found an S-class warrior, and her absolute 0 skill was not on the list, so she took her on board and is waiting for further instructions. The unknown individual ordered Yun to immediately deliver her to the headquarters. Yun immediately ordered the rabbit to turn back. At the same time, a group of soldiers settled in one of the buildings, fighting off a multitude of zombies that were coming from different sides. Their strength was obviously lacking, and one of the men asked Xiao Cao, who was also next to them, why wasn't he with Commander Luo? Xiao said that he went to the back. But Commander Guan did something to his car, and he got stuck here. But how did the man end up here? He said that he was accompanying the scientists to the shelter, but suddenly lightning struck their car and disabled it, so they were forced to abandon the car in order to survive. He also added that those people behind him are very important scientists for the future of humanity, but the situation is not in their favor because the supply of bullets is running out. Therefore, he decided that he would cover Xiao, and he should deliver them to a safe place and wait for reinforcements. But Xiao himself did not like this plan at all, because he understood perfectly well that the man would not be able to hold back so many zombies alone. The man only asked him to stop acting like a mother and not to forget that he was a champion in hand-to-hand combat. At that very moment, a giant zombie appeared in front of them, and a man whose name turned out to be Jian rushed forward straight at him. Da Jian ordered all the military to protect the scientists, and he himself would deal with the bastard. No one was going to just leave Jianya alone, but the man only repeated that this was not a request, but an order. Xiao shouted for everyone to retreat and reduce their battle formation, and also to conserve ammunition and retreat back, protecting the scientists. At the same time, Jian was throwing away vile zombies left and right with his bare hands. But there was no end to the zombies, and John again shouted to Xiao to get out of here quickly. Xiao promised his comrade that he would definitely come back here with help, not believing that the man was holding back this bunch of zombies with his bare hands. Xiao ordered the scholars to quickly leave here and take care of their teacher. At that moment, there was a loud bang, and a moment later, Xiao saw that John was pressed into the wall, and a huge piece of reinforcement was sticking out of his shoulder. The very next moment, that same giant zombie appeared behind the scientists. The bastard was about to take the life of the poor fellows, but at that moment Dwayne appeared and threw the bastard away. The young man easily made a hole in the bastard's stomach and used his absorption skill to obtain another percent to obtain the rage skill. Xiao immediately recognized the young man and asked if he was Duan Fei. The guy was surprised that the blonde knew his name. Xiao said that he had a request for Duan Yu, but the young man interrupted him because he wanted the man to first answer his question. Wasn't Guanzhong Hua his commander? Xiao immediately denied this because he only obeyed Commander Luo. The blonde introduced himself to the boy and said that he and Commander Luo knew about his situation with Guan and why he was here. Duan knew that in his past life, after the apocalypse, all of humanity had gone mad, but Commander Luo stood up to the end to protect the world. From shelters to a federal base, it was Luo who defended the last patch of untouched land for humanity and was the hope of the entire planet. Xiao continued to shoot back at the zombies, and at the same time told the guy that when the commander found out what he had gone through, he wanted to meet him in person. But their conversation was interrupted by a huge explosion that came out of nowhere. And when the dust settled, they saw a zombie who had the power of lightning. Duan immediately ordered Xiao to go inside. He would handle everything himself. But Xiao was worried because he was not sure that the young man could do it, and Duan only asked him not to worry, but rather to take care of the wounded, and also to quickly deal with his comrade's injuries. In the end, the man agreed to entrust this matter to the guy. Duan also asked Goldie to keep an eye on them just in case, but not to transform unnecessarily. Otherwise, he would not be allowed into the shelter. The young man understood that only the lightning zombie was awakened, and the rest were only low-ranked, so there was no need to use the skill. The next moment, the awakened zombie directed the entire crowd of bastards straight at Duanya. The guy noticed that the zombies seemed to be following his orders. Was it just his imagination? After all, a zombie with a leader skill should have appeared much later. The next moment, ball lightning appeared right in front of the young man, but he managed to dodge it. Duan noticed that this modified one knew how to use pawns to distract the enemy. Did he really discover intelligence? The speed of zombie evolution this time is much faster than he remembers from his memories. If this continues, then monsters with the rank of Lord and King will appear soon. At the same time, Xiao approached John Yu to ask if he was okay, and the man said that it was this zombie who launched lightning at their car. But Jean didn't understand why this guy was fighting such an opponent alone. Xiao said that this young man was their savior. They couldn't help him much anyway. This was the hero that Commander Luo spoke of. At the same time, Dwayne had already rushed to attack the zombies, but the bastard was not going to just stand there and do nothing. The next moment, lightning struck the roof of the building and debris began to fall down. One of them was flying straight at the girl, and Goldie noticed it. When the smoke settled, Xiao asked if she was okay. She said everything was fine, but she thought she saw a huge dog with wings that saved them. Could this little puppy be behind it? Goldie remembered Duanya's words that if he was discovered, they would let him into the shelter, and he literally began to shake with fear. He couldn't think of anything better to do than to start rolling on the floor and pretending to be a pathetic little dog. Duan just smiled as he looked at this. After all, he had asked him not to do anything like that. But first, his main target was this modified bastard. At that very moment, the wall fell apart into pieces and a huge, fat zombie entered the room. Duan couldn't believe that this modified one could also control awakened ones. The fat man picked up a huge stone from the floor and was already preparing to attack, and the young man immediately ordered everyone to lie down on the floor. The zombie threw a boulder straight at the young man, but Dwayne was able to dodge it and in an instant was next to the bastard, cutting him into pieces. He realized that it wasn't just him who had gone through accelerated evolution. This time the zombies were also evolving much faster. He needs more power. He needs to crush all these zombies. He needs the power that will allow him to protect his little sister. The crowd of survivors watched the battle and could not believe that this young man was really a man. Soon, Duane defeated the big guy and used the absorption skill to add another % to the rage unlock. Immediately after that, he headed towards the lightning bastard because now it was his turn to die. The zombie became incredibly angry and began to launch his lightning bolts straight at the youth, but Duane easily dodged each of his worthless attempts. Duane used absorption on the bastard again and unlocked a new lightning skill. People could not believe that they were really saved and were able to survive. But at that very moment, one of the scientists asked his teacher to look at something that had attracted the young man's attention. The scientist looked at the crystals, which confirmed the results of his research. He noticed that since yesterday, they began to appear in the dead. Duane was surprised that the old man returned to work immediately after being on the brink of death. At that very moment, he was distracted from his thoughts by the same old man who introduced himself to the young man as Zhang Tianxing. He was a scientist and thanked him for saving him. The guy immediately remembered this name because before him was the greatest scientist in the whole world. In his past life, he had never met such people in person. The professor and his team were able to obtain energy from the monster's cores, and it was thanks to him that genetic medicines appeared. In the most terrible times, it was this invention that helped ordinary people wake up. Right now, in front of him, stands the man who gave humanity the opportunity to fight monsters. Jiang asked the guy if he was okay, or if he just didn't want to shake his hand. Duane admitted that he was simply too surprised to meet him in person. The professor was called out by one of his students, who asked him to come to him because his help was needed here, and the old man apologized to Duane because more important things had come up, but they would definitely chat some more. Xiao approached the young man along with Dajian, who thanked the young man for saving him. Duane replied that he was always happy to help good people, but the man had gotten it the worst of all. He needed to be taken away from here. He would find them a car. But Xiao had already taken care of that. He sent someone to look for him. At this moment, the old man's cry attracted the attention of everyone present. He couldn't believe it. All dead people should have crystals, but why weren't there any in the modified one's corpse? Was he wrong? The student also confirmed that the big guy also did not have a crystal. The old man decided that there was some omission in his research. He thought that he could easily use these crystals. Duane knew that he was the one who absorbed the cores from those zombies with his skill. But his research must not be stopped under any circumstances. He had to find a way to help Jiang without revealing that he came from the future. The young man decided to approach the old man and ask what he was talking about. Jiang handed the boy a crystal and told him that he needed to understand where these things came from and how they could be used. Duane recognized this thing because it was a genetic core, which attracted the professor's attention. The young man immediately began to panic and said that this is what he calls these things. He has seen them more than once, and when he ate them, he became stronger. The old man couldn't believe it. Does the guy understand how dangerous it is because they are made from the insides of zombies? Duane also said that the first time he felt like his heart had stopped, but then he was able to go through the evolution of strength. The professor was surprised because the virus did not turn him into a corpse, which means that 30% of the core's energy can be obtained safely, but the other 70% is infected with the virus. The old man immediately decided that if they could get rid of the virus or suppress it, it would be much safer. And Duane only thought that the professor had developed his thought correctly. Everything was going strictly according to his plan. Duane also said that he might have accidentally destroyed the cores in these zombies, but he insists that every zombie has a core and the professor's research is correct. Jiang was surprised by the young man's knowledge, but Duane immediately began to justify himself by saying that he was an ordinary student. The old man, in a fit of emotion, immediately asked Xiao when they would go to the shelter to finally write down all their research. After some time, all the survivors got into the truck and Xiao asked the young man if it was true that he had become stronger by eating monster cores. He wondered if he could become stronger if he ate them too, but Duane said that he had eaten the cores of the first awakened ones, and eating the cores now was too dangerous, because he himself might become a zombie, so it was better to wait for the professor's research. The young man understood that monsters evolve faster, so medicine should also be pushed forward. Duane noticed Xiao's seriousness and asked if there was something weighing on him. Why did he need to become awakened so urgently? Xiao revealed that Captain Guan was secretly gathering awakened soldiers, while Captain Luo was wasting his time in the shelter. So he was afraid that the scoundrel might get rid of Luo. Duan asked him not to worry, because Luo would never lose to Duan, he was sure of it, because in his past life he had never heard of Guan, which meant that he had lost to old Luo. Xiao said that Captain Luo has excellent intuition, and it's not for nothing that he wants to meet him. Just at this time, they arrived at the shelter, which was still under construction. Duan expressed his respect to the captain for his efficiency and responsibility. Xiao also said that most of the awakened ones followed Captain Guan, and the rest were helping Captain Luo build shelters. They got off the truck, but immediately an unknown girl drove at full speed straight towards Duanya, screaming that she had lost control. She kept yelling at the guy to get out of the way if he didn't want to die. But Duan stopped the motorcycle with just one hand without even moving. Because of this, the girl literally flew into the air, but the young man easily caught her. He asked if she was okay. The girl blushed and immediately jumped away from the guy, begging him on her knees to forgive her. Xiao walked up to them and asked the girl, whose name was Lin San, what she was doing here. Seeing the man, Lin couldn't contain her emotions, because Captain Luo hadn't been able to contact him all this time, and they all thought that he had died on the mission. Xiao immediately calmed her down, because that's not what he was asking, and the girl said that she came here to meet new survivors. The man asked her to take Deijian to the medical center and to take the scientist to the laboratory. The girl saluted and began to carry out the task. Xiao turned to Duanyu and said that he would go away for a while. He would report everything to Captain Luo, and in the meantime the young man should go through the inspection procedure along with the other arrivals, and in the meantime he would try to arrange a meeting for him with the captain. He also warned Duanya to be careful, because Captain Guan had special influence and the guy was not on good terms with him. Xiao asked him not to do anything stupid until he met Captain Luo. The young man himself understood perfectly well that he shouldn't rush into trouble until he got used to the new environment. First, he needs to get to Captain Luo's camp, and his resources will help him find Xinyue. Lin took the megaphone and asked all those who had arrived to line up, and they would check if any of them were infected, which did not make them very happy. She said that these are the rules and safety comes first, so they should fill out the form now. Duan confirmed his guess. As expected from Captain Luo, he is doing everything right. The guy knows a lot of terrible tragedies that happened due to violation of security measures. Lin asked everyone to remain silent and follow her. The arrivals entered, and the girl who was checking the forms immediately recognized Duanya. It turned out to be Ling Wen, who was incredibly happy to see the young man. Duan remembered her, but didn't even know her name, and she introduced herself to the guy who had recently saved her group from certain death. The young man asked the girl how Miss Xia was doing. Lin Wen admitted that Xia was much stronger than her, so she had a great position here, but she had been having some problems recently. Before she could finish speaking, one of the fat guys in the line yelled at them because they also wanted to go inside. Duan showed Lin Wen his pet, which he planned to keep, but if it had a virus, it would be bad. The girl took Goldie in her arms and immediately remembered him, because it was on this cutie that they got here. Duan said that it was not an ordinary beast, but she should not be afraid because it was obedient. Lin suggested that the young man have dinner together today. Miss Xia would definitely be glad to see him, and Duan agreed to this proposal. After some time, Duan gave his blood for testing, and the doctor told him that he could go to the waiting room, and if the test result was negative, they would let him into the shelter. At the same time, in the waiting room, a group of armed men were asking, "Who is Wang Dazuan here?" The nervous man admitted that it was him, but what was the matter? The group immediately took him by the hands and said that the man was infected, so they would now quarantine him. The man immediately began to deny it, but the leader of this group ordered the brat to listen to his instructions. They are not in kindergarten here. If he does not agree to obey, then he can leave right now. He also addressed everyone else and announced that they could go and rest and start helping build the shelter tomorrow, but Duan Fei had to stay here. The young man did not understand what was going on and why he had to hang around here. Everyone else left the room, and only then did the man turn to the boy and tell him to follow him, and he would take him to a normal room. After some time, Duan was already sitting in the room and looking at the photo of his dear little sister, wondering where she was now. At the same time, Jinyue was placed in some kind of flask, and two unknown people were discussing the fact that they had not found what they were looking for in the girl, and they thought that everything would be simple. At the same time, Lin Wen came to Duan Yu to take him to the local canteen for dinner. The young man thanked her because he was just then hungry. The guy admitted that he almost didn't recognize her in these clothes, and the girl coquettishly replied that she was simply changing out of her work uniform. Lin also added that they should hurry up because Miss Xia had to go to the dining room at this time. The young man remembered that the girl had said something about Xia having some problems recently, and Lin had said that when she woke up, Captain Guan's subordinates had tried to lure her over to their side. Miss Xia, of course, refused, but they did not leave her alone, which made the young man incredibly angry. Duan thought that this bastard Guan was brazenly trying to claim all the awakened ones as his own, but this couldn't be left like that. At the same time, a loud warning sounded throughout the shelter that a conflict had occurred in the dining room on the 3rd floor. Lin Wen realized that it was probably the Ganya scoundrels bothering Miss Xia again, because she had heard such a siren twice already. The girl immediately noticed the sudden change in the guy's mood, and Duan only asked to take him there faster. Some bastard approached Xia and said that Captain Guan thought highly of her abilities and asked him to tell her that if she joined him, she would get everything she wanted. Xia just stood up from the table and abruptly refused this, because no matter what they offered her, she would not agree. She was not glued to Guan's policy. But two idiots blocked her way and once again advised her to think carefully about this proposal. The girl ordered to let her through immediately. The scoundrel asked her to understand them, because they did not want to toil their whole lives for this old man, Captain Lo, but she was an extremely capable lady, so they decided to remind her once again of the right side. Xia got really angry and ordered the scoundrel to shut his filthy mouth. At that very moment, the idiot finally understood why Guan needed the girl so much, because her telekinesis was simply incredible. The entire floor was shaking. But she is not the only one with power, and a moment later one of them used the metal transformation skill, and the second, the element of fire. A moment later, the bastard attacked the girl with fire and shouted that today she would go with them, no matter what it took. The girl was very surprised that these two were also awakened. The flames almost reached Xia, but at that moment Duan appeared and easily repelled the spell. Xia was incredibly surprised to see the young man, and Duan only apologized that they had to meet like this. The leader of this gang asked where this boy came from and ordered his charges to quickly teach him a lesson. The bastard was only glad because he never liked this impudent boy, and he asked his partner to detain him, and he would give him a good beating. The next moment, the duo rushed straight at the young man. Duan Yu was just curious. Could he use his absorption skill on people? But he immediately pulled himself together because if he started killing, they could kick him out, and he simply needed to stay here. The young man understood that even a third of his strength would be enough against the metal transformation, and a moment later, he punched the bastard right in the face. The big guy couldn't believe that someone could penetrate his armor. The second one simply froze in fear, unable to even take a step. Duan approached him and asked why these scum chose Guan's side. The bastard only asked for mercy, but the guy dealt with him with one blow to the solar plexus. Xia couldn't believe that the young man was able to defeat two awakened ones with just 2 strikes so easily. The young man went to the leader, who ordered him not to approach him because he was Captain Guan's direct subordinate. The old man decided to give him a little advice not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, he would report him to the captain. The young man could no longer listen to this nonsense and began to strangle him. Xia asked the guy to let him go because if he died, they would have problems. Duan calmed down a little and let the scoundrel go. At that very moment, a group of guards went up to the dining room and ordered everyone to get out of the way. The officer ordered the military to immediately surround the rioters. The military couldn't believe that the guy dared to raise his hand against a law enforcement officer. He should be arrested immediately. But Duan didn't think so and only asked if they had too little guts. The officer couldn't believe that the kid dared to threaten them, because they were the law here, and if he didn't follow the authorities' orders, they would throw him out of the shelter. Duan only asked, did he also obey Captain Guan? Xia took the guy's hand and asked him to calm down, otherwise they would set Captain Luo up. The young man decided to obey, and the fat man, who turned out to be the leader of Qian, ordered that they be captured quickly. The soldiers handcuffed them, and the leader, Tian, ordered them to be separated, the boy to be left with him, and Sia to be sent to the emergency room. Duan managed to tell the girl that he had a request. He asked her to find out about a girl named Xin Yue. Sia realized that this was his sister, but why did he come without her? And the young man said that he lost her because of Guan, and he does not know where she is now. But Xin Yue has an unusual ability, and Guan could make her work for him. The girl understood the whole situation and promised that she would look for her. By this time, a crowd of people had come to watch this spectacle and were discussing the fact that Duan was able to defeat 2 awakened ones, which left them dumbfounded. They also discussed that the guy didn't look like a villain at all, but now he was finished because Platoon Commander Qian wouldn't forgive such things. Lin held Goldie in her arms and couldn't believe that this was all really happening. Duan asked her not to worry because they would return soon, and Goldie asked her to listen to Lin and not run away anywhere. The soldiers approached a door, and Qian ordered them to leave the guy there and take the girl to the reception area. The door opened, and Duan saw only long steps leading into the darkness, and he thought that if Xin Yue had come to this shelter after waking up, then she had either become Guan's subordinate or had been arrested for disobedience. This is exactly what he is going to test now. The young man went down to the very bottom and saw only a bunch of pumped-up thugs who were clearly not in a very friendly mood. Duan immediately noticed that the room was soaked in blood. Apparently, this is where they execute those who are objectionable to the regime. The bastards immediately started walking towards the boy, and the leader Qian ordered them to make the kid understand why he couldn't go against him. Even if he dies here, no one will remember him. Duan realized that Xin Yue was definitely not here, and there was no more time to waste, and the next moment he easily tore the handcuffs apart. The scoundrels immediately rushed in a crowd to attack the young man. But Duane easily caught their fists and even dodged their legs. The very next moment, he got rid of all the scoundrels with just one blow. Qian couldn't believe that this kid was beating 6 big guys because they were all excellent boxers, the best of the best. The bastard ordered the guy not to come near him, and the next moment he took out an incomprehensible flask. He said that it was a zombie virus that he got from the lab, and if something happened to him, his subordinates would definitely poison his girlfriend Lin Wen with this thing. Duan ordered the bastard to repeat what he had just said. At that moment, Xiao entered and ordered everyone to calm down immediately. Bastard Qian didn't understand what Captain Xiao was doing here. Xiao replied that he had been informed that he was taking the law into his own hands, which was unacceptable. Qian pointed at the beaten thugs and shouted, "Who else is taking justice here? Because this kid wounded 6 officers here and 2 more upstairs." Xiao just grabbed the bastard's hand and asked him to explain what he was doing with the test tube of forbidden serum he stole from the lab in his hand. Did he even know what it could lead to? The bastard immediately began to make excuses, saying that he just wanted to scare the guy, but Xiao didn't listen to him and ordered the officers to take him away and report everything to the captain. Now no one would save his skin. The officers began to lead away the fat man, who was shouting that Xiao would still pay for this. Xiao walked up to the young man and said that he was glad that he had made it in time, but Duane only asked if he really thought that they could harm him. The man admitted that he was more afraid for them because they didn't need any extra corpses. Duan decided to ask Xiao something, but the man interrupted him and asked him to leave first, because it smelled incredibly bad here. After a while, they found themselves at the elevator, and the guy asked where they were going, and Xiao replied that he would soon find out everything himself. Soon they went straight up to Captain Lo's office, who was already waiting for the young man. The old man greeted the young man and suggested that all formalities be omitted. Duan immediately asked the captain why he called him. In his past life, he only saw Captain Lo's article, and now he was standing here right in front of him. The old man looked like a common man, but even now his attentive gaze was alarming. Lo decided to say it straight out. He guessed his purpose for coming to the shelter. The old man knew that Guan had sent assassins against him and his younger sister, after which she disappeared. Duan was surprised that even Captain Luo knew this. In that case, he told the young man that the old man should have already understood that he would not leave this alone and would definitely take revenge. Luo said that when the apocalypse began, he and Guan were military men, but he only cared about power and his wealth, not about other people. The old man knew about all his plans, Guan wants to take over the shelter, but he won't let it happen just like that. Duan asked, was Captain Luo really going to fight him? The old man confirmed his suspicions, but they are not in the best position now, so they need his help. The young man decided to inquire how much power was currently available to Guan. Luo replied that Guan controlled about half of the army and secretly recruited all the awakened. According to his data, he already has about 100 awakened, and they only have 20. The strengths differ too much. Duan decided that they still had a chance. After all, the lab was still under their control, right? Luo replied that this was indeed the case, as Guan was not interested in parts of the shelter that did not directly aid in combat. This couldn't help but make the guy happy. Xiao had already told him that ordinary people could also awaken. Luo was surprised by the young man's words. Of course, he had heard this from Xiao before, but was this really possible? Duan confirmed this, and also that people could obtain the source weapon. The captain simply could not believe what he heard because he had never heard such information before. The young man said that there are genetic cores inside the zombies, and with their help they can obtain powerful weapons that will help them not only in the fight against Guan, but also in defense against zombie attacks. This made the old man jump up and ask Duanya if he was lying to him now. Duan understood very well that it was quite difficult to take someone's word for it. So the young man decided to borrow a pen and paper. The guy described in detail the basic idea of creating a source weapon and passed it on to the captain. The old man carefully read what was written and came to the conclusion that it could not be just a fiction. Duan said that once the captain showed this to Professor Jiang, he would immediately understand everything and be delighted. Lo didn't understand if this young man was really a simple student, because not even a week had passed since the end of the world, and he knew so much, but he still told the young man that if it was true, then he would help save all of humanity. The captain bowed to the boy, but Duan asked him not to do this, since he was only doing his duty. The young man noticed that the old man did not ask him where he learned all this from, but allowed him to keep the secret. Duan also admitted that he had a request for him. He held out a photo of Xin Yue and said that he thought that Captain Guan had kidnapped her, so he would like Luo to try to verify it. The captain admitted that he thinks that things are not so simple with his sister. He handed the guy a tablet and said it was a recording from a surveillance camera during the time his sister went missing. At first, he also suspected Captain Guan, but after a while he realized that it was not his doing. Most likely, Xin Yue was kidnapped by some unknown organization. Duan was simply shocked by what he heard. He couldn't believe it, because during the first wave there was only this shelter. At that time, he did not feel the presence of another. Could it be that it really was that woman? But why would she take her little sister? The captain noticed the guy's strange reaction and asked if everything was okay with him. He asked him not to worry because he swears that he will help him find his sister until the end of his life. Duan, of course, thanked the old man, but the thought of why Xin Yue was kidnapped did not leave his head. Luo admitted that he had a plan to defeat Guan even without the genetic weapon, and the next moment he took out some kind of box. There was a black cube inside it, but the young man did not understand what it was. But as soon as the old man snapped his fingers, the cube turned into some kind of black matter, and the young man immediately recognized it. Within moments, this matter synchronized with the captain's hand. In the history of mankind, countless myths and legends have been left in this world. These myths and legends, these gods, they created the world, created people, created heaven and earth, overthrowing power. But the evidence left behind, such as relics, is proof of the existence of a higher power. These relics possess a mysterious power, the wisdom of the race contained in an essence that far surpasses ordinary weapons. After people continued to explore, they came to know about a hidden place, and this place is called Ancient Ruins. The captain also said that the small cube he had with him was a relic of an ancient civilization, the armor of the heavenly god. The young man was simply shocked and asked the old man if he knew where these ancient ruins were. Lo replied that he had been a commander for the past 40 years, and his motive was to protect this secret. The next moment, the young man was dumbfounded, because the old man admitted that these ruins were located under this shelter. But Duan pulled himself together in time and asked if the captain had any more relics. Lo admitted that unfortunately he only has one. But with their current technology, it is difficult to mine without destroying the ancient ruins. They can only access the first floor, and soon they will be able to unravel the second floor. Duan thought about how, in his past life, Captain Luo had to solve the second floor of the ancient ruins in order to defeat Guan. His thoughts were interrupted by Lo, who said that he hoped that the boy could help increase the rate of mining the ruins, speed up the opening of the second floor, and as a reward he could choose any relic there was. The guy replied that it was an honor for him, because in any case he needed his support in searching for his sister. The old man also decided to discuss ideas and directions for building the shelter, and he wants Duan to help him with this. After some time, Duan finally came out of the office, where Xiao was already waiting for him, and the young man asked him for forgiveness for having to wait for him for so long. Xiao wasn't offended at all because he understood perfectly well that it wasn't just like that, and he also wanted to take Duanya back to the room, but the young man only asked him not to worry. He could go back himself, but he should rest a little. At the same time, Captain Luo was about to contact Professor Jiang directly. He told the professor that he had something for him and asked when he would be free. Jiang said that he was busy, because Duan had inspired him so much that he had no time to waste. But the old man managed to say that he had also received something from him, and the young man said that the professor would be happy when he saw it. Luo admitted that he never thought that they, two old men who were almost 100 years old, needed some young guy to give them a kick in the ass, because to be honest, when he had to face Guan's pressure, he had no confidence in the future. But Duanya Fei's appearance turned everything upside down. It strengthened his will to protect the citizens. He feels so strange because he is already an old man. But at the same time, he is very energetic, as if he is 20 again. Jiang replied to the captain that this was called the hope that Duan had given them. At the same time, Duane went outside, and Goldie immediately ran up to him and jumped into his arms. Lin Wan and Miss Sia also came over and asked the guy if he was okay. The young man asked them not to worry and asked Sia how she was feeling. The girl admitted that after she was captured, Commander Lo immediately sent people after her, and she also went into the archives and checked that his sister was not on the list of awakened ones. Duan decided not to continue this topic since his stomach was simply buzzing from hunger and suggested that they talk about it later. At the same time, Guan was simply furious that Duan had come to the shelter. He guessed that this old man Luo was somehow connected with this bastard. Was he really going to go against him? Guan ordered to convey his order that it was necessary to continue recruiting awakened ones and to strengthen the training of their unit with awakened ones. The bastard was literally bursting with anger. He didn't care what Lo had hidden, but he shouldn't think that he could win. This time it was his turn to wield the power. At the same time, one of the officers came to replace the second at the post. He asked if anything had happened during this time, and the man asked him not to be nervous because it was very safe under Lo's command. But it's still best to be careful, because if zombies get inside, the consequences will be serious. He looked through the binoculars and literally froze in fear. He saw an incredible number of zombies, and the next moment an alarm began that the shelter was moving to the first level of danger. Everyone who was unable to fight should take cover. People immediately began to panic, but they tried to calm them down and ask them to go to their rooms. At that very moment, Xiao literally burst into Captain Luo's office and reported that they had big problems. The old man had already noticed all this noise and asked what the hell happened. Xiao said that a large group of zombies had appeared 15 kilometers away from them. They were moving towards their base and would reach them in 2 hours. Luo asked how many there were, but Xiao's answer surprised him, because according to rough estimates, there were more than 10,000 zombies. The old man understood perfectly well that the base was still under construction, and they were completely unable to cope with such a number of zombies. He ordered that Commander Guan be immediately contacted by him. Luo decided that Guan should know what was happening at the base right now, but he already knew that if tens of thousands of zombies arrived at the shelter, it would collapse in a matter of minutes. Guan also said that his awakened squad is the only one who can defeat the zombies. He can send them military support, but he has one condition. The scoundrel wanted Law to hand over all his military powers to him after this and retire. Luo simply couldn't believe that even in a crisis situation where it was a matter of life and death, he was still worried about gaining power and authority. Guan only replied that he had already said this a long time ago, because in the apocalypse, only those with absolute power can rule as a king, and if he gives him his consent, then the people in the shelter will be saved. Isn't protecting the people his goal? It's time for Captain Lo to make his choice. Luo himself understood the seriousness of the situation very well and said that if Guan helped the shelter overcome this crisis, he would agree to this condition. This couldn't help but please the bastard, and he immediately switched off, and Xiao couldn't believe that Captain Luo had agreed to hand over his military powers to this scumbag. The old man only said that they had no choice but to ask him for help. He couldn't seek profit when the lives of his people were at stake, thinking only that he just needed a little more time, and this all happened at the most inopportune moment. At the same time, Guan ordered his subordinate to immediately transfer all their forces to the front lines to fight the zombies. And also mobilize the awakened squad. He doesn't want his new hideout to be damaged. This is a great opportunity to show Old Man Luo their strength. At the same time, all the shelter soldiers gathered in one place, discussing that a wave of zombies was approaching the shelter right now. But their conversation was interrupted by Captain Lo, who ordered everyone to be silent. He tried to calm them down because they shouldn't fight. Their goal is to protect the shelter at any cost. Right now, 2/3 of the shelter's forces have gone to the front, and Commander Guan has also sent a breakthrough squad to the front lines. And all those who remain in the rear will defend the camp and guard every entrance. They are the last line of defense. For the sake of the civilians left behind, for the sake of humanity's survival, he hopes that they can put their own egos aside and give it their all. At the same time, complete chaos reigned in the shelter dormitory, and the alarm continued to warn all those who were not militarily capable of hiding in their rooms. Duan walked out of the room, not understanding why it was so noisy and what the hell was going on. Suddenly, Xiao ran up to him and told him that the shelter was currently being attacked by about 10,000 zombies, and Commander Luo was forced to turn to Guan for help. Commander Luo also agreed to hand over his military powers after the crisis, and given the boy's past with Commander Guan, the old man is afraid that Duan will be harmed. That's why he should hide, and they agreed on everything after they defeated the zombies. Duan couldn't believe that Xiao had just told him. Was Commander Luo really going to hand over all his military powers to this scoundrel? He needed to meet him urgently. Xiao handed the young man a map of the refuge, on which he indicated the escape routes, and also told him that Commander Luo had already gone to the front lines to instruct the soldiers in battle. Xiao said that he had no more time. He also promised that he would take care of Miss Xia and Lin Wen. Duan didn't understand why the zombie wave appeared now. Didn't the first wave appear a month later in his past life? Although there were about 500,000 zombies back then, at this stage even 10,000 would still be difficult to defeat. At this time, the army of soldiers was already very close to the wave of zombies. All the soldiers concentrated all their firepower and began to attack the monsters. Their main goal was to slow them down and not let them pass through this line of defense no matter what. Loud explosions were heard every second, but there were still too many zombies. Although they killed quite a lot of the bastards, it was nothing compared to the size of the approaching wave. The soldiers are almost out of gunpowder. We need to call headquarters immediately. Where the hell are the reinforcements? The advance group's firepower is limited. They won't be enough to hold back this wave. But at that very moment, the awakened detachment of Commander Guan arrived, who from that moment on would command the army. The soldiers did not argue and handed over all powers to them. One of the awakened was only glad that after long training they could finally fight in a real battle. He ordered the entire squad to give their all and not to disgrace Commander Guan, and a moment later they all rushed to attack. One by one, they destroyed the damned zombies, not allowing them to even come a meter closer to the shelter. The military could not believe that this was truly the power of those who had awakened. This sight was truly incredible. The awakened one threw the zombies in different directions and could not believe that it was so easy, because he crushed them like little bugs. But the man relaxed, and at that very moment a huge zombie appeared behind him, already swinging to deliver a fatal blow. The next moment, the zombie literally cut the man into two parts and then let out an incredibly loud roar. The squad couldn't believe that the zombie wave also included awakened zombies. They only have about 200 people. This is, of course, more than enough to deal with ordinary zombies, but the awakened ones are a completely different matter. Although they are superior to them in combat technique, they have a numerical advantage. A wave of zombies literally rushed towards the rest of the squad, who did not understand what to do next. Meanwhile, near the shelter walls, Commander Guan contacted one of the soldiers on the front lines, who reported that 50 of the awakened had already died in battle. Guan immediately ordered them to retreat immediately, since it was impossible to allow even greater casualties. He told Commander Lo that they couldn't let the awakened people sacrifice themselves just like that. They had to let them regroup and get equipment from the shelter. Luo asked Xiao how much firepower they had left, and the guy replied that it wasn't that much, because the zombie wave had arrived too suddenly, and they didn't have much military supplies. Besides, the vanguard had already used up half of them. The old man understood that they would have to stand until the last moment, and told Xiao to create a team and plant mines in front of the shelter, and also told Miss Xia to lead the civilians, and if necessary, to start the last defense and close the shelter. Lo also gave other officers to manage their defense points. He will not allow a single mistake, because they must protect civilians without a single mistake. Guan couldn't help but notice that the old man, even in such hopelessness, could give out tasks in an organized manner. He truly deserved respect. 20 minutes later, a wave of zombies had already arrived in the area where the mines had been planted, and the guns had begun firing at them. The rocket launchers were also used, and Guan told Commander Luo that their firepower would not last long. They had no choice but to admit the defeat of all mankind. The old man replied that it was not over yet, which enraged Guan. He shouted at Luo to stop showing off. He should follow him, and if they and the other awakened ones united, they could still fight back. He thought that they wouldn't be able to do anything if they continued like this. They would simply be finished off. And at the same time, a multitude of huge, strangely shaped zombies appeared on the horizon. By this time, the zombies have already broken through the mines and will soon reach the walls of the shelter. Xiao asked Commander Luo to go to the shelter because it was too dangerous here. At that very moment, a zombie appeared in front of him, who was somehow able to jump over the wall. The zombie was already too close to Commander Lo to help him in any way. The old man had already resigned himself to his fate, but suddenly someone cut the bastard into two parts. It turned out to be Dwayne, who asked for forgiveness. He just spent a long time looking for the armory. That's why he was late. Luo couldn't believe that the young man hadn't run away, but Duan was surprised that the old man was so distrustful after all. He had only just made an alliance with him today. The young man asked him not to worry because nothing would happen to the shelter. Let them just leave it to him. Lo was shocked. Was the guy really going to fight this crowd of zombies alone? That's exactly what he wanted. His strength should be enough to fight off this pile of trash. And the next moment, he jumped off the wall straight into the crowd of monsters. Duan told Goldie that he could take action, and a moment later the dog took on his true form. The officers on the wall could not believe that the young man had actually jumped down, since he would die if he fell from there. But the next moment, a huge pillar of flame appeared, and behind it, Duan himself, who was standing on Goldie. Old man Luo just looked at the young man, and an impossible thought flashed through his mind that this guy really had the power to defeat the wave of zombies. The young man ordered Goldie to attack the bastard, and a moment later, hundreds of zombies were already defeated. Duan jumped down right into the heart of the wave and continued to cut down the monsters one after another. The young man dodged every attack at incredible speed and continued to kill hundreds of zombies in a matter of seconds. Duan jumped into the air and admitted that from a close distance, the wave of zombies looked monstrous. He never thought that in this life he would dare to face them alone. But for Xinyue's sake, he needs the shelter's help, so he must protect it. At that moment, a zombie snake appeared in front of the guy, and the young man noticed that there were quite a lot of awakened monsters in this wave. It was not surprising that Guan's squad could not defeat them, because in terms of numbers, they did not have a chance. The snake attacked the guy with fire, but he easily dodged it, and thought only that if the awakened zombies got to the shelter, the consequences would be irreparable. He had to stop them right here. Duan attacked the snake's head with his blade, but the blade didn't even leave a scratch on the monster. The young man realized that these scaly creatures had incredibly high defense. It seems that normal weapons won't be able to do any harm to them, so he must use his supernatural abilities. In the next moment, Duan rushed straight at the monster and easily ripped open the bastard's belly. At the same time, the system awarded him 786 points for killing normal zombies and 10 points for killing an awakened one, and also awarded him 1% of the beast cycling ability. Duan was even surprised that he had only killed about 700 zombies. He still had a lot of work to do. The guy continued to exterminate zombies, but noticed that activating the absorption skill with bare hands was rather inconvenient. So I decided to check if the skill would work if I activated it on my weapon. As he thought, he was able to activate the absorption using his weapon as a means. However, it seems that normal weapons cannot withstand the full power of absorption, so this sword will not last long, but for now, he has no other choice. At that moment, Goli unleashed a powerful blast of flame that incinerated hundreds of monsters. The young man noted that abilities that hit an area are quite effective, but they also have their downsides, because using them requires too much energy. The military watched all this and couldn't believe that this kid was single-handedly stopping a wave of zombies. Was he even human? Captain Luo noticed that thanks to Duan, everyone had stopped being afraid of disaster and had hope. The old man turned to Xiao and asked him to gather all the awakened people in the shelter right now. He said they couldn't just sit back and watch as a young man who had just arrived at the shelter immediately rushed into battle. Guan couldn't believe that this was the true strength of this young man. He was sure that the guy would definitely not forgive him. At the same time, zombies surrounded Goldie and literally began to climb on him. The dog immediately became covered in fire and was able to fight off these annoying bugs. Duan noticed that even his pet had to take this form. It seemed like they were pushing him to his limits. The next moment, Goldie launched an incredibly powerful column of flame that struck a huge area. The military could not believe what they were seeing because even rocket artillery was not capable of this. They were glad that this monster was fighting on their side. Otherwise, things would have been very bad. But after this attack, Duan noticed that Goldie had already used up all his energy and had assumed his true form. When the smoke cleared, the young man noticed a huge number of genetic nuclei of the zombies that Goldie had killed. Goldie immediately absorbed them all without a trace and sealed himself in a cocoon. Duan realized that the special energy in Goldie's body had reached its peak and he had begun to evolve. But on the other hand, the energy released during evolution attracted all the zombies nearby, and since the evolution itself takes time, it leaves Goldie vulnerable to attack. Duan couldn't just watch this and immediately rushed to his pet to protect him. The guy understood perfectly well that his strength was irreplaceable because he was evolving from F-class to E-class, which would significantly increase his strength. He also knew that this was just a small wave, and in the future, the waves would reach tens of hundreds of thousands of zombies, and perhaps even 1 million zombies. So not only does he need to become stronger, but so do his partners, and Goldie will be incredibly useful to him in the future. The boy reached the cocoon with some difficulty. Although absorbing abilities can help him restore his strength and endurance, his mental strength is depleted. He also understood that Goldie was going to take on more of the burden from the start, but his evolution was an unforeseen event. He's already killed most of the regular zombies, only the awakened ones remain, but if he continues to fight, his mental state may collapse. It was a situation that was quite familiar to him because in his past life he put all his strength into the final battle and died in the process. But this time it would be different. He had too much that he wanted to protect. After all, his dear little sister Xin Yue is still waiting for him. He can't give up now. At that very moment, the zombies began to attack him, not even giving him time to think. Duan was able to deal with one of them, but one of the bastards caught him off guard and was close to finishing him off. But suddenly something flew into his hand and it stopped. The guy turned around and saw dozens of awakened ones, led by Xia, who came to his aid. Duan didn't understand what they were doing here in such a dangerous situation, and the girl only replied that they couldn't leave him to fight alone. They also collected some weapons for him. It expresses the respect and gratitude that absolutely everyone in the shelter feels for him. Xia used telekinesis and surrounded the young man with swords, making it easier for him to take them at any opportune moment. Duan thanked her and suggested that they finish this damn battle together. Commander Lo noticed that the tide of the battle was changing in their favor, which could not but please him. He turned to Commander Guan to look at their progress, but when he turned around, he was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a soldier ran up to him and reported that Commander Guan had just left the shelter by helicopter and had also taken powerful weapons from the warehouse with him. Captain Lo couldn't believe it and asked the young man to repeat what he had just said. At the same time, Duan asked everyone to be careful, and those who did not have attacking abilities should stay here and protect the cocoon. He ordered them to gather all their abilities and carve a path for humanity. Let the battle begin. One of the awakened said that his defensive abilities were the strongest and decided to repel their attacks. The man used the stone formation skill and strengthened his body with stone bark. The next moment, he decapitated dozens of zombies with just one blow. But then a girl appeared in front of him, breaking through the zombies at incredible speed and asking him to stop attacking her. The young lady had the ability to explode. Everything she touched became explosive. But even she didn't think she would be so fast with the support of the feather fall, and at the same time, one of the awakened ones endowed the rest of the warriors with his ability, which made the target easier for a short period of time and lasted only 5 minutes. Duan immediately noticed that Guan's subordinates were already so familiar with their abilities that they could easily work as a team. If only this bastard had the same values as Captain Luo, then the shelter would develop at an incredible speed. The young man asked Zia to stay here and protect Goldie along with everyone. The girl noticed that the guy's mental state didn't look very good and suggested that he take a little rest, but Duane assured her that he was fine, so she shouldn't worry about him. Suddenly, a man ran up to the young man and addressed him as a hero and offered his help. Duan didn't understand why he was considered a hero, and the man said that if he hadn't appeared, they would have all died long ago. From that moment on, he was now the hero of the shelter. The guy rushed to attack the zombies again, thinking that before he knew it, he had already become a hero to others, and he finally understood what it meant to live up to the expectations and trust of those who believe in you. At that very moment, the advance squad noticed a huge zombie in front of them and immediately began calling for reinforcements. They were about to despair, but Duane immediately appeared. The young man cut the bastard in half with just one blow. The guys couldn't believe that the guy managed to deal with such a giant with just one blow. Duan ordered them to regroup with the team and not get lost, and also to concentrate their firepower and leave the front on him. The guy knew that his mental state wouldn't last long, so he needed to finish while he still had that guy's enhancement. The young man continued to exterminate monsters by the dozens or even hundreds, when suddenly a notification from the system appeared that the young man had received 150 evolution points for killing a first-stage zombie, as well as 500 evolution points for killing an awakened zombie, and in addition to everything, he had discovered a new ability. But at that very moment his sword broke and a huge zombie appeared behind him. Duan had no choice but to use his bare-handed absorption skill on the bastard, and the rest of the awakened ones noticed how bravely the guy fights, so they too must fight until the very end. They need to take some of the load off him, and at the same time there were only less than 1,000 zombies left. All those who awakened rushed into battle with renewed strength, fighting off the scoundrels. 15 minutes later, Captain Lo noticed a helicopter above him. One of the soldiers approached the old man and reported that Guan wanted to contact him. Luo turned to Guan and said that he didn't care what he was about to do. He should stop and return to the shelter immediately. The bastard realized that the old man had already figured everything out. He simply couldn't allow this brat to remain alive, and if the boy didn't die, he would. Luo was incredibly angry. He just couldn't believe that Guan was actually going to kill the one who had protected them all, risking his life. The old man asked him not to act rashly. He would personally ask Duan for forgiveness on his behalf if he simply apologized. Guan simply couldn't believe what he heard. Did Luo really think that he, Guan Zhonghua, would apologize to this brat? It's just impossible. Not only does this bastard have to die, but the entire shelter will be his, and Captain Law shouldn't forget what he promised. Luo only replied that if it weren't for Duan, no one would have survived. But Guan believed that the old man had simply fallen ill with dementia, since there weren't many zombies left, and the young man was now very weak. All he needed to do was simply destroy him. He will be the one laughing last, and at the same time, a squad of awakened people has already noticed a helicopter right above them. One of the squad used his enhanced vision skill and reported that Captain Guan was on it. The next moment, several missiles were already flying towards Duan, and a second later, a powerful explosion was heard. Just a moment before, Dwayne noticed these missiles and didn't understand what they were doing here, but it was already too late to dodge them. Sia tried to stop these missiles, but with her current strength, she can't control things that move at such a crazy speed. No one could believe that Commander Guan actually killed the young man. The awakened fell to their knees in despair. They couldn't believe it, because they wouldn't be able to defeat all these zombies, and victory was so close. Miss Sia didn't believe until the very end that Duan would die. It was simply impossible. She screamed directly at the guy who was at the very epicenter of the explosion. Wasn't he going to save his sister who was waiting for him? The bastard Guan addressed the rest of the awakened that the heroic youth had died in battle. But during battle, casualties were inevitable, although he was filled with regret. But they must once again stand up for defense and get rid of the zombies. Guan asked them to let him command the battle, for the dawn of victory was almost upon him. Xiao couldn't believe that this scoundrel was saying such nonsense and turned to Captain Luo. They simply had to do something. But the old man admitted that everyone else downstairs were Guan's subordinates and they couldn't do anything. But he promised that he wouldn't leave it like that. Sia tried to convince the soldiers that they shouldn't believe Guan's words, because he had long had a grudge against Duan and had specifically attacked him. But the guys just replied that even if what she said was true, and Commander Guan was the one who attacked the guy, there was still nothing they could do except fight the zombies. But they didn't have time for chatting. They were in total trouble. They should prepare for battle because 2 huge awakened zombies have already come close to Goldie's cocoon. At that moment, Duan emerged from the flames, clearly not in a good mood. The youth addressed Guan directly and admitted that he was prepared to forgive him after learning that it was not he who kidnapped Xin Yue, if he had simply worked with Commander Luo in harmony. But the bastard used the lives of innocent people in the shelter to threaten Commander Luo into overdoing his military powers. Guan simply couldn't believe that he hadn't managed to get rid of this brat. Duan continued and said that now that the situation was not in his favor, the bastard tried to eliminate him. Guan himself is to blame for all this. A lot of zombies immediately attacked the guy, but he didn't even pay attention to them and dealt with them all with just one movement. Guan immediately ordered his subordinates to quickly deal with the young man. He would even promote the one who killed him. But everyone just stood there and didn't dare take a step in his direction, and the bastard decided that there was no other way but to use a machine gun. The young man dodged the bullets at great speed and jumped off the ground with incredible force. In just a moment, he was behind the scoundrel and asked him if he had thought about how he wanted to die before he started this whole mess. The youth put the blade right to his throat, and Guan tried to calm him down. If he spared him, the youth would become the deputy commander of the shelter. He shouldn't follow law because everything he has will soon be his. He's a smart man and should know what the right choice is, right? Was Duan just asking, or were these his last words? A moment later, only cries for mercy and pleas for help could be heard. A second later, Dwayne jumped to the ground and the helicopter caught fire and began to fall. Captain Luo heard that Guan's last words were that he had lost to him again. The young man thanked Sia for saving him. The girl couldn't understand what he was even talking about. Duan admitted that thanks to the short pause that occurred after she used her power, he managed to hide behind 2 huge zombies. Then he used his power and the girl continued to heal him. Only thanks to this he was able to survive. Zia wasn't even that surprised. She was just glad that he was okay. But the young man said that it was too early for them to relax and let down their guard. He addressed all the awakened and asked them to listen to him carefully. He announced to everyone that Commander Guan was now dead, and from now on they all obeyed Commander Luo, and this refuge was their home. All they have to do is stand up to the last bunch of zombies. They will definitely stand up to them. According to Duan's rough calculations, there were about 1,000 zombies left, but most of them had awakened. Although the zombies are much smaller than before, they still have the advantage in numbers. He himself doesn't know how long his mental state will last. The situation still looks dire, but Goldie should wake up soon. They just need to buy him time. The guys didn't lose their heads and immediately divided the responsibilities among themselves. The guy set up a protective barrier but warned that it wouldn't last long. Duan also noticed that there was a fierce battle going on the other side, although they worked well together as a team. But still, this was the first time they encountered a wave of zombies in their first real battle. Their mental state and endurance would definitely not be able to withstand it. But the young man couldn't help them in any way either, because in front of him were now two huge awakened zombies. The guy realized that if a wave of zombies broke through his line of defense, Goldie and the entire shelter would be finished. He prayed only for Goldie to wake up faster, but at that very moment his blade broke. The zombies noticed this and immediately began to approach him. But at that very moment, Zia used telekinesis and delivered the spare sword straight into his hand. Duan immediately figured it out, and without hesitating for a second, he easily dealt with the two bastards. But at that very moment, they noticed that something was approaching them from underground. The man who had the petrification skill asked everyone to move out of the way and leave it to him. He still managed to stop this wave, which surprised everyone who was nearby. The young man also noted that it was amazing. But something was still wrong, and he warned the others that he felt some movement underground. At that very moment, a huge monster's mouth appeared right under Goldie's cocoon. Duan knew that the bastard was devouring Goldie. This only meant their end. The next moment, the monster's skin began to become covered in fire, and wings grew on his back, just like Goldie's. No one could understand what was going on and why his body was developing so quickly. Duan immediately realized that it was precisely his pet's powers. They were so close to victory. Why did this happen now? In this world, besides Jinyue, Goldie was the closest to him. What should he do now? Kill the monster with his own hands. But the next moment he heard a dog barking, which attracted his attention. At that very second, there was a huge explosion. And a moment later, Goldie himself appeared, who was able to evolve and survive. Sia was simply incredibly happy that the baby had finally woken up. Duan immediately calmed down. He almost really believed that Goldie had died. Finally, he managed to fulfill all the conditions, and it's time to finish with all this. Duan immediately jumped onto the back of his faithful comrade. He asked the rest of the soldiers to simply stay put, since they had already exhausted almost all of their strength, and to leave the rest to him. The young man told Goldie that in his current state he had to defeat them, and also admitted that if he had woken up a little later, he would not have been able to withstand. "It's his time to shine!" Goldie tore through the crowd of bastards at incredible speed. He immediately attacked the scoundrel with a powerful column of fire. But Duan noticed that another group of zombies was advancing behind them. Goldie wanted to fly into the air, but then something stopped him. It turned out to be a zombie bull, which possessed extraordinary strength and high defense. The monster grabbed Goldie by the tail and did not allow him to move, although it took almost all of his strength to do so. The dog attacked him with another flame right in the bastard's face. But this had no effect on the bull. It only made him even more angry. The monster rushed straight towards Goldie and Duan at high speed. The pet still managed to stop him by grabbing him by the horns. And the next moment, shove him face down into the ground. The bull was defeated, and Goldie was able to rise into the air above the entire crowd of zombies. He immediately began to prepare his most powerful attack, and the squad of awakened ones noticed this and immediately rushed to run away as far as possible because they could get it too. A moment later, a pillar of flame fell upon a huge pile of zombies, incinerating every bastard. The people below couldn't believe what they saw. If they had run a little slower, they would have definitely been covered in flames. But now all the zombies are dead and we can finally celebrate victory. Xiao was also incredibly happy about this. After all, Duan really is a very reliable person. Captain Lo was also glad that the guy actually managed to do it. And Miss Zia believed in him from the very beginning. Duan thanked Goldie for his hard work. Now he can go down and rest. But at that very moment, someone's attack flew straight at them at incredible speed. The others also noticed that something had happened, and the guy with enhanced vision was able to see a beam of light flying straight towards Dwayne. Sia ordered to immediately increase combat readiness because there might still be zombies there. Luckily, Goldie dodged in time, otherwise it would have been dangerous. The young man did not feel the presence of zombies at all. Could it be that they still remained? They descended to the ground, and the guy was literally stunned by what he saw. In front of him appeared a Class E zombie wave lord who possessed a bat mutation, and all of her attacks contained powerful poison. Duan didn't understand why an Overlord-class zombie appeared so early. Some guy came up to him and suggested that the guy take a rest and leave this zombie to him. The young man immediately warned everyone not to approach this person under any circumstances. She was different from the zombies they had seen earlier. The guy still didn't listen and decided that it was just some zombie woman. The next moment, the zombie instantly appeared next to him and with just one blow ended his life. No one could believe it after all. He was one of the strongest among them. He must have underestimated her, so they should attack together. Dwan shouted again that this zombie was not on the same level as them. They didn't have a single chance. The young man also turned to Goldie because he had been poisoned with a strong poison, and if he strained himself, the poison would begin to act faster, and this could not be allowed. Sia tried to dissuade the guy because it was too dangerous to act alone. They should join forces. Dwan said that it was useless, and if she approached her, she would die mercilessly, but he still had one way to defeat her. The boy thought that he would be able to deal with her if he could only activate his absorption skill, and immediately rushed to attack. He also understood that if he used brute force with the current state of his body, he would hardly be able to win. The young man launched a direct attack straight at the zombie, but it easily blocked his attack with its wings. Dwan couldn't believe that the E-class zombie actually had such high defense. The next moment, the zombie attacked the guy again, but he still managed to block the blow at the last moment. He noted that she also had incredibly high speed and strength, despite not yet fighting at full power. The next moment, his eyes started to close and everything around him was melting. Had he really reached his limit? But a moment later, he came to his senses again, and the zombie was already squeezing his neck with incredible force. This was exactly what he needed. Dwan immediately touched her hand and used the absorption skill. The zombie immediately noticed this and threw the young man aside. At the same time, a notification from the system appeared that the activation of ability absorption failed. The target is too strong, so 1 minute is required to complete the process. Dwan couldn't understand why such a restriction even existed, but what worried him more was that he understood the plan and raised his defense. There was no way he could just get close to her. But even if this is so, he cannot just die without trying to do something. He will continue to look for a way to get closer to her. He needs to restrict her mobility to gain time for absorption. As he thought, this individual was deliberately avoiding his attacks. But at that very moment, the zombie attacked the young man with its claws, and Dwan had no choice but to dodge. The next moment, she threw him away with the help of her wings. Dwan had no idea how he could contain her. The zombie immediately summoned hundreds of bats, which flew straight at the guy. No one believed their eyes. Could this individual really have summoned all these bats? As soon as she raised her hand, the mice began to attack the rest of the squad. Dwan only ordered everyone to defend themselves and be careful with these mice. But literally a moment later, one of the guys was bitten by this very mouse, and in a moment he turned into a dried-up corpse, as if all the life energy had been sucked out of him. Dwan realized that thanks to this, she could increase her strength at an incredible speed. Everyone here has awakened, so their bodies contain more energy than normal people. If this continues, they will have no chance of winning. He has to stop this now. Although his mental strength is in a deficient state, his physical condition and strength are still excellent. He immediately rushed straight towards her. He just needed to find a gap in her defense and put all his strength into one blow. If he did that, he could turn the tide of the battle. Dwan activated his absorption skill and dealt a powerful blow straight at her. At that very moment, most of the bats fell to the ground. No one could understand why the mice no longer moved. And Dwan's blade stopped right at the throat of the zombie, who reacted to his attack too quickly. He realized that she had used the mice as a shield in just an instant. A moment later, she attacked the guy again, but he managed to block her this time, too. At that very moment, the young man disappeared right before her eyes. But with the help of her excellent hearing, she was still able to react to the sudden attack from behind. She managed to break his blade with just one blow of her wings. Dwan continued to attack her with bare blows, wondering why he even bothered to die and thought he had to live no matter what. If he can't even defeat this zombie, then why is he even talking about Jin Yue? He couldn't understand why he was still so useless even though he had the evolution tree. Hasn't he already gotten rid of that worst version of himself he was in his past life? He just needs to remember that determination when a person is ready to give up even his own life. At that very moment, he managed to grab the zombie's hand, which she didn't expect at all. Dwan immediately knocked her over and thrust her straight into the ground with incredible force. The guy's eyes literally began to shine, and it was as if the roots of the tree of evolution were spreading across his face. The zombie tried to attack him with her wings again, but this time the young man caught them with ease. He stepped on her head with his foot, and a moment later literally tore her wings out alive. And the system kept sending him messages that the guy should evolve and never stop. Just a moment later, Dwan began to open his eyes, not understanding what was happening. Wasn't he fighting a zombie? The young man found himself in some strange place, but where did all the zombies go, and where is he anyway? The guy turned around and saw a huge tree in front of him. Suddenly, some kind of spirit appeared in front of him, and Dwan immediately guessed that in front of him were the personifications of the tree of evolution. The tree told him that his mind had decayed, but he must still continue to evolve. Dwan didn't understand what this meant at all and asked the tree to answer why he was here at all. The spirit only replied that there was danger, and the next moment he summoned roots that fettered the movements of the young man. At the same time, the zombie became incredibly angry that some person could hurt her and immediately rushed to attack. But Dwayne, who was under the power of the tree, easily dodged it and hit her with incredible force. Before the zombie had time to get to her feet, the young man was again next to her and dealt another powerful blow. But this time she managed to defend herself, and a moment later pierced the guy with her dark rays. Sia just watched all this but didn't understand what she could do at all. Suddenly, she noticed one of the swords she had brought earlier and used telekinesis to pull it straight into Dwan's hand. The guy immediately cut the beams and pulled the fragments out of his body with his bare hands. Dwan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately attacked the zombie, who was absolutely sure that he would suffer greatly from this attack. She thought that this was the guy's last attempt before his inevitable death. But suddenly, she noticed that his wounds began to heal, which could not surprise her, and a notification from the system explained that the green energy accumulated by the guy when absorbing abilities was used to heal him. Dwan continued to strike blow after blow at incredible speed, and the zombie only thought that for some reason she had stopped feeling human energy from the young man. At that moment, an incredible amount of pressure emanated from him, and she realized that she was unable to cope with it. She needed to get away from him, get away from this place. She was about to use her skill to quickly escape from here, but Dwayne flew straight into her at a furious speed. The young man trampled it right into the wall, causing cracks to appear. The zombie tried to strike again, but the guy easily parried it. As soon as Dwan extended his hand towards Zia, the girl immediately understood what he wanted and used her strength to pull the sword towards him. Even the rest of the squad noticed their teamwork, but in reality, even Sia didn't understand what it was. At that moment, she seemed to sense an unknown force that prompted her to do it. The girl noticed that Goldie was also starting to worry. He also feels that Dwan is now like a completely different person. But what happened to him? At the same time, Dwan thrust his sword into the zombie's other hand, thereby immobilizing it. She let out an incredibly loud scream, but the young man immediately covered her mouth. He used his absorption skill, which was supposed to last for exactly 1 minute. Nobody understood what he was doing at all. Everyone was just shocked by what they saw. And a minute later, there was not a single living place left of the zombie. The absorption skill was successfully used, and Dwan unlocked the ability of vampirism. And for killing the E-class zombie, the guy received 500 evolution points and a mysterious energy sphere. By this time, it was already dawn, and all the people were just happy that they had managed to win this fight. Captain Lowe decided that they should all go up to the guy and thank him for saving them. The whole crowd immediately ran towards the young man, but Dwan did not understand at all what was happening to him. Did they really win? But the next moment, the exhausted young man fell to the ground. Dwan woke up in some strange place, not understanding at all where he was. Suddenly, his younger sister's voice called out to him. The guy turned around and saw Xinyue in front of him. He was surprised that she could actually walk and asked her not to worry. He would definitely save her. Dwan wanted to take a step towards her, but roots immediately appeared, restricting his movements. He shouted to his sister to come to him quickly and they could get out together. But the girl only asked for forgiveness because she cannot do this. Dwan shouted at her not to leave and to tell her where she was. He would come to her aid right away. But Xinyue only replied that the current him was not strong enough. She began to dissolve into thin air and finally said that the guy should become even stronger, and she would wait for him. Dwan immediately woke up in the medical ward. He immediately grabbed his head, trying to remember what happened to his zombie, but his memories seemed to have been erased. But now none of that mattered. He had to find that person and ask about the current situation, he had to figure out the evolution tree. The young man was immediately transported from the purgatory of the tree. Duan immediately noticed that after this wave of zombies, he received 3 main types of notifications. The first notification was of the kill type. A crowd of zombies allowed him to gain more than 10,000 evolution points. The second notification was about the absorption ability, which takes up quite a few notifications. But most of them were F-rank abilities that weren't useful enough on their own, and many were just fragments that weren't enough to activate. The third notification was about treasure, because killing a rare monster gives a certain chance to get it. It was the first time he had received something like this and decided to immediately open this sphere, from which he received a fragment of a universal ability that can replenish 20% of any available skill. The young man also knew that there were several waste substances in the absorbed gene core, but they would all be removed and only pure energy would remain, which was why he could not develop. But it didn't matter, because if he couldn't develop, he could only increase his own stats, so he should spend all his points first. His strength, agility, and detection were all level 5, and to raise them to level 6, 1,000 evolution points were needed, and intelligence required 5,000 points to raise them to level 4. Suddenly, a notification from the system popped up, asking if the guy wanted to use the perfect reactive gene process for 10,000 points, but the young man immediately rejected this idea, because he had already activated it once, and the current gene would not be enough until he evolved to rank C. Duan had increased his strength and agility to the 6th level, but he also understood that his mental spirit could not be neglected either, because in a horde of monsters, it was a problem, so the remaining 8,000 points could improve it and strength once each, thus greatly enhancing his combat ability. The guy decided not to use the universal fragment, but to think about it after getting a higher rank, and then exited the evolution tree system. At that moment, Zia approached him and asked the hero why he was not in the ward. Duan asked her not to call him that, and the girl was surprised, because from now on he is the hero of the shelter, and some even call him the god of war. The guy replied that if it had been in the past, he would have liked the title. But when he actually received it, he realized how great the responsibility of a hero is. He can't even protect his little sister. So how is he a hero at all? Zia said that these 3 days everyone was worried about him, especially Commander Luo, who wanted to come here and see him every time, which was what made her remember the first time they met each other. The young man only asked for forgiveness because she was worried about him again. The girl asked the guy if he was going to leave the shelter. Duan confirmed her guess because he needed to become stronger and find Xinyue. After a while, Duan entered Captain Luo's office and apologized for disturbing him. The captain was very glad that the young man had finally woken up, and Duan only thanked him for his care during his treatment. The old man asked the young man to sit down and asked if anything bad had happened to his body. Duan replied that he was fine now, but also admitted that he came here to ask him about what happened today and how the gene medicine research was progressing. Lo replied that when the guy was in a coma, he went to a research lab, and the creation of gene medicine was almost finished. At the moment, they are preparing for injections for people. Duan couldn't help but be pleased with this news, because now he could leave in peace. The old man could not believe it. Was the young man really going to leave the shelter? The guy confirmed his words. He himself should know why he had to come here, and since what he wanted to do was ready, he needed to go look for his younger sister. Since the creation of genetic medicine is about to be completed, he believes that when the time comes, even if some trouble arises, they will be able to cope with it. The old man only asked about his future plans, and Duan said that he would go to Chinchuan, conduct an investigation there, and find evidence of the disappearance of his younger sister. Perhaps the appearance of the zombie wave was somehow connected to this place. Lo couldn't believe that the guy was going to go to the very center of the city. Had he thought this through? After all, the center has turned into a desert since the apocalypse began. No one has yet dared to go there, since it is dangerous there and there is not even the slightest idea what or who might be there. Duan himself understood that this was a very dangerous place, but Captain Luo confirmed that the ruins existed, and in his past life he had also heard rumors that there were ruins in Chinchuan, which meant that they also existed, and he simply had to go there. The old man realized that the young man had firmly decided to go there, but still asked him to wait a little. Lo picked up the phone and contacted the research lab. And after 5 minutes of conversation, he asked Duan to follow him because he wanted to show him someplace. The young man did not understand what this was for, and the old man admitted that after he fought a wave of zombies, Professor Zhang had specially made a weapon for him. The guy thanked the captain for such a gift and said that he would gladly accept it. They headed to the lab, and Lo asked him when he was going to leave. Duan replied that after he received the weapon, he would leave immediately because he had to quickly find Xin Yue. Suddenly, the guy heard some screams. He saw a bunch of people outside the window, and the captain said that they were holding a competition to determine the level. Since the creation of gene medicine will be completed soon, the medicine of the initial period is very important, so they must hold a competition to determine the priority. Lo also said that the awakened are divided into 3 types. The first type is the defense team, which must ensure the safety of the shelter, stay and guard the base. The second type is the hunter team, which consists of many different small squads. They are responsible for clearing out zombies and mutated beasts, as well as collecting cores. The third type is the super warrior team, which is mainly made up of the aces of Guan's team. They fought the zombie wave with him and have high combat qualities, while also being a strong link in the shelter. Duan didn't think that the old man would make such a detailed plan in such a short period of time. Suddenly, the people below noticed the guy in the window and immediately began to rejoice that the god of war was alive and well. Duan just waved at them from the window and asked them not to call him that, since he was an ordinary person. The boy confessed to the old man that he noticed that everyone in the shelter was incredibly energetic, and that he even felt a little embarrassed. Lo replied that he saved everyone, and this is not an exaggeration. Without him, the shelter would have been destroyed, so his departure would be a strong blow to them. The young man didn't even know what to answer. But then the old man slapped him on the back and said that he was joking, if only he could see his face. Just at that moment, they had already arrived at the laboratory. They approached a huge metal door, and Duan couldn't even imagine that there was such a large research center under the shelter. The door opened, and Professor Jin, who had been waiting for them, appeared in front of them. He asked them to follow him, that they needed to be inside. The professor opened some kind of huge sarcophagus. It contained the metal with the memory effect. The professor said that it was made based on the armor of the heavenly god commander Luo. The guy should try to put his abilities into it. Duan saturated the metal with his energy, and a moment later the cube turned into 2 blades. The young man admitted that he would never have thought that the professor's research had already reached such a level. The old man said that through his observations, he had combined his fighting method, and then referred to Commander Luo's armor. Although this metal is not as good as the heavenly god's armor, but its original state can change into the form he wants. Let the young man try to put his ability into it. A moment later, the daggers turned into a ring on the boy's finger. Jian said that for now he could treat it as his main weapon, and when the second floor of the ruins was opened, he would let him choose a new one. Duan simply thanked the professor and said that it was time for him to go. The young man asked Commander Luo where Goldie was now, and the old man replied that he was now with Lin Wen. If that's the case, then he already needs to go, and Lo said that he can be free. He still needs to talk to the professor, so he won't be able to see him off. They were left alone, and Luo confessed to Zhang that he still didn't believe that this guy had actually dealt with more than 10,000 zombies. He thought that the guy would replace Guan and use the shelter's resources to search for his sister. But instead he asked for nothing, even rejected his help. When he learned that the young man was heading to Qinshuan alone, he immediately began to panic, just like when he said that he was going to face the zombie horde by himself. But now he doesn't understand who he should worry about, the young man or the shelter. By this time, Duan had already picked up Goldie and was about to leave, where Zia was already waiting for him. The girl asked him if he was really going to leave just like that. Duan only asked for forgiveness in front of her since he was not very used to this kind of thing. Zia just fell silent for a second. She asked him to let her go with him because Qinshuan was too dangerous and she could be useful to him. The boy just walked past her and thanked her, but he doesn't want her to risk her life. The shelter just survived a zombie outbreak and they all need each other. Before the girl had time to turn around, she saw that Goldie had assumed his true form. She just asked the guy if he would come back again. Duan replied that he was not going anywhere and would definitely return. The young man mounted his faithful companion and they headed straight to Qinchuan, and from that moment on, their adventure officially began. After a week of staying in the city, Duan realized that during this time, as he expected, the number of mutated zombies was much greater compared to his past life. He tried to enter the central area many times this week, but he never succeeded, and when he used detection, he saw C-rank zombies that were in the very center. But every time he approached that place, the evolution tree gave a strong reaction, as if it wanted him to hurry up and head there. Since the tree reacted like this, he must definitely go and check this place. From now on, he was going to start the planned method of infiltrating the center of Qinchuan. They needed to quickly finish everything and get back to rest, which couldn't help but please Goldie. They entered some building, but Goldie immediately felt something and began to growl. Duan noticed the strange reaction of the pet, but still did not feel the presence of a stranger. They have been living at this base for several days, but before that they cleared the entire area of zombies. But the guy understood perfectly well that Goldie's sense of smell was stronger than his. Maybe a zombie really had appeared, who was simply hiding his smell. The young man immediately used his blades, received from the professor, and asked Goldie not to rush. First, they needed to look around. Duan entered the room and was literally speechless. He saw a guy in front of him who was turning to his sister and asking her to eat in peace, because this place was very reliable. Suddenly, the guy noticed Duan and asked who he was and what he was doing here. Duan, in turn, did not expect that there could be survivors in such a dangerous zone. The boy immediately asked his sister to hold on to her and admitted that he didn't think they would find them so quickly. He immediately took out a knife and rushed at Duan, shouting that he would not surrender to the bastard Zhang Kang and would not return to that damned place. Duan tries to explain to him that he is not who the guy thought he was. He has no idea who this Zhang Kang is. The guy took a closer look and immediately asked for forgiveness. He really mistook him for another person. Duan asked him to look more carefully next time before waving his arms. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died by now. The boy and his sister bowed to Duan and apologized, because not only did he almost kill him, but he also ate his food. Duan replied that everything was fine, and they shouldn't worry about it. He introduced himself to them and asked how to address them, and why they were here at all. The boy replied that his name was Chen and his little sister was Huan. 15 minutes later, Chen fully recounted everything that had happened to him. He also had a girlfriend, but she was tortured and raped by Zhang Kang and other freaks, and then fed to a monster. Now he only has Huan left, and he can't let anything happen to her. Chen blamed himself that all this happened only because he was too weak. He couldn't even take revenge on them. Duan got really angry and said that it wasn't his fault. These creatures had crossed all boundaries. They started using people to feed the monster. Chen also added that this is not all. Zhang Kang often used people to lure zombies and feed them to the monster. Duan understood that under normal circumstances, whether it was a zombie or a beast, if they met a person, they would kill and eat him. But these people were feeding a monster. This was very strange, and something was clearly not right here. Suddenly, the young man had an idea and asked Chen to show him his hand. Duan confirmed his guess and noticed a similar plant seed on his shoulder. This monster needs human nutrition, probably because it is a plant type and cannot move around in search of food. He also realized that they have a certain camouflage or luring method, like how a piranha lures prey to its lair, and if you plant seeds in a human body and mark them as food, and then use them to lure zombies, this method will bear fruit. When the apocalypse came, the virus spread throughout the world. Most living beings were infected, and the virus turned animals into ruthless and bloodthirsty monsters, including plants, of course. But compared to humans and animals, plants show only a few specific changes even after infection. A number of rare, more valuable plant-type monsters have a source of life force and a huge gene inside their body. It is rumored that a drop of life force from a plant-type monster, no matter how badly injured a person is, can instantly restore it and also allow the person to evolve. It was because of these unique abilities that, in his past life during the apocalypse, whenever a mutated plant-type monster appeared, it attracted countless people who would fight to the death for it. He never thought that in a place like this, he would encounter such a rare plant monster. He just needed to kill it. obtain its life source, and only then would he be able to enter the center of Qinchuan. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts by Chen, who noticed that the young man was deep in thought about something. Duan only said that this place is unsafe and will quickly find them here. He is sure that the bastards are already somewhere nearby, because there is seed on their hands that gives away their location. Chen didn't even know about it. It's no wonder that every time they hide, they are found very quickly. They should get out of here immediately. Duan asked him not to worry. He couldn't stay away, so he would help them destroy all these scumbags. Chen was very grateful to the guy, but he apparently doesn't know Zhang Kang. He has not only weapons, but also superpowers. Even the two of them can't handle him. Duan said that his sister was separated from him because he was not good enough. He understood his feelings very well and knew what he should do, and since there were seeds in their bodies, even if they wanted to escape, they would be caught sooner or later. Chen couldn't help but agree with him, but what should he do in that case? Duan replied that they wouldn't do anything. For now, they should just rest here and wait until they were found, since they needed to get to their base. An hour later, a crowd of bastards burst into the room. Duan asked if Zhang Kang was among those scum, but Chen denied it, so the youth asked him to go ahead with the plan and let them capture them. One of the scoundrels turned to Chen and said that because of him, the boss had screwed him up. He immediately punched Chen in the face. Duan was immediately worried about him, but Chen said he was fine. Suddenly, the bastard turned around and saw Duane, but he didn't care who he was, so he ordered the others to grab him. The boss would definitely like the new bait. They also noticed Goldie and decided to take him along with them, since they could use some extra protein for dinner. At the same time, two guards stood outside Zhang Kang's office and listened to the cries of the unfortunate victim, who begged him to simply kill her. They noticed that lately the boss likes to play around. He brings guys and girls and makes them watch while he has fun with her. The boss clearly has some kind of disgusting interest in this, but in such an environment, whoever is strong rules. At the same time, a man named Li Feng was tied up in the boss's room and trying to shout something while the bastard was having fun with his girlfriend. The beaten lady only asked for forgiveness from her lover, which angered Li even more. The scoundrel walked up to him and asked if he didn't enjoy such a wonderful show. The bastard told him that he should be grateful to his girlfriend, because if it weren't for her, he would have died long ago, so he should blame himself for being so weak and worthless. The bastard tore the tape off his mouth because he was interested in hearing Li's thoughts after watching it. Li immediately started shouting that Zhang was the last bastard, and he promised that he would kill him no matter what. But the next moment, the scoundrel hit the guy right in the stomach, causing him to start coughing up blood. Zhang believed that such a weak dog could only bark and howl. He continued to kick the poor guy. He would beat him until he became crippled, and then he would use him as bait. The girl got up from the bed and reminded that Zhang had promised her that he would let them go if she agreed to his request. But the bastard had no intention of letting them go from the very beginning, because they were his valuable ingredients. The girl began to cry furiously and curse the scoundrel. At that moment, the wall in the room collapsed and Duan entered, who was beside himself with rage. Zhang didn't understand what kind of a brat this was in front of him. Who did he even come to? Duan walked past him and immediately headed towards the girl, only replying that he didn't need to know the name of the person who would soon die. The young man told the girl that she would be okay, and that she should find a safe place to hide for now. Zhang shouted for the guard outside to grab this guy immediately, but only Chen entered the room with his sister and Goldie, saying that his guards were already dead. The bastard simply couldn't believe what he had just heard. Li asked the young man, "He is Duan Fei, isn't he?" Duan immediately remembered him when he was bullied in elementary school because he didn't have parents. It was this person who appeared and protected him. At that moment, Zhang finally lost his temper and turned his hand into a plant. He immediately rushed towards Duan, who realized that the scoundrel had already managed to awaken the ability of the beast claw. The guy easily stopped his hand, but the bastard immediately released several more vines. Duan knew very well that this was a normal ability. If the claws did not have a poison element that paralyzed the nerves, or if there was no awakener in this area, then it was simply useless. The young man immediately found himself behind the scoundrel, thinking that this Zhang was relying on a plant monster to become something like a king. Duan instantly cut his hand because it was time for them to finish this. Zhang begged him to stop. He admits his guilt and is ready to be punished if only he would not be killed. But Dwan didn't even want to listen to him. People like him have no right to live. But suddenly he was stopped by Chen and Li, who themselves wanted to deal with the bastard who had brought them so much suffering. Dwan tried to dissuade them since they were wounded, but Li didn't even want to listen. This bastard treated their girls like that, and as men, they should pay him back. Dwan didn't understand what was happening. For some reason, he felt the presence of a small part of the potential from their bodies. Were they really about to awaken? In his past life, he heard that in a crisis situation, people could awaken. It seemed like Li and Chen were just like that. Therefore, he allowed them to deal with the scoundrel because if he entered the center of Qinchuan with 2 more awakened ones, it would be much safer. At the same time, Zhang was thinking that these scum really wanted to die. He could use them as hostages and escape from here. The boys immediately rushed into the attack, armed with 2 bats. Zhang was able to block Li's blow, but the thought that they dared to attack him made him incredibly angry. He shouted that they were just scum who couldn't even protect their own woman. At that very moment, Chen flew into the bastard from the other side, throwing him aside. Zhang couldn't understand what the hell was going on and why were these 2 stronger than they were before. He was simply seething with anger. He was infuriated by the very fact that bugs like them were looking down on him. The bastard decided that even if he died, he would take them with him to the next world, and a moment later he chopped Li's bat into small pieces. Chen noticed this and was distracted by his partner, but the bastard immediately stabbed him right in the stomach. Did he really have time to worry about others? The girl Li begged Dwan to help them, because they clearly couldn't handle this scoundrel. But the young man only replied that now was not the time. He understands their pain and how they hate him because they are weak. They are trying to atone for their guilt, and the search for change is also associated with risk. The worse the situation, the higher the chance of awakening the potential. Zhang grabbed Li and said that ultimately they are just pieces of shit who like to act like tough guys. The bastard was about to finish him off, and the girl Li continued to beg the guy to save him quickly. The young man realized that it seemed difficult to use this method to awaken and become strong. He already took out his daggers to deal with the scoundrel. But at that very moment, they noticed that Li's body had literally turned black. All that could be heard was the scream of his girlfriend, who couldn't believe what was happening. As expected, it was too risky. If he could send him green energy in time, he could temporarily save him, and then quickly kill the mutated plant to get the life source to cure him. But suddenly, Dwan noticed that his body suddenly felt heavy. It turned out to be Chen, who used his new B-rank ability, which controls the gravity of any place, and its power increases depending on the user's strength. The bastard didn't understand what the hell was going on. Did that scumbag Chen also get an ability? At that very moment, Li's corpse literally began to evaporate right in his hands. Dwan didn't expect that Li was also able to awaken. Li awakened an extremely rare A-rank ability that allowed the user's body to turn into a shadow and could change into any shape, and the user could also dive into the shadows to avoid damage. At that moment, Li was already behind Zhang and said that he should say goodbye to life. The bastard told him not to think that he could defeat him after he got some lousy ability. He wanted to swing at the young man, but his body was so heavy that he couldn't even move. Li asked him not to worry, because he would not kill him right away. He would cut him into pieces and slowly torture him in the house of death. He will make him feel despair. The bastard wanted to say something, but Li immediately shut him up because he was already too noisy for someone who was about to die. Li cut off part of his face and wondered what he should cut off next. Maybe he should cut off that very hand that he was so proud of. The next moment, the guy cut off the scoundrel's hand. It was for all the people he betrayed. Li continued to cut the bastard into small pieces, saying that this was for the girls he had humiliated, for Chen's sister, and for everyone who had suffered at his hands. He didn't stop and continued to tell the bastard that this was because he had abilities. But he didn't protect, but mocked weaker people. Even before his death, the bastard did not understand what kind of protection of people the guy was talking about. If he encountered such a monster, he would not even have the courage to raise his head. After this, Zhang's dead body fell to the ground, which literally turned into a bloody mess. At that very moment, Li fell straight to the ground. Duan immediately ran up to him and told the others that he had been poisoned, and because of these movements, the poison had spread throughout his entire body. Suddenly, some kind of earthquake began, and Duan explained that it was because of a monster that sensed the death of his food supplier and went berserk. Lee asked the boy not to worry about him and to go quickly. He would only be a burden to them, but Duan assured him that everything would be fine. Chen picked up his comrade and asked Duan what he was going to do next. The young man said that he would stay to deal with this monster. That was the reason she came here in the first place, and once he defeated the monster, they would be able to cure Lee. At that moment, huge roots broke through the walls of the building and the boys began to run away, but Chen did not understand. Could they really allow Duan to fight this monster alone? Lee admitted that he had known the boy since elementary school, although a lot of time had passed since they last met. But today they met again, and his changes cannot but surprise. That same weak look completely disappeared. His maturity itself changed. Lee himself understood perfectly well that they could not help him in any way. Now they could only believe in him. Duan turned to the monster and told him that he could no longer hide and show his main body. At that very moment, the boys ran out into the street and saw a huge monster that was simply amazing in its size. Chen realized that they had been living above this monster all this time. Would Duan really be able to defeat it? Suddenly, the boys noticed Duane, who had saddled Goldie and was heading straight towards the monster. The youth knew that this was a large-sized Tyrant King flower. In his past life, he had heard about the S-Rank flower stem tyrant's raid, and that battle had been won with many losses. But now there was only a D-rank plant in front of him, but its energy was unstable. If he and Goldie acted together, then it wouldn't cause any trouble. The plant turned to him and said that the boy was very strong, which surprised Duane, because it meant that he already had his own consciousness. The monster said that he killed his puppet, so he must replace him and become his new food provider. Duan only told him to stop talking such nonsense and go to hell. In that case, the guy would have to die, and the monster would immediately attack him. Duan told Goldie that it was his turn now. He had to stop the body of this royal tyrant flower, and he would go inside it and finish it off. Duan moved closer to the monster and immediately used his absorption skill. He knew that the mutated plant had a weak spot. It was the energy core inside its body, which was its lifeline. If he could find it and capture it, he would be able to subdue the plant itself. A notification from the system immediately appeared that the enemy's body was too large and could not be absorbed, but the guy expected such an outcome. The monster could not believe that the little man dared to contradict him and immediately attacked from behind. But then Goldie appeared and protected his master by catching the monster's vines with his teeth. The young man thanked his friend, which made Goldie feel proud of himself. Duan also reminded him not to eat these vines, because inside them there was only poison. He would find the core and leave the outer shell for him. The dog immediately spat the poisonous vine out of his mouth. The monster approached Goldie and offered him to work with him. He just needed to kill the guy who had unimaginable energy in him. Goldie just thought that no one would want to work with a plant as ugly as him. At this time, Duan had already made his way inside the monster and immediately smelled an incredibly terrible smell. He realized that the battle outside had already begun, even though Goldie had evolved to rank E. But facing the D-rank Tyrant King flower was still dangerous. He had to find the core urgently. Suddenly, he noticed traces of digestive juice on his hand after he touched one of the walls. It looks like the whole center has merged with it. This must be the inner area of the plant, and the core must also be somewhere here. Suddenly, he heard someone's cries for help, not expecting that there were still survivors here. A girl approached him and begged him to save her. She just said that she was incredibly hungry. And the next moment, it was not a person who appeared in front of the young man, but a terrible zombie who immediately attacked the guy. Duan reacted in time and jumped away from the monster. He again heard dozens of voices asking the guy to help them. Suddenly, he saw that corpses of people who had already been swallowed by the plant began to appear from the vines. The plant spoke directly to Duan and admitted that these were indeed the people who had been absorbed by him. He had specially copied their appearance and voice. When he is bored, he can use them to kill boredom. Suddenly, a corpse of a woman appeared in front of the guy who was about to attack the young man, and the monster asked him what he thought about his collection. Duan instantly chopped her head off, saying that he had no time for idle chatter. He doesn't want to look at his perverted tastes, these fights and killing each other. He has seen it too many times, and these were real living people. The monster was very angry. He couldn't believe that the guy was so heartless. He'll make the guy feel down. Suddenly, the young man heard a child's voice that addressed him as if he were an older brother. The little girl's corpse begged him to save her. The monster immediately noticed the guy's reaction. Couldn't he really kill a little girl? In that case, he should let the young man hear even more of her sweetest sounds. Duan was simply torn apart with anger, and he promised that the bastard would die even more painfully. The plant just laughed, because now he knows his weakness, so he has no chance of winning. At that very moment, Duan rushed straight into the monster at breakneck speed. The monster laughed loudly, because now he was going to strangle him to death with his own body. Duan used the absorption skill on his blades and began to cut the bastard from the inside. The plant began to feel incredible pain. Duan just continued cutting the vines and going deeper and deeper. The monster admitted that he admired his bravery and still decided to spare him if he left right now. The young man asked if this was really the monster's way of asking for mercy. The monster only replied that he was giving him a chance to stay alive, and if he came even one step closer, he would pay the consequences. Duan noticed a red glow coming from beneath the roots and concluded that the core must be below that level. The plant couldn't believe that the man even knew about the core. Who the hell was he? The young man cut the vines and was surprised that such a huge monster had such a small core. The monster continued to threaten him that he would kill him if he came closer, but Duane was only surprised that the bastard was still acting so arrogantly before his death. Duan used the absorption skill and reached out to the core. But at that very moment, the roots of the tree of evolution emerged from his hand and dug right into the core. The young man didn't understand what was going on. The monster couldn't believe that the guy had such a pure plant source. It was simply impossible for some pathetic little human. Suddenly, the guy appeared again in the purgatory of the tree of evolution and asked him why he absorbed the flower of the tyrant king before him. The tree replied that since it was the same type of plant, it could directly absorb its essence, thus obtaining a purer source for it to evolve. Duan even felt a bit offended that everyone who was next to him had evolved, but he had not. The next moment, a notification appeared that the system had been updated, and the young man had unlocked new abilities. The young man opened an ability contract, with which he can make a contract with a target and gain the target's abilities, and if the target itself dies, the contract will be ineffective, and also the target can only be humans. The contract power of the ability is equivalent to the skill level. The absorption ability can absorb the ability fragment to make the contract of the ability increase. Duan understood that in simple terms, this was an improvement in absorption ability, one aimed at zombies and the other at humans. The young man finally understood why the tree cared so much about the Tyrant King's flower, but it was not so, because in this area there was another monster, stronger than this one. But first they need to find the source of life force. At the same time, the guys outside noticed that the monster had fallen to the ground, which meant Duan's victory. Lee asked Chen to go and check if Duan was okay. Chen didn't want to leave them alone, but Lee assured him that they were safe, and that if anything happened, he could lead everyone to shelter. At the same time, Duan approached the source of life force, which turned out to be under the core itself, which meant that Lee would be saved. Suddenly, Chen appeared and called out to the guy. He came here because they were all worried about him. The young man noticed Goldie in his arms and did not understand why he was there, and Chen said that when he came here, he saw him in the ruins and decided to take him with him. Duan thanked him and also told him that this place was very safe, so let him go and bring the others here. They needed to deal with Lee's poison immediately. The guy also lowered Goldie into the spring. He really did a good job. It must be hard to fight a D-rank monster alone, so he should get a good rest. 20 minutes later, Duan placed Lee in the spring as well, and explained to the others that after this, not only the poison, but also any of his wounds would be healed. Chen was surprised because he had never seen anything like this before, and Duane also told him that he should also go inside. The boy replied that he was not injured, but Duan explained that the life force source could increase his physical strength and help him quickly rise in rank. They and Lee just awakened, so this will help them become stronger. Chen decided to listen to him and also climbed inside, and Duan thought that they might need some time to absorb, and since he received the ability contract, he only thought about them. He has collected many fragments that can be used to level up the ability contract, and then he can sign a contract with them, but for now he will only choose one. The young man used his new skill and reached Lee. A moment later, the system sent a notification that the guy had received a new Shadow Rupture skill. Dwan asked Goldie to protect them while he went on patrol. The young man went outside because now he needs to collect more ability fragments to improve the contract skill and sign Chen's ability. Now he will clear out the nearest zombies and at the same time get acquainted with his new ability. Dwan sensed that there were zombies on the next street. He can stretch his shadow within his level 5 detection zone and use the shadow as a medium. And a moment later, the young man had already activated the absorption ability. Dwan instantly exterminated many zombies, receiving an insane amount of notifications from the system about receiving evolution points. Still, the shadow gap combined with the ability. Absorption is very convenient when clearing low-level zombies. Now he needs more fragments of abilities, but something made him curious. Dwan felt that there was a special aura near him that did not belong to either a zombie or a human. At the same time, an unknown girl was dancing ballet in a circle of a huge monster and a little girl. This girl was sitting on the giant's shoulder and praising her little sister, which she does very well. The next moment, she jumped to the ground and invited the big guy to draw with her. They discussed what pose the girl should take so that he could draw her. But suddenly, something caught the giant's attention. The girl realized that someone had come to her again. It was Dwan who immediately appeared next to her and finally realized what this strange source of aura was. The little girl ordered the giant to deal with the guy immediately, and he rushed to attack. The next moment, Dwan easily dealt with him, cutting him into pieces, which greatly surprised the girl. She didn't understand who he was and how he even appeared here, because there were many traps set up around, and she would definitely have found out about someone's appearance. Dwan was surprised that she made it so that the zombies wouldn't move. Fortunately, he used the shadow gap to pass here and didn't disturb them. But suddenly, he finally realized that the baby could control the zombies. He came closer to her and asked her what her name was. She replied that if he didn't apologize, Anya wouldn't answer her question. But the girl herself did not realize that she had already told him her name, and Dwayne immediately realized that the girl in front of him would become an S-rank warrior in the future, known as the Black Queen. In his past life, after the apocalypse, the Black Queen was the first human to be infected with the virus, but for some unknown reason, the virus damaged her body but kept her from losing consciousness. Thus, the Black Widow became a zombie with a human consciousness. She also had two types of abilities: the power of the mental spirit mind, which she used to destroy the enemy's consciousness, as well as control over zombies. Because of the power and special presence of the Black Queen, people were at odds. One side wanted to kill her, and the other wanted her to stay alive. In the end, although people treated her as a human being, the unpleasant conversation still continued, and in the end, she chose the role of a loner. There were rumors about her, that she was a cold-blooded demon with an increase in the form of murders, but such a pure and innocent Anya, no matter how he looked at it, did not look like a demon. Suddenly, Anya distracted him from his thoughts, and the guy hurried to ask her for forgiveness. He had no evil intentions. He just wants to be friends with her, although in fact he needed to recruit strong people like her. The girl replied that they had already come to her, and she said that she would not be friends with them. Dwan immediately asked if she knew what these people looked like. Anya took a closer look at him and decided that he didn't look like a bad person, so she would draw them for him. After a short argument about the fact that the guy never told where he found out about her, but after some time, the girl still drew those people. A few days ago, these people came to find her, but she ran away, although Dwayne could not find out who and how kidnapped his little sister. But he knows for sure that someone is hunting for Anya. Anya also said that there were many people in black cloaks, and their goal was to exterminate zombies, and many zombies and evolved beasts were captured by them. The next moment, the earth began to crack, and some kind of earthquake began. Anya said that time was running out. There was a strong evolved beast nearby. It was just about to go and feast on someone. Dwan immediately took the girl in his arms and managed to jump away from the monster that appeared together with her. The young man asked the girl to hold on to him tighter, but Anya did not understand what he was trying to do. A moment later, Dwan cut the bastard in half at breakneck speed. Anya was surprised that the guy dealt with him so easily. If you look at it from afar, it may even seem that it is shining. Duan asked her if she could control such monsters, but the girl had not yet grown to that level, so the young man would take her to a safe place, because there was definitely nothing for her to do here. In an instant, they found themselves near the very center where the young man killed the huge plant, which surprised Anya. At the same time, Goldie felt someone's presence, which the others noticed. Duan appeared immediately, but the boys were more interested in who this little girl was with him. The guy said that he found her when he was on patrol and decided to take her with him. He also asked them how they felt after absorbing the source of life force. Lee said that they had become stronger, but he couldn't help but ask about the ability that Duan had just used. Duan confirmed that this was his shadow rupture, and his ability opened up the possibility of borrowing the abilities of others. Lee didn't mind at all. He was sure that the guy would find a more suitable use for him, and Chen asked what about his skill, but Dwayne explained that his ability was temporary and could not be borrowed. But what worried Goldie most was that the girl had taken his place on Duan's shoulder, so the young man decided to put her down on the ground. He told everyone that the situation had changed and they now needed to plan their next steps. He said that everything was getting complicated. There were 2 unknown forces, so staying here could be dangerous, so the guys needed to return to the shelter and wait for him. But the guys were against it, because they didn't want to leave Duan alone again. But it wasn't that they were weak. Lee needed to protect his girlfriend Ning, and Chen needed to protect his little sister. Duan calmed them down and said that Goldie would help them get to the shelter. Lee decided not to argue. Since it was so dangerous here, they should all leave together. But the guy said that he would not go anywhere, because in the center of Qinchuan there might be information about his sister. He definitely needed to find out. The guy still agreed with his decision. Since he now has the ability of shadow rupture, then they really will be useless here. But what is he going to do with the girl? Duan said that she would go with him. Anya is unique and is temporarily not suitable for shelter. The guy put them on Goldie and said that after they got to the shelter, they should find Xiao or Miss Jia and say that they came from him. Anya told the guy that Goldie just said he wanted to stay but was too obedient, and also asked if she could use her control abilities on him. The young man politely refused her, and when the boys flew away, he said that they needed to go to the center of Qinchuan. The girl again noticed that the guy seemed to glow. Suddenly, everything around them turned black, which scared her, but Duan explained that they were inside his shadow, so they could move quickly and remain undetected. They just need to go in the right direction, and in 10 minutes they will reach the desired point. He also understood that there could be many unknown things happening in the center, so he should be prepared for anything, and decided to check all his accumulated points after killing the Tyrant King, which turned out to be about 20,000. Duan immediately upgraded his strength to level 8, his agility to level 8, and decided to spend the remaining 7,000 points on detection and upgraded it to level 7 as well, since with the help of Shadow Rupture, he would be able to increase its advantages of detection itself. Suddenly, the guy began to be covered in an aura that even Anya could feel, and Duan asked her not to come close to him. The promotion was really impressive. Even though he was still F rank, he felt like he had reached the D rank standard. At the same time, a group of unknown people told their boss that they had been walking here for several days, but still had not seen the ruins he was talking about. It was a team of 4 people. The short, chubby one was named Jin, the red-haired boy was named Amin, the girl was Hei, and their leader was Alon. Alon ordered them not to make too much noise because there was a D rank nearby, and they couldn't waste their strength until they found the ruins. But Amin wasn't worried at all because even Sister Yun had left, so for the boss, it was nothing. Alon took out his map and said that the entrance to the ruins should be nearby. The boss said it was time for Alon to show what he could do. The boy used his A-rank density ability, with which he can determine the density of substances, change it, and control their molecular structure. Hei asked Alon if Yun would go with them to explore the ruins, and the guy explained that she had her own mission, because she came here to find someone. Amin confirmed the boss's guess and said that there really was a large space below. Perhaps a passage could be made here. Alon gave his consent, and the young man immediately created a huge hole in the ground. The boys looked down and saw a huge cave, which was frightening in its size. At the same time, Duan was moving at breakneck speed in his shadow and suddenly felt some strange energy. Anya also felt it, which scared her. The tree of evolution also reacted. Maybe what it was worrying about was finding exactly where they were heading? The guy noticed a large B-rank monster monkey outside that was burned to ashes. Could it be that those unknown people were doing this? Duan realized that he had a similar goal to them. Perhaps someone has already opened the ruins, and this strange energy appeared because of this. They definitely want the same thing as he does. He asked Anya to hold on tighter and sped up even faster. 10 minutes later, Duan confirmed his suspicions when he saw a hole that was the entrance to the ruins. The guy warned the girl that he himself didn't know what might be down there, so it would be better for her to stay here. Anya immediately began to object, because she wanted to go with her older brother Duan together. The guy decided not to argue and agreed. He also understood that she could be one of the unknown's targets, so it would be better for her to stay close to him. They jumped down, and the young man asked Anya not to leave him for a single step. 2 paths appeared in front of them, and Duan noticed the broken iron armor and concluded that the unknown people went to the right, so they would go on the left side. Duan understood that there shouldn't be many of them there because they couldn't have split up like that, and he had no time for fighting now. He looked closely at the armor and realized that these were battle dolls that were unlikely to be standing there for no reason, so he asked Anya to stand here while he went and checked everything. Immediately the dolls came to life and began to say that an invader had been discovered. Duan managed to dodge their attack and immediately destroyed all the dolls with his shadow break skill. Anya noticed something inside the armor and called Duan to look at her find. The guy came closer and saw some kind of crystal, coming to the conclusion that this must be what made them move. If he remembers correctly, it is called an energy core crystal, which contains a lot of energy. But unfortunately, they are all of the lowest rank, and therefore completely useless, which disappointed Anya, who collected them all in her bag. Suddenly, there was a scraping sound of metal, and Duan ordered the girl to quickly leave here. Suddenly, a huge E-rank battle puppet appeared in front of them, which surprised the guy, because he didn't expect to see an E-rank so quickly. The puppet immediately slashed its sword straight at Duan's neck, but he only used the shadow rupture skill and literally dissolved his body. The knight didn't even understand what happened. Duan was immediately behind him. He just needed to destroy his energy core crystal and he would no longer be able to move. The young man immediately used his skill and the shadows literally began to tear the puppet apart from the inside. But the golem was still able to defend itself from this attack. Duan thought that he would protect the crystal at any cost. He had no choice but to go into battle with his bare fists. The puppet immediately dealt a crushing blow with his sword, from which the floor literally shattered into small pieces. At that moment, Duan used shadow rupture again and literally tore off his arm. The young man immediately jumped into the air and flew from his knee into the puppet's head, crushing it into a tin can. The guy approached the fallen golem and tried to get his crystal, because it should not be of the lowest rank. Duan saw an intermediate rank crystal. He threw it to Anya, allowing her to keep it, which could not but please the girl. The guy picked up a stone slab that looked unfinished. He couldn't see any information. Apparently, he needed to put the puzzle together first. At that very moment, the floor literally began to shake. A moment later, a staircase appeared down, and Duan didn't understand what the hell was going on here. He looked at the stone slab again and concluded that it was a guidebook. The guy told Anya that they should go down. Duan guessed that the guide of the stone slab should lead to its brother, which should be inside the stronger puppet. They had barely gone down when they noticed a multitude of huge spiders. Duan handed the plate to the girl and ordered her to stay there and not go anywhere. The boy noticed that his opponents were E-rank calamity spiders. Although he himself is F-rank, he has 2 S-rank skills and 1 A-rank skill, and his combat abilities should be D-rank or even better. But since he will have to face those who took the other path, so in order to prevent anything bad from happening, he must get as many things as possible from the ruins and increase his combat power. Duan continued to exterminate the spiders one after another, wondering why these people would come here. Maybe they also have information about the secret of the Qinshuan Center? He was sure that this was not just a coincidence. He must let the tree evolve once more, then he can be confident when he faces them face to face. But first he must unravel the secret of the stone slab. The next moment, Duan defeated the last spider with his skill, tearing it apart. Anya was surprised that Duan was so strong and defeated the huge spider so quickly, but the young man only explained that he knew his weak spot. As he thought, the second part of the stone slab was here. In addition to the slab, he also found an intelligence crystal, and after using it, the target's intelligence will increase permanently by 10%. Duan came to the conclusion that it was not very useful for him, but it would suit Anya just fine, since she constantly uses her intellect. The guy handed her the crystal, and the girl immediately felt something. At that moment, her intellect was literally overflowing, and Duan explained to her that this crystal could increase the power of her intellect, and her abilities would greatly increase. Now he needs to deal with these slabs. He connected them, and a moment later a hologram appeared. Duan realized that this was a map of ruins. The lines were the path, the golden lights were rewards, and the red ones were danger. The golden light was on the 5th and 3rd floors. It looked like it would be guarded by strong guards. Anya noticed that there was no route to the 3rd floor on the map. Duan himself noticed this, but what is there? Suddenly, the girl drew his attention to the fact that there was some movement from the spider. A moment later, the monster's corpse fell and a hole appeared underneath it. The guy realized that this was the path to the 3rd floor. Now he knows that the stone slab points to a hidden path. After a moment, the hologram began to become a star. Duan immediately grabbed her. Anya asked him what it was, but the young man himself was not sure, but still decided to take her with him. He told the girl that it was time for them to move on. They approached the very hole into which the spider had fallen and immediately noticed how deep it was. At the same time, the rest of the group of guys went down to the 5th floor, and Amin said that he did not feel any tension while they were walking here, but Hay told him that this was far from his merit. They came to some path, and Amin thought that now they would fight the final boss. The boy noticed a huge knight and thought that he would also attack, but Hay said that it was a stone statue, not a helmet and armor, so he would not come to life. Amin replied that the girl was simply picking on his words, but Hay was simply stating the facts and asked him not to stand so close to her. Otherwise, she would become infected with his stupidity. Alon immediately calmed them down and ordered them to stop arguing, since they had just arrived. The boys went inside, and the lights in the room immediately lit up, and they saw a huge sarcophagus that was sealed with chains. It turned out to be a crystal coffin, and the stone slab in the girl's hands was the broken divine hand they were looking for. Alon asked Jin to take this divine hand and protect it, no matter what happens. The boss also told Amin and Hai to go into fight mode because they had some pesky rats behind them. Alon immediately shouted at the spies to come out, because he had already inhaled enough of their disgusting smell. 3 people in robes immediately jumped down, and Alan confirmed his guess. These were people from the disaster group after all. The strangers told the boys that they were traitors to the true God and would be punished. Alon replied that an organization that hides in the dark also claims to be traitors, and rats should hide in the sewers. The scoundrels didn't hesitate for a second and immediately attacked the boys. Alon ordered his comrades to not let them escape and to protect Jin while he took the divine hand. At the same time, Duan and Anya had already gone down to the 3rd floor. The girl immediately felt a terrible aura from the other side of the door, but Duan felt it too. The next moment, Duan grabbed his chest, which greatly frightened Anya. It turned out to be the evolution tree's reaction, which was incredibly strong, as if what it wanted was right in front of them. Most likely, it should be a plant of a higher class than the flower of the tyrant king. He immediately took Anya, and with the help of a shadow rift, they entered the room, where they saw the core itself and 2 huge spears. Duan planned to quietly absorb the core and end it. Once he obtains this core, the evolution tree will be able to evolve again, allowing him to increase his strength. Then he will be able to rush to the 5th floor and fight those unknowns. Before the guy could activate the absorption skill, the core immediately sensed it. Duan realized that they had been discovered, but he didn't understand how, since they were in the shadows. At that very moment, a huge core guardian appeared. As always, things couldn't go smoothly for the guy, and he again asked Anya to go into the shadows and he would sort everything out himself. Duan understood that the evolution tree might appear to absorb the energy core again, but he couldn't let Anya see it. The guard immediately attacked the young man with his huge spear, but the boy dodged it in time. The young man figured out that the core was using the vines to control the statue. He just needed to extract it. He immediately went straight to the neck and delivered a crushing blow. But this stone statue was different in strength from the others, so there wasn't even a scratch on it. Duan realized that daggers would hardly work on such a giant. He decided to limit his mobility. It was difficult for him to attack the core, which was too high. The young man slipped between the statue's legs to avoid his attack again. Duan expected that his strength and reaction speed would be much higher. He was definitely a D rank. An idea came to the guy's head, and he immediately rushed at breakneck speed straight towards the guard. It turns out he managed to grab a liana that was hanging from the wall and, using a shadow rift, make it wrap around the statue's neck. Duan decided to test how long his opponent could last when faced with his 8th level strength. He only had to apply a little of his strength, and the huge statue immediately fell to the ground. The young man came closer and saw that the rod was literally shaking with fear, so he leaves it on the tree of evolution. At that very moment, the main body of the tree emerged from the guy's chest, which surprised him. The tree once again sent its roots straight into the core, and a moment later a girl appeared, who was the tree of evolution. The guy was even a little surprised that the tree was a girl. Duan also noted that he could evolve to E rank. He needed 4 types of characteristics to advance to the next level, and if any of them were missing, he would not be able to evolve. But since all the conditions were met, Duan immediately began the process of evolution. In an instant, he became E rank, and all of his stats increased by 1 level. His absorption skill also improved to level 2, which meant that when absorbing a target, the chance of obtaining a fragment would be between 1 and 2%. Thanks to the tree with clear requirements, evolution happens much faster and more conveniently. Remembering the past, in order to increase the level, he ran like crazy, killing a cloud of zombies. Duan turned to the girl and asked her why she chose him to be reborn. The girl apologized and replied that she couldn't answer that right now. She didn't have a memory of all the events, but there was a voice in her brain that told her to keep developing, and there would be an answer to everything. Duan was surprised that his evolution was the key for her. No wonder she helped him during the zombie wave attack and allowed him to continue evolving. The girl admitted that her memory is directly linked to his evolution, so his growth is very important to her. Finally, she said that she couldn't stay outside for long, so now she would go back into the system. The young man initially wanted to stop her to find out about Xinyue, but he would do that the next time he logged in again. Now he should go look for those unknown people. He told Anya that it was time for them to move on, and the girl was surprised that he had defeated such a giant so quickly. At that very moment, the ground began to shake right under the statue, and a moment later there was an explosion from where Alon appeared, fighting with 2 people in robes. The guys immediately noticed each other, which couldn't help but surprise them. Alon addressed Duan directly and said that he didn't think he would be able to meet people here. This meant that there was still a floor that they and their group had not explored. Duan asked Anya if these were the people she had already met, and the girl replied that she had only seen strangers in robes, but had never seen this guy before. The unknown people ordered Alon to immediately hand over the broken divine arm. Amin immediately appeared behind his boss and told him that they had seriously injured Jin and Hei. They were definitely no match for them. From everything he heard, Duan realized that they were fighting for treasure. Alon apologized to the guy for dragging them into this story, but he had a favor to ask. He hoped that they could help them fight these enemies. Duan didn't understand why he needed to help them deal with them, since it didn't seem that difficult. But Amin told the boss that this guy was only an E rank. Why was he trying to ask for his help? The bastards in robes were D rank and mocked the guys. They were only able to kill one of them, and now by adding E rank they think they can win? Alon turned to Duan again and said that they were at a disadvantage. He felt that the young man was not an ordinary person, so he boldly invited him to join the battle, and he in turn would do everything possible to protect him. Even if he did not interfere, the bastards would attack them after they dealt with his group, because they were zombies. Amin didn't understand how a D rank could help in any way with his combat abilities. He was definitely following them and came here, and even with a little girl. The zombies turned to the boys again and said that they didn't have time to watch their empty talk. Duan didn't understand what the hell was going on here, but if he looked closely at the zombies, their body had a special aura that was quite familiar to him. The young man immediately remembered that he had already felt it. A similar aura was in that very same native that he had already exterminated. But why did such zombies have a similar type of aura? The young man immediately ordered Amin to stay with Anya and protect her, but he did not understand why he should listen to some E-ranker at all. But Dwan just ignored him and asked Alan to tell him everything after they killed the zombies. Dwan immediately rushed towards the zombies, not understanding why D-rank zombies had human intelligence. Judging from what he noticed, they had even already formed their own clan. The zombie immediately attacked the young man, but Dwan was only thinking about whether they had a leader. But first he needs to deal with these two, and then find out everything. The young man immediately repelled the attack of one of them, and a moment later found himself next to his opponent to deliver his own blow. But suddenly a second bastard appeared behind him, which caught him by surprise. Immediately a projectile of flame flew into the scoundrel's head, which protected the young man. It was the work of Alan, who possessed the A-rank flame skill. He asked Dwan not to act so rashly. He would be the main attacker, and he only needed to support him. Dwan also noticed that the awakened D-rank had reacted quite quickly, and his ability was also quite good. The zombies couldn't believe that E-rank was so fast they could feel the divine power in his body. Alan asked Dwayne to be careful because these creatures are difficult to deal with. Such damage is just a speck of dust for them. But the young man didn't even want to listen to him and again rushed towards the monsters at breakneck speed. Literally a moment later, Dwan was already near one of them and with one blow cut it into 2 parts. Amin couldn't believe that the guy had actually succeeded, but Anya didn't even doubt the guy's strength and was very proud of him. Alan confirmed his suspicions. The guy in front of him was not so simple, perhaps even too simple. Dwan received 600 evolution points for killing a D-rank zombie. And the second bastard was literally shaking with fear. Now he was absolutely sure that the young man was not E-rank. Why did he even have a divine aura? The young man turned to him and told him to talk less, because he was already too noisy for someone who was going to die soon. This made the scoundrel really angry. He swore that he would kill all the worthless people here. In a moment, he changed the shape of his body and turned into a huge giant. Dwan realized that this was definitely a natural zombie in front of him, so he should prepare to fight with all his might. He ordered the guys to quickly take Anya and run away from here as quickly as possible. Amin thought that this was some kind of madness. This place was not for normal people like them. Dwan noticed that Alan was not leaving, and he explained that the zombie had injured his comrades, so he had to take revenge on him. A moment later, the zombie took on its new appearance, and he himself rose to C-rank. The monster immediately attacked the guys with his spear, but they reacted in time and dodged the attack. Alan only thought that Dwan was indeed hiding his true level. He's clearly not an E-rank, but he can easily fight a C-rank zombie, so who is he? He is becoming more and more interested. Alan immediately attacked the zombie with his flames right in the face, but the monster only laughed and said that divine power was immortal, and it was useless against him. But at that very moment, Dwan appeared behind him, ready to strike. The guy was ready to deal with the bastard with his daggers, but the zombie managed to react and repel his attack with a spear. Dwan realized that this native was much stronger than the one he had encountered before. It seemed like they were becoming stronger at a breakneck speed. But he is no longer the same as he used to be. The youth used Shadow Rupture and dodged every attack of the bastard. The youth does not know who this Alan and the others are, so he cannot fully reveal himself to them. For the time being, he can only use Shadow Rupture and his own combat abilities to deal with them. Amin also noticed that the young man is far from E-rank. Is Alan sure that he was not mistaken? Alan asked not to ask him anything. He himself does not understand how E-rank suppresses C-rank. Dwan delivered a powerful blow that sent the monster flying straight into the wall. Alan turned to the boy and said that he was too strong to handle him alone, but Dwayne only replied that it was not enough yet. He said that the monster's defense was too high, and his current weapon couldn't deal fatal damage to it, although he knew that he could use the absorption skill to instantly kill it. But he needed to check something first. Now he has a plan to deal with the bastard, but he needs Alan to give him some time to prepare. Dwan said this because he wanted to test Alan's fighting ability and the strength of his abilities. At that very moment, the zombie rose from the ground and ran towards them at great speed. Although Alan was not pleased to admit it, the young man was much stronger than him. He must stop this monster or he will fall flat on his face. Alan launched a column of flame straight into the monster's face, stopping it for a short while. The guy told Dwayne to hurry up since he couldn't hold it anymore, and Dwayne in turn noticed that Alan's fire ability was very strong. No wonder he was able to become D rank in such a short period of time. His skill had a terrible explosive power and a large attack area. The guy would be very effective for him in the future. He should find a way to make an ability contract with him. Meanwhile, Dwan had already run up to the fallen statue and was about to take the spear of the defeated puppet. At the same time, the monster's patience had already snapped and he attacked Alon. Alon knew that Dwan was right. With their current fighting ability, they wouldn't be able to kill this monster. The bastard, meanwhile, shouted that humans were just meat bags for beating. The monster's attack almost reached Alon, who had no time to dodge. Dwan decided that he couldn't let this guy die just like that. He immediately threw a huge spear with incredible force straight at the bastard, blocking his attack. Alon was shocked by what was happening. He didn't even expect that Dwan would be able to lift such a spear and throw it himself. But suddenly the guys noticed that the monster managed to survive this attack. He managed to stop the spear a centimeter from the heart. Alan was already in despair because his only chance of winning had failed. But at that very moment, Dwayne ran up to the other end of the spear and began to push it straight towards the scoundrel. Even the monster admitted that his combat ability was indeed much stronger than he expected, but an E-rank cockroach like him couldn't compare to a C-rank like him. "The bastard will crush the boy and turn him into mush!" Each of them tried to push the spear into the other, but none of them was going to give in to each other. The monster was surprised that the guy still had strength. At that moment, Alan made himself known and ran up to Dwan to help him push the spear together. The bastard just laughed, because this would make his task easier and he would kill them both at the same time. Alan immediately began using his flames to finish off the bastard and asked Dwan to stand still. The boy used the flames behind them like a jet engine. The spear immediately began to move towards the monster, which he did not expect at all. But even so, the monster did not give up and held on until the very end. And Alan was surprised that the bastard still had strength. Suddenly, the zombie felt that someone's consciousness had suddenly flowed into his brain. The monster immediately said that Anya was the sweetest girl in the universe. And the guys realized that this was their chance. They immediately launched a spear straight into the bastard's chest, finishing him off once and for all. Eamon immediately grabbed the girl who fell to the ground. Anya explained to him that she tried her best to control the monster for 1 second. She did everything possible to help the guys. Elan immediately sat down on the ground because he was incredibly exhausted, but he was glad that they managed to defeat the monster. Dwan extended a helping hand to the boy, discreetly using the ability contract skill, and obtained his A-rank fire skill. Since the problem was solved, Dwan asked Alon to tell him everything he knew. Alon said that the people in cloaks belong to an organization called Catastrophe. They are extremely mysterious, and their location cannot be determined. Dwan had never heard of such an organization in his past life, and asked the guy if he knew their goals. Alon said that he didn't know anything. He only knew that they were constantly catching zombies, and at that moment, Jin and Hei approached. Dwan immediately realized that everything was exactly as Anya said. He asked Alon to also tell him how he and his comrades discovered this place. The guy told him that they were mercenaries and came here as part of a mission, but they themselves did not know who the customer was. Alon asked Jin to come over to them for a moment. The boy handed Dwan the broken divine arm. This was their prey that they got on the 5th floor, but since the boy dealt with the monster, it should rightfully belong to him. If it weren't for him, they would all have died. Dwan said that there was no need for that. They could keep her for themselves because without her, they would not be able to complete their mission. He had already gotten what he wanted, but he still had a request for the guys. He showed a photo of his little sister, and since they move around a lot, he would be glad if they took note of it. Alan replied that there was no problem with that. He would do everything possible to help him in his search for her. At the same time, Jin literally started coughing up blood, and Hei told Alan that he could no longer hold on. He needed to be treated urgently. Alan apologized to Dwan, but they had to go now. He would give him the address, and he could contact them when he got there. The guys left the guy, and Amin suggested to the boss to attack the guy and the girl because they outnumbered them, and they should definitely have treasures from the 3rd floor. Alon explained to his partner that even if they were at the peak of their powers, they would still be no match for that guy, since he hadn't used even half of his power in that battle with the monster. Amin admitted that Dwan had indeed impressed him, but what Alan was saying now was too exaggerated, since the youth was only an E rank. Alon told him that when he was around him he felt a discrepancy. His latent power and his personality did not match, but gave a feeling of reliability. At the same time, Anya asked Dwayne, "Why don't they take the divine hand from those guys?" Dwan replied that it was better for them to get along with them. He felt that Alon was not so bad. He would give him a chance, even though he was hiding his identity. But the young man believed that he had reasons for this. At the same time, Eamon asked the boss why he didn't invite Dwan to Skynet, since the guy was so strong, and even hid their true identity from him, because if he joined them, they would be able to complete a higher-ranking mission and receive more rewards. Alon understood perfectly well that Dwan was very cautious, and it was clear that he was afraid of them. Even when she tested his strength, he deliberately behaved weakly in order to use up his energy. So he answered his partner that they cannot reveal Skynet to random people, because if someone from the top management finds out, then they will be in trouble. The guys left the hall, and Dwan told Anya that it was time for them to move on too. He said that they should continue to explore the area and use the crystal to make her stronger. And he also never found a use for that star token. They should go to the 4th floor and clear it out completely, and Anya noticed that that yellow-haired guy Amin was generally useless, unlike her, because he didn't even help the guys in any way. After some time, they went down to the 4th floor, where there were many mid-ranking puppets. Dwan asked the girl not to interfere because he wanted to test the new flame ability he received from Alon. The puppets immediately attacked the guy, but he easily dodged them, jumping into the air. He saw that Alon could use flame as an accelerating force and decided to try it. With this speed, he can move through the air for a short time, and the group damage was much higher than Shadow Rupture, which will help him make up for this gap. Dwan easily defended himself against every attack from the puppets. But there were still a lot of them left, and he couldn't waste any more time. He wants to finish them off in one move. He needs to control the firepower because if he overdoes it, he can destroy the ruins. The next moment, the entire room was filled with flames, and all the puppets were immediately defeated. Dwan realized that this was a purely offensive ability. Its destructive power was much higher than that of the Shadow Gap. He also asked Anya to start collecting the crystals from the puppets, but to be careful, because they might be hot. Suddenly the girl screamed, which attracted the boy's attention. He approached her, and she told him that the red crystal he had left her was missing. Dwan thought that it had simply fallen out during the battle, but Anya clearly remembered that she had zipped it up in her bag, and it definitely wouldn't have been able to fall out. Suddenly the young man had an idea, and he asked her to take the crystal and absorb it, just as she had absorbed the crystal of intellect before. Anya did so, and a moment later the crystal disappeared from her hand, which greatly surprised her. The guy confirmed his thoughts. Since Anya does not kill zombies but captures them, therefore she cannot receive energy to level up, but in return, she can directly absorb energy from objects to develop. He asked her to absorb all the crystals in the room, and in that case, she would be able to become much stronger. After some time, the girl evolved and reached E rank. The guy congratulated her on this, realizing that in the future she would be the strongest S-rank fighter. They walked further, and Anya admitted that she felt a little scared here, and Dwan realized that they had come to the entrance to the 5th floor. They entered the room where the crystal sarcophagus was located, from where Alan and his comrades took the divine hand. Dwan also noticed someone's silhouette inside the sarcophagus and concluded that it belonged to the treasure protector. Anya said that she felt that the surrounding atmosphere was becoming penetrating. Suddenly, a white-haired monster appeared behind them, who immediately decided to finish off the uninvited guests. But Dwan immediately punched her right in the face. From such a blow, the monster literally flew to the other end of the room. Dwan realized that Alan and his comrades were supposed to fight him after they took the treasure, but they were stopped by the people from the disaster. Anya tried to control the monster, but she failed, and Dwan told her that she shouldn't try too hard. She had already done a great job. The monster immediately started running towards the guy. But Dwan saw all her movements as if they were in the palm of his hand and easily dodged her attacks. Suddenly, the monster fired a lightning bolt, but Dwan managed to use Shadow Break to immediately dodge it. He also summoned a huge shadow hand and used it to grab the monster. And a moment later, he used the absorption skill, which was already level 2, and its damage was greatly increased. He also received 600 points for killing a D-rank zombie and 2% of the lightning ability fragment. A moment later, the boys felt some strange movement in the room, and the sarcophagus began to rise upward. The circle on the wall began to spin, and they noticed a star shape on it, just like the token they had. The young man came closer and stood with the star right in that place, and a moment later the hologram appeared again. There was also a passage behind the wall in which they saw a long staircase going down, and Dwayne came to the conclusion that it looked like a copy of the ruins. The boys went down the stairs, and Anya wondered if he could fight this time. But Dwan told her that when they encountered stronger zombies, they could fight against them together, and he would help her deal with the easier ones. He knew perfectly well that he had used up all the fragments to absorb Alon's ability, so he needed to get more, but if he came across a suitable monster, he would let Anya finish it off. At that very moment, an E-rank zombie with a berserker skill appeared in front of them. Dwan noticed that the armored puppet had become a warrior. It seemed like there was a big difference between the upper and lower floors. The zombie immediately swung at them, and Dwan asked the girl to step aside. The young man jumped to the side to avoid the monster's blow. He immediately flew into the monster, using his dagger, but the zombie managed to raise a shield and defend himself from it. Dwan immediately activated his absorption ability, and for killing the E-rank zombie, he received 400 points, as well as 2% of the berserk ability fragment. But then a multitude of zombie-like creatures appeared and headed in their direction. Dwan used the ability of shadow rupture and absorption at the same time, thus dealing with all the enemies in an instant. But this method still consumes a lot of energy. However, it was worth it. He received about 40,000 points, and also many fragments of abilities and an energy crystal for Anya. He not only becomes stronger himself, but also restores the memory of the evolution tree. By this time, they had already reached the end of the second floor. They opened the huge door and decided to go inside. But as soon as they entered, a multitude of owls appeared. Dwan realized that they were mutated owls. He immediately told Anya that their plan had changed. She should go to the Shadow Gap now. But the girl screamed that she didn't want to. She doesn't want to always hide behind his back. She has evolved and can now stand up for herself. Anya dodged the attack of one of the owls, and the next moment she used her abilities to take control of her opponent. Surprisingly, it worked, but a second owl was already heading towards her. But Anya calculated this too. She directed the controlled owl at her fellow. Dwan realized that he shouldn't worry so much about the girl after all. Unconsciously, he treated Anya as Jin Yue, only wanting to protect her, but she was already much stronger than him than he was in his previous life. At that very moment, one of the owls seized the moment and attacked the girl from the blind spot. But then it fell to the ground without reaching her. Even Anya felt sorry to see that her opponent was so weak. At that very moment, a more dangerous fire owl appeared and launched its feathers straight at them, thereby causing an explosion. The same white owl suffered from this attack, which infuriated Anya, because attacking one's own is very low and mean. The red owl immediately landed next to its white relative, which could not help but frighten the poor fellow. And the next moment, the red one hit her with its wing, throwing her aside. Dwan told Anya to try to control the red owl because it looks very strong. It must be the leader of this small group. But the girl replied that she did not like him, and she would not make him her companion. She said that she felt the energy of an S-rank ability from the white little owl, and his overall combat power was the strongest among everyone in this building, but it seemed like he didn't know how to use it. If she can enter his mind, she will help awaken his power. The girl succeeded, but at that very moment, 2 more owls were flying straight at her. Dwan understood that he wouldn't have time to help her, and Anya only thought that she just needed a little time. The next moment, there was a loud blow, but the young man immediately calmed down. He was just like a paranoid person. It turned out that Anya had managed to take control of the white owl and defeat the attackers, which they were both very proud of. But then the other owls looked at her new companion and began calling him a traitor. The girl named her pet Bogu and told him not to be afraid because now he is stronger than all of them. Bogu immediately dodged the attack of one of his relatives. He also continued to easily dodge every attempt they made in the air. And when the right moment came, Bugu used his absolute wind tornado skill and rushed to attack. Anya couldn't be happier that her new friend was so strong. She immediately hugged him, and Bugu was just wondering what he was doing here. Duan congratulated her on her new companion, but now was not the time to relax. A large flock of owls is approaching them directly, and their leader turned out to be a huge D-rank owl, which immediately appeared in front of them. Duan immediately realized that this big guy was the one in charge here. Anya immediately asked the guy to leave it to her. This would be their first fight together with Bugu. The young man gave his approval after all. He will be on hand and allow them to concentrate on the goal. Anya prepared for battle and told Bug that it was time for them to show their true strength. At that very moment, the giant attacked Buga, but he managed to dodge in time. But in that case, the leader pushed him aside with his wing. Bugu was still able to stay in the air, but then the rest of the owls began to attack him from behind. Duan noticed this and helped the baby fight them off. He told Anya not to rush, but to do everything measuredly. She should trust her companion and not just control him. Anya thought about how when she first entered little Buga's consciousness, she felt that he was cowardly and unsure of himself. She believed that if she forced him to fight, he would begin to believe in himself. But the invasion of consciousness frightened him even more, which worsened the situation. From his youth, he was treated as a different species, often bullied and mistreated. Gradually, he began to fear those around him and stop trusting others. He is the same as her. She did not have parents from an early age, so she was often bullied and made fun of. She is also very timid and afraid to make friends with others, but when she met Duan, he treated her with kindness and understanding. Therefore, Buga should not be afraid. She just wants to befriend him and take him with her, leaving this place together. She wants to take him to see the outside world. After this, Bugu immediately flew into the giant's chin. He immediately began to beat him in different places at incredible speed. Even Dwayne admitted that he didn't expect that this little owl she chose would be so strong. But the leader of the owls began to grow even bigger, which the guy didn't like, because if things continued like this, then this place would simply collapse. He asked Anya to stop the fight, but the girl was against it. She wanted to finish what she started with Bugu. She shouted to her pet that he could handle it and that she believed in him. Bugu dodged every attack from the leader at high speed. Duan knew that allowing an F rank to fight a D rank was too dangerous. If they are really unable, then he can help them at any time. The girl only wished Bug good luck again, after which he used his absolute wind tornado skill and instantly rushed towards the giant. A hail of blows rained down on his former leader, not even giving him the chance to move. Duan immediately realized that this ability was the peak martial skill in his previous life. Anya is indeed right. This little owl is the strongest here. He was surprised that she managed to tame such a strong beast. When the right moment came, Buga immediately delivered a powerful blow directly to the big guy's head. And a moment later, he fell to the ground, which meant their first joint victory. The girl immediately took the pet in her arms and was incredibly happy that everything worked out for him. Duan said that Bugu should absorb the energy source. Anya decided to obey, and the guy was interested in how she discovered Bugu's potential. The girl said that when she uses mind control, she can see the abilities of zombies. She can also find the strongest one and then control him. As expected from a future S-rank warrior, this ability can directly find the strongest enemy unit and turn it into an ally. Anya interrupted his thoughts by asking if he had an ability that allowed him to copy others. Duan confirmed this, and the girl immediately offered to copy her ability, because it would become even stronger if he used it. The young man himself had thought about signing an ability contract with her, but after thinking about the ruins, he chose fire since it was a strong attack ability. But after he received many ability fragments, he can make a contract again, so this time he chooses Anya's ability. But he didn't succeed because the system kept throwing up an error, because the contract can't be used on zombies. Anya asked him if everything was successful, but Duan replied that he couldn't copy her ability, which upset the girl, because she wanted to help him. At that very moment, Bugu completely absorbed the energy source and immediately evolved to D rank. The girl immediately ran to her pet, and Duan thought that after spending time with her, he even forgot that she was not human. The young man told Anya again that it was time for them to move on. He knew for sure that this time he would not allow society to break her fragile heart and become who she was in her past life. Duan asked her if she still controlled Bugu, but the girl replied that no, she wanted to be friends with him, so she trusted him. It had been a long time since they came here. Their energy was largely depleted, so the guy decided to use the shadow gap to check, and when they met the right opponents, he would attack. He understood that even if Anya didn't show any fatigue, she was just a little girl who had been through enough with him. He needs to benefit from this place to level up, and according to the evolution tree, he needs to reach level 15 in strength, level 13 in agility, level 8 in detection, and level 5 in intelligence to evolve again. To reach D rank, he needs to obtain about 150,000 evolution points, but now he only has 40,000. At the same time, in the shelter, some impudent guy ordered the guy he had beaten to call his strongest fighter to come and measure his strength with him. The yellow-haired man turned out to be a D rank, and his ability was insight. He acutely felt the possibilities of everything that surrounded him. He wanted to meet the so-called god of war, but the guy told him that he was absent. At that moment, one of the soldiers ran up to Sia to tell him that people from another shelter suddenly came here and wanted to fight the gods of war, and they were also causing trouble here. Sia didn't understand why someone would come here to meet Dwan. At the same time, Dwan and Anya continued to explore the ruins on the 5th floor, but suddenly the guy felt something. The girl noticed his change in mood and asked about it, but Dwayne only replied that in these ruins there was one last place they should visit. After passing the 3rd and 4th floors, he received 90,000 points, and the 5th floor gave him 20,000, but before meeting their last opponent, he decided to increase his fighting ability for insurance. He had raised almost all of his stats to the required level. He was only missing 3,000 points to raise his intelligence to level 9, which would allow him to reach D rank. Suddenly, a system notification appeared that the increased indicator would return back to the owner, and Dwan immediately felt severe pain. This time, the increase was so great that it caused a severe attack in his body. Anya was even scared for him, because she didn't understand what was wrong with her older brother Dwan. But the young man only wiped the sweat from his face, and smiling, told her that it was time for them to move on. They finally reached the last room in these ruins. This time, Dwan asked the girl to wait outside, and she calmly agreed. The guy opened the door to the room. He didn't care what kind of enemy would be in front of him. He wanted to quickly test his new strength. There was a huge C-rank python in the room, which even upset the guy. He wondered how long the monster could hold out. The monster immediately pounced on him and tried to swallow him. But Dwan immediately appeared above his head and decided to use only 30% of his strength. The next moment, he attacked the python right on the head, which literally slammed it into the floor. But the monster surprisingly survived this attack, which meant that the boy could play with it for a while. The monster began to rage violently and smash the entire room. And a moment later, he attacked the guy with his poison. But Dwan used the Shadow Break skill and appeared behind the monster. This time, he decided to use 50% of his strength. From such a blow, the huge python instantly flew into the wall. The monster began to bleed, and the young man came to the conclusion that 50% of his strength was the limit of what the python could withstand. But the monster did not give up until the very end and rushed at the guy with his final attack. As soon as Dwan used absorption, the enemy was already defeated. At the same time, Anya was sitting by the door and felt that there was no movement at all in the room. She was very interested in how things were going with Dwan. She asked Bug for advice on whether they should go and check it out for themselves, but the owl reminded her that they were both intellectuals and simply wouldn't be able to open that huge door. At that moment, the door began to open, and Dwan came out, apologizing to them for the long wait. The boy told the girl that he had prepared some kind of gift for her. Anya literally beamed and could no longer wait to see the surprise. The young man handed her a golden emblem with a drawing of a star, saying that it would suit her very well. The girl asked how she could use it, and Dwayne told her to simply try activating it through her heart. Anya did just that, and immediately everything around her began to change. Dwan explained that this icon activates teleportation to a special space. This is useful for her because she can teleport the zombie here when she wants to tame it. Anya thought that this thing was similar to the youth's shadow gap, but Dwan said that there were some differences. With the shadow gap, he could move around in the real world, and her space allowed her to leave the real world, but not move. Once the girl understood everything, the guy suggested that she find something to eat, because he was seriously hungry. Earlier, Dwan gave all the food to Lee and the others, so they should go to the nearest supermarket. They went outside, and the guy noticed that the street had become much more lively during their short absence. After some time, they finally found a store, and Dwan asked her to look for food, and he would go and clear the immediate area of zombies. Even after killing that den of ruins, he still lacked points. To increase detection to the 9th level, he needed another 2,800 points. He just needed to become stronger and return the memory of the evolution tree. Maybe then he would get information about Xinyue. At the same time, the man who had previously been a truck driver and helped Dwan deliver food home was standing in one of the small alleys with his wife and child. He asked them to wait here, and he would try to get to the next car and find resources there, armed with a bat. Soon he succeeded and penetrated inside. He just couldn't understand why the world had suddenly turned into such a hell. But as that young man said, one must always look for resources. But did he know in advance that everything would turn out like this? But now is not the time to think about it. The most important thing is to protect my wife and daughter. At that very moment, a huge giant appeared and was about to crush the poor guy. His wife shouted at him to clean up quickly. He had already resigned himself to his fate and closed his eyes. But suddenly someone's voice told him to wake up. It turned out to be Dwayne, who told him to get out of here quickly, otherwise he would definitely die next time. The young man received 400 points for killing an E-rank, as well as a huge-sized ability fragment. The man thanked his savior and noticed that the boy looked familiar to him. Dwan was asked if the stranger knew him. The man took a closer look at the guy and finally remembered him. He told Dwayne that he should also know him. He helped him send a car with groceries home. That time he gave him 2 boxes of cookies, but he never thought that in such a short period of time he would change so much. Dwan also noticed that his family was with him, and the man said that he could not stock up on everything, and soon the city they were in fell, and they had to risk their lives by coming here in search of resources. He said that the first thing he did was go to the young man's home, but when he found that he was no longer there, Dwan understood the whole situation and suggested discussing everything a little later. After all, their conversations attracted zombies here, so they should stay behind him. Dwan immediately rushed towards the crowd of zombies and dealt with them all in an instant, receiving a large number of the necessary points. At the same time, Anya was sitting on the floor of the store because she was incredibly overfed. Her feast was interrupted by Dwayne, who told her that he had brought 3 survivors with him. He suggested that they stay here to eat, and later he would take them to the shelter. Dwan also asked Anya to take some food to his 2-dimensional space for storage, and for now he also needed to rest, so they would meet a little later. The girl was glad that the guy trusted her with such an important task and said that he could rely on her. The young man went out onto the balcony and thought that he needed to take up evolution. He logged in but immediately noticed that the tree itself was not there. But I decided not to focus too much on this. First, he will improve detection to the required level and then evolve to D rank. The next moment, Dwan evolved. His absorption ability improved to level 3, and the extracted fragment improved to 3%, and an additional ability contract slot appeared. His shadow break has improved, and he has obtained a shadow clone that has 10% of the main body's combat ability and lasts for 10 minutes, and his fire skill has also improved and his attack ability has increased by 10%. All his characteristics increased by 1 level, and the main body of the tree immediately appeared. The girl congratulated him on breaking through to rank D, but Dwan was more interested in whether she knew where Xinyue was now. The girl admitted that she currently has no clues about his sister. She also said that he is currently in a world different from the one he knows. The young man did not realize that he knew this. Suddenly he heard Anya's voice calling him, and the girl replied that he needed to go, because now she couldn't explain many things to him. When he logged out, he saw Anya accompanied by Goldie and Booga. The girl told him that the dog was looking for him. Dwan was afraid that something had happened to the shelter. They needed to go there immediately. At the same time, in the shelter itself, that same yellow-haired bastard beat up Chen and addressed the public. Since their god of war did not want to show himself, then he would continue to beat them. Everyone understood that no one from their shelter would be able to stand against him. They also could not use violence against him, because Commander Lo was in contact with the commander of his shelter. Suddenly Li declared that he would fight him. But Zia was against it, and the guy insisted on his own. Only thanks to Duan, he was here and had to protect this place, and this bastard was incredibly annoying to him. He entered the ring, which surprised the bastard, and Lee told him that if he lost, he would leave here forever. The scoundrel didn't even want to listen to him, and immediately rushed into the attack. But to his surprise, he couldn't even hit the guy because he literally evaporated in front of him. Lee was immediately behind him, and the yellow-haired man realized that this was his ability. He immediately turned back and punched Lee right in the face. The impudent guy said that everyone in this shelter relies only on their own abilities, while their technique and physical condition are very poor, no matter what rank their skills are, since they are just useless crap. Miss Zia couldn't believe that even Lee lost to him. She prayed for Duan to come back quickly. The scoundrel asked if there was another brave man who would be willing to fight him. He threw Lee out of the ring. It seems like Commander Luo doesn't care much about their safety. They should just become a branch of Yan Huyan base, and then they will protect them. Zia turned to him and said that the battle was not over yet. The yellow-haired man was surprised that there was a girl among the awakened, but he warned that he would not give in just because she was a girl. Lee told Zia not to go to the ring since her ability wasn't meant for a single attack, and that guy's level was much higher than theirs, but Zia replied that the shelter was kept afloat thanks to Duan's persistent aging, and she wouldn't let a single soul take it away. She entered the ring, and the bastard offered to make a deal with her. If she agreed to have dinner with him tonight, then he would not touch her, but Zia only sent him to hell. At that very moment, Duan was already flying towards the shelter and asked Goldie to fly even faster. A moment later, he found himself in the shelter where Lin was, unable to find her glasses. The girl screamed that this was a closed shelter and that they had to go through a check first, because she couldn't see well without her glasses. Duan didn't have time for this and immediately headed towards the main building using Shadow Rupture. At the same time, the bastard beat Zia, grabbing her by the hair. He lifted her head and said that Victor would definitely like her. But the girl was not going to give up so easily and used her telekinesis skill. The bastard got angry and said that no one would notice if he just killed her. At that very moment, Duan appeared and trampled the scoundrel into the ground with one blow. The rest were incredibly happy that their hero was back. The beaten Zia couldn't contain her joy that Duan had finally come. He admitted that Goldie told him that something happened here. That's why he came back. And now Zia has to leave here. He will figure everything out himself. One of the beaten guys warned the guy to be careful because this man is from Yan Huan's base and wants to absorb their shelter. By that time, the scoundrel came to his senses and immediately shouted that he would rip out all the guts of the one who dared to hit him. Duan behind him ordered him to turn around. Before the bastard had time to turn around, the young man immediately hit him in the face. Duan ordered him to turn around again. Couldn't he even look him in the eye? The bastard was literally bursting with rage, but Duan immediately shut his filthy mouth with a powerful kick. The young man told him that he was not worthy of seeing him. At the same time, in Commander Lo's office, a man said that he needed an immediate answer. It was Xiao, who was the commander of the Yan Huyan base. He said that Luo should be happy that he liked this shelter, because only by submitting to him could they become stronger, so he should not be stupid and refuse such an offer. Lo said that this shelter was protected by one person who had not yet returned, so he could not hand over authority to him. Xiao didn't understand how he could be so stupid if he wanted to do big things. He asked the old man not to worry if he agreed to his conditions and handed over his gene medicine research project, then he would become one of the top leaders of Yan Huyan base. After all, judging by everything, the god of war that everyone is talking about here is no match for his subordinate, who has probably already defeated everyone awakened in this shelter. They simply have no choice. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by screams. Duan entered the office, having dealt with all of Xiao's guards and dragging the body of the fair-haired scumbag behind him. He didn't understand why there were some scumbags in their hideout. He threw down the body of the beaten idiot and asked Xiao if this was his subordinate. Duan asked the man to leave quickly, as he had something to report to Commander Luo. Xiao asked the old man who this guy was and why he was so arrogant, and Luo only replied that he was their god of war and that he should leave now, just like the guy said. Xiao was furious and said that they would regret this decision. When the man left, Luo asked Duan to sit down. He was very happy to see him back. But did he find his little sister? The guy admitted that he didn't have it yet, but he already had some information, and he also needed something else. He said that he needed a photo of the mysterious girl from the video that he was shown earlier. Luo asked if he needed helpers, but Duan refused. He would leave immediately after receiving the photo. The young man also gave the captain the address of the Qinshuan Center, because there are many powerful zombies there, which will help in collecting materials for weapons and increasing the power of the shelter. The old man thanked the young man because it meant that they would be able to fight back against such bastards who were here today, even without him. He also asked the boy to follow him because he had some kind of gift. After some time, they went down to the second floor of the ruins, and Lo said that just the other day they finally solved the puzzle of the second floor, and he wanted to show it to the guy. Professor Chin was also with them and hurried the guy to go in faster, because Luo forbade him from even taking a peek inside without his knowledge. Duan realized that he had no choice, and decided to open the door anyway, because he still hadn't found a suitable weapon for himself in the center of Qinshuan. But this time he definitely wouldn't give up. The guy walked inside and didn't feel any danger. It was a completely different feeling than in the ruins of Qinshuan. He came to the conclusion that this place must be the solution to the riddle of these ruins. Coming closer, he saw a fiery armor that increases defense and burns enemies, a bracelet of power that increases strength and attack power, a great god sword that has the power of a mysterious god and also has poison. Duan didn't understand how he could choose anything at all, since each thing had its own useful features. Suddenly, the evolution tree told the guy to take the test token. Duan noticed right in front of him the very token that allowed him to endlessly compete in the test tower and become even stronger. The tree said again that this treasure could give the boy a large amount of combat experience and evolution points, which would help him on his path to perfection. Duan realized that with the evolution tree, his abilities were limitless. It seemed that this token was really the most suitable for him. The young man decided to take him, and a moment later he teleported to some unknown place. Suddenly he saw in front of him a huge building, which was that very testing tower. At that very moment, someone's voice greeted the new member, and a girl appeared in front of Duan, who explained that she was the tower's guide and he could call her Tata. She will answer any question the guy has, but first she needs to bring him up to speed. Tata said that the tower is a place where the subjects practice. The higher the floor, the higher the difficulty, and the tower itself has only 600 floors. At every 150th floor, it will create a negative effect on the tester and increase the difficulty. Also, when the test itself begins, he will have half a month, and after the time has elapsed, the test token will disappear. But do not forget that the test will also be failed, or it will remain between tests. The time will be reduced. Duan asked how much the time would be reduced, and Tata replied that each time the time would be reduced by 1 day, so he should return when he was completely ready, and the young man realized that he could not waste time today, so he immediately began to warm up. He approached the entrance, but Tata tried to stop him because she had not yet told everything. But Duan didn't listen and immediately went inside. When he entered, he was surprised to find that the inside of the tower was a wild area. Tata immediately appeared next to him and was indignant because she was just about to say that there were fixed decorations on each floor and the entrance was a teleportation gate. The girl said that the guy can get to the next floor only after he kills all the monsters on this floor. Before she could say that the tower was very dangerous and that he needed to be especially careful, Duanya had already disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, she was literally speechless because Duan was able to get a pass to the second floor in just 30 seconds. After some time, Professor Chin did not understand why the young man was taking so long, since 30 minutes had already passed. But Luo calmed him down and asked him not to worry so much. Their conversation was immediately interrupted by Duan, who apologized for keeping them waiting. He said that there was no danger inside and they could go in there. As soon as the professor heard this, he immediately rushed inside and asked Lo to inform the students to gather here. The old man asked Duan if he had chosen the treasure he liked. The young man only said that he had chosen what he needed, recalling Tata's surprise, who was outraged that it had taken him only 10 minutes to clear 150 floors. Luo was glad to hear this and handed the guy the very photo of the mysterious girl, and Duan said that he was planning to go to the city of Xiong because there might be evidence about his younger sister there. The old man suggested that they talk on the way, and Dwan told him that he would leave that evening, immediately after he had prepared everything. After some time, Dwan approached the room where Anya was sleeping. He understood that the girl was very tired, so he decided to let her rest one night before leaving. At 6 in the morning, he woke up Anya and said that it was time for them to leave. The girl quickly got ready, but was surprised that they did not say goodbye to anyone, and Dwan told her that they simply had no choice, because if they knew, they would want to leave with them, and it was too dangerous to bring them to the place where they were going. But then I felt someone's presence. It turned out to be Sia, who was planning to go with him this time. Dwan asked for forgiveness and said that it was too dangerous to go with him, and the shelter needed her. Sia wasn't going to listen to this excuse again. She couldn't improve if she stayed here. She wanted to follow the guy and improve her abilities to become stronger. Anya intervened in their conversation and told Dwan that Sia took care of her yesterday, and she also wanted her to go with them. The young man finally agreed and asked Sia to put his luggage in Anya's spatial dimension, which couldn't help but please the girls. On the way to Xiong, Dwan also didn't forget to clear the floors in the testing tower. By this point, he had already cleared the 300th floor, clearing it in just 15 seconds, despite having a negative effect on him that increased his weight by 20%. Tada congratulated him, because in just 2 days he had achieved significant success, but reminded him that on the next floor a new negative effect would be imposed on him again. Since it was still early, he decided to look at the new floor. When he entered level 301, a new negative effect appeared that limited his abilities, but the evolution points he received were multiplied by 3 times. At that moment, a monster appeared in front of him, and Dwan realized that he needed to use true power. He was even interested in fighting in this way, and the guy immediately hit the monster. But the monster came to his senses and trampled Dwan into the ground. The young man immediately felt that under the negative effect that increased weight, his attack power had become weaker. The monster didn't even give him time to think about his next steps, but the guy reacted in time and jumped to the side. Tada noticed that the guy was having a hard time, so she suggested that he go out and get ready first, and then rush back into battle. The young man agreed that it was not very easy, but not too difficult for him either. With his next blow, he literally turned the monster into a bloody mess. He again completed the floor in a record 25 seconds, and Tada was in despair because she would soon lose her job if this continued. Dwan decided to leave the tower for now, but Zia was already waiting for him, and Dwan asked her why she was not asleep yet. The girl admitted that she needed to sort out something important. She pointed to the map and said that after 2 days of travel, they were already close to the city of Xiong, and they did not know the situation, so she wanted to prepare in advance. Dwan suggested that she sleep while he went and checked everything. He still didn't fully understand whether Alan had returned, but it was better for him to see him in person. He only needed to use the shadow gap and spend 10 minutes to be in the right place. A moment later, he found himself at the entrance to some bar. At the same time, Alan begged Hay to pour him some liqueur and not some soda. But the girl told him that they still had to go on a mission, so drinking alcohol was prohibited, so let him drink what they gave him. Alan answered her that he doesn't drink what they give to children. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence and asked his partner to pour another glass for their guest. It turned out to be Dwan, which surprised Alan, who didn't expect them to meet so soon. Alan asked him what he wanted to drink, and Dwan asked for only 1 glass of water. The young man asked where his other 2 partners were, and Alan said that they had gone to prepare for the upcoming mission. He also said that after the apocalypse, the entire city was empty, so he took the opportunity and chose this place as a base, and also said that he never found any leads about his sister. This time, Dwan handed over a photo of an unknown girl who, according to his information, took Jinyue with her, although the picture was rather blurry, but maybe they could remember something. Suddenly, Hay reacted strangely when she looked at the girl's photo. Dwan noticed this and asked if she knew anything, but the girl only replied that they knew nothing. But Alan still admitted that he had already seen her somewhere. Dwan immediately jumped up from the table, but Alan asked him not to get angry. He just remembers a little, but everything still needs to be checked, since the photo is blurry. But he could be wrong, and also admitted that he has a proposal for him. He will confirm the identity of the person in the photo, and Duan will help them complete their urgent task because their rules do not provide for stopping the mission. Duan understood the whole situation perfectly well and decided to help him with his task and leave his sister's business to them for the time being. They decided to celebrate their collaboration, but Alan forgot that they were not drinking liquor and asked his partner to pour them some drinks. But Hai again reminded them that drinking alcohol before a mission was prohibited. Duan walked out of the bar and looked into the details of the mission. He realized that the right place was not that far from here. He had to investigate the secret of the organization of the disaster, which was also very interesting. So he met with Alan in the morning because time was running out. At the same time, Hay couldn't understand why Alan lied to Duan about the photo, and he admitted that he didn't hide it intentionally, because if he told him that it was Skynet's doing, the guy would rush to the slaughter. He knew that such a reckless act would get the guy into trouble, and it was hard to tell from this picture alone that it was really Skynet's doing. In the distant past, a man said on the phone that he could not come to dinner because he had to work that evening. At the same time, Little Jin and Hay were telling Amin that they were very hungry, so the boy went into the trash and found half a piece of bread there, which they could share and eat. But at that very moment they were ordered to put the bread back in place, but the guys were not going to do this because they found this trash can first. It turned out to be Alan with some little girl, and the guy said that he didn't mean that. If they follow him, he promises that they won't die of hunger. After some time, Alan fed the boys, but Amin was not very happy that they were stealing food, and then Alan explained that it was not theft. They were simply borrowing it during a critical period, and then they would return everything. The girl who was with Alon was not very happy about the fact that they would have to take these guys with them and take care of them, but Alan insisted on it, because it would be better if they united. He trusts her leadership completely, but the girl replied that she is not as noble as he thinks. She just does not want to sleep on the street. These were all the memories of Alon, who was going up the elevator in some base. He didn't want to believe that Xiao Yun's mission was connected with Duan's sister. But he decided to put these thoughts aside for later. He would ask her later when they met. A little later, Alan entered some office where an unknown girl was sitting, but the young man was not surprised that she was there because she constantly worked overtime. The girl didn't understand why he came here, which even upset the guy a little. He was just passing by and decided to stop by to see an old friend. She asked him to stop this useless talk and let him speak frankly if he had something worthwhile. Alan admitted that he came here for something. He wanted to see her list of tasks. The girl was glad that he finally came to help her, because the headquarters mission was also good. Alan was more interested in what would happen to his partners if he came here, but the girl only replied that he had already protected them for many years, and excessive care was also not very good. The guy replied that he understood this himself, so he would think it over first. He took the papers with the missions and tried to find some information about Xinyue. Suddenly he noticed a paper with Anya. He immediately remembered that this was the same girl who was with Duane. His mood changed, which the girl noticed and asked, or did something happen to him? But Alon replied that he was fine. He still couldn't find any information about Xinyue. It seems Duan made a mistake since she wasn't on the list. The girl interrupted his thoughts and said that it was time for her to go do her business, and he should think about changing the team. She also said that the superior was putting pressure, and at the moment 9 targets were found, but 1 was not on the list. This surprised Alan greatly, and the girl said that the individual who was not on the list belonged to the S rank, so the headquarters planned to take her in. She also admitted that the relationships between the members of this place had become too complicated. Alon was simply horrified by what he had just heard. At the same time, Duan continued to head towards his mission that he received from Alon. He only needs to use the shadow gap and get to the place in half an hour, and if he were an ordinary runner, it would definitely take half a day. He only hoped that he could find out at least some information about the organization of the disaster. Duan planned to finish this quickly and meet with Alon. After some time, he arrived at the place and noticed chained zombies, which the organization catches to increase their strength and power. He planned to quickly sort everything out, but then some individual appeared that caught his attention. A hail of attacks immediately blocked the young man's path. Duan thought that there would only be ordinary zombies here, but it seems that this is far from the case. At that moment, a female D-rank zombie appeared in front of him, who had the ability to increase strength, and her zombie enhancement changed his form, and he evolved. The zombie admitted that she felt that the guy's body contained Thorn's aura, which he had absorbed. Duan only replied that next time her comrades would also sense her aura in his body. This made her angry, and she sent her doll into battle. At the same time, Alan found a cage with some girl. He came closer and realized that it was Jin Yue. Alan came closer to her and asked if her name was really Xin Yue, but the girl only told him not to try to convince her since she had already said that she would not join them. The guy said that he didn't come to her because of this, but to find her at the request of her brother Duan. Xin Yue simply couldn't believe what she just heard. She didn't believe that her brother was alive. The girl immediately began to cough violently. Xin Yue told Alan that they wanted to force her to work for Skynet, but she refused, so they inject her with some kind of crap every day so that she would be weak and could not recover. Alan was incredibly angry. He only asked her not to worry. Her brother would definitely pull her out. The main thing for her was to hold on. The guy also noticed numerous bruises and abrasions on her body, which shocked him even more. He said that he would report her to Duan immediately. Alan asked for forgiveness from her, because now he cannot help her, since he is quite weak. He told her not to be discouraged under any circumstances. Her brother was incredibly strong, and as soon as he received information about her, he would immediately come here and kill all the scoundrels who dared to do something like this to her. Xin Yue just cried. Ever since that day, she felt guilty for her little brother's death, but now she knows that he is okay. Alan heard someone's footsteps and said that it was time for him to go. It was two men who were discussing that the higher-ups had given permission to use a puppet drug on that stubborn girl that would cause anyone to turn into an unconscious puppet. They have no choice because she doesn't want to give up, so they can only do this, but this medicine has not been fully developed yet, so if it doesn't work, the girl may die. Alan couldn't believe what he was hearing, and the bastards just said that they really didn't care if she died, because if she didn't want to work for them, then there was simply no point in keeping her alive. At that very moment, there was a loud explosion. It was Alan who couldn't just leave Shinny after hearing all that crap. He incinerated those two bastards and was about to drag her to freedom. At that very moment, an alarm sounded throughout the entire building, indicating that the S-Rank Absolute Zero had escaped. The same girl that Alan came to tried to find out from some guy who was behind this, but he only heard that it was the work of a mercenary. She was immediately stunned and thought that this was Alan's doing. At that very moment, the big guy Ajin approached her, not understanding what kind of idiot dared to do such a thing. He had just returned from a mission and never thought he would encounter something so funny, so he asked her to leave it to him. She only ordered him not to kill anyone, but only to capture the criminal alive. At the same time, Alan crawled along the ventilation shaft and observed the situation. He realized that the news of the escape had immediately spread throughout the entire base. Soon they got out into some separate block. Alan asked Xinyu if she could walk on her own, and the girl replied that she was perfectly fine. He asked her to be patient a little longer. But at that very moment, that same Ajin dealt him a crushing blow. The bastard said he went a little overboard with the force, so he hopes the guy isn't dead yet. He was only worried that he would have to find an excuse to say that the boy tried to resist, so he had to kill him. The bastard reached his hands towards Xinyu, but immediately received a fiery volley right in the face. It was Alan who ordered him to move away from the girl. But the man only used the ability of the A-rank bear power and entered the first stage mode. He was only glad that the young man himself helped him, because now he would not have to look for an excuse for his death. The bastard was surprised that the guy had a pretty good fire ability, but Alan only agreed that compared to him, his skill was indeed better. This angered Ajin, and he immediately rushed to attack the guy. Alan managed to dodge his blow, realizing that every blow could be critical. Alan immediately used his skill and attacked him with a pillar of flame. But the scoundrel literally cut his flame with his claws. He even became interested in how long the young man would hold out. He attacked Alan again with his Bear Fury strike, but the guy blocked it with ease. He also hit him with his knee, which the bastard didn't expect. Alan managed to throw him aside, and the next moment he attacked him again with flaming projectiles. The bastard flew into the wall, and just then other Skynet members ran up to him, worried about the leader of Ajin, but he replied that he was fine. The guys noticed Alan and realized that he was not from headquarters, but one of them had already seen him somewhere. They asked Ajin to leave it to them, but he said that he would deal with it himself, and no one had the right to interfere in their fight. Ajin only thought that he had finally become a leader, and if he couldn't defeat even the trash, then people wouldn't listen to him at all. He headed towards Alan again at breakneck speed. But this time, the guy didn't have time to block his blow, which hit him right in the chest. He noticed that his opponent had become stronger. Ajin continued to attack the boy, shouting that it was time for him to die. Alan had no choice but to run away from him and dodge his attacks. He also asked Xinyue to find a safe place and hide there. Ajin was only surprised by his stupidity. Not only can he not defend himself, but he also tries to be a hero in front of the girl. But then the whole room was covered in flames. And the guys finally remembered that the young man in front of them was called Alan. When they chose the leader of the small headquarters team, he became it, but suddenly quit, and after that there was no news about him. It was because of this that Ajin began to be called the reserve leader. The bastard realized that if he killed him now, he could become a real leader. Ajin immediately used his second beastman form, which increased his savagery. Alan attacked him with flames again, but this time it didn't work very well, and Ajin continued to attack him. He barely managed to dodge his powerful blow. Alan immediately used his flames like a jet engine and rushed towards his opponent at breakneck speed. The guy delivered a powerful blow right to the bear's face. But Ajin immediately grabbed him by the face, and the next moment threw him straight into the ground with incredible force. But suddenly, a huge column of flame appeared, and the scoundrel noticed that for some reason the fire had become completely different. It was Alan's burning blood that turned into flame. Alan was going to finish off the bastard with his furious fire. Ajin couldn't believe that the guy was so strong, but why did he betray them then? Alan only replied that Skynet's actions disgusted him, and a moment later there was a powerful explosion. Two strangers were watching all this. One of them told the King of Swords to finish off Alan because he was definitely capable of it. At the same time, Xinyue used her abilities to heal Alan's wounds, and she also said that the drug's effect had worn off and her energy had recovered a little. Alan thanked her, but the girl thought that it was she who should be grateful, but the guy answered her that it was not her fault. He only does what he thinks is right, and now they need to hurry, because reinforcements will arrive very soon. They continued to run away, but Xinyue didn't understand why Alan risked his life to save her. He replied that it was all because Skynet had started to get on his nerves, and if something bad happened to her, he wouldn't be able to resist Dwayne. Xinyue was very grateful to him, and said that when she and her brother would thank him properly. They just came to some door, and Alan suggested that they talk to her after they left here. The young man ran to the door, but before he could even touch it, a dagger flew at him from the other side and passed right through him. Alan would never have thought that someone so strong would come for reinforcements. The king advised Alan not to make unnecessary movements. At least he could let him die with less pain. The young man only replied that he could not die. He had to bring Xinyue to Duan and get out of here. The king immediately appeared behind him, replying that the young man was too confident in himself. Although it's funny to him, in his current state, he doesn't even need to use his abilities. Alan shouted at him not to get too cocky. But the king did not even let him use his flame and immediately dealt many cutting blows all over the guy's body. Xinyue couldn't watch this any longer and used her skill to help Alan somehow. She aimed her ice straight at the bastard to stop him. But as soon as he swung his sword, all the ice was destroyed. He said he would give her one last chance and asked if she would join Skynet. Xinyue only replied that she would not work for them under any circumstances. In that case, the king said that he was a traitor and must also die. He immediately swung his sword to finish her off, but suddenly Alan grabbed his sword. Alan yelled at the bastard to get away from her. The guy immediately dealt a crushing blow to the king. But he managed to dodge at the last moment. He also noticed that the guy's fire was somehow strange. Suddenly he realized that Alan was burning up his life force. The young man immediately created a fire tornado around the king, but he only told him that at this rate he would turn to ashes. But he still decided to play with it a little. Alon told Xinyue that he was no match for this guy and couldn't attack him head-on, so he would hold him back, and she should run away immediately. He admitted that their only hope was to wait for Dwayne. If he managed to get here, then she would be saved. And while he is not there, he will help to drag out time. He also asked her to take care of his body if he ever died here, and also take care of his family. At that very moment, ice appeared around the bastard, stopping him. It was Jinyue's doing. She told Alon that he would tell her brother all this himself. After all, if she runs away alone, she will never be able to forgive herself for it. Alon was worried about her condition, but Xinyue assured him that the effects of the drug had almost worn off, and he didn't need to worry. In that case, he suggested that they work together and stall for time until Dwan appeared. The bastard heard that they were waiting for some reinforcements, and at that very moment he broke the ice, declaring that Skynet would kill everyone, no matter who came here. Alon didn't understand why the king's power had increased so much. The king used his S-Rank blade skill, which allowed him to turn any part of his body into a sharp blade. He admitted that he never thought that they would be able to make him use his ability. Alon understood that although Xinyue's energy had been restored, its level was too low, and his body was also at its limit, so he could only drag out time with his last strength. He didn't have time to think about all this. He would just do his best, and the next moment he would rush to attack the king. He managed to get behind the bastard, hiding his presence with flames. But the bastard easily dodged his blow. They continued to exchange blows, and the king only told the boy to join Skynet because the strongest forces in the world had gathered here. They shouldn't count too much on the so-called reinforcements because for him it's the same as crushing another bug. It's time for them to accept that no one can save them. Alon realized that he could not hold on any longer. Almost all of his skin was burned away. The bastard also noticed that his speed had slowed down. It seemed like he had reached his limit. The king immediately struck the boy straight in the shoulder with his sword. It's time for them to end this circus. But Alon told him not to forget that he was not fighting alone. At that moment, Xinyue summoned numerous huge ice spears and aimed them straight at the scoundrel. But it was useless against the king. He cut them into small pieces one by one. It was time for them to come to terms with the fact that nothing would change. Alon attacked him again with his flames, which delayed him for a short time. The young man ran up to Xinyue and said that they needed to escape while they had time. Alon took her arm and used the flame to speed up their escape. The girl was worried about the guy's condition, but he only replied that now was not the time to worry about it. By this time, the rest of Skynet had found them and tried to block their path. But Alon didn't think so and directed a huge flame straight at them. After this attack, he literally fell to the ground from lack of strength. And by this time, the king himself arrived, who did not understand why they were fighting so hard. They keep trying even though it's obvious that it's futile. Xinyue tried to attack him with ice again, but all her attempts were in vain. In that case, the bastard decided that he would kill her first. The king struck and blood immediately flowed. But it wasn't Xinyue, but Alon who protected her with his body. He told her that she must survive because Dwan would definitely come and save her. The bleeding young man only asked her for forgiveness because he could not run away with her. The girl immediately started crying. She told him that he should hold on because his brother would come soon and save them. But Alon only replied that he would detain the king and that she should run away. He was only thinking about leaving his comrades alone, without having had time to drink liqueur with them before leaving. The king was already tired of this empty talk and was going to finish off the guy. But at that very moment, Dwayne appeared and stopped the bastard. 40 minutes ago, Alon and Xinyue met the same girl that the guy had visited earlier. He asked the girl to wait a little while he talked to his friend. The girl was shocked that Alon dared to kidnap people from the headquarters, but the guy only replied that he clearly understood what he was doing, because they captured a completely innocent person. She said that now was not the time to talk about it. If he returned her now, then she would try to beg for mercy for him. Alon grabbed her and shouted that he knew perfectly well that she simply no longer wanted to live where there was no permanent home. But he had his own boundaries, and they did not include mindlessly trampling on other people's lives. The little girl is being locked up and tortured and given weakening drugs every day. If he had discovered this a little later, she would already be dead. The girl screamed back at him that he himself would die along with her if he went against Skynet before doing such a thing. He should think about the fact that if something happened to him, his friends would be lost without him. Skynet has already recruited 9 people with S-rank abilities into the main force, although most of them have gone on a mission. But the King of Swords is still at the base, so even if they fight together, they still have no chance of winning. Alon said that he had a way out. He just needed her help. He wanted her to contact Hei and ask her to go to the mission area and find Duan and tell him that Xin Yue had been found. The girl did not understand whether Alan was serious now because one person could not resist Skynet. But Alon stood his ground. Duan is capable of much more. At this time, the Sword King couldn't believe that a D rank was able to suppress him with just one hand. The next moment, Duan dealt a crushing blow to the bastard's stomach, causing him to cough up blood. He flew straight into the wall at breakneck speed. Xin Yue couldn't believe that her big brother was so strong. The young man immediately approached her and asked for forgiveness for the fact that she had to wait so long and suffer because of him. Xin Yue said that it wasn't his fault. It all happened only because she was a burden to him. Duan asked her not to remember the past, because he would continue to protect her. The girl said that Alan risked his life to protect her, so she asked him to save the boy. Duan asked him to hold on a little longer, just a little bit. But Alan lowered his head and showed absolutely no signs of life. This made Duane incredibly angry and scared at the same time. At the same time, the king came to his senses and headed straight towards them at great speed. He was furious that some D-rank trash was able to injure him. He appeared behind Duane and said that he would beat him until there was not a piece of flesh left. But Duan just turned around and told him to shut up. The king immediately flew to the side, and his entire body was literally disfigured by wounds. It was Duan's doing. He used the ability of the Shadow Clone, which copied the king's skill and turned his hand into a blade. The youth said that although it was a waste of an ability fragment, being defeated by one's own ability must be unpleasant. The bastard still got up and promised that he would rip his face off. He immediately rushed to attack the clone, dealing numerous blows to him. Was Duane really just going to dodge and block? At the same time, Alan finally began to regain consciousness. Duan knew that if he could come to his senses, he would have a chance to survive. Alan only warned him to be careful. He said that this bastard is a warrior of the highest category of Skynet, and it will be very difficult to deal with him. Duan told him not to say anything else and just rest, and Xin Yue asked him to use his skill and apply it to Alan's wound. The clone would disappear soon, so he needed to deal with the bastard. He was even interested in fighting a C rank, so he ordered him to attack. Duan should quickly deal with him and help Alan. The king was surprised that this time the young man himself came to his death, although he does not know how he managed to obtain his ability, but the fake version will never defeat the real one. Duan immediately used Shadow Break, and the entire room was covered in shadow. And at that very moment, many blades appeared around the king. At that very moment, all the blades immediately attacked the bastard. But he managed to defend himself with his ability. He said that he would teach the guy the true power of this skill. The king immediately rushed towards Duan with the intention of dealing with him once and for all. The youth dodged his blades, but at that very moment the king used his knee like a blade. But this time Duan managed to react, although it was quite close to losing. The scoundrel was already confident of his victory because the guy definitely wouldn't be able to cope with all this onslaught. They continued to exchange a barrage of blows, but the king continued to shout that the fake would never defeat the original. The bastard couldn't look at the guy's self-confident face any longer, which disgusted him, and immediately covered his entire body with blades. He continued to attack Duane, and the young man had no choice but to continue to avoid his attacks. Xin Yue realized that her little brother was losing, but she couldn't help him because Alan's condition was too critical. Duan just asked the bastard, "Is this what she calls her true strength?" The king ordered him to stop acting like a tough savior and to accept his fate. But Duane immediately began to rush towards him at breakneck speed, fighting off every blow. The bastard couldn't believe the guy was so fast. The very next moment, Duan struck him with a blow that finally hit its target. This infuriated the bastard beyond belief, and he shouted that if it weren't for his ability to attack from behind, he would have remained a mere scumbag. Duan effortlessly dodged his attack again and asked if he was really that stupid that he couldn't tell the difference between them. He will make him feel real despair. Duan immediately attacked him with a palm pillar. Xin Yue immediately noticed that this was Alan's ability. The king just wondered who the hell he was. He tried to attack again, not understanding why the guy had so many abilities. The bastard promised to kill him because he's just an ordinary D-rank idiot. He was sure that he couldn't win using the ability he just defeated since he was an S-rank. But Dwayne only told him that he had already lost. The young man immediately launched a huge column of flame straight at the scoundrel. The bastard wasn't going to give up so easily after all. It was only an A-rank ability. But Dwayne only intensified the flames and the bastard began to literally burn alive. Even so, he shouted that he would never lose. Dwayne only said that he would have to die in the furious flames of Alon. The next moment, the bastard died, and since the target of the contract died, the blade's ability lost its effectiveness, so 50% of the fragment was returned to him. Dwayne was going to deal with this nasty place once and for all. But then the evolutionary tree asked the guy to leave here immediately. It feels like a crisis is approaching that has never happened before. It was a strong energy. It was some white-haired guy, but the guys had already disappeared without a trace. But he was only happy about everything that was happening. Because his hands were already shaking, he finally found what he was looking for. After some time, Dwayne already brought Alon to his partners, who wanted to know why he was in such a state. Xinyue asked for forgiveness from them because he was injured while saving her. The same girl who was involved in Xinyue's kidnapping admitted that it was only her fault. Dwayne understood that Alon knew from the beginning that she was the one who stole his sister and hid it because he wanted to protect her, so he would not look for someone to blame. Now they all had to save Alon, although Xinyue used her ability to slow down his injury, but it would only last for 3 days at most. But before that, Dwayne wanted to know, are they still Skynet's people? The girl said that it didn't matter anymore, because they would never go back there, but would definitely avenge Alon. In this case, the young man asked them to tell him all the information about Skynet. The girl handed him all the papers containing all the information about the S-rank warriors from his past life. But Dwayne couldn't understand why there were so many people on the list that he didn't recognize. It only meant that the head of Skynet was a reincarnated person, and in his past life, the person's position was higher than his. The girl interrupted his thoughts and told him that 8 of the S-rank warriors had been found, and all had submitted to Skynet. But Dwayne was also curious if there was any information about the organization of the disaster. She admitted that there was very little information about the disaster, and she could not tell him anything. At the same time, the same beaten zombie girl came to the rest of the organization members. She said that she was careless and some boy overpowered her, so she had to take revenge. One of them was surprised that she was beaten so badly by some man. And the second one was only interested in this whole thing. She tried to justify herself by saying that Thorn had also died at his hands, and that she herself had barely escaped alive, and that they couldn't let this guy grow any further because he would become a threat to them. Everyone thought that Thorn was just traveling somewhere, but since she really died, then that's a different matter, because of this person, one of them died. Their leader ordered them to remain silent and not to forget their duty. The organization's main target was Anya, who is their key. She is simply necessary to remove the seal from their king. He ordered them to stop their idle talk and go and look for her immediately. One of the winged monsters said that he would help find that guy because he was also interested in this person. At the same time, Dwayne was climbing the stairs with Xinyue, but the girl suddenly felt dizzy. She hasn't fully figured out the situation yet because too much has happened. Dwayne just hugged her and said that from now on he would always be by her side. After some time, they came to the base where Anya was resting with Shia. The young man introduced the girl to his sister, and from now on, she is their companion. Zia was incredibly happy that she finally got to meet her in person. She told them to go inside and lie down to get some rest. Dwayne replied that he would not lie down because the bed was too small. He would just rest next to her, and he would tell her all the details in the morning. Xinyue went to bed, and the guy said that he would keep watch outside for a while, and then he would go to bed himself. And he himself entered the system of the Tree of Evolution, because the time had come to sort out all the questions that had accumulated during this time. He immediately asked the tree why it hurried him to retreat. The main body of the tree immediately appeared, and the girl said that she felt a striking aura from the unknown, and his body seemed familiar to her for some reason. Dwayne asked if he had also been reborn like him. She replied that she couldn't give him an exact answer right now, but something unusual was hovering in the Skynet cloud. They had to raise the level, because until her memory was restored, they were powerless. The guy realized that there really was a huge gap between him and that stranger. Duan said that his friend was close to death and needed the life energy of a zombie. Did she sense any plant zombies nearby? The girl admitted that she feels one in the east. There is a lot of plant energy, and thanks to it, he will be able to not only save his friend, but also increase their strength. At the same time, Jinwei asked Xia how she met Down. She just wants to know what her older brother was doing when she wasn't around. Xia admitted that she has known Duan for quite a long time. She remembers very well the first time she saw him, when he was chased by huge rats. She thought he would die and be eaten by them. But Duan not only escaped pursuit, but also saved her entire team. He was out for 4 days, and after that, he treated her like an enemy. But when he found out about everything, he went completely crazy and wanted to find his sister faster. Duan also tamed the beast and made it a pet, which he named Goldie, and then sent them to the shelter on it, soon after which he also came there to find some information about her. Around this time, they suffered from a zombie invasion, but Duan single-handedly solved the problem. He then continued to search for her, and as soon as he learned that the shelter was in trouble again, he immediately went there to solve all the problems. Xinyue realized, after hearing her story, that her older brother had already become everyone's hero. She thanked Xia and declared that she could no longer rely on her brother. She had to become stronger and help him. In the morning, Duan brought them breakfast and Xinyue's new clothes and asked them to come out when they were ready. He was thinking that he should meet at the bar and then send them to the place the evolution tree mentioned. He needs to help Xinyue become stronger, although it has not been long since the outbreak of the apocalypse, but the zombies are evolving at an incredible speed. At that very moment, Xinyue came out to him, already dressed in her new outfit, and thanked her brother for his concern. Xia also added that the guy was really good at choosing clothes, but Xinyue looked great no matter what she wore. But in reality, Dwayne is simply adjusting the suit to fit Absolute Zero's past life. They were also joined by Anya, who said that they had all become good friends. Duan remembered something and handed that very hairpin to his little sister. Did she really forget about their promise? After some time, the guys arrived at the bar and Duan told Alan's close friend that he had found a way to save him, but he needed her to protect him while he was away. Duan also noticed that the others were not there, and the girl said that they went to look for medicine to treat Alan. She asked if he needed her help, but Dwayne said that it was not necessary. She just needed to protect Alan, and they would be back soon. Duan told his team that it was time for them to leave. After some time, one of the buildings began to collapse. This attracted a huge crowd of zombies. But this was Duan's plan, which was exactly what he was counting on. He told Xinyue that it was now her turn to show her strength. She herself understood perfectly well that she needed to become stronger because she was no longer the same Xinyue. The girl immediately used the power of ice and instantly dealt with a huge number of zombies. But one bastard managed to get behind her. He was about to finish her off. But the girl noticed this in time and immediately summoned an ice fence around herself. Duan was surprised that an F rank could have such destructive power. This was the true peak of ability after all. She single-handedly destroyed a small horde of zombies. Xinyue immediately evolved to rank E. Duan congratulated her on her new achievement, and Xia and Anya were also surprised that she managed to defeat so many enemies on her own. The guy told them to move forward. Xinyue needed to rest now, so it was Xia's turn to show himself. They went deeper into the city, but Duan noticed something strange because there was not a single zombie in the area, not even a single trace of battle. Anya has already sent Buga on reconnaissance missions to get more information for them. But Bugu only discovered a small number of zombies heading towards the wild mountain cave. Duan realized that this was the very place they were looking for. Only plant zombies can spread a scent throughout the surrounding area, thus luring monsters and humans inside and then consuming them. After some time, they approached the very cave where many zombies from all around were heading. Duan realized that the zombies couldn't smell them. It seemed that the smell from the cave was more attractive than theirs. He asked the girls to wait here because it is unclear what is inside, so he is afraid that they might be in danger. But Xia objected because he can't protect them all the time, and Duan still agreed to their help. He said that they needed to kill the plant zombie, and his life essence would help them all become stronger. Xia said that if there was something that could make them stronger, they would all use it together once they defeated the plant. Duan said that he didn't need it. Only the three of them needed it. The guys noticed that the young man reacted strangely, but Duan assured them that he was fine, and since all the zombies had gone inside, they needed to go too. They entered the cave, but Duan suddenly stopped. He asked the others not to hurry so much. He noticed that it was very quiet around. This was clearly a bad sign. The boy noticed that Xinyue and the others were walking faster and faster. Suddenly, Anya's voice shouted at him to be careful. At that very moment, a monster appeared right in front of him, but Duan jumped back in time and avoided the attack. Anya was very unhappy that he was almost eaten by this disgusting thing, and Duane realized that he was swallowed by an illusion. But fortunately, Anya is a mental spirit that is not so easy to control, so she helped him escape. Finally, the plant stood up in front of them. The monster was surprised that they managed to stand, but it was still useless because everyone who comes here sooner or later becomes his lunch. Duan noticed that Xinyue and Xia had also fallen into the trap. He was going to get it all sorted out quickly. And the plant just laughed in response. The monster was surprised that some person wanted to fight with him. The monster decided that it would kill him first because it sensed a huge amount of energy in his body, which would soon be his. The young man immediately cut all the vines that were in front of him. But the monster tried to attack the young man with its poison. It was still useless against Duan, who immediately launched a powerful pillar of flame straight into the bastard's throat. But to his surprise, it didn't work, and the monster screamed that it was all useless against him because he was immortal. Duan noticed that all the cut-off parts had grown back and were completely restored. The monster immediately attacked the young man with all its vines. He was going to absorb the guy and take all his energy. He succeeded and swallowed it whole. The girls couldn't believe that Duan had actually been eaten. The monster turned to them and said that now it was their turn to die, because people are 100 times tastier than zombies. Goldie and Bugu immediately took up fighting stances to protect them. But a moment later the cave began to collapse. And then Duan's shadow appeared, cutting the bastard open from the inside. The young man was able to get the energy core of the monster, who was surprised that he managed to find it. At that moment, tree roots appeared from Duan's hand again and immediately dug into the core. The monster couldn't believe it, but a moment later there was no trace of him. Duan received a crystal of power essence, which after use gives 10% of power permanently. Xinyue immediately asked if he was okay. Duan replied that he was fine. They went to the very source of life energy. He decided to take a little for Alon, and the rest should be absorbed by him, but Zia insisted that the young man also absorb it along with them, but the guy still refused. Duan understood that Skynet and the Sky Catastrophe were two organizations whose mysterious power was unknown. He needed to level up quickly. Goldie immediately sat on the guy's shoulder because he was incredibly happy that everything was okay with his owner. Duan apologized to him for not spending enough time with him, even though he was his first team member. At the same time, the three girls were bathing in the spring, but Xinyue noticed that Xia was worried about something. It turned out that this was because the girl suggested that the guy absorb the source together, but she didn't even think that it should be absorbed in this way, and now she feels incredibly awkward. After some time, they returned to Alon, who had already given him all the life essence to absorb, which can save a person even on the threshold of death. By this time, Alon had already come to his senses, which could not but please the others. Alon only remembered defeating a Skynet member, but beyond that, there were no memories. He immediately asked how Xinyue was doing. The girl came closer to him and said that she was okay. Alon immediately perked up when he found out that she was okay. But Duan asked him not to move. Although he was out of the risk zone, his body was still weak, so he needed time to recover. Alon asked the guy for forgiveness for hiding everything from the very beginning and not telling the whole truth. Duan said there was no problem with that. He would send him to the shelter first, since there was a professional medical system there. The guy didn't understand anything. What other shelter were they talking about? At the same time, in the city of Shi, a group of soldiers were running away with all their might. Nobody understood where the zombie horde came from. They immediately contacted the light base. The soldiers said that a huge number of zombies had suddenly appeared in the city, so they were calling for reinforcements, but a moment later, only their screams could be heard. The headquarters staff immediately reported to the commander that zombies had appeared in their city. Commander Hua couldn't believe it. They were just a small base, so they simply couldn't stop the wave. he ordered to immediately contact the neighboring bases. At the same time, Commander Luo called an emergency meeting and said that they had received a request for reinforcements from the Shi City base. They were attacked by a huge wave of zombies, and there was a high probability that they would not be able to cope on their own, so he would like to know the opinion of everyone present. One of the girls said that their current strength is only enough to protect their shelter. There are no additional forces to send reinforcements, so she suggests doing nothing, because they are a long distance from Shi City, so it will not affect them in any way. Lo's expression immediately changed, and he said that this question was not that simple, because the scale of this wave of zombies was greater than what they had encountered before. If City Shi falls, their base will be the next target of the wave, so it will be in their interest to deal with the zombies before it is too late. The girl still agreed that in 3 days at most the zombies would reach them, and there would be many more of them than there were now. But should they help the city of Shi, despite their situation? They can't send everyone, because if the shelter is in danger, they will be too vulnerable. But Lo has already thought about it. He decided to send 70% to help. But still, one of the people present felt that 70% was too much to help. Frankly speaking, if the scale of the wave was so large, then the people they sent might die. And also, one should not forget that the Yan Huyan base still wanted to take revenge on them. They offered to call the god of war for help, but Lo said that he was not in the shelter. He himself understands very well what they are worried about, but they should think carefully. Although the Yan Huyan base is a problem, it is only a struggle for power, but zombies are a completely different matter. At the same time, Xiao was standing outside the meeting room. He heard that Yan Huyan's goal had always been to destroy the place they had worked so hard to create. Lo said that they are bloodthirsty and ruthless, but their main enemies should still be zombies. At that moment, they were interrupted by Xiao, who apologized for disturbing them, but he urgently needed to tell everyone something. Because their god of war has returned. Everyone immediately rejoiced because the young man appeared just in time. Luo asked Duan to come to his office and they would talk about everything in private. After some time, the old man explained the whole situation to him, but Duane asked him not to worry. He treats this place like his home and will help if there are any problems, but he does have a small favor to ask. Luo asked not to call it a request, because if he needed help, he would definitely help. And Duan said that his friend was seriously injured, so he hoped that their doctors could cure him. The commander said that he would arrange everything immediately. They have soldiers with healing abilities. He also said that the situation in the city was dangerous, so he should decide for himself how many people and equipment he needed. But Duan only replied that there was no need for that. He would just bring Xinyue, Xia, and Anya with him. Lo was shocked that the guy managed to find his little sister. Duan only said that he would tell him everything when he returned. The old man asked the boy to be careful and take care of himself. At the same time, in the service room, Xinyue was worried that Duan had not returned yet, but Xia explained to her that he was the hero of the base, so he needed time to resolve all the issues here. But then Anya noticed that the guy had returned. Duan told them that they had an urgent task, so they needed to leave immediately, and he would tell them all the details on the way. The guy said that Alan would stay here and would be taken care of later. The guys didn't waste any time and immediately got ready to set off. At the same time, complete hell was happening in the city of Shi. The entire area was strewn with the corpses of soldiers, and the surviving group ran away from the horde of monsters with all their might. But the huge rat still caught up with one of them and mercilessly tore him to pieces. The remaining soldiers tried to stop the monster with weapons, but all the bullets literally bounced off his thick skin. One of them shouted at his comrade not to stop but to keep running. But the rat immediately turned him into a bloody mess. The last survivor despaired. He realized that they were all doomed, because even weapons were useless against these creatures. He realized that people would never be able to resist these monsters. The guy had already fallen to his knees and resigned himself to his fate. But at that very moment, the huge rat was thrown to the side. It turned out to be Duan who told the boy that he was mistaken. The young man declared that humanity will definitely win. Duan decided to leave this place to the girls, and he needed to report everything to the command department. The guy was sure that the level of zombies in this place was too low, so they were useless for him. But for the rest, This would be great for leveling up. The young man turned to the soldier and said that Commander Lo had sent them as reinforcements. He also asked where the command headquarters was, and the military man immediately pointed to a tall building behind them. The soldier wanted to take the boy there, but when he turned around, Dwayne had already disappeared without a trace. And the next moment he noticed a huge ice wall which amazed him. At the same time, in the command department of the light base, one of the men said that their defense was destroyed and zombies would soon come here. He also asked Commander Hua to come up with something quickly. Hua asked how long the remaining forces could hold out until reinforcements arrived. They told him that they could forget about help from Yan Huyan because they would only arrive tomorrow, and their forces would not last even an hour. But there was still hope, because reinforcements from Commander Luo's shelter would soon arrive. He had already heard that they had successfully defended themselves from the zombie horde. The blond man couldn't believe it, because Luo's shelter was built not so long ago, so it was all fiction. Even a child knows that a small shelter cannot defend itself from such an invasion of zombies, and they most likely sent only a few hundred people. Hua didn't know what to do. Would they really have to abandon the city and flee? His thoughts were interrupted by one of the soldiers, who reported that the wave of zombies that was heading towards them suddenly stopped. He said that they had no information yet, but reinforcements had arrived from Commander Lo's hideout and were currently outside the command post. Hua asked how many people came to help. The soldier stated that only one person had arrived. No one could believe that Lo sent only one soldier. Could he really have deprived them of the opportunity to joke about them in such a situation? But Hua still decided to get to know Duan and soon met him. The young man greeted him and told him that Captain Lo had sent him to help them stop the invasion. Hua also greeted the young man. That same fair-haired man told Dwayne that the old man had sent him to certain death. Duan said that he did not come alone. His small team was already fighting on the front lines. The man didn't believe that the zombie horde stopped because of his team. There are usually only 10 people in a team, but can these 10 stop a horde of zombies? Is it even possible? He shouted that the guy was just taking them all for idiots. Didn't he understand that he would die here because Shi City would definitely fall soon? Duan immediately grabbed him with his shadow and covered his mouth. Hua ordered the guy to let his man go, because at this rate he would simply die. He warned the young man that if he did not let him go, he would not leave here alive. Duan immediately grabbed the others and they immediately began to try to negotiate with him. The soldiers immediately surrounded Duan, ordering him not to move and to quickly release Commander Hua and the soldiers. Duan told them that if they talked to him like that, he would not be kind, because it was quite easy to kill them, and he would simply say that they sacrificed themselves fighting the zombies. Hua immediately ordered his guys to lower their weapons and suggested that the guy resolve everything peacefully. The soldiers obeyed the commander, and Dwayne immediately released everyone from the shadow hold. The soldiers also told Hua that the command post sent information to find out the reason why the zombie horde stopped, which might not please him, and he ordered them to go to the command post immediately. Hua asked one of the workers to raise the CCTV cameras on the front line. A subordinate showed him a recording sent by one of the surviving soldiers. It showed Goldie incinerating monsters with a powerful flame. Bugu also helped the boys with his tornado. Sia, in turn, used telekinesis and lifted huge boulders, and the next moment a hail of stones fell on the zombies. Xinyue also immobilized one of the giant monsters with her ice. One of the soldiers reported on the video that it was only thanks to these 3 people and 2 beasts that the zombie invasion was stopped. The reinforcement team of Commander Luo's shelter was so strong that it literally became their blessing. He also said that their leader had gone to the command department, so Hua should help him well. The guys immediately began to apologize to Duan for their behavior in all this fuss. Duan merely replied that he did not need an apology, but that Hua should teach his subordinates some manners. At that very moment, they were informed that a strong aura had appeared on the eastern side. Hua asked Duan not to worry because their strongest team was on the eastern defense line, and there was also an impenetrable wall there, so the zombies would not be able to break through. But at that very moment, information appeared that the eastern line of defense had been captured. Hua couldn't believe it. He ordered to quickly change the image to the other side. They saw that their city wall was under attack, and outside 2 huge D-rank monsters appeared and attacked the wall. Hua ordered to direct all firepower there and kill the monsters immediately, because the wall is their last defense. The helicopters immediately began shooting at the monsters, but this did not produce any results. They even used missiles to destroy the bastards. But then one of the monsters destroyed one of the helicopters. He immediately headed towards the second helicopter to swallow it. Hua knew that he couldn't allow the wall to collapse. Since Duan's team had blocked most of the horde, they too had to show their determination and send all the awakened to guard the wall. Duan replied that there was no need for that. He would go alone. Both beasts were D rank, so they should not increase their losses after all. The base forces needed to be left for defense. Hua immediately tried to dissuade the young man, as it was too dangerous to go alone. Duan only said that they didn't need to worry about it. He himself knew very well what he was capable of. He used Shadow Rupture and immediately found himself on the wall, where he noticed many low-ranking zombies. The young man understood that only 2 D-rank monsters were a problem. It seemed that they had intelligence and knew that the main thing was to attack the wall. Duan immediately rushed towards the monsters at incredible speed. He flew into one of them, knocking him to the ground with just one blow. But the second monster immediately caught the right moment and was ready to swallow the guy. Duan, in turn, managed to notice the scoundrel and immediately summoned a dagger and then cut off his eye. From such a wound, the monster literally began to scream in pain. Hua and his men watched all this. The commander could not believe that the rumors about a man fighting a whole horde of zombies were true. The soldiers also began to discuss what was happening and decided to go to the eastern wall to see it all for themselves. At the same time, Duan continued to fight the monsters, but as expected, D-rank beasts were not so easy to kill. He relies too much on his ability to fight, and his fighting skills have weakened, so he can use this chance to perk up a bit. The monsters immediately began to attack Duan, but the young man had no trouble calculating all their attacks and easily dodging them. Duan couldn't help but notice that there were more and more D-rank monsters. He had long realized that the speed of evolution was much faster than in his past life. Was it possible that the cause was the disaster organization or Skynet? The guy immediately punched the 2 bastards, sending them flying. He also thought that the reason for the zombies' rapid progress could also be its evolution tree. If this is really the case, then he simply cannot relax. He himself understood perfectly well that the mysterious personality of Skynet was definitely growing at a rapid rate. Duan was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice the danger approaching behind him. He managed to block every monster's attack. All he could think about was that he had to become even stronger. He needs to protect his little sister and the people close to him. The very next moment, he slammed one of the monsters straight into the ground with incredible force. The force of the blow was so terrifying that the earth's crust literally cracked. The soldiers who were watching all this could not believe that the young man was able to defeat such a beast with just one blow. They immediately realized that the story about the guy who defeated waves of zombies single-handedly was not a fiction, because he was now standing in front of them. Duan turned to the second monster and said that it was his turn now. The snake immediately began to run away from the young man. Literally, its entire body was permeated with fear. But Duan was instantly on his head. He asked if the monster realized the difference in their strength. The next moment, there was no trace left of the monster. He returned to the wall where soldiers were already waiting for him, thanking him for his help and could not emphasize his incredible strength. Duan said that he would leave the rest to them since there were only a few zombies left. The young man returned to Hua's office, who admitted that the god of war was indeed admirable. The boy was surprised that the man knew this nickname, but Hua explained that he contacted Commander Luo and later learned from him that he was the savior of the god of war shelter. Duan even felt a little embarrassed and asked to be called by his first name. He also asked about the situation in Shi City. Hua asked him to go to one of the monitors. He showed him a map, which showed that the zombie horde was divided into 2 parts. The second line of defense is filled with zombies. That's where his team should be. Both areas are large and divided into 7 strategic key points, but the defense is greatly weakened. Once the zombies break into one of them, the entire battlefield will be in a bad situation. Duan realized that they didn't have enough people, and Hua said that they really couldn't help everyone at the moment. But the Yan Huyan base had sent out a team of 1,000 elite troops, so they just needed to stall for time. because if everything went according to plan, the reinforcements would arrive by morning. The young man once again remembered those scoundrels from Yan, but still did not show it, and told Hua that he would go meet his comrades. By 5:30 in the morning, the guys were already quite weak, but there were still a lot of zombies left. At the same time, Duan joined them and asked for forgiveness for waiting so long. At the same time, many combat helicopters arrived on the battlefield. Duan immediately realized that reinforcements had arrived from Yan's base. At the same time, a soldier on one of the helicopters reported to Leader Mo that there were several people below them. It seems like they're from Commander Lo's hideout. Should they eliminate them? Mo ordered not to pay attention to them, because those who appeared here were definitely not ordinary people. They first needed to go to the command department. Mo also gave the order to send all the awakened to the battlefield. Duan told his comrades that they should go and rest, and they could leave the rest to Yan's people. After a while, they all sat down at the table together, and Xinyue admitted that the zombie horde was really terrifying. They kept advancing. She couldn't even imagine that her brother was guarding the shelter alone. At the same time, their conversation was interrupted by a man who apologized for such a rude intrusion. He is the commander of the reinforcement team sent by Yan base. His name is Mo, and he has an A-rank observation ability that allows him to quickly find the enemy's weak points. He had already heard from his brother Mo Yin that someone from their base did not give him a very friendly reception. Duan immediately realized that this was the older brother of that fair-haired idiot whom he had beaten up so badly. Had he really come to avenge him? Mo immediately understood from the guy's tone that it was he who did it, but he came here to solve the problem with the base and suggested that after everything was over, they should have a sparring match. He told Duane that they should go to the command department and discuss strategy since he came here. He shouldn't slack off, but these words seriously angered Anya. She said that they all fought all night long. Just one glance from the man was enough for the girl to immediately feel fear and hide behind Xinyue. Duan told them that he would go alone, that would be enough, and that the girls should rest. He promised that he would return soon. The soldiers immediately recognized Mo, after all. He was the second in the ability ranking. They could not even imagine that Yan would send them such strong reinforcements. But they also couldn't help but notice Duane's strength, who had killed 2 D-rank monsters. Perhaps the youth would even be stronger than Mo. One of the soldiers immediately shut his partner's mouth, even though they were standing far away from them. But both of Mo's eyes are watching everything, and he can easily analyze them. Mo told Duane that people really did have a good impression of him, but the young man simply replied that they were just trying to show him in a better light. They entered Hua's office, and the commander immediately thanked them. He also expressed special thanks to the god of war, who had helped them incredibly much. Hua asked if they wanted something to drink, but Duan replied that they had better start the meeting right away. The commander said that during the investigation they discovered the source of the zombie horde. In the first area there was a D-rank monster, as well as 3 E-rank monsters. They are leading the entire wave. Mo immediately assumed that once they killed these 3, everything would end immediately. Hua confirmed his suspicions. Once the zombies lost their leader, they would no longer pose a threat. He was also confident that if everyone worked together, they could be dealt with. But Mo objected. After all, he couldn't allow the shelter soldiers to risk their lives, so he said that he would deal with the D-rank monster and leave the 3 E-rank ones to Duan. That wasn't a problem, right? The guy agreed to such conditions, and since the god of war himself was not against it, then Hua also could not object. Mo stood up and was going to finish this quickly. He also told the young man that if he felt any difficulty and needed help, then he should just bide his time, and he would rush over as soon as he dealt with the D-rank. The impudent fellow laughed loudly after what was said and went to the exit. At the same time, on the front lines of the city of Ji, a group of soldiers continued to shoot back at the horde of zombies. The military reported to Leader Mo that they could suppress the enemies for now, but there were still too many of them. Mo and Duan realized that the horde leaders were in a large building behind the entire wave of zombies. The man said that he would go first, and the young man should try to keep up and not die halfway. Mo immediately rushed towards the building, leaving Duan alone. The guy just sighed because of his rank. People would tend to talk to him arrogantly. At the same time, there was a D-rank cat wandering around in that building that had an A-rank spatial jump ability. He immediately called the gorilla, the tiger, and the fox. All three of them were E-rank, and told them that people were approaching them. The Trinity immediately rushed to defend the building, and the cat, in turn, jumped into one of the portals summoned by his ability and disappeared into thin air. At this time, Dwan had already caught up with Mo, who was surprised by this. After all, he really is a capable guy. The young man only joked that if he weren't like that, he wouldn't have been able to beat up his brother so easily, which really angered Mo. Dwan immediately sensed the approach of the monsters and warned the man about it. A second later, a trio of E-rank monsters were already standing in front of them. Dwan told Mo that they should proceed with the plan. He would take charge of these three. Mo immediately took off and set off at breakneck speed to search for the D-rank leader of the horde. The gorilla immediately growled and was about to attack the man, but Dwan appeared in front of her and declared that he was their enemy. The very next moment, the young man defeated the gorilla with just one blow, tearing out one of its eyes. The tiger and the fox were simply furious. They immediately pounced on the guy. At the same time, Mo had already arrived at that very building. He came here and heard that the guy had killed 2 D-rank monsters on his own, so he also needed to kill that monster to restore Yan Huyan's authority, and then deal with Dwan himself, who dared to beat up his brother. But suddenly something interrupted his thoughts. At the last moment, he managed to dodge the fatal blow. Mo didn't understand where he was attacked from. He realized that the enemy had the ability to hide, so his observation here was useless. Immediately, a paw appeared from the portal behind him. But this time, too, he dodged. He understood perfectly well that if he couldn't force the enemy to show himself, then he would have no chance of winning. At that moment, he was attacked again, but this time the blow hit him directly. Mo finally realized the gravity of the situation. He and the enemy were of the same D rank, but the gap between their strengths was incredibly huge. Mo continued to swing his sword with all his might to somehow protect himself. That same cat was watching all this. He immediately jumped into the portal and found himself behind the man. This time the blow hit the target. Mo immediately flew to the side with incredible force. He couldn't believe that Dwan was actually facing 2 such monsters at the same time. Is there really such a big difference in strength between him and the boy? He had already resigned himself to his fate, although he still could not believe that he would die now. At that moment, Dwayne appeared and successfully blocked the monster's attack. The guy ordered Mo to step aside and not interfere because he was clearly not an opponent to this monster. The man didn't understand why the guy was here. Had he already dealt with 3 E-rank monsters? At that very moment, the monster's paw appeared from the portal again. But Dwan reacted in time and repelled the vile attack. He realized that the monster had space-type abilities, which were quite rare, although the damage from such abilities was not the same as offensive ones, but this one felt a frightening presence. At that very moment, Dwayne grabbed the monster right by the paw. He pulled him out of the portal, but the cat immediately started running away. Dwan knew that even the spatial type had a weak point. When the enemy using this ability has his body exposed, he has no advantage. With the spatial shadow gap, his speed is enough to catch up with the monster. A moment later, Dwayne immediately stabbed the dagger straight at the monster. Mo couldn't believe that the young man had dealt with him so easily. Dwan realized that the beast couldn't use its portal now. At that very moment, the cat began to take on a new appearance. And a moment later, he turned into a huge C-rank monster, and his spatial jump ability was also supplemented with the Berserker skill. Dwan thought that the previous calamity demon he fought against also went mad before dying. Could it have something to do with the zombie horde and the disaster orchestrated? The monster immediately rushed at the guy. He also used his portal to attack Dwan from behind. But the young man stopped his huge paw by putting up a block. At that very moment, a huge paw appeared above him again. The monster thought it had grabbed the boy, but it turned out to be just a shadow clone. At the same time, Dwan himself was about to finish off the monster, appearing behind him. He realized that as death approached, the monster had reached rank C and had even awakened, gaining the ability of a berserker. But the beast was able to repel the young man's attack at the very last moment. Dwan also noticed that the monster's strength and speed were increasing too much. This could make up for what it lacked. The monster immediately grabbed the young man by the leg and pulled him straight down. Dwan was able to cut its tail with his blades, which made the beast even more angry. They immediately rushed at each other. The monster used multiple teleports to strike the boy from different directions, but Duan managed to react to each of his attempts. Mo watched all of this, not understanding how an E-ranker could fight a C-ranker. Duan knew that simply relying on one ability would be difficult. Mo could already see that he had several of them. He couldn't be so worried right now and immediately used the flame skill. The young man directed pillars of flame straight into the portals, which literally fried the beast. When the beast came to its senses, Duan was already next to it, and a moment later he activated the absorption skill. But the monster immediately summoned a huge portal and jumped into it together with Duan. Mo didn't know what to do. Judging from the beast's spatial leap, the distance should be short, but they completely disappeared. Maybe the beast used its last breath to carry the guy into the space tunnel and then died halfway? Then that meant Duan was stuck in it forever. Mo immediately went to Commander Hua and reported that Duan had sacrificed himself and died in battle. He also lied that after he dealt with the monster, he immediately rushed there, but it was too late. Hua couldn't believe it, because when the young man encountered 2 D-rank beasts, he remained unharmed, but now he couldn't cope with the E-rank ones. Mo asked if the captain really thought he had deceived him. Hua immediately began to justify himself by saying that this was not the case. He just had a hard time accepting this fact. At the same time, in Yan Huyan's base, Commander Shu received a call from a secret communication device with Mo. Shu asked if the issue with the light base had been resolved, since he heard that Commander Luo's hideout had also sent people there. Mo said that everything was decided. The guy from the shelter is really strong. He has many abilities, but now it doesn't matter because he's already dead. He also said that he felt something strange. Among the people from the shelter, there was a little girl, and with his ability of observation, he felt a dense zombie aura from her, although her appearance was human. At that moment, Zhu's hand turned into a demonic one. He could no longer listen. And a moment later, he himself turned into a demon, ordering Mo to quickly grab this girl and bring her to him. Mo didn't understand why, but Zhu only ordered him not to harm her and to bring her back safe and sound. Zhu once again assumed human form. He was surprised that the human body was so useful, since it was so easy to get the key he needed. It turned out to be the work of a disaster, and the bastard immediately reported to his partners that he had found the location of the key, which in turn held the real commander, Shu, hostage. The comrades asked what they should do with this man, and the demon decided for the last time to offer the man to work for them. But Shu shouted that he would never cooperate with such monsters because someone would definitely expose them and tear them to pieces. At that very moment, the old man's life ended forever, and the monster only replied that no one would ever be able to stop them. At the same time, Duan was in the spatial jump tunnel. Suddenly, an even bigger monster appeared in front of him. He realized that the cat's original goal was to drag him here, because in that case he would have the home field advantage. Duan understood that the oxygen in the sealed space was limited. He couldn't just use the fire ability. He had to quickly kill the monster and find a way out of this dimension. The young man rushed towards the monster, surprised that a D-rank beast could instantly become so strong. He never imagined that the demon of calamity he had allowed to escape would pose such a threat. The guy immediately destroyed the cat, realizing that the disaster organization did not yet know about the existence of such a beast. But at that very moment, black energy flew straight into the guy's chest. And at that very moment, the monster was completely restored. The young man realized that physical attacks against the monster were ineffective. In that case, he can only use magic to defeat the bastard. The guy rushed towards his opponent at breakneck speed. Before the beast could react, Duan was already behind him. Duan immediately thrust the monster straight into the ground. But the monster again tried to attack the guy with its black energy. Fortunately, Duan was able to fend off every one of his attacks. He understood perfectly well that if this continued, it would not end well. The guy noticed that the monster's attack was getting stronger and stronger, rather than his abilities being unlimited in this place. But Duan had thought of everything in advance and had summoned his shadow clone earlier to get close to the monster. The clone immediately activated the Devour skill, and a moment later Duan received 800 points for killing a C-rank zombie, as well as a space-type gene core. Duan had never seen such a core before, so he thought it was quite rare. At that very moment, the space began to collapse. The young man only hoped that he would not be teleported somewhere far away. At the same time, Mo entered the room where Anya was sleeping. When he used his skill on her, he saw that she had a huge amount of zombie poison in her body, but she still looked like a human. Her combat abilities were also normal, but why did the commander want to get her so much? Recently, Commander Shu has been acting unpredictably. At that very moment, a voice rang out and told Mo that he couldn't just walk into other people's rooms whenever he wanted. Hadn't his parents taught him good manners? It turned out to be Dwayne, who could turn a blind eye to the fact that Mo had deceived them about his death. But he can't even touch his friends with a finger. Does he know what consequences await him? The man was shocked by the fact that the boy was alive. The young man only mocked him because in this way his lies would come to light. Mo replied that in that case he had no choice. He could only kill the guy. And then what he told the commander would be true. He was also surprised by the fact that the god of war had teamed up with the zombies. Dwan only replied that he should have killed the bastard when he saw Anya. The bastard only laughed, because his ability would easily reveal his weak points. At that moment, Dwan closed the bastard's mouth. He ordered him not to make noise while Anya was sleeping. Mo tried to activate his skill, but the target's level was too high, so he had no weak points to exploit, which left him in shock. He continued to make noise, and Dwan repeated to him again to be quieter. At that very moment, Anya began to talk in her sleep. Dwan just walked over and covered her with a blanket. He was glad to see that the girl would not become what she was in her past life. He won't let the same thing happen to her. Dwan grabbed the bastard and rushed with him from the window of the high-rise building. He didn't care whether a human or a zombie tried to harm her. He would kill everyone, even if he had to make the whole world his enemy. At the same time, the group of demons gathered together again as Huanin had some news. One of the demons asked him to speak faster because everyone has their own tasks. Huanin said that the key was found and she is with the man who killed Thorn, but she managed to escape, although this is not such a big problem since he knows the base she is at. An argument began between them about the fact that the girl managed to escape because of him. But the leader of the gang reassured them that since the key had been found, it meant that the energy needed by the king had also begun to be prepared. The demon said that he already had a plan. He just needs to continue using the identity of Commander Shu, and then the energy will be sent here without stopping. He should just wait here. The leader only remained silent, giving him a chance to implement his plan. Closer to the morning, Dwayne entered the system, where the main body of the tree was already waiting for him. Dwan admitted that the growth rate of zombies is much higher, so they need to become stronger, and the girl asked how many evolution points the young man currently has. Recently, he has been taking Xinyue and the others with him to fight low-ranking zombies, so he hasn't earned many points. The young man understood that he was still quite far from evolving to rank C and prioritized improving his strength to level 17, but the girl noticed that the remaining points were enough to activate the perfect gene process. This is a big increase for the young man, and Dan noticed that the tree had changed. She began to look more emotional and no longer as cold as when he saw her the first time. The girl noticed that the guy was looking at her strangely and decided to ask him about it. Dwan immediately began to justify himself by saying that nothing had happened, and also that he had already begun activating the perfect gene process when he met Sia. But at that moment, he fainted. The young man decided to use the remaining 10,000 points for activation, and a moment later the process itself began. Soon it was all over, and Dwan felt as if he had been born again. The girl congratulated him on becoming stronger. The guy decided to open the ability fragments menu. He realized that only F-rank abilities could be activated, although they were of no use at all, so the ability fragment should be used to improve the current ones because it would be more profitable. To start, he improved the ability contract by unlocking a new effect, where when the contract target's life is in danger, he will receive an alarm signal and the target's coordinates. Dwan realized that in this way he could protect the person he copied the skill from. He also decided to improve Elan's flame skill, increasing its attack power by 20%. At the moment, that was all he could do. Dwan asked the tree not to worry. He would try his best to ensure that she quickly regained her memory. The girl just smiled and replied that she believed in him. After some time, Dwan came to the cafeteria of the light base where Xinyue and the others were having breakfast. At that very moment, someone's voice called out to him. It was Hua, who was incredibly excited and happy that the young man was alive because he was told that he had fallen at the hands of monsters. Duan only apologized for making him worry and said that they would soon return to their hideout. Hua said that Mo had disappeared early in the morning. It seemed like he had already returned to Yan Huyan base. Duan noticed the man's agitation. He was clearly worried that the zombie corpses would rise again, but the young man assured him otherwise. Hua was going to call helicopters to take them to the shelter, but Duane said that there was no need. They would leave right after breakfast, realizing that the man might find out about Mo's death, so he needed to leave this place quickly for safety. After some time, Duane and the others returned to the shelter, which could not help but make the others run up to him. They had heard about the guy's exploits. Xinyue noticed that her little brother had become a big star, but Duan only asked her not to tease him, since she knew that he didn't know how to handle such situations. At that moment, Duan was called out by Xiao, who told him that Commander Luo wanted to see him. He asked the girls to call Alon and his friends and gather in his room. He needed to tell everyone something later. In fact, Duan himself wanted to tell Old Man Luo something. The young man went to the commander's office, who immediately told him that the light base had praised him very much. He asked the boy to sit down and tell him everything that had happened. But the old man noticed the strange expression on the boy's face. Duan only said that he had something important to tell him. 5 minutes later, the old man was horrified because the guy killed Mo from the Yan Huyan base, which they did not want to provoke into a conflict. But what made the young man kill him? Duan knew that it would be better for fewer people to know Ani's secret, so he replied that he could not answer this question. He had his own reasons for that. But the old man should not worry. He would not drag anyone into this shelter and would immediately leave this place. Lo immediately tried to dissuade him. He also stated that no matter what, the shelter would fight with him, because without him, they would have already been destroyed. Duan admitted that even if this had not happened, he would still have decided to leave. Besides, the shelter was built only recently, so he should worry about the safety of the citizens, and not about him. Lo immediately wilted. Duan never thought that Commander Luo, who cared about the citizens, would make Yan Huyan his enemy for his sake, so he assured him that he would not leave forever, because this was his home, and he would return when the shelter needed him. The old man said that the young man helped him with Guan, the zombie horde, and also with the light base, and the only thing he asked him for was to help him find his little sister, but he couldn't even do that. Duan only replied that Luo had helped him a lot, and his comrades were under his protection and did not have to wander around the area, and the old man also allowed him to feel hope in humanity, and to be honest, he fulfilled the role of a father that he so lacked. Lo just sighed heavily. Trying to contain his emotions, he apologized to him for losing his temper and told him to do what he wanted. Duan was pleased with this answer. Luo asked him when he was going to leave, but Duan himself didn't know. He should leave before the Yan Huyan base learned of Mo's death. The young man said that he had to go already because he still had some things to do. He was about to leave the office when Lo called out to him. Finally, the commander told the guy that he could come whenever he wanted. This only brought a smile to the young man's face. Before Duan could leave the office, the soldier greeted him again, calling him the god of war, which again embarrassed the young man. He wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible, but he couldn't do that without explaining anything to the others. When he entered the room, he saw all his friends waiting for him. The guys immediately pounced on the guy and told him to go to the table faster. Duan realized that he really had many friends. He had experienced too many things after being reincarnated. He experienced affection and friendship. Time is running out and there is no way to get it back, so he doesn't want to miss a second. The boys immediately began to eat and have fun. But Duan noticed that Zia had gone out onto the balcony and went out to offer her some beer. He asked her why she was sad here alone, and the girl admitted that everything around her seemed too amazing to her. But if she hadn't saved him, what would the world have turned into? The young man replied that perhaps another would appear who would do what he did, and the girl asked him again if he was really going to leave again. The guy was surprised that the girl found out about this. She said that every time he was in such a state, he would return again and secretly leave, and she would be in silent anticipation of his return each time. But this time she feels different. This time she really can't go with him, so she feels sad. Duan admitted that things are a little more complicated this time, so he won't be back anytime soon. Sia tried the beer and was once again convinced that she didn't like it. The girl said that she was a soldier, and it was her duty to protect the citizens, so she would not think about him so much anymore. Duan asked her to give him her hand, which she did not expect at all, and immediately blushed. She didn't understand what he was going to do, but the guy asked her not to worry. Zia extended her hand to him, and the young man immediately used the ability contract, obtaining the ability of A-rank telekinesis, which surprised her. Duan admitted that he had made a contract with her for her ability, and no matter where she was, if she was in danger, he would immediately come and protect her. The girl immediately blushed and fell silent, and the guy thought he had done something wrong. Xinyue watched all of this carefully. But then Anya, who wanted to play with Duan, ran out onto the balcony. But Xinyue immediately grabbed her by the hood. She quickly took Anya away from there, offering to play with her, leaving her brother alone with Miss Xia. At that moment, Alan approached her and wanted to talk to her. Xinyue asked Anya to go play with someone else because she was a little busy. Alan gave the girl her hairpin because he heard from Lee that this thing was very important to her, and also asked her to help him say goodbye to Duan because they were leaving. Xinyue was surprised that the guys were going to leave the shelter, but what was he going to do next? Alon said that he will continue to search for the remaining S ranks. He does not want them to join Scan yet, so they need to weaken their forces. He also said that his team needs to become stronger so that they can catch up with Dwayne. Xinyue didn't understand why he didn't tell him about it himself, but Alon just didn't want to bother him. They would meet again sooner or later anyway. In the morning, Duan took Xinyue and Anya with him, who wanted to know where they were heading this time. Duan said that their next target would be Devil's Island. After some time, the guys reached the city of N. He asked Goldie to land on the ground. Duan took out a map and told the girls that after a day they were not so far from Devil's Island. The young man also noticed that there were absolutely no zombies in this place. To begin with, he suggested finding a place where they could replenish their resources. They entered one of the shops and Dwayne asked the girls to take only food that could be easily carried and stored. He also told Xinyu that she should also go gather some resources because there were no provisions in the place they were going to. From now on, they all had to adapt to the conditions of the apocalypse and warned that it would not be like a shelter. Xinyue understood everything immediately. Duan noticed that at first, because of her body, his little sister was not confident in herself. Until she awakened her abilities, she also encountered Skynet and escaped from prison. It seems that he is too worried about her because she has long grown up. 30 minutes later, Duan's disappointment knew no bounds. After all, Anya took a whole cart of chips with her and nothing else. Xinyue came up to them and told her that she couldn't just eat chips, she also needed to drink. Duan looked at her cart, which was filled with only soda and water, and realized that she still hadn't grown up all the way. Luckily, he took enough food that should be enough to last him for a while. Closer to night, the boys arrived at the pier, and Duan explained to them that they should find a boat because there is no place to land in the sea if a dangerous situation arises, so they cannot fly to Goldie. Anya was incredibly happy about this, because she had never ridden a boat before. At that very moment, an old woman appeared next to her, which seriously scared the girl who thought that she was not a zombie. Duan immediately told Anya that this was a human and she should ask for forgiveness. Granny asked them if they had seen her son, Aji. Duan told his grandmother that it was dangerous for her to stay here alone. At that very moment, some girl mistook the boys for zombies and immediately rushed to help her granny. She struck with a stick, but the boys calmly dodged it. The girl immediately looked at them and realized that she was wrong. After some time, they were already sitting at home, where she continued to ask for forgiveness for mistaking them for zombies and trying to attack. Her name is Afan, and she asked how she could address them. The guys introduced themselves, and Dwayne asked why they still lived here. Afan said that she and her grandmother want to wait for her father. Duan looked at the wall where there was a photo of Afan with her father, and the girl said that he was a prison guard. When the apocalypse began, he left alone, even though she tried to stop him. But after that, there was no information from him. The guys just remained silent. Afan admitted that she believes that her father is still alive and that he will definitely return and find them. But Grandma's dementia is getting worse and worse. She often runs to the port and waits for her father or just looks out the window alone. so she has to find the means to survive herself, but she cannot always protect her grandmother. If they stay here, she is afraid that they simply will not survive. Duan guessed that her father worked as a security guard on Devil's Island. Afan confirmed this. The most terrible criminals in the world are on this island. Duan admitted that they were just heading to the island, so they could look for her father, and she and her grandmother could go to the shelter, but the girl was against it, because after the apocalypse happened, not a single boat goes to the island anymore, and no one knows how things are there. The young man asked her not to worry. He knew what he was doing, but he still hoped that she could help them find the boat. After some time, the boat was ready and Duan was going to set off immediately before it got completely dark. But they were stopped by Afan, who asked the boys to take her with them. Duan was against it because it was too dangerous, and her grandmother needed help, but the girl assured that she had already prepared everything for her. She knows the way to the Devil's Island and can drive a boat. He promises that he will do everything possible to be useful. She just needs to personally find her father. Duan just exchanged glances with Xinyue. Still, he agreed to take her with him, but she must listen to his instructions and follow them impeccably. They all got on a boat together and went straight to Devil's Island. Sometime earlier, Afan handed the granny some tea so that she could rest. She looked out the window and saw Duan and the others, so she asked her granddaughter if they were going to the island. Afan confirmed this, but she never expected to hear from her grandmother that she had to go with them. The girl immediately began to say that she could not leave her because there would be no one to take care of her, but the grandmother said that she would be fine. She had arms and legs. She did not need her to take care of her, because she herself understood perfectly well that her granddaughter wanted to go to the island to finally find her father. She was just afraid that Athos would be in danger if she went alone, so she could only pretend to be sick to make her take care of her. But now those people are also going there, and this is a rare chance. Does she really want to miss it? Afan tried to object, but Grandma immediately interrupted her and said that it made no difference to her whether she waited for one person or two, but there was a difference if two were waiting for one. These were the very thoughts that Afan was pondering as she raced towards the island at full speed. Xinyue asked Duan why this island was called the Devil's Island. The guy said that Devil's Island is essentially a large prison where evil and ruthless death row inmates are kept. They killed people for joy, and their hands are full of blood. They are real devils. That is why the island got its name. But it became really scary after the apocalypse happened. That's when the source hit the island. All the inhabitants of the island became zombies, and they inherited the ruthlessness that they had in life. The zombies are affected by the radiation of the source as they were near it for a long period of time, and their evolution rate is much higher than other zombies. Their goal this time is to destroy all the zombies and find the source, because it is one of the most problematic. It is because of it that the catastrophe occurred, but do not forget that each such source has guardians. This will all be their training ground. They must use the opportunity and become stronger. By this time, they were already near the island, and Duan explained that they would enter from a side route, since the main port would be dangerous. Anya admitted that she was scared. The boys moored the boat, and Duan explained that they should all be on guard, because they had entered the outer zone of the island, so danger could arise at any moment. He also said that the Devil's Island is a large-scale prison with a complex structure, and the island itself has 5 circles. The closer to the center, the stronger and more ruthless the villains will be. At the moment, they are on the 5th circle, and they need to find the gate to get to the next area. Afan was surprised that the young man knew this place so well, and Duan only justified himself by saying that he had heard it from others. Sinue's expression immediately changed, which Duan also noticed. She thought that her little brother had changed a lot and had become so grown up, so she had to work harder so as not to become a burden to him. At that moment, Dwayne immediately ordered them to quickly split into 2 sides and bend down. It turned out to be one of the zombies, who threw a huge stone in their direction. The bastard turned out to be a D rank who possessed the ability of monstrous strength. Duan immediately ran to Afang, who assured him that she was okay. Xinyue and Anya also successfully dodged the monster's attack. The zombie counted 4 people and 2 animals. He was surprised that he had so many targets. Afan immediately found information about him and told him that he was prisoner number 71, a world-famous killer who single-handedly killed an entire gang. Duan thanked her for such important information and immediately rushed away. The guy was immediately behind him to finish off the bastard once and for all, but the scoundrel immediately looked him in the face. And the next moment he dealt a crushing blow which surprised Dwayne, who did not expect that the zombie could react so quickly. His blow was so strong that it even broke a tree in half. The bastard immediately caught the young man with his chains while he was in the air, and he was about to finish him off with a huge metal ball. But Dwan immediately used Shadow Break and avoided the attack. The bastard didn't expect this at all. At that moment, Jinyue restricted his movement with her absolute zero skill. But the scoundrel easily escaped from the trap, and the next moment he sent a huge metal ball straight at the girl. Jinyue tried to use ice to somehow stop the huge ball. Anya immediately praised the girl, but their joy was immediately interrupted after the ice cracked and the ball continued its movement. Anya asked Booga to help them. The pet immediately used the absolute tornado skill. The bastard got incredibly angry at this and sent his ball straight at them again. Jinyue only grabbed Anya in the hope that she could protect her. But at that very moment, Dwan appeared and easily stopped him. The young man told them that they would not be able to deal with the zombies because his past profession had given him a lot of combat experience, which made him even stronger, and in such situations, combat thinking was what they lacked, so he would deal with everything himself. Jinyue herself understood all this perfectly well. The zombie aimed his ball straight at them again, hoping to finish them off at once. But Dwan immediately used telekinesis, stopping the ball and directing it towards the bastard himself. The monster barely stopped this attack. Dwan never thought that the monster could rely on its own brute strength to block the mind control. The young man immediately used his shadow skill and dodged every attack, thinking that the zombies here were really strong. However, this is really unexpected from the outer zombies. Their path becomes even more difficult than he expected. At that very moment, a huge bang was heard, which the girls watched. Jinyue simply couldn't believe it. She knew this was not a battle she could help him with. After all, she was still under the protection of her older brother, who had already completely dealt with the bastard, receiving 600 points for killing the D-rank zombie. The young man approached the others and suggested that they continue on their way. Afan immediately began asking them who they were, if they could use superpowers. Dwan immediately realized that this was her first time seeing an awakened one, which surprised her, and Jinyue immediately asked him to teach her combat techniques to become stronger. Anya also stated that she wants to become stronger. Jinyue said that she didn't want to be protected every time. She was too weak and useless. Every time Dwan got into danger and almost died to protect her, so she didn't want that to happen again. Alon is also trying his best to catch up with him, and she doesn't want to be left behind them. Dwan just put his hands on the girls' heads and admitted that he was glad to see their motivation. They should remember what he was about to tell them. First of all, they should know the strengths and weaknesses of their abilities. He said that Jinyue's strength is in long-range attack, but the weakness is that the ability pales in close combat. In such a situation, you can't rely on your abilities alone. You need to use your own abilities to overcome the disadvantage. And the key to becoming stronger is the ability to cope with situations when the enemy is approaching. He also said that Anya's ability is special, and most of her combat abilities depend on controlling things. Now her combat ability is only Bugu, so she needs to train it, forcing it to learn more combat techniques. And then, expand the team she will control. She should also find a special bodyguard to protect herself, since the safety of the leader is a priority. Dwan said that it was okay if they didn't understand everything, because they couldn't quickly gain such experience, thinking that this stage was too difficult for them. But to his surprise, the girls immediately understood everything and were crazy about the information they received. They immediately set off together, holding hands to catch more zombies to increase their strength. Afan realized that she was the only one here without abilities and asked for forgiveness for only getting in the way. Dwan asked her not to say that, after all, the strength of one person is not only shown in battles. After all, she dared to take a risk and come here, which meant that her courage was enormous, and she also had a written manual that would be useful to them. He said that she would be their main informant on this island, and now they should move on. These words encouraged Afan, and she immediately gained the determination to continue on her way. Jinyue was deep in thought about something. But Dwayne noticed this and told her to watch her steps because danger could arise at any moment. Hard work is always good, but rushing to success is bad. In a fight, the worst thing is recklessness, so self-defense plays an important role. Shin Yue said she would take this into consideration. Duan also asked Afin if she understood the island's landscape, and the girl said that she knew a little, since her father sometimes brought her here. Afan said that the place they started from is in the center of the island, and the outer gate is on the pier side. Now they are going in the opposite direction, and they need to go around the pier. Anya asked why they couldn't just ask Goldie to help them fly to the right point. Afan said it wouldn't work. Her father told her that the island's infrastructure was sealed and heavily guarded, and that one couldn't get into the prison from the sky, but now no one was guarding it, so one could try to use brute force and still get inside. Duan immediately rejected the idea, explaining that they would attract a lot of zombies that way. He came to the conclusion that the step-by-step approach method suited them better, so that they could find the location of Father Afana. The girl only thanked Duan. The guy also explained that they needed to explore each area before heading to the next one, so they should all prepare for a long fight. Suddenly, Xinyue heard a sound and told the others about it, even though they hadn't heard anything. But a moment later, Duan immediately understood everything and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The silhouette of a new enemy was visible on the horizon. It was a zombie with a knife who was clearly puzzled by something. But suddenly their gazes met, and the bastard immediately rushed to attack them. Xinyue didn't even have time to react before Duan appeared in front of her and cut the bastard down with just one blow. But suddenly something confused him, and he ordered everyone to quickly step back. It turned out that even in this state, the bastard was still conscious and was about to attack again. Duan knew that there was no way he could activate his shadow in time to avoid the blow. At that very moment, the zombie was literally torn to pieces. Everyone turned around, not understanding what had just happened. It was Jin Yue who used her skill and made an ice sword. She declared that she had to overcome her weakness. Everyone immediately began to praise her, and Duan admitted that he was amazed at her resourcefulness, but the girl only said that she did everything she could. At the same time, the bastard did not actually die, but looked towards his severed body parts. A moment later, he immediately began to pull all of his parts back into one pile, which the others noticed as well. And after a couple of seconds, he fully recovered, which shocked the guys. The zombie turned out to be a D rank, and his D rank split ability allowed his body to separate and grow back together. Afan immediately found information about the enemy. It turned out to be prisoner number 67, the killer in front of them, who cut his victims into small pieces. The bastard immediately rushed towards the guys. He killed 121 people, of which there were 70 men, 30 women, and 21 children. In total, 63,000 body parts came out of his victims. At that very moment, something stopped him. And a moment later, the bastard's hand was cut off. He just smiled as he looked at Xinyue. And a moment later, he rushed at her. The girl told the bastard that people like him belong only in hell. She continued to slash again and again. The bastard's body was cut into small pieces again, but this only amused him. A moment later, he was fully recovered again. Now it was his time to attack. He immediately attacked Xinyue, aiming for her face. But she managed to put her sword up in time to defend herself. Then the bastard shouted that she would not be able to defend herself forever and would die sooner or later. But at that very moment, Dwayne appeared behind him and cut off the little bastard's hand. The young man didn't understand who this trash thought he was. The guy immediately cut it in half. The zombie screamed at the young man to stay out of his way. But before he could strike, shadows began to permeate his body. He just laughed at the guy because they would never be able to kill him, and when they ran out of energy, he would slowly torture them. Duan told the bastard to turn around. At that very moment, Xinyue was preparing for her attack. And a moment later, a huge column of ice appeared. The girl managed to completely seal the bastard, but even in this state, he could survive. Duan immediately activated the absorption skill, which terrified the bastard. He didn't understand what the guy was going to do, and Duan just replied that he would simply give him the sentence he deserved. A moment later, the zombie was finished. Everyone immediately began to praise the girl, but she believed that this was not so, because if it were not for her older brother, she would not have been able to cope with the enemy alone. She just thanked the guy and then fell into his arms. Xinyue admitted that she began to feel dizzy. Duan explained that she had used up too much energy, so her body was now in a state of fatigue, and she should also remember for the future that she should not use up all her energy, because that would expose her to great danger. The young man told the others that they would stay here and rest and then set off again. He said that a little rest can also be useful, because overexerting the body can be very dangerous. After some time, Afan was sitting near a tree, clearly deep in thought about something. Duan approached her and asked why she wasn't eating. Afana replied that she was not hungry, but the young man immediately understood that this was not the case. She was worried about her father now, wasn't she? The girl confirmed this. Especially after arriving on the island, there are too many scary monsters here, and if her father is really on the island, then there is a high chance that he is not alive. Duan quickly replied that she should not lose hope. He asked what her father was like. Afan said that he was a workaholic. He couldn't even sit at home for a couple of days and worked all year round. Eventually, Mom couldn't stand it anymore and left them. Dad was very angry, and if she did something wrong, he punished her severely. She even thought that work was more important to him than her. She didn't understand why he refused her. These words made Duan remember his parents, who left him and his sister alone for the sake of their personal careers. The girl noticed that the guy was upset and asked for forgiveness if she said something wrong. But Duan only replied that everything was fine. Afan asked him why they came to this island at all, and the young man replied that their goal was to become stronger. He admitted that he needed strength so that he could protect the people important to him, and also to have enough strength to unravel the secret of this world. If it is not him, then everything will continue like this. He does not want to shift his fate onto others. Afana asked if this was his responsibility. Duan just laughed it off, and then he said that they should continue on their way. He has been solving problem after problem lately and is now doing everything he can. He exceeds his own abilities because he does not want to disappoint anyone. This will definitely not happen in this life. This is indeed his duty after reincarnation. At the same time, a pair of helicopters flew to Commander Lo's shelter. It was a demon in the form of Commander Shu and his subordinates. Lo had no way of knowing this, so he welcomed him as a guest. The demon admitted that he had no idea that his shelter would develop so quickly in such a short period of time. Lo only replied that it was everyone's merit, and he suggested that they go inside and discuss everything in detail. After some time, they were already sitting in his office, and Luo asked why Commander Shu personally came here. The bastard only replied that he only came here for two important things. The first thing the old man needed to know was what his war god did in City C, so he hoped that Luo would hand him over along with his accomplices. Luo asked for forgiveness, because he did not understand what he wanted to say by this. If he came for the young man, then most likely he would be disappointed, because he left the city of Sai and never returned. At the same time on the island, Duan noticed 4 zombies on the way and asked Afan to find information about them. The girl immediately began to search for them in her notebook. She said that number 50, who was at the front, killed almost 100 people indiscriminately in order to take revenge. There is no information or record about the 2 behind him. Apparently they are ordinary prison workers, but she does not know them. But Duane should pay attention to the one walking behind, because it is number 41. Her father once told her that her whole family worked as bodyguards. If they were given money, they would protect the target at any cost, except for the employer. The lives of others did not matter to them. But her position is special because she surrendered voluntarily. Duan realized that 41 was much stronger than the others, so he would deal with the girl himself and leave the others to them. Anya immediately asked Duan to give her the opportunity to deal with her herself, but the young man was against it, because the enemy's level was higher than hers. The girl said that her aura seemed different. Even though her abilities were not fully developed, she wanted to let her join their team. Duan gave his approval, but Xinyue was worried that it would be too difficult for Anya. The guy just asked her not to worry, because Anya is very strong. Duan gave the order to carry out the plan, and a moment later the entire team began to attack the zombies. The 51st turned out to be a D rank with the ability of osteosclerosis. But Duan immediately appeared behind him to deal with the scoundrel in an instant. The zombie managed to react and block the young man's blow. At that very moment, Duan's foot flew into the bastard's face with incredible force, and the zombie itself flew into the ground at great speed. The two prison workers turned out to be F-Rank and D-Rank with berserk and petrification abilities. They rushed to attack, but Xinyue immediately used her absolute zero skill and dealt with the bastards. It's time for Anya to show her strength. The girl immediately used her counterattack skill on the 41st. But when I entered her consciousness, I saw absolute emptiness. At that very moment, strong waves suddenly began to appear inside her consciousness. The 41st immediately rushed towards the girl with the aim of eliminating the danger. But Bugu came to her defense and stopped her. The pet immediately summoned a huge tornado. The 41st was a D rank with the ability of psionic armor, and different parts of the armor had different effects, but there was still a limitation on the area. She immediately rushed into attack. At the same time, Anya was able to see her memories, in which she told her father that she was taken to the dance championship at school. But the man just tore up the certificate and said that these were unnecessary things and that she should not use her talent in this matter. Her father told her that she should stay in the gym and continue her training because they had high hopes for her. At that moment, she dealt with Bugu. She thought that if she listened to her father and treated him with all the importance, then she would have temporary freedom, at least for a day. Anya saw her memory again, where an unknown customer praised the girl's father, that his daughter was truly amazing, because she single-handedly destroyed an entire team, but the man replied that he was not strong enough yet. Then the father turned to the girl and said that she had done well, and as a reward she could take a day off, which could not but please her. Father said that he had prepared a surprise for her. Tomorrow she could go dancing. But when she arrived at the appointed place, she was stunned with horror. Her dad killed every dancer in the room and left a note saying he was counting on her to figure out what she really needed to do with her life. 41st continued to attack Anya with only one thought. She needed to fulfill the order. But the tornado appeared again. It was Bugu again, who would not allow anyone to hurt Anya. 50 shouted at his partner to finish quickly and come help. But the girl stopped, thinking about something. At that very moment, Bugu went on the attack and she had no choice but to run away. The bird launched a windy ball straight at her, and a moment later there was a huge explosion. But she still managed to survive. She used her armor and was able to avoid serious damage. Bugu rushed at the girl again, but she managed to block his attack. She didn't understand why she couldn't use all her strength. After the collision with these people, she felt something was wrong in her body. At the same time, Dwayne continued to fight with the 50th, who realized that he was unable to cope with the guy. He looked at Xinyue, who was fighting the two workers along with Goldie. And then to Anya and Buga. Duan only asked the bastard if he really had time to look around. And the very next moment, the young man attacked the scoundrel. The force of the impact was so great that the ground began to crack beneath them. Duan understood that due to the zombie's ability, he had good evasiveness. At that very moment, huge claws appeared from a pile of smoke and headed towards the young man. But Duan immediately cut them into pieces. And when I looked where the attack came from, there was no one there anymore. The bastard immediately appeared behind Anya, deciding that he would kill the weakest one first. Duan understood that he would not have time to help her. Only Bugu remained, who immediately rushed to defend his mistress. At the same time, Anya found herself inside the consciousness of the 41st, who was surprised to see someone in her training room. The girl asked her if she liked what she was doing now, but such a question took her by surprise, because no one had ever asked her such a thing. He only knows that she does not like it at all, but continues to fulfill her father's whims. Her father always told her that this was her only talent, and he wanted to make her an elite, like the rest of the family. He destroyed everything she loved, even her friends. Once she realized this, she was no longer the same. Whether she liked it or not, it wouldn't change anything. But a jacket immediately flew at her. Anya began to throw all the clothes around the room, laughing loudly. The girl did not understand what the girl was doing at all and asked her to stop. But Anya didn't listen and immediately ran up to one of the dumbbells and lifted it with ease. And the next moment she threw her onto the floor, which broke under her weight. At that moment, the room began to completely collapse and they were left alone. Anya said that since all these things were gone, he could do whatever he wanted. But first, she wanted to be friends with her. This really amazed her. She didn't understand how a little girl could solve all her problems so quickly. She will try to trust again, to trust what her heart lies in. At that very moment, the 41st stood up to protect the girl, blocking the blow of the bastard who was close to killing Anya. The monster couldn't believe that his partner had protected a man. Was she completely out of her mind? The girl simply replied that she didn't need any reason to protect her friend. At that very moment, Dwan appeared behind the bastard and immediately thrust his blade into his chest. And then he used the absorption skill, which got rid of the bastard once and for all. By this time, Xinyue had also dealt with 2 guards, but she was more worried about Anya. The girl immediately replied that everything was fine with her and asked for everyone's attention. He would introduce them to her new friend. The guys told the girl who is who. She only said that they could call her 41st. She was Anya's bodyguard, but the girl was against it because they were friends. At that very moment, Anya received a notification from the system which said that the controlled target was of a higher level than her, so an experience bonus was received. The girl decided to look at the details, and the system said that she shares the experience gained with zombies, and also that zombies of rank F and above expand the range of control by 20%. Zombies of rank D and above can share vision with designated targets by 50%. Zombies of rank C and above again expand the range of control. Dwan noticed that something was wrong with the girl and asked her about it. Anya realized that no one had seen her system and admitted that she understood absolutely nothing. But the 41st saw everything clearly and said that the effect of Anya's skill increases the share of experience, and there are also other effects that need to be unlocked. Dwan realized that Anya could use monster control to solve her leveling problems, thus her growth speed would be terrifying. He decided not to raise the issue now and suggested that everything move forward. Afan called out to Dwan because she wanted to say something. She said that there was a prison guard dormitory nearby, and she would like to ask everyone to go there with her and take a look, because her father might be there. Dwan replied that they originally came to save her father, so there was no problem with that. The girl asked everyone to follow her. There is a path on this side that leads straight to the right direction. Dwan was surprised that she even knew the paths on this island, and Afan said that her father brought her here several times and she managed to write them down. Soon they approached the hostel itself, and the guy immediately felt the thick smell of blood, which meant that a fight had recently taken place here. He asked everyone to prepare themselves. Even though they had become stronger, they should not be frivolous. At the same time, some couple was watching them from the dormitory window. Afan only thought about how everything would be okay with her father. At that very moment, 2 monsters appeared above the girl's head. They almost managed to reach her, but Dwan stopped them in time. He reminded her again to be careful. Afan noticed that it was 2 guards who became zombies, but what should she do if her father also became a monster? But she decided not to think about it now. Since they had already come here, they would come in themselves and find out everything. The boys went inside, and Dwan immediately noticed that a serious fight had taken place there. Afan said that her father lived on the 3rd floor in room 302. Soon they arrived there, and Dwan asked the others to take Afan inside while he kept watch outside. The girls entered the room but found no one there. Suddenly, the 41st stopped Anya. She admitted that she would like to change this prison uniform. They looked around the room again but found nothing. At the same time, Dwan was outside and looked at a large number of bloodstains. The girls called out to him, and he asked if they had found any clues, but Afan said that there were signs of exploitation in the dormitory, but her father was nowhere to be found. Dwan asked her not to despair, because he also had some findings. Judging by the scale of the fight and the bloodstains, it happened not long ago. And the young man assumed that the participants in the fight had fled from the dormitory since there were bloodstains on the ground. The girl immediately realized that the tracks led towards the port, and they immediately went there. Soon they stopped near a place where traces of the battle were clearly visible, and it was there that the battle ended. The guy looked behind the stone, and Afana looked after him. But the girl immediately rushed away. Xinyue tried to stop her, as it was dangerous, but Dwan asked her not to interfere and to let Afan go. After all, she found her father. Afan recalled how, as a child, she asked her father why he was always so busy. Couldn't he meet with them at least once a month? The father then replied that his job was very responsible, so he could not be around them all the time. But Afan did not quite understand. Weren't family members as important as his job? The man said that they were very important to him, but he had to keep an eye on the bad guys so that they could never harm her or the other residents. In this case, The girl asked him to tell some more stories from the island, but her father said that it was time for him to go, and the next time he returned, he would tell her about the most dangerous criminals on the island. At the same time, the father's lifeless body was kneeling, holding a pistol in his hands. Afan immediately began to cry that she had finally managed to find him. She begged him to open his eyes and answer her. At the same time, Grandma was thinking only about the fact that Aji should protect his daughter. Duan noticed that many monsters had appeared behind them, and he ordered the others to protect Afan and her father. One of the bastards immediately shouted that he would incinerate the pathetic humans. But Xinyue's ice spears immediately closed his mouth. Duan noticed that the girl was angry. Most likely, seeing Afan's situation, she thought about their parents too. The entire team took up battle positions, and Duan ordered everyone not to allow a single zombie to get even one step closer to them. At the same time, an urgent meeting was announced in Commander Lo's shelter. All soldiers must report to headquarters. No one understood why they were gathered at such a late hour. At the same time, Xiao reported to Luo that all the soldiers had been gathered, and the old man praised him for a job well done. Zhao wanted to say something to him, but Luo himself understood perfectly well what the guy had in mind, but he had already decided everything. Luo remembered how Commander Shu said that he would go check on the war god's matter, but there was another important matter that he personally came here for. The demon undercover said that he had captured the place where the zombies were gathering, and was ready to gather all the forces of people to destroy them. All the other bases also agreed to send troops. Only this shelter remained. While the zombies were still weak, they could allow humanity to restore peace. The old man just remained silent. He needed time to think everything over. At the same time, Lo had already come out to all the soldiers, asking them to remain silent and focused. He asked forgiveness in front of everyone for such a late disturbance. He came to them with important news. 2 months have passed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. They are gradually losing their territories, and the zombies are becoming stronger every day. If this continues, it will be dangerous. But after the places of accumulation of zombies were found, other bases agreed to gather all their forces in order to destroy them. After much thought, he also decided to join the battle. This time they will be the side that takes the initiative, using everything they have to bring back peaceful life. But this time the operation will be difficult, although they may fail. But they simply must take this step. Only if they take the initiative, then they will be able to win in the future. She announced that Zia, Li, and Chen, along with him, would personally lead the team to the front line. Besides him, the other 3 were strong members of the God of War team. They had a lot of combat experience, so he was confident that they would be able to lead the army well. Lo said that they would set out tomorrow morning, and then there were the cries of soldiers who were ready to fight to the very end for the sake of peace. At the same time, Xinyue continued to exterminate the zombies one after another. Soon there was no trace left of the monsters, and Anya admitted that she felt that she had received enormous energy, as if she was about to rise to a new level. Duan approached Afang and offered his sincere condolences. The girl just wiped away her tears and asked for forgiveness that they had slowed down because of her. They could go. She wanted to bury her father and then return and go to the shelter with her grandmother. Duan said that he would help her. He also added that her father was a true hero of humanity because he did not leave his post until the very end. They would always remember him. The guy picked up the body and placed it on his shoulder to help Afan with the burial. But at that very moment, a notebook fell out of his pocket. Afan immediately picked it up and noticed a bloody letter in it. It was a letter from her father, who wrote to his daughter that he was not sure if she would see him, but this was the only way he could leave his message. The man asked for forgiveness from her, that he had to leave. But since monsters appeared in the world, the first thing he thought of was the prisoners of the Devil's Island, and if they took advantage of the disaster and tried to escape from the prison, then their city would be the first to fall. He and his teammates conferred and decided to guard this place until the end, not allowing anyone to leave it on any boat. But their enemies were not people, but monsters, and slowly his comrades died one after another. Soon after that, only he was left. He wanted to see them madly, but he could not leave. He had to guard this place. He had to protect everyone who stood behind it. Finally, the man asked his daughter for forgiveness for leaving then, and he would no longer be able to tell her stories of the island. But he made it up and wrote them all down in a notebook. Soon the boys helped Afan say goodbye to her father. The girl suddenly told Dwayne that she had changed her mind. She wanted to go with them, because her father had managed to record the most terrible captives from the deepest corners of the island. And also there is a team of guards there who may be trapped, and the key was with her. Now she has her father's book so she can help them. Dwan just smiled and agreed. They set off again, but Dwan noticed that the 41st was nowhere to be seen, and Anya said that she was now in her dimensional space. Dwan also asked Afan if she knew where they should go next, and the girl said that after the turn there would be an entrance to the next area ahead. But suddenly they noticed a huge hole in front of them. Dwan immediately came to the conclusion that this must be the source that turned Devil Island into such a state. At that very moment, a huge scythe was flying at them at full speed. There was a bastard standing at the gate who was surprised to see living people, but the guys were fine. This surprised the scoundrel, who couldn't even believe that the little people would manage to survive after this attack. Afan immediately took out a notebook and said that this was the 21st, who always wanted to prove his strength, so he fought with strong people all over the world. The fight was considered over only when one of the opponents died. He heard that there were many strong fighters on the Devil's Island, so he gave up and came here voluntarily. It turned out that Dwayne had grabbed the bastard's chain and stopped him. He only said that he would deal with him himself, and that they should stand aside. 21 immediately went crazy, realizing that the person in front of him was strong, and he himself was a D rank, possessing an A rank lighting skill. The zombie attacked again, but Dwan immediately threw away its chain, realizing that there was no source in the monster's body. He didn't look like he was from around here. The 21st was very surprised. He realized that the guy was very strong, perhaps even the strongest he had ever fought. He accepted his challenge, declaring that only one would survive this battle. The bastard immediately rushed at Dwayne. He was confident that he would kill the young man because he was invincible. It turned out that the monster had stuck his chains next to the young man, and the next moment, he had lifted a piece of earth along with him. The scoundrel immediately rushed at the young man. Dwan was able to fight off his attack. Although he knew that he had a high rank of self-awareness, he asked the 21st if the death of the guards was his doing. He replied that he was not interested in weaklings. If he wanted to know something, he would have to defeat him first. He used his chains again, attacking the boy. Luckily, Dwan easily blocked the bastard's attempt and then delivered a crushing blow, sending him straight into the ground. The girls were incredibly surprised as they watched this fight. Each of them could not believe that Dwayne was so strong. Dwan just walked up to the place where the bastard had fallen and ordered him to come out, since he knew that he was not injured. It turned out that the young man had only disarmed him, and the monster himself had only laughed loudly. He had not met such a strong opponent for a long time. He pulled his weapon towards himself and suggested starting the second round. The 21st immediately rushed at breakneck speed towards the guy, and they began to exchange blows. Each of them did not want to give in, and there was no weak spot in their defense. As a result, each of them was left without their weapons, so they immediately rushed into hand-to-hand combat. As Dwan expected, the zombies from the source were very different, other than the native ones. This was the strongest zombie he had encountered in this life. As soon as their fists touched, a huge explosion immediately sounded. The girls just watched all this, not understanding whether it was all over, but suddenly they noticed that the battle was continuing. The bastard attacked the guy again, but he only tilted his body slightly and dodged it easily. They continued to exchange a flurry of attacks again. As a result, neither of them was inferior to the other. But Dwan was fed up with this, and he summoned his daggers again. Each of them again assumed a fighting stance. The bastard admitted that he noticed that the young man was hiding his true strength, and it was getting on his nerves. He immediately attacked, shouting that this was the battle he was betting everything on. Dwan had no choice but to dodge the barrage of attacks. The bastard immediately used the super light whip technique, unleashing all his power on the guy. Abrasions and wounds began to appear on the boy's body. By then, the scoundrel was already confident of his victory. But at that very moment, Dwan dealt him a powerful blow from behind. This made the bastard fall face down on the ground. He didn't understand what was happening. Wasn't he badly injured? But it turned out to be just a shadow clone, which immediately dissolved into thin air. Dwan only said that the bastard himself forced him to become more serious, so let him feel all his anger on himself. This only made the monster more angry. Each of them rushed at each other again. And a moment later, there was an even bigger explosion. The bastard said that he would now show the brat the speed of light. But Duan didn't care how fast he was. He wouldn't be able to get rid of the shadow. Then the bastard came to the conclusion that he could use a strong light and then the guy would instantly disappear, even if he was a shadow. He just needs to use this moment and then he can kill him. But at that moment, Dwayne grabbed his leg using a flame skill. The 21st clearly did not expect such a turn of events. And at that very moment, he was slammed into the ground with incredible force. From such a blow, he literally began to cough up blood. Duan said that if there is fire, there will be a shadow. Immediately, dozens of blows fell on the bastard. He admitted his loss and told the guy that he could kill him. Duan only asked if he wanted revenge. The scoundrel replied that he didn't need it. A loss was a loss. Even if he didn't kill him, his master still wouldn't let him go. The young man told him not to worry and asked him not to resist, at least now. Duan called Anya to come over to them. The young man asked the girl to subdue him, but she was worried that his level was much higher than hers, and she was afraid that she would not succeed. But Duan asked her not to worry. He had already discussed everything with the 21st. A moment later, the zombie felt his body become lighter, and Anya noticed that he was being controlled too easily. The 21st only said that he could fight again. But Anya said that he couldn't make Duan his enemy. He didn't understand why he had to listen to some child. And a moment later, his consciousness completely submitted to Anya, and he asked her for forgiveness for his behavior. Although he tried to resist, he didn't understand why he couldn't rise up against this brat, realizing that he had been deceived by this boy. Xinyue and Afai approached them, and the 21st warned them not to go into the inner part, but to quickly run away while they had a chance. Anya was already furious with the 21st's tediousness and sent him to her space. Duan already knew that there would be danger ahead. He opened a huge gate, behind which was a passage into the inner part of the Devil's Island. At that moment, the zombie with the dogs discovered their presence and immediately shouted that the invaders had been discovered. He released the hounds, who immediately rushed towards the boys. Duan immediately warned the others that these creatures were not as simple as they seemed, so they should be more careful. Goldie immediately assumed his main form and dealt with one of the monsters. Xinyue also contributed by piercing one of the monsters with her ice spears. And Dwayne dealt with the last scoundrel, cutting him into small pieces. Xinyue thought that it was all over. But suddenly they noticed that the bastards began to regenerate. And a moment later they were completely resurrected. Duan didn't understand what the hell was going on, since they had no level or ability. Could it be that they weren't zombies? He immediately decided to rush into attack and activated the absorption skill. But when he tried to absorb one of the dogs, the skill failed to activate. The young man immediately realized that the whole problem was the zombies behind the monsters. The guy told his sister that he would leave these dogs to them, and he himself would go and deal with their leader. He also explained that the animals were summoned and they could not be killed, but only their movements could be restrained. In a moment, Duan was already next to the scumbag, who turned out to be a D rank with the spirit body extraction ability, which allowed him to extract creatures for battle, and the summoned beasts would not die if the summoner was alive. The bastard immediately ordered the guard dogs to return and stand up for him. But they couldn't even move because Xinyue had sealed them in ice. Duan immediately took advantage of the moment and activated the absorption skill on the scum, and in an instant, there was no trace left of him. At the same time, all the animals disappeared. Duan returned to the boys and warned them not to relax because the battle was not over yet. He ordered Goldie to protect Afan, and Anya and Xinyue would help him. Meanwhile, the human battle continued, and Yan Huyan led the army. All 7 bases headed to the zombie gathering place. The commanders of all the bases gathered in one place, and Shu thanked everyone for their cooperation. They were already close to the goal. This battle concerns the future of all mankind, although the attack was a little hasty. But such a chance comes rarely, and they cannot miss it. The Liming Base commander, Haran, asked Shu how much he knew about the fighting abilities of the zombies on the other side. The Leopard Base commander, Chin, said that if their 7 bases worked together, they would definitely not lose, so they didn't need to know that. Kuran did not fully agree, because if they were not informed and continued to fight head-on, then we would suffer. Commander Chin should turn on his brain, which angered the man. Shu immediately asked them not to argue. He had already planned everything in accordance with the combat capability and advantage of the base. According to his plan, Commander Lo's hideout will protect everyone from the zombie horde's attack, just like before, because they have the most powerful technology and their combat abilities are at the highest level, so it is Lo who will be at the front. The old man himself was not very happy about this news. Shu continued and said that Liming's base would provide support as their awakened were strategy-oriented, while Leopard's team would break through from the right flank as they had better assault capabilities. Since the light base has already suffered from the zombie invasion, it will follow it. The Black Gold base, led by Commander Wang, will block the zombies to cut off their support, as they have a large number of people with above-average combat ability. The Last Hope base, led by Commander Hu, will be responsible for the retreat in the first place, as they have excellent support capabilities. That's all for the agreements. Then he will tell them in detail about the zombie powers. At the same time, in the lair of the Heavenly Catastrophe, the leader of the organization said that the shadow of Commander Shu had gathered all the people and they were already next to him, so they should move out. He also asked how Junlu was doing, and the demoness said that according to the latest news, the Devil's Island had been captured, so he would go there and check it out himself, which caused indignation in the second demon. The leader asked not to pay attention to this. It was the two of them who would lead the two parties of the zombie horde into battle, but asked not to act at full strength and let the humans taste victory, and then lure them to the altar. At the same time, one of the demons was glad that Shunlu had arrived on the island. Shunlu thought that the army of soldiers was behind the rebellion on the island, but his subordinate replied that only 4 people did all this. The bastard couldn't believe that 4 people had managed to break through the outer zone. But that was not all. These people also managed to capture the second zone, and then they moved into this zone too. At the same time, Anya received a total of 1,200 evolution points, which immediately allowed her to evolve to D rank and unlock the power of the mental spirit. The guys immediately began to congratulate her on such rapid progress, and Duan was surprised that the girl managed to awaken her second ability so quickly. Unknowingly, she is getting closer to the Black Emperor and will soon become a figure that will shake the whole world, but her inner heart must be protected. Shunlu also observed all of this through CCTV cameras. The smile on the scoundrel's face stretched across his entire face because he couldn't even imagine that the escaped key would appear here. Suddenly, Duan felt something strange. It was a powerful aura that literally pierced him. The young man realized that such energy could only come from a natural zombie. The guy immediately told the others about it, even though the monster was quite far from them. Anya asked the 21st if he had already seen this native, but he said that all orders were given in a chain. Duan understood the seriousness of the situation, but they still had to keep moving and not stop. Shunlu just continued to laugh. He was glad that he didn't stay for that battle, because it was much more interesting here. He told his ward to give the order to the rest of the zombies to attack the invaders and kill everyone except the little girl. The boys were on the 3rd circle of the island, having completely cleared the first 2, which meant they were 2 circles away from Shunlu. Duan and the others entered the area of the 3rd building, which was a prison area, and the zombies' strength here was much stronger. The young man warned the others that there might be C-rank zombies here, so from now on they should be especially careful about their defenses. At the same time, Junlu gave the order to all the zombies in their area to come out, knowing full well that the monsters in this area were mostly peak standard C and D rank. He can't wait to go and see how long the little people can hold out. Duan immediately rushed forward, asking the others to wait here, and if the zombies attacked, to immediately report it to him. Suddenly, a C-rank zombie with an A-rank silent eye ability appeared in front of him. Duan easily dodged it, and immediately activated the absorption skill, fully aware that he was dealing with many C ranks, but the monsters here were completely different from those he had encountered. But to his surprise, the Silent Eye skill causes the enemy's ability to temporarily lose its effect. The young man immediately jumped away from the bastard, but the bastard still managed to leave a wound right on his chest. Duan remembered that he had encountered this skill in the trial tower before, which had caused him a lot of trouble. He needed to deal with the bastard right now. A D-rank zombie with the ability of a D-rank paralyzing poison needle appeared right there. The guy understood that as soon as this bastard's skill hit him, he would immediately lose his movement speed. Both of his opponents had strong control that constrained his capabilities. Was this really a coincidence? Duan immediately used Shadow Break, but the bastard with the eye dispelled the guy's shadow. And the next moment, several dozen needles were flying at the guy. With difficulty, he managed to fight off each paralyzing attack. Then Dwayne launched his dagger at high speed straight towards the eye bastard. But then his weapon flew to the side, because in front of the zombie appeared his C-rank partner with the ability of the strongest C-rank shield, which protected him from the attack. Duan never expected this turn of events, as every opponent was a perfect match for him. All of this was observed by Shunlu, who had specially put this combination together. He was interested in how a person could cope with them. Duan immediately realized that there was no coincidence that they were his opponents. They were definitely being trained by a native. But the bastards didn't even give him time to think, and immediately a multitude of paralyzing arrows rained down on the guy. And because the bastard with the eye was focused on him, he simply couldn't use his abilities, so he knew perfectly well that if he faced even one attack, he would fall as soon as he made the slightest mistake. At that very moment, an idea came to his mind. He decided that he simply needed to disappear from the scoundrel's sight. In the cloud of smoke, the young man was still unable to use his skills. He regretted that he was not able to train his abilities enough in the testing tower. But again, his thoughts were interrupted by poisonous needles that were flying straight at him. At that very moment, there was an explosion that no one expected, and the bastard with poisonous needles was pierced by a bright light. It was the 21st, along with Bugu, who was against the unfair 3-on-1 battle and decided to join. He also turned to Duan and said that he did not need to thank him, since only he could crush him, but the young man had no intention of doing so anyway. The 21st declared that now was his finest hour, but at that very moment, his light whip skill disappeared, leaving the guys in confusion. Duan noticed that his shadow rupture skill had returned to him once again. The young man thanked the zombie, because now he understood that the big-eyed one could only make one target lose the skill effect. Shunlu was incredibly angry at this outcome. He immediately ordered that all zombies be sent to the battle site immediately and deal with these annoying bugs. Duan immediately rushed to attack. He understood that it would be enough for him to deal with one of them, and then their combination would fall apart. The big-eyed one used his skill on the guy again, but it turned out to be just a shadow clone, and Dwayne himself hid behind the huge shield of one of the monsters. Mertzavtsev with needles said that he would deal with the guy himself. But the young man immediately used his telekinesis skill and raised a huge shield into the air. He then aimed it straight at the bastard's head, slamming him into the ground. Now he just needs to get closer and find an opportunity to attack. And since there are only 2 opponents left, he will be able to deal with them even without abilities. But then something distracted Duan. He sensed the presence of another zombie. At the same time, some giant appeared behind Anya. The bastard was a C-rank with an A-rank feast ability that allowed him to devour all items. The scoundrel was glad that he would have people for dinner today. Duan asked 21st and Boog to help the girls with this monster. But as soon as he turned away, the zombie with the shield immediately attacked him. Luckily, the guy's reflexes were high and he was able to jump to the side. The young man wanted to finish off these 2 quickly, but their actions became more cautious. At the same time, Shinyue confessed to Anya that they could only rely on themselves. The fat man rushed into the attack, but then a huge block of ice appeared in his mouth. Anya praised Shinyue, but did not admit that she could not cause any harm to the monster. The big guy easily bit through and then swallowed the ice. He immediately hit them out of anger because his mother told him that he shouldn't eat ice. But Goldie and 41 immediately appeared and pulled the girls aside. Afan told them that this big guy, number 15, was a notorious glutton in his past life. The scoundrel was only interested in who he would start his feast with first. Without thinking, he immediately decided to attack Anya. But then a bright light pierced his body. The 21st turned to the fat bastard, saying that he was his rival. And then he immediately rushed into the attack, striking straight at the monster's face. But it didn't work on him one bit. He just said that it was disrespectful to disturb people while they were eating. And immediately grabbed the guy with his huge hands. He didn't understand why the guard dog dared to go against him. The 21st couldn't even move. But if he can't defeat such trash, he'll never be able to get past Dwayne. He immediately became furious and told the big guy that he would regret his existence. At the same time, in the temporary camp for people, Lee could not believe that their shelter would be on the front lines, because their base is the smallest of all the other bases. He tried to convince Commander Luo that they were simply trying to take revenge on him, and Xia and Chen supported this idea. The old man asked them not to worry. Shu wants to force Duan to leave, but he is not here, although he is indeed right about one thing. Under Duan's leadership, they created gene medicine and power weapons, and in terms of combat ability, they are indeed one of the best, not to mention that they successfully defended themselves against a horde of zombies before. Li tried to object to the commander, but at that very moment, one of the soldiers entered the tent and reported to Luo that Commander Shu had asked him to come to the meeting room. Finally, the old man said that although they were on the front lines, the Yanhuyan base was following them, so combat effectiveness was ensured, and when on the battlefield, one must obey orders, and mistrust was taboo. He also said that Xia would be in charge of this operation as she had studied at the military academy, and he also asked everyone to get their own power weapons, but he still hoped that they would follow safety precautions. In truth, Xia's thoughts were only about Duan, who at the same time continued to fight with the bastard with the shield, who gave all his strength to protect the big-eyed bastard. At that very moment, he felt something. He turned back and noticed a heavy fight going on the other side. If he immediately went to help, there would be big problems, because the big-eyed one would bring them a lot of problems. He didn't have any time left, so since he couldn't use his skill, he would fight head-on, and then they would see what would be stronger, his dagger or that damn shield. All he thought about was that everything would be okay with his little sister. At the same time, the fat man continued to squeeze the 21st. If he used a little more force, his body would be completely crushed. Although the 21st one hates to admit it, this is truly an unsuitable opponent. But what he hates most is not losing. And the fact that he cannot protect Anya, even if it ends in death for him. But at that very moment, Xinyu freed him from the scoundrel's hands, and Goldie immediately grabbed him to carry him away. Anya scolded the 21st, saying that he doesn't think about his own life at all. The guy simply replied that it was not up to her to decide anything, because it was his choice. The girl immediately hit him on the head. She said that now everyone was fighting for his life, and if he hated losing, then he should get up and go win. If he is alive, he must fight. Xinyu and Duan definitely don't want to lose, so they will fight until the bitter end. 21st objected that he was like a zombie and already dead, which angered Anya even more. Although he didn't understand what she told him, continuing to fight was indeed the best option. Anya immediately summoned his weapon from her space. She had specially saved it for him. The guy immediately became happy and asked the 41st to lend him her energy helmet, but she refused, since she had to protect Anya. He just smiled, saying that their goals coincided. And the fat asshole was screaming and getting mad because they kept chatting and still didn't let them become his food. He immediately picked up chunks of ice and threw them straight at Goldie. And then he ran to Xinyu, but then he was stopped by the light chains of the 21st. And the next time they completely restricted his movements. The 21st immediately rushed into the attack because it was time for him to pay his bills. The bastard only replied that it was useless because the guy couldn't even harm him. But a moment later, the 21st cut off the bastard's hands, and the guy himself was equipped with a helmet of spiritual energy, which increased the attack power of the hand by 15%. And the very next moment, he pounced on the bastard from behind again. But the fat man literally became enraged and immediately began to spew incredible energy. 21st couldn't understand what the hell this aura was. And the very next moment, the monster completely freed itself from its shackles and declared that now this pile of trash should say goodbye to life. The fat man's body literally began to split into pieces. In an instant, his stomach turned into a huge mouth. The bastard immediately began to pull the boys towards his mouth. The 21st felt a very strong force of attraction. He ordered the bastard to die, preparing a light attack. But the scoundrel immediately attacked the guy, and he had no choice but to try to dodge. Xinyue's ice spears immediately flew towards the zombie's head. But this attack was completely ineffective, and the big guy said that soon it would be their turn. Duan realized that the situation was reaching its limit. The two bastards were also wary because the fat man could swallow them too. At that moment, their defense weakened and Duan immediately saw a gap in their defense. The young man immediately found himself behind the big-eyed man. The bastard never expected this. But the next moment, Duan cut the bastard in half, and at the same time, the 21st tried his best not to be eaten. Anya immediately ordered her subordinates to return to her dimensional space. The fat man had already closed his mouth, but there was no one left there. Thanks to Anya, the 21st managed to escape. But this made the bastard even more angry. He continued to absorb all the attacks of the guys and declared that they would never be able to escape from him. He immediately rushed into attack. But suddenly something caught his attention. It was Dwayne, who was already out of his mind, wondering if the bastard could absorb the darkness. The guy immediately activated the absorption skill, completely covering the monster with his shadow. In an instant, there was no trace left of the bastard, and the guy received 2,200 points for killing 1 D-rank zombie and 2 C-rank zombies, and also received new fragments of the abilities of defeated enemies. He approached the boys and asked if they were okay, but they were only surprised by his strength. Shunlu watched all this and never thought that the young man would be so capable. It seems that he has several video abilities. He immediately guessed that it was he who killed Thorn and also wounded Katu. He needed to confirm this. Duan, in turn, said that they needed to move forward. The enemies they would encounter would be stronger, so everyone should be extremely careful. At that moment, Junlu turned to them and congratulated the guys for having come so far. It was really unexpected. But the bastard was only interested in one thing. Was Thorn's death the work of the young man? Duan just smirked. He said that he didn't expect that a bunch of monsters would treat each other like family. He confirmed that he not only killed Thorn but also wounded Katu, and very soon he would die by his hand. Shunlu wanted to make this fight more interesting and play a game. Not long ago, he found out that there are 5 living people in the prison, so he gives them 1 hour to come here, and if they are late even 10 minutes, he will kill one of them. Afan immediately realized that the bastard was talking about the group of people that her father mentioned in the letter, and Duan's patience snapped, and he ordered the bastard to go out and fight them. Doesn't he want revenge? Shunlu was beside himself with rage, but the process was also important. He would slowly torture them step by step and hope that they could hold out for a little while longer. As time went on, Duan admitted that he had a bad feeling. He immediately felt that something was wrong on the front line where Sia was located. At the same time, the soldiers were discussing the fact that Commander Luo's hideout was on the front lines. Was it because they had offended Commander Shu? Just at this time, Sia arrived with Li and Chen. The guys immediately noticed the strange armor on them and started to laugh at them. Could this really be the same technology that they were so proud of? Li could no longer tolerate this ridicule and was going to teach them a lesson. But Zia asked him not to create unnecessary problems, but rather to pull himself together and prepare for battle. Just then, the reconnaissance team that was on the front line arrived. They reported that a huge horde of zombies was moving straight towards them, and there were 20 minutes left before impact. Duan continued to advance through the prison, and in the meantime, they had 35 minutes left. Shunlu noticed that the young man had become stronger again, which was truly unexpected for him. It's no wonder Thorn and Kata were defeated by him. But they had little time left, which meant that very soon one of the hostages would be killed. He didn't want the young man to disappoint him. Duan continued to exterminate the bastards one by one, deciding to use the points to improve his abilities again, but not all of them this time. The second area was almost completely cleared. All the zombies here were D and C rank. If they didn't have such unpleasant abilities, they wouldn't have caused any particular problems. Xin Yue looked at her brother and thought that in such a short time he had become even stronger, as if he was different from his past self. She was worried that if things continued like this, the gap between them would become even wider. She was distracted by Anya, as Duan wanted to know how much time was left. The girl replied that they had about 20 minutes, and the guy understood that there wasn't much time left, so it would be more appropriate for him to travel alone now. He immediately used his detection to check for any surrounding zombies. Within the range of his senses, only one monster responded strongly. It must be a native type. At the same time, Shunlu wanted to send more zombies that could fight, but the subordinate admitted that they had almost no one left except one who was in a special guarded prison of a group of policemen. but there was no confidence in his combat ability. Shunlu didn't care, but people immediately asked them not to let this bastard out, because they would all die here. The demon did not listen to them and gave the order to release the monster, but they did not have special keys, so he himself would go and free him. He ordered one of the men to lead him to him. After some time, they found themselves near huge iron doors. The man replied that these doors could not be opened without a key. But Shunlu at that very moment made a huge hole with just one hand. He turned to the one inside and told him that from today on he was his master. The monster didn't think so and immediately attacked him with its claws. But not a single blow reached Shunlu. Then the bastard showed up and rushed into close combat. Just one glance from the demon was enough for the zombie to jump aside. And the scoundrel himself felt too strong an aura from the enemy. He understood that if he looked at him again, he would die immediately. He immediately asked for forgiveness from Shunlu, who ordered him to follow him and complete some task. Shunlu also told him that he brought this man as a gift for him. And the bastard immediately killed the poor guy! Soon they came to the command post, and a subordinate reported that the group of people had split up, and one of them was heading in their direction. It turned out to be Duan, who was in the hall of the second zone, and then Shunlu ordered the monster to go on his first mission. The spider only told him that he could rely on him. At that moment, Duane felt something. And the next moment, a huge claw broke through the ceiling and crashed into the floor in front of him. The spider continued to attack the young man, but he easily dodged it. At the same time, Anya was worried about Duan, but Xinyue assured her that he was fine. If they went with him, they would only get in the way. Anya asked Afan if she had any information about the guy who was in the very depths of the prison. The girl said that he was the #1 criminal, who was a plastic surgeon, but since he couldn't make the most beautiful person in the world, he suddenly came up with a terrible idea. He removed the most beautiful parts of the body of everyone who came to him for surgery, and then from these parts he began to sculpt the perfect person. Thanks to his wisdom, he was able to escape and evade capture, and in total, he harmed more than 500 people, and his achievements have not been found to this day. At the same time, the bastard appeared in front of Duan and told him that the young man had a good heart. This was the very last piece of the puzzle for his perfect man. And very soon it will belong to him. Duan's opponent was a B-rank monster with an A-rank spider ability. The young man was surprised that B-rank appeared so early. He didn't have time. He needed to finish this as soon as possible. They immediately clashed in close combat. The spider admitted that the guy's speed was indeed good, but he couldn't escape from his 6 eyes. The bastard immediately began to strike quickly with his paws. He smashed everything in his path and told Duane that he would only lose if he continued to just dodge. At that moment, Duan deceived him with his shadow clone and instantly appeared behind the zombie. But the spider reacted to this too, and then one of its paws hit the young man's hand. He already said that he couldn't escape from him. Duan immediately received a notification that he had been sent. 5% of all body functions were taken away, and every minute the effect increased by another 5%. Upon reaching 100% instant death would occur. The poisoning could only be removed by killing the spider. The bastard turned to face the guy, and then he continued to attack him. Duan had no choice but to try to defend himself from his clutches. He decided to use the flame skill and immediately sent a pillar of fire straight at the monster. But as expected, such an attack did not work against the spider, who only laughed in his face. Duan tried to use the shadow rupture skill again, but the bastard immediately noticed it and declared that his tricks wouldn't work against him. He immediately pierced the young man right through, but it was again a shadow clone, and Duane himself struck him from behind, from which the spider flew into the ground with incredible force. He didn't understand what was happening, because he was absolutely sure that he had hit the guy. Duan immediately disappeared from his sight again. The spider rose to his feet. He was already pretty tired of this hide and seek, so now it was his turn to attack. At the same time, Xin Liu's subordinate reported to him that someone wanted to contact him. The demon picked up the phone. There was another demon from the same organization on the line who was angry at him because he should have returned by now, but Xunlu said that he was doing his job and asked what the situation was with their plan. The demon told him that the leader had already sent the lowest-ranking zombies to fight the humans, deliberately feigning weakness. People are now full of joy and happiness. But once they start to relax and let their guard down, their plan will fail, and they will lure them to the four altars, and eventually they will all become the offerings they need so much. Such a large amount of flesh will allow their king to be reborn faster. He asked Xinliu what kind of work he was doing there. He told him that he was watching a great show and waiting for his moment of glory. He also asked to tell his boss not to be angry with him, because he would soon return with a wonderful gift. At the same time, the spider continued its rage, knowing full well that Duan's strength had already dropped by 20%. He himself understood that if it continued, the situation would only get worse. He urgently needed to do something. Xunlu's subordinate asked for permission to go and capture the guy's partners since everything had already been decided. But the guy asked him not to jump to conclusions since this man had not yet lost. This guy is still fighting with the spider and is now assessing the current situation and possible ways out of it. If something happens to his friends, he will definitely know about it. But he doesn't want his favorite show to be ruined. After all, they will still win. The spider, meanwhile, continued its onslaught, not giving Duane the slightest respite. The bastard said that it was all over for him, and that the guy should say goodbye to life. But at that very moment, Duane's eyes began to glow with a bright light. He immediately cut off 2 of the scoundrel's paws. The young man continued to strike him with a huge number of blows, but the spider only stated that it was useless, because these scratches only tickled him. But Duane only smiled back at him. At the same time, a live report was being broadcast from the battlefield against the zombie horde. 2 men in a helicopter were filming all of this. They wanted every person to see how they had suppressed the zombies and now moved on to destroying them. People all over the world were overjoyed. They believed that humanity would be able to win this war and restore peace on Earth. They will continue this broadcast until they witness the victory of the people. All the base commanders also watched the broadcast, and Zhu noted that progress was going very smoothly. Lo was against this broadcast. He didn't even know about its existence and thought it was too dangerous because all military information was leaking. Shu assured him that the zombies were just a group of unconscious creatures and that he was the one who organized the broadcast. Haran said that Commander Shu's actions were good, because in this way they could allow all the people to witness this victory that was already in their hands. They just needed to push a little harder. Lo didn't think so because they couldn't act rashly. Everything was going too smoothly. They should call all the soldiers and come up with a new plan. But everyone thought that this one was simply not necessary. They would definitely win, and he should stop worrying about it. Shu said that the zombies were heading in several directions at once, so they would split up and kill them. Very soon victory will be theirs. At the same time, the spider was on its knees. Poison had entered its body, and all its bodily functions were reduced by 50%. The bastard didn't understand what the hell the guy did to him. Duan just asked him if he liked being stung by himself. This made the Podnock incredibly angry, and he immediately rushed to attack, because even so, he had enough strength to finish off the boy. They began exchanging blows again. Duan asked him if he wanted to remove his poisoning, since at this rate his chances of winning would be decreasing with each passing minute. The monster was beside himself with rage and immediately removed his poisoning, removing all negative effects. He shouted that he would tear the young man into small pieces. Xunlu's wards were glad that the battle was continuing and the spider had not yet fallen, but the demon himself did not think so. He thought that the young man knew everything from the very beginning. His eyes seemed to look into the water and see the outcome. At the same time, the spider assumed its true form. The monster immediately attacked Duane, but he jumped into the air in time. The young man then plunged his dagger straight into the head of the huge monster. But the spider itself quickly noticed this and immediately attacked him with its web. Duan had to jump back further. The spider screamed that the guy was just an annoying bug and he wouldn't get out of here alive. At that very moment, the young man used the flame skill. And then he attacked the scoundrel's paws with them. Xionglu moved away from the monitor, which surprised his subordinate, but he explained that there was no longer any need for this, since the spider had already lost. Now the monster is walking on the edge of his death. Duan continued to nimbly dodge each of the bastard's attacks. The young man ran along the beams of the building, not even giving anyone a chance to hit him. The next moment, he used the flame skill to strengthen the blow, and then broke off a huge boulder, which he sent straight at the spider. The scoundrel thought that the young man was joking, since he really thought that he could kill him in this way. But the next moment, a huge stone pierced him at breakneck speed. Duan immediately noticed the presence of the native. Shunlu admitted that he was already eager to engage in battle with him. He apologized for stealing his loot. They just didn't have any reason to waste time. Duan just smiled and replied that it was time for them to get started. The guy noticed that he himself came to him before the allotted hour, and Shunlu replied that he simply did not want to fight him in his command room because he still could not win. The bastard was a B rank with an A rank agility and B rank swiftness ability. He was curious. What was his purpose in coming here? Duan immediately turned to the tree, realizing that his opponent was a peak B rank, so it was difficult to deal with him now. They needed to become stronger now. The tree felt a large amount of energy from the demon, but their remaining evolution points will not allow them to ascend, but the remaining fragments of abilities are not less. They can consider improving abilities. This is their only way out. Shinulu turned to Duan. He managed to kill Thorn, and now he found him too. He was sure that this was not just a coincidence. He was curious. How much information did the young man know about the natives? But Dwayne only replied that he had nothing to say, and the tree simultaneously explained that the contract ability was currently at level 4 and used most of the fragments, but had no effect on zombies. Fire and shadow rupture skills cost less, but won't help much against the demon. The best ability to upgrade would be the absorption skill. Every time it is upgraded, a new effect is added. The effect itself is unknown, but it gives the most benefit, although it is the most risky option. Shunlu didn't give the guy time to think things over calmly. He immediately used his speed and rushed towards the young man. Duan finally made up his mind and asked the tree to improve its absorption skill. They must deal with this native at any cost. At the last moment, he managed to dodge the demon's crushing blow, but he attacked him again at great speed. Duan knew that he couldn't dodge in time this time. The young man immediately used a kick to somehow defend himself from the attack. He had to break the distance with the bastard, and Shunlu noticed that he was indeed very agile. Still, there were some injuries, not only the speed but also the strength of the zombie, much stronger than those he had encountered before. He immediately used the absorption skill and used all the remaining green energy to self-recovery. The tree reported that his skill had been successfully upgraded. Duan had discovered a new fusion effect that allowed him to use 100 ability fragments to randomly fuse and transform into a first-tier ability. But when merging itself, you can only use one ability at a time. When merging multiple times, the previous skill will be overwritten, and increasing the level will improve this effect as well. Duan realized that this was completely random, but Shunlu didn't plan on waiting for him to come to his senses and immediately headed towards him. The guy knew that he had 390 skill fragments left, which could only be fused 3 times, and if the result was a skill of the lowest rank, then it was not worth increasing it, but it was better to increase the skill he had now. The monster continued to crush him with its pressure, and Duan didn't know what the hell to do. Shunlu ordered him to fight and not disappoint him. The next moment, a grin appeared on his face, and a moment later, there was a powerful blow. Fortunately, Duan jumped back in time. He knew that the gap between them was huge, and he could only take a risk and go all in. He asked the tree to begin the fusion process. Shunlu began to approach him again. He noticed that the young man was talking to himself. Was he really dumb with fear? Duan could only activate telekinesis and leave the fusion itself to the tree. He aimed a pile of rocks straight at the demon, but it easily dodged each projectile. Soon the fusion was completed and Duan obtained the D-rank hard skin skill. The young man understood perfectly well that D-rank would not help him defeat this bastard. Duan continued throwing rocks at the monster, and then on his second attempt he opened the F-rank berserker skill. But even this wouldn't help him. He tried to use the fire skill to buy at least a little time. On his next try, he unlocked the D-rank metal body skill. At the same time, Anya was wondering how Duan was doing, and Xinyue said that she felt a clash of 2 strong energies. She understood that they couldn't interfere in this battle. All they could do was believe in their little brother. And Duan himself was already on the street because the bastard had smashed his body through the wall. Shunlu was disappointed that the place had been damaged, but he had no choice but to restore it himself later. The young man asked the tree to use fusion again. The tree explained that there were only enough ability fragments for 3 times. He had to prioritize and come up with an escape plan. Duan himself was against this. Xin Yue and Anya are trapped here, so it will be extremely difficult to leave. Their goal is to absorb the native, speed up evolution, and allow it to restore its own memory. She herself said that she believes in him. Xunlu couldn't wait any longer. He was too bored and immediately ran towards the guy. Duan remembered that when he first stopped the zombie scream, he had obtained a fragment of the 20% universal ability and asked the tree to use it now. This was enough to start the merger process again. Xionglu was about to finish off Duan once and for all. At the same time, the live broadcast from the battlefield continued. It was clear that the zombies were running to the area from which they could no longer escape. It seemed that this was the end for them. The area was in charge of Team A of Yan Huyan Base, who had killed the last zombie in the area by this time. The soldiers immediately started to rejoice, but they didn't understand why the zombies stopped after running here. Was there some connection with this strange dragon statue? But the group commander ordered everyone not to think about such things. The monster simply could not run anymore, and it was not connected with anything. He asked to report to Commander Shu that Team A had completed the task. Soon Shu found out about everything and reported it to the other base commanders. He also said that Groups C and D would also soon complete their missions, which couldn't help but please the others. But Group B had not yet completed their mission, and this was Commander Lo's group, who immediately began to worry that his guys needed reinforcements. The demon in the form of Shu stated that according to the reports, his Luo team had not encountered any obstacles, but had stopped halfway. He had already sent people there and assured the old man that there would be no problem with that. Now it was their turn to go to the zombie nest and destroy it, and then declare humanity's victory. At the same time, Zia and Li hid in the bushes and watched the zombies. The girl noticed that the monsters had no aspirations, and when they stopped, the zombies also stopped. And when they were pursued, they ran away. Do they really have a goal? Li realized that the girl was hinting that the scoundrels were deliberately luring them somewhere. But Zia replied that this was just her assumption. Everything was going too smoothly. They had never encountered difficulties on the way here. She had already fought with the horde. But now she felt uneasy, so she asked Li to gather a team and return to the base for Commander Luo, and she herself would be here. At that very moment, a demoness appeared behind them, ordering them to obey and do what they needed to do. After all, apart from them, all 3 teams completed the task perfectly. There is only one step left, and then their king will be reborn. She also admitted that this was not her mission initially, but the assignments of her stupid partner, the deer. But she has no choice, because he disappeared somewhere. Sia turned around and immediately realized that the person in front of them was not a human. At the same time, Duan was raining blows on Xunlu's face. It turned out that the young man had discovered the skill of analyzing flaws, which allowed him to identify the enemy's weak point, and the number of vulnerabilities would increase with the time of the battle. The blow itself to the identified flaw would reduce the time of increase, and the target itself would be linked to the skill level. Duan immediately identified the bastard's new vulnerability. Xunlu himself didn't understand what the hell was going on. She yelled at the guy that he was just lucky to hit him once, but this was going too far. He will make him beg for mercy and cry with fear. The demon immediately pounced on the young man and dealt him a powerful blow. But Duan kept dodging and running away from him, which enraged the deer. The bastard immediately picked up a huge stone from the floor and threw it towards the guy. Duan reacted in time and immediately cut the boulder with his dagger, and with the help of fire he sent the fragment straight into the scoundrel. Xunlu was furious that the boy dared to dodge and use tricks against him. A moment later, Duan was behind him, but the scoundrel immediately noticed. He turned around and struck, but Duan expected it and immediately ducked. The guy understood that after extreme twisting of the limbs, his rib would lose all protection and would be in its weakest state. Duan immediately dealt a crushing blow directly to his weak point. This made the bastard start coughing up blood. Xunlu was incredibly angry that some person dared to do such a thing to him. He immediately struck Duan, causing even the ground to crack. By this time, Duan had once again identified the monster's weak points. The young man pounced on the demon and continued to strike blow after blow at his vulnerabilities. Xunlu immediately flew off to the far side at great speed. Anya began to rejoice that Brother Duan had managed to defeat the monster, but Jinwei said that nothing was over yet. After all, the demon's aura did not weaken, but on the contrary became stronger. Duan turned to the deer and asked him not to pretend, because he himself understood perfectly well that these attacks could not harm him. The bastard immediately showed up. Apparently, he really played his role of the victim poorly, in which case they should start a real fight. The tree also warned the boy to be careful because the monster's energy had become much stronger, but Dwayne himself had already noticed this. The young man understood that he just needed to use the chance to precisely focus on the bastard's weakness and weaken his fighting ability, then victory would be within their grasp. Over time, more and more weak areas will appear. It's a battle of attrition. The flaw analysis also had a unique characteristic. Every time a flaw was hit, 4% of the attribute would be transferred to his body, and the percentage itself depended on the enemy's strength. But at the same time, there could be a maximum of 2 flaws. This also depended on the guy's level. Duan immediately rushed forward, and the bastard noticed that from this moment on, this guy's desire to attack became stronger. But even if he was capable of something, it was still not enough to fight against him. He also realized that the young man was analyzing him, which made him really angry. Shunlu shouted that he would crush the guy like a bug. His end was already sealed. They attacked each other with great force, but Duan immediately slapped the scoundrel's face, dealing a blow to the deficiency, and also gained 4% of the enemy's attribute. This finally drove the monster crazy. He immediately showered Duan with a barrage of attacks. The guy immediately noticed that the deer's attacks had become more violent, but he still had to find an opportunity and attack its weak points. The monster in turn ordered him to continue to resist because it made him happy. He immediately delivered a powerful blow, which raised a cloud of dust. But at that very moment, Shunlu noticed some light. And at that moment, Dwayne's flame surrounded him completely. The youth also sent a huge column of flame from above, but the monster merely stated that this type of attack was useless against him. He advised him to use his energy elsewhere instead of such sneaky attacks. The bastard just said he had excellent instincts. And at that very moment, he kicked Duan, who had gotten closer to him. He grabbed the guy by the head. It seemed like he expected too much from him. But at that very moment, the young man came to his senses and dealt another crushing blow to his weak spot. And then he completely broke the distance with him. Shunlu only stated that it didn't hurt at all. Did he really think that such a weak attack could defeat him? Duan replied that he himself would find out everything soon, and by that time the guy was able to hit 5 flaws and get 20% of the enemy's attribute. Shunlu didn't understand why the young man was still acting like a tough guy. He still had other missions to complete, so they should finish quickly. But then Dwayne rushed towards him, which the deer did not expect at all. The guy managed to dodge the blow in time by jumping into the air. He also attempted a kick, but Shunlu blocked it with ease. The monster immediately took the initiative and grabbed him by the leg. He threw Duan to the ground with incredible force. Duan managed to come to his senses again, and when the monster wanted to throw him again, he immediately launched a pillar of flame straight into his face. And then he threw him back, attacking another of his weak spots. While Shunlu was flying, Duan's shadow had already reached him. The young man immediately appeared underneath him and threw the bastard into the air from his feet, again attacking his weakness. He began to prepare his next attack, and a moment later he directed fireballs straight at the monster. Each of his attacks hit every flaw in the bastard. Shunlu began to scream in anger. He was going to show the little man his true strength. At that very moment, he pierced at great speed right into the place where Duan was located. At the last moment, Duan managed to dodge this merciless attack. Shunlu immediately appeared behind him, activating the power of Bax, which increased his strength and speed by 50%. The bastard struck again, claiming that Duan was the first one to force him to use this form. He had the honor of dying seeing it in person. But to the bastard's surprise, Duan immediately struck straight at his next weakness, declaring that he had expected more from his strongest form. The monster screamed in rage and ordered him to close his filthy mouth. After all, the young man is just D-rank trash. He doesn't know what tricks he used, but he's still no match for him, so he has no chance of winning. Duan just ordered the asshole to shut up, and then he drove him straight into the ground, attacking another of his weak spots. But suddenly, Shunlu's body began to be covered with an incomprehensible aura. Duan never thought that a natural zombie could contain so much energy. A tree immediately appeared, which asked the guy to be more careful now because the bastard has a berserker skill. Duan only thought that he had 52% of his attributes, so the monster had no chance of winning. He would definitely destroy him. From the huge wave caused by the bastard's blow, his silhouette appeared. And a moment later, the bastard struck a blow that cut the wave into two parts. But this time his attack didn't reach its target, and Xunlu himself didn't understand why he couldn't hit some D rank. Anya and Xinyue watched all this and couldn't believe what was happening. At that very moment, a huge column of flame hit the monster straight away. The bastard couldn't understand how some little man managed to defeat him. Why can he kill some bug? He lost to some kid! Xunlu knew very well that this was the end. Was this guy even a human being? Duan walked up to the monster who was kneeling and didn't understand why it didn't just run away from him when it first saw its strength. The young man only replied that running away would not solve the problem, and the monster's body was a resource that he needed. Xunlu thought that the guy was from Skynet, but Duane only replied that he was not there, but on the contrary, he wanted to destroy it. Hearing this, the bastard invited him to join them. They are also fighting against Skynet, and their king will soon awaken. He will definitely be glad to have him join, and so they will be able to destroy this damned organization. Duan didn't understand what kind of king they were talking about. Did the natives really have their own leader? Xunlu said that they were just the king's pawns, and when he awakened, the whole world would fall at their feet. He asked again when the guy would join his team, and then began to make excuses and say that he would be the team captain. Duan simply thanked the scoundrel for the valuable information and then activated the absorption skill. Even before his death, Xunlu threatened that the guy would be found if he killed him. They would still take over the world. Duan said that he had to observe the world he was talking about for 20 years, so he would not allow it to happen again. He doesn't care whether the organization's disaster is connected to Skaneta or not. They should all be dead. A moment later, Duan received 20,000 evolution points for killing a B-rank zombie and a source crystal. The young man asked the tree to use the crystal immediately. Suddenly, Duan began to feel incredible energy. It felt like his body was about to explode. Xinyue couldn't understand what was happening to his brother. But Anya asked her not to worry. She had been with him for a long time, so she noticed that every time he screamed like that, he only became stronger. Soon the crystal was completely absorbed and Duane received a new attribute. At the same time, the subordinate in the observation room could not believe that Xunlu had been defeated. He knew that he had to quickly escape from here. He immediately looked at the hostages who were begging to be released because they had been promised this. But the bastard only replied that the one who had promised this to them had already died. Suddenly, the monster's body was cut into two parts. It was the 21st, along with the 41st, who came here to rescue the hostages on Anya's orders. Soon all the boys gathered outside. Afan asked Duan if something happened, and he admitted that his good friend was in danger, so he needed to go there. He would send her back to her grandmother. The girl only asked him not to worry about her, because she could get there herself, and he should hurry to help his friend. One of the prison workers also approached Afan and asked the guy to go where he needed to go, since all the zombies on the island had already been killed. Duan asked Afan to take his granny and quickly go to the shelter. The girl promised that she would do so, but she was worried whether they would meet again. Duan promised her that they would definitely meet again. Finally, he asked her to take care of herself. The guys immediately got on Goldie and went to help their comrades. Duan felt that Zia and the others were not in the shelter, but what was going on? Where could they have gone? Duan asked the tree if she remembered anything, and she admitted that her memory had begun to return to her, and also that the native zombies were closely related to the evolutionary tree. The young man did not understand. Could it be that he had himself under the evolutionary tree? But the girl explained that the natives obey only the orders of the king. There is no exact information in her memory, but everything points to the tree. Duan knew that if the mysterious man from Scan 8 was reborn, then there might be another tree. Things would become much more complicated. But there was no time to think. He had to save his comrades first. At the same time, Sia continued to fight off the zombies. She didn't understand. Could it be that monsters had penetrated their inner section? The demon with the zombie on chains confirmed this, and Zia warned everyone to be careful because these are not ordinary monsters. She asked Lee to check on Commander Lowe and request reinforcements, since he was the fastest here, and they would hold off the bastards while he found a way to escape. Sia also asked Chen to listen to her instructions. They would attack in pairs. At that very moment, the demon felt something. Several trees immediately flew straight at her. But one of her pets immediately stood up to her defense and cut each of them down. She ordered the zombies to attack the boys, but not to kill them, because they were a valuable source of energy. Sia immediately realized that the bastards were starting to advance and ordered everyone to be ready. They contacted Katya herself and asked how things were going with her. She admitted that things hadn't gone very smoothly. Lowe's team had figured out their plan, but she needed 10 minutes and she would make them kneel. The demons didn't understand where Xunlu was now. One of them suggested that he might be in trouble. But he was convinced by the demon, who said that he was just playful and liked to put on all sorts of shows, which is why he was late. The leader of this gang declared that their king would not wait any longer. He ordered the offering ceremony to begin. The soldiers realized that they were trapped. At that very moment, the floor beneath them began to emit dark energy, which frightened the boys. Keita also noticed this and realized that the ceremony had already begun and that she needed to speed up. A huge rock was already flying at one of her tame zombies. Sia asked Lee to take advantage of this moment and follow the plan. But before the guy could even move, an incomprehensible barrier appeared in front of him, through which even his shadow gap could not pass. At that moment, Kata appeared behind him and said that his ability reminded her of someone who had the same skill. She asked if he knew who they were talking about. At the same time, many soldiers had already fallen at the hands of demons. One of the bastards even seemed a bit upset that only weaklings had gathered here. The remaining soldiers continued to fight. They tried to boost team spirit by saying that there was only one zombie against them, so they just needed to attack together. The scoundrel was only glad that the little people would amuse him a little more. He immediately rushed at them and with just one blow dealt with the captain of this team. The others lost all faith from this sight. The bastard just said they should feel proud. After all, they will soon become part of their king. An energy barrier immediately appeared, and people didn't understand what the hell was going on here. The next moment, the monster killed everyone with just one attack. At the same time, one of the demons asked the people to be a little quieter. After all, men really are uncouth creatures. All the people in her area were hung on bloody threads. The boss of these demons also dealt with his part. They collected almost all the energy needed to resurrect the king. At the same time, Keita admitted that she did not expect that Law's squad would be so strong and last so long. Lee tried to escape again, but the barrier stopped him. Keita also stated that her zombies have a strong defensive ability, so she will definitely deal with their friend who dared to raise a hand against her earlier. Zia knew that she was definitely talking about Duan, but what did he do to her? The demon stated that time was up. She still had many other things to do. She immediately sent one of the zombies straight at Lee, who was trying to get out of the barrier. The monster immediately dealt a powerful blow to Lee, causing him to cough up blood. Chen rushed to the boy's aid, but the bastard immediately grabbed his face, and the next moment he shoved his face into the ground. The rest of the squad ran to help the boys. Sia shouted at them to stop and not approach the zombies. In an instant, they were all brutally beaten, and Zia couldn't believe that the entire team couldn't handle just one zombie. Was the gap between humans and zombies really that big? Kata ordered her charges to quickly grab them all and lead them to the altar. All the boys were immediately given collars and then mercilessly dragged to the place of sacrifice. Sia knew that her energy would soon be completely exhausted. She only prayed for Duan to come quickly. Suddenly, Kata felt something. It was Junlu's aura. He was finally back. But the next moment, she realized that it was not her comrade. She also felt Thorn's aura. Keita immediately realized that this was the same guy she had already met. A moment later, a huge flash of fire appeared, and soon Goldie appeared, screaming with anger. Duan was next to him and greeted Katu. They still had some unresolved matters. The demon couldn't believe that someone had defeated Xunlu. Duan turned to Jia and asked her not to worry, because he had already defeated this loser. Keita's servants immediately rushed at the guy. The young man just continued to stand there and do nothing. The next moment, he immediately dealt with them, receiving 1,200 points for killing 2 D-rank zombies. Kata admitted that she didn't think that the guy would come here himself and save them time looking for him, but even she had to admit her surprise that Junlu lost to him. Duan asked her why she changed her image. The demon said that she was simply experiencing human life. But she still understood that people are just pathetic bugs, so such a race should have been destroyed long ago. She declared that this world would soon be overrun by a celestial catastrophe, and no one would be able to influence it. Kata immediately noticed Anya. She knew that Junlu wanted to secretly complete something big and get all the glory for himself, but now she would do it. She just needs to get the key, and after the king wakes up, she will have the opportunity to become the boss of the natives. She ordered her pawns to tear everyone apart except Duan and the little girl. The young man immediately appeared next to the scoundrels and captured each of them with his shadow rupture. And in a moment there was no trace left of each of them. Duan was already above Kata to strike her. But then her slave appeared and immediately rushed to help his mistress. The demon advised the guy to turn back. There was already a huge monster behind him, swinging to finish him off. Duan used the flame skill to accelerate and block the bastard's attack. The guy's strength was so great that the monster's hand literally fell apart into small pieces. Kata just patted Duan. He, as expected, became much stronger after absorbing Shunlu. But he's not the only one who became stronger. After she was defeated by him, she continued to train to get revenge. The monster immediately fully recovered, and Kata said that this was her masterpiece, a zombie that could absorb surrounding energy and use it, be it dead zombies or the energy of nature. The bastard tried to kill Duan again, but the guy was already above the bastard using the shadow gap. Suddenly someone called Dwayne. It was Li and Chen who told him that the barrier around them was blocking their abilities. Kata just laughed, because the boy's pathetic abilities wouldn't help him here. He would have to fight like a beast locked in her cage. At the same time, the team boss contacted her. He suddenly felt the aura of Thorn and Shunlu. Kata confirmed his guesses and reported that Shunlu was dead. It was done by the same guy she fought with, and now he came here. The boss wanted to send her help, but the demon was confident in her powers. She had everything under control. She wanted to lure the guy to death, but the leader asked her to speed up because the clients had already arrived. By this time, all the commanders, along with the rest of the army, arrived at the zombie headquarters. They were sure that the saucers would soon die and victory would be theirs. But Lo asked them not to be so careless and to remain on guard. The demon boss asked them why they came here. The demon, disguised as Commander Shu, replied that they had come here to kill them. They were going to bring back the peaceful life that rightfully belonged to them. One of the monsters didn't understand why they couldn't just kill them, but the boss explained that one of the commanders knew where their key was, so they had to wait a little longer. At the same time, Duan completely destroyed Kata's best work with just one blow. The slut couldn't believe that the guy was able to handle her masterpiece so easily. She ordered her other dog to grab him immediately. But at that very moment, a volley of fire flew at him, which destroyed the bastard. Duan only asked Katu not to think that she could defeat him with such tricks. She, in turn, could not understand why the young man suddenly became so strong. Kata told him not to delude himself because next time he wouldn't get away alive. She immediately took advantage of the moment and began to run away from him, saying at the end that she would get him from under the ground. Duan asked Xinyue and Anya to stay here and help the victims, and he would go and catch up with her. He immediately used his shadow skill and gave chase. At the same time, Zia asked Li to quickly return to the base and bring doctors here, and also tell Commander Luo about everything that happened here. She also admitted that she had a bad feeling, although she did not know why. By this time, Anya was able to patch up injured soldiers who praised her excellent healing skills. But one of the warriors immediately shouted that another zombie had come to them. It was only the 21st one who asked the guy not to move, because it would be sad if he accidentally lost his head. Anya immediately ran up to them and explained to him that he shouldn't behave like that and that he could scare the guy. She also explained to the soldier that not all zombies are bad. Xinyue helped Chen with his wounds, and the young man was surprised that Anya could communicate with people so easily, because when they first met, she was afraid of everyone. He only hoped that she would be healthy and happy, because she had already become like a sister to him. Kata, in turn, continued to run away to her comrades. She didn't understand whether she should report everything to the boss. But at that very moment, Duan caught up with her, and he was not going to let her escape this time either. The guy immediately struck the scoundrel with great force. After that, she couldn't come to her senses for a long time, and Duan immediately appeared next to her and declared that without her slaves, she was just an empty space. Kata immediately tried to invite him to her team, but Duan immediately interrupted her, saying that he had heard something like this before. He said that Junlu had already proposed this to him, and he also admitted that they were nowhere near as good as Thorn, who had fought until her last breath and had not even thought of giving in. He was even upset that they so easily let down their pride and betrayed their principles. Kata begged him not to do it, but Dwayne immediately activated his absorption skill. Soon there was no trace left of her, and the young man received a resource crystal for killing her. He decided to use it right away and soon felt incredible pain. Duan felt as if hundreds of daggers were piercing his body, and a moment later, all of his attributes improved. He immediately felt that there were 3 strong men and a bunch of people next to him. The young man immediately rushed towards them to check everything for himself. The demon boss immediately sensed something. It was the aura of Kata, who was most likely dead, but they didn't have time for that. They needed to focus on the humans who would soon fall into their trap. He also contacted the demon in the guise of Commander Shu and ordered him to continue to maintain human form and find a way to learn information about the keys, and then they would kill all the humans. Despite everything, the live broadcast from the scene continued, and the guy announced that as soon as they killed the last 3 zombies, victory would be humanity's. Malone, who was the first among the dragon rank humans and the strongest warrior of the Yanhuyan base with a D rank level and an A rank Beast King ability, was even disappointed that things ended so easily. But Moyin, who was the 3rd on the dragon rank list, told him not to worry. After all, their job was to protect the shelter. The guys, together with Anya, praised Duan, saying that his strength was truly incredible, and they also asked the girl to tell more about the god of war. Sia also talked to Xin Yue, who praised them for working hard and going through a lot during this time, but the girl only replied that it was all thanks to her brother. They were immediately interrupted by Li, who returned alone. He reported that the remaining units were completely defeated. Sia was incredibly shocked. She immediately asked how things were with Commander Luo. The guy said that he knew nothing about this. There was no one left in the camp, but he also did not find any traces of the battle. Xin Yue immediately asked Goldie to find out in which direction to look for the missing commanders. The dog immediately pointed in the right direction and said that Duan was also there. Anya immediately ran up to the girl, noticing that she had tensed up, and Xin Yue said that something had happened to Commander Luo. They needed to find Duan urgently. Zia also said that she would go with them, since there was no longer any time to delay. Li and Chen agreed with her. They would also go with everyone. Xia asked Xin Yue and Goldie to go first, and she would join them later. At the same time, Lo couldn't believe his eyes. After all, most of the squad had already fallen at the hands of demons. The boss ordered his subordinate to deal with the rest. The wolf immediately rushed towards the old man, who clearly did not have time to do anything. But at that very moment, a demon appeared in the form of Captain Shu and protected the old man. The wolf just grinned. He immediately jumped away from them. The demon asked Lo where the war god's team that he had gone to Shi City with was now. The old man only thanked Shu for saving him and replied that he knew absolutely nothing about the god of war. The demon just looked at him angrily and said in response that it was truly unfortunate. The bastard immediately ordered his partner to attack Lo, since he was no longer needed. The demon only wished the old man all the best and at that very moment left him alone. And a moment later the wolf dealt a powerful blow, but their surprise knew no bounds. After all, just a moment before Captain Luo's tragic death, Duan appeared and easily stopped the monster. He immediately punched the scoundrel in the face, hitting his weak spot. The blow was so strong that the bastard immediately flew like a bullet. The demon in the form of Shu turned to Luo. Didn't he say that he didn't know where the young man was now? Duan immediately noticed something was wrong. Captain Shu had a strong zombie aura about him, and the bastard himself introduced himself and ordered the guy to follow his orders, since he was the supreme commander of this operation. Duan immediately understood everything. Everything finally fell into place. The young man remembered Shunlu's words, who had let it slip that all the most important native zombies had gathered here to revive their king, and the human army had come here because of the commander who reeked of zombie. I regard people as offerings to the king. He had not heard of this in his past life, but since this is the case, he first needs to expose the demon in the form of Commander Shu, and then deal with the others. Moyne immediately told Malone that this guy had killed the second brother and bullied him, and the man asked him not to be impulsive and let him see what this young man was capable of. The demon posing as Shu immediately contacted the boss and asked if he should fight the guy, but he only ordered him to continue pretending to be a human. Since he was here, the key might be nearby, since he sensed two auras heading this way. The wolf asked to give this little man to him. He will personally tear him to pieces. Duan immediately summoned a shadow clone to protect Captain Luo, and he himself was going to personally deal with the bastard. The wolf was already flying at full speed towards him to avenge Shunlu. He tried to cut the young man in two, but there was no trace of him. Duan instantly appeared behind him, which the scoundrel did not expect at all. And then he unleashed a barrage of brutal blows on him. Immediately, all the people from the shelter began to rejoice that the god of war appeared on the battlefield. The reporter asked all the viewers to cheer for him, because there was only one remaining warrior on the battlefield. Lin Wen clenched her fists with all her might. She was confident that Dwayne could do it. The demoness did not understand why the boss did not intervene and help, because this guy would kill their third comrade at this rate, but the man only replied that they had other things to do. The altar of disaster had not yet collected all the energy. They must collect every last drop to revive the king. He felt that the king was already beside himself with rage. Molon watched this and admitted that the guy was really very talented, and Moyne couldn't even imagine that there was such talent among them. At that very moment, Moyne's head turned into a bloody mess. Molon didn't even have time to do anything before his brother was dead. It turned out to be a poisonous monster that was behind his murder. It immediately attracted the attention of all the survivors, who couldn't figure out what the hell this monster was. A second one appeared immediately, but they were absolutely not similar to the previous zombies. And in a moment, there were already several dozen such monsters. They immediately rushed to attack the soldiers. They tried their best to fight off these scum. Duan was immediately attracted by the screams, and he couldn't understand what the hell it was, because these monsters didn't look like zombies at all. The wolf immediately decided to take advantage of the moment and attack the guy while he was distracted by another. But Duan blocked his blow. The young man instantly grabbed the scoundrel by the hand. And then with gigantic force he broke the ground with it. Duan immediately activated the absorption skill. The bastard realized that things were bad. He immediately tried to fight back with his foot. But the guy managed to block this blow too. He still managed to land a blow to the stomach and thus break the distance with him. He admitted that the young man had really good reactions. It even turned him on, but next time he wouldn't be so lucky. Duan immediately used green energy to regenerate and summoned his dagger. But the wolf just laughed and rushed at him. Does he think that such a toy will harm him? Duan easily blocked his attack. And then he smiled at his face and said that he expected more. He was even weaker than Shunlu. These words made the bastard lose his temper. Now he will show the human race what strength is! But Duan was already behind him, about to strike the bastard's head. The next moment, the monster made a crater in the ground with its own body. The guy immediately ran towards him at breakneck speed to deal with him once and for all. The wolf managed to get to his feet. He did not understand how a person could move so quickly. Duan immediately appeared in front of him, but the monster declared that he would not fall for the same trick again. But this time, Duan was going to attack him head-on. The wolf had to stop his dagger with his bare hand, and then he immediately decided to take advantage of the opportunity and attack Duan. But with just one movement of his hand, the young man repelled his pathetic attempt. And then he found himself behind him again. He immediately grabbed the monster by both arms and began to break them in the opposite direction. The wolf screamed that he would not die at the hands of any man, and Duan just wanted to check this. He immediately activated the absorption skill, restricting the bastard's movements. The wolf couldn't understand what was happening to him. But at that very moment, something caught the guy's attention, and then a huge cut appeared in the ground which forced him to retreat. Otherwise, everything would have ended badly for him. It turned out to be the boss who decided to help his wolf. He also told his partner that he would go and collect energy and help defeat that guy because he was too unpredictable. At first it seemed that he was weak, but he immediately seized the initiative. At this rate, the wolf would simply die. The boss immediately appeared next to the monster, who said that he needed to rest a little, but he only replied that they had no more time, because the king was already tired of waiting, so they had to end this now. The wolf admitted that he wanted to torture the guy, but since that was the case, he would have to use his full power. He immediately assumed his second form and promised to quickly deal with the annoying midge. Duan didn't expect this, and a moment later the wolf was already in front of his face. The young man managed to dodge at the last moment by jumping into the air, but Duan immediately noticed that something appeared behind him. A moment later, the guy flew like a rocket straight into the ground. Duan managed to stay on his feet. He understood that this was the boss of these monsters, so air attacks would not help here. This was not the right approach. The bastard himself admitted that he was surprised that the young man was still alive. The bastard himself was A rank and had the S rank solidified air skill, which allows you to use solidified air to change your own attack style. The boss immediately sensed that something was wrong. He immediately realized that something was wrong with their king. At the same time, Goldie, Zinue, and Anya were heading towards the battlefield at full speed. The battle between people and hellish monsters continued near the very place of the offering. The pressure of the bastards was simply incredibly enormous. Malone didn't understand what was happening to these monsters. They had tremendous speed and vitality. Also on the back of each degenerate there was some kind of incomprehensible flask with liquid. Duan understood that the situation was getting worse for them, with the number of casualties only increasing with each passing minute. But he had no time to think about it now, because a wolf was attacking him at full speed. The monster immediately tried to end the guy's life. He wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. Duan reacted instantly and immediately struck the scoundrel's legs, causing him to lose his balance. While the monster was dangling in the air, the boy immediately used the flame skill to speed up. He was already ready to finish off the bastard by delivering a critical blow with his dagger. But the wolf was not so simple and easily blocked his attempt, grabbing his hand. Immediately, an unknown force seemed to grab the guy with both hands. Duan couldn't understand why he couldn't even move a finger. The tree of evolution turned to him and advised him to escape. Otherwise, only death awaited him. He himself understood that a rank was an overwhelming opponent for him, because he could not even use shadow rupture. The wolf immediately ran up to the boss and said that he would be glad to see how the killer of their partners would die a miserable and painful death. The boss said that he felt some kind of aura from the guy's body, as if it was the aura of a king. The wolf decided that this was some kind of nonsense. They had to hurry, because the king could not wait any longer. Ice spears immediately appeared and headed straight for the invisible hands that were holding Dwayne. The guy realized that this was his chance and immediately used the shadow gap. He jumped back towards Captain Law, who was with his shadow clone. The bastards didn't understand who else could stop them. The other soldiers noticed a huge shadow below, and looking up at the sky, they couldn't understand if it was another enemy. But it turned out to be Goldie and the others. They came here to save Dwayne. Anya immediately summoned the 21st and 41st from her space. The guy asked his sister what was going on with Zia, and she told him that he would also soon arrive with Lee and the others, which couldn't help but make him happy, in which case he left Commander Lowe's protection to them, and he took on the rest of the monsters himself. The boss asked his partner how things were with the energy for the ritual. She replied that she had enough and they could leave. The boss also ordered her and the demon in the guise of Shu to take the key, and he and the wolf would kill the annoying boy. Duan also warned Xinyue to be careful, as Commander Shu was not who he claimed to be. The live broadcast continued directly from the scene, and all viewers could see that a huge dog and several people had joined the fight. It seemed to them that the advantage was on the side of the people. At the same time, in the city of Ga, an unknown girl was watching what was happening. She learned the name of the guy who was the god of war, and until recently lived like an ordinary student. Suddenly someone knocked on her door, and she immediately realized that it was that annoying boy again. Opening the door, she saw Alan standing in front of her, who addressed her by her name, Lanky, and asked if she had changed her mind yet. The girl stood her ground. She had already made it clear to him that she was not going to leave here, but Alan explained that he was doing this for her own good, because if Skynet found her, he would no longer be able to help her. If she did not want to join him, then at least she had to leave this place or be discovered. She didn't understand why she should take someone's word for it. Suddenly, Alan heard that Dwayne's name was mentioned on the live broadcast she was watching, which shocked him beyond belief. The guy immediately guessed that Duan dared to attack the heavenly catastrophe head-on, and Xinyue and the others were with him. Lan Qi was surprised that he knew the god of war. He confirmed this, but before he could say a word, the door slammed shut in his face. Alon was disappointed that he failed to take the girl with him again, but his partner suggested doing it by force. But the young man believed that if they did that, they would be no different from Skynet. But now his thoughts were only about what happened there with Xinyue and the others. In that case, she suggested that he go to Duan's aid, and she would sort things out here herself. It seemed that he had a soft spot for this person. Alon immediately became embarrassed and asked her to be at least a little more serious. Something big had definitely happened to them. At that moment, the door opened and Lan Qi came out. She was a D rank and had the healing blessing skill. She agreed to go with Alon, but on the condition that he lead her to Duan. The guy didn't expect anything like this, but he didn't really have a choice. Alon's friend quickly said goodbye to them and told the guy that they could go, and she and Hai would continue to look for the others. At the same time, the wolf continued to attack Duan, not giving him even the slightest respite. Immediately, an air fist appeared behind him and flew straight at him. The guy still managed to dodge, but the bastard immediately appeared next to him. The wolf once again rained blows on Duane, and the young man had no choice but to fight back and try to break the distance. The guy also tried to attack the bastard whenever he had the chance, but it was useless. Then a smile appeared on his face. He immediately got rid of his daggers and dealt a powerful blow right into the bastard's mouth. By this time, he had already accumulated 60% of the attributes of this scoundrel, so the force of the blow was so enormous that the wolf flew back several dozen meters. He still managed to get to his feet. He didn't fully understand that the guy had just had a great opportunity to finish him off, but he didn't. This made him incredibly angry. He promised that Duane would pay a very high price for this, and at that very moment he rushed straight at him. They began exchanging blows again. But every attack Duan made hit his opponent's weak point, which only made him stronger. At some point, the wolf's injuries reached the point where he began coughing up blood. At that moment, those damn hands appeared behind Duan again. The young man tried his best to hold them back, but by this time the wolf had come to his senses again. He screamed that he would personally deal with this human and rip out his heart. A moment later, there was a loud explosion. The boss couldn't believe that the boy was able to free himself from his shackles. Suddenly, he noticed something. At that moment, Duan's shadow flew straight towards him at high speed, but he managed to block the attack. Even the boss of this gang admitted that the guy is really good. Duan himself understood that he was now strong enough to deal with the scoundrel using the attributes of a wolf. He immediately appeared in front of the scoundrel with the beaten body of the wolf and declared that he was not dead. Duan himself understood that he could not absorb him now. Otherwise, all the stolen characteristics would lose their power. The boss asked him why he didn't just absorb it. Duan threw his partner's body onto the floor and stated that he didn't need to rush as he could absorb both of them. A moment later, the guy was already next to the bastard and delivered his blow, which the bastard managed to block. He just said that the young man was too confident in himself. But then Duan dealt him a crushing blow right in the stomach. The boss grabbed his hand, saying that it was rather weak and that he should now say goodbye to his hand. Duan just laughed at him. And the next moment, he used the flame skill. At the same time, the extremely difficult battle of the remaining survivors against a bunch of monsters continued. At that very moment, a multitude of some red threads appeared and surrounded the boys. Suddenly, Malone noticed that they were being attacked from above. But then ice projectiles appeared, which protected the soldiers. It was Xinyue's doing, asking them to be careful. The demon noticed that this girl had a very annoying ability and asked the phantom in the form of Shu to quickly take the key. But he only replied that the girl did not take her eyes off him and continued to watch. In that case, she ordered him to just go and get it, but Phantom thought that was uninteresting. He had a better idea. He will make them kill each other and present him with the key on a silver platter. Immediately, Bugu used his tornado skill and dealt with most of the annoying monsters. The demon only told her partner that she did not share such bad habits because the resurrection of the king was a task of the utmost importance. She immediately ordered all her soldiers to go into battle, and a huge number of hellish monsters immediately began to emerge from the cave. There were so many of them that they completely blocked the horizon. Xinyue couldn't believe her eyes. They can only rely on themselves after all. Duan is busy now. At that moment, Duan used his flame and literally tried to incinerate the bastard with it. But the monster just laughed in his face. Did he really think he could harm him with this? Duan immediately jumped away from him. Despite the fact that the monster's entire body was covered in fire, he continued to stand confidently on his feet and declared that he would now demonstrate to the guy the difference in their strength. The bastard immediately summoned two huge hands which headed towards Duane, and then they tried to slap him, and the force of the blow was so great that it broke the ground. But the guy still managed to dodge at the last moment. In this case, the boss took pieces of earth with his hands and squeezed them harder. Duan understood that the bastard was relying on the high pressure generated by his flames, and then the same stones would fly out with enormous explosive force. It was clear that the monster was about to shoot. He immediately ordered the young man to die, and a moment later a hail of stones headed towards Duane at superhuman speed. The guy could only run away to avoid being crushed. At some point he stopped and began to beat off each stone with his blades. But by this time the boss had already collected all the flames from his body and concentrated it in one point. And then he sent it with the same power straight at Duane. The guy had no choice but to try to break through. He immediately activated the Shadow Break skill and literally burst forth with a volley of flames. The boss was about to squash him like a little bug. But when he attacked the guy, he only noticed a shadow. And the next moment, Duan was already in front of the bastard's face. He immediately wounded him by stabbing him with his dagger. The monster noticed that the boy's fighting power had increased significantly after the fight with the wolf. Suddenly he had an idea. He immediately decided to act and struck a strong blow. But the attack was not directed at Duan, but at the defeated wolf, which forced the guy to stand up for him, and the monster realized that he was the reason for his progress. Duan admitted that he never thought he would attack his partner. The boss only replied that they all had one common goal, which was to resurrect the king, no matter the cost. Not only the wolf, but all of them could be sacrificed. But now the most serious problem is him. Duan knew very well that he couldn't let the wolf die, because if he lost this ability, he wouldn't win. The bastard tried again to grab the guy and squeeze him to death with his air hand. But the young man escaped from him in time, and the monster only told him that he would not be able to drag the wolf along with him and fight at the same time. Duan immediately let go of the monster and went to the hands. He understood that he had to stop the scoundrel at any cost. The guy used his shadow skill and began exchanging hundreds of blows with the scumbag. The young man understood that if he continued to hover in the air, it would only get worse. He needs to think about how to get closer to the bastard. Ranged attacks were the monster's strong point. There was no way it would allow him to go on the offensive, but he also couldn't leave the wolf here. That way, he would become easy prey. At the same time, the wolf began to come to his senses. He didn't understand why this little man was still alive. He uses this chance to sneak attack and destroy the guy. But Duan immediately felt that the monster had come to its senses and advised him not to stick his head out too much and find himself a secluded place, because now he was his boss's target. The wolf couldn't believe it. Could it really be true? Immediately, the boss's hand moved towards him. But Duan managed to grab him and pull him aside. Before the bastard landed a powerful blow, the wolf finally realized that the guy really hadn't lied to him. The boss understood that the fact that the wolf had woken up made the situation much more difficult. He also contacted Phantom and asked him to send some zombies to kill their partner. She didn't understand what was going on, and the boss said that the guy had absorbed the wolf's abilities and was now protecting him. She immediately understood everything, and also reported that not everything was going as smoothly as planned, because the new team of people turned out to be quite strong. At the same time, the 21st was dealing with a bunch of scoundrels. He immediately wrapped his chains around their necks and ran lightning through them. The soldiers immediately ordered everyone to be extremely careful because more zombies had appeared. The horde of monsters immediately rushed to attack. The captain of one of the teams immediately ordered them not to panic and to keep in formation. They needed to group more tightly. But at that very moment, something flew past him at great speed. It was Jinyue's projectile that instantly destroyed the crowd of bastards. The next moment, she summoned several dozen more ice spears and directed them at the horde. No one could believe that such a small girl had such terrifying power. Meanwhile, Jinyue herself rose to D rank. Anya immediately ran up to her, but the girl said that she was fine, just a little tired and needed to rest a little. Malone also watched all of this. He was shocked that everyone on Dwan's team was so strong. But he was so distracted that he didn't notice how the huge monster appeared in front of him and was already swinging to finish him off. Malone understood that he would not have time to dodge. The next moment, the zombie dealt a crushing blow. But when he opened his eyes, he realized that he was still alive. He saw the 41st in front of him, who stood up to protect him and blocked the bastard's attack. Malone didn't understand why the zombie saved him. After the God of War team joined them, several zombies began to fight on their side. What was going on in the end? Anya distracted him and immediately asked him to leave immediately. At the same time, another pack of zombies was advancing on them. But Anya immediately used her skill and took control of them all. They all immediately started fighting the rest of the monsters. Malone realized that this little girl could control zombies. He didn't understand if there were even ordinary people in this team. But the huge bastard immediately dealt with the controlled zombies. He let out a fierce cry. Anya's defense was immediately taken up by the 41st, who was not going to allow the bastard to hurt her mistress. The girl immediately rushed straight at the monster's face. Malone couldn't believe that he, the strongest soldier of the Yan Hu Yan base, needed to protect a little girl and a zombie. It even made him laugh, but this time he would protect them himself. At the same time, the wolf dealt with a bunch of monsters that Phantom had sent. He finally realized that they were here to kill him, but he still didn't know why he felt like he was already at his limit. But this bunch of bugs was no threat to him. It was even insulting to him that such small fry wanted to fight him. He dealt with each of them in an instant, cutting them into small pieces. But suddenly he noticed that the ground beneath him began to crack. And a moment later, red threads appeared, which he managed to dodge. He immediately realized that it was the work of the Phantom. She just said that she had no choice, and admitted that she didn't expect him to last that long. She also asked him not to be offended, because he was just following orders. His ability was absorbed, and if she didn't kill him, the boy would become a big problem. The wolf said that they could work together to get rid of the boy. Phantom didn't deny it, but killing him would be much easier and faster. His defeat would be a shame for all of them. This made the wolf incredibly angry, and if that was the case, then they could stop this pointless talk. He wouldn't die at her hands. Phantom simply stated that he simply had no choice. He couldn't last long in this state. She immediately attacked him with her threads and constrained all his movements, and the wolf did not even have time to react. Earlier, such attacks would not have caused him any damage. Phantom said that she would let him experience all the joys of what was happening. She declared that the next attack would hit him straight in the heart and immediately aimed her projectile straight at him. At the last moment, Dwan appeared. He managed to block her attack, preventing the wolf from dying. Phantom couldn't believe it. The guy also cut all the strings around the monster, freeing it. He ordered the wolf to retreat faster. The monster asked if the youth had really absorbed his ability, but Dwan replied that they had no time to talk. Even if he regained his power, would their relationship be the same? But then the boss's hand appeared, about to slap them all at once. Dwan reacted in time and hit the wolf in the legs. This caused him to fall to the ground, allowing the two of them to survive the attack. The tree immediately addressed Dwan, saying that the situation had become incredibly aggravated and was getting out of control. The guy needed to do something quickly. He already understood this, but he needed to protect the wolf. If he lost this power, then he would no longer be able to steal the abilities of others. The wolf didn't understand what was going on here. He also felt the aura of a king from the guy, but how could they even be related? He thought that these were just hallucinations based on what he had experienced, but it did not feel like something illusory, but more than real. The wolf couldn't put all the pieces of the puzzle together in his head. If this is true, then the one they are so eager to resurrect may not be a king at all. But what is it then? At the same time, Dwan was thinking that with his current abilities, he should be able to deal with Phantom. If you take her out of the game, everything will become much easier. Phantom couldn't help but notice the guy's speed. She understood perfectly well that it wouldn't be easy to fight him in close combat. She needed to retreat urgently. But suddenly something interrupted her thoughts. It was Dwayne who grabbed one of her threads. And then he used his flame skill, sending his fire through her threads straight towards her. At the last moment, she managed to cut them off before the fire reached her. But the guy used this moment to get closer to her. He immediately dealt a powerful blow and sent her straight into the ground. Duan also used a flame skill and headed straight towards her. But at that very moment, the boss's fist appeared and stood in his way. The next moment, their collision created a huge blast wave. The wolf couldn't understand when this guy managed to become so strong. But he immediately realized that he became like that by taking away his abilities, and this meant that he was just as strong. Phantom wasn't going to just stand there and watch. No matter how strong this guy was, he still couldn't handle the two of them alone. But Duan was no longer alone. Immediately, a huge column of flame appeared from the sky. It was Goldie who responded to Duan's call for help and immediately went to him. The guy asked to take the wolf and take him to a safe place for a while, and there is no need to worry about him. It is also too dangerous for him to stay here, and while he protects the wolf, he can fully concentrate on fighting the two bastards. Duan immediately rushed back into the fray, leaving the two of them behind. They, in turn, immediately found a common language. The wolf decided to ask Goldie if he was a wolf by any chance, but the dog himself thought that his brains had been stolen along with his abilities. At the same time, the host of the live broadcast said that the situation began to get out of control. Zombies were constantly attacking. Over time, there were more and more of them, and the soldiers continued to die one after another. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of him, and the man had already resigned himself to his fate. But then another monster stood up to his defense and blocked the bastard's attack. Bugu immediately appeared and dragged the two of them away. Anya approached them, outraged that they were exposing themselves to such danger, but the guys, in turn, realized that he could control the zombies and immediately decided to take her close up. The girl didn't understand what it was. They explained to her that it was a camera that was transmitting her image around the world and asked her to introduce herself and tell them what she was doing there. Anya immediately told me her name and about her best people, but the guys didn't mean that and asked her to tell them why she was in such a dangerous place and how she controlled the zombies. Anya said that she came here with Duan because they found out that there were a lot of villains here and she couldn't sit back. She also admitted that she really could control the zombies. Suddenly, one of her controlled zombies fell next to her. She ordered him to continue fighting, and he in turn only asked for forgiveness and said that he needed to be more careful. The reporter could never believe that it was possible to communicate with monsters, and Anya asked them both to leave here quickly because she needed to go help others. At the same time, the rest of the soldiers continued to fight with the huge monster. The demon in the form of Shu watched everything that was happening. Everything was going as it should. He understood that Xin Yue would soon exhaust all his strength. But all this did not play a big role because the wolf was useless, and the boss and Phantom were busy with Duan. If he resurrected the king now, then all the laurels would belong only to him. But his thoughts were interrupted by the other two commanders who didn't understand why none of their men were in touch. They had sent troops and decided to trust him. But things had gone wrong, so he better explain himself. Wasn't his plan well thought out? The demon only replied that the reason for the current situation was that his plan was being actively interfered with, and there was a traitor among them. But he had already found out who was behind it. At the same time, someone grabbed Anya from behind, covering her mouth. In parallel with this, the 41st and Milan finally dealt with the huge monster. Suddenly, the 41st heard a cry for help. It turned out to be Anya, who was grabbed by a group of soldiers and told that Commander Shu wanted to talk to her. The 41st one immediately appeared behind the man. She immediately grabbed him by the neck and said that if he harmed Anya, he would die immediately. Anya intervened in time and stopped her. The girl did not understand why they needed her, and the man told her that Commander Shu found out that it was she who was making the zombies attack them. But Anya rejected this. On the contrary, she was trying to protect people. The other soldiers did not believe her, because this could also be part of her plan, and then Anya admitted that she could indeed control zombies, but she never ordered them to attack people. At that very moment, a demon appeared in the form of Shu with the other two commanders, and the girl immediately realized that in front of her was the very commander who had taken her for a traitor. The bastard ordered her to stop pretending. He accused her of controlling the zombies and playing with them all this time, because she knew about their plan and set up many traps along the way. because of which more than 80% of their composition died, so she can just confess to what she did. He said that she was not a human but a zombie. Anya screamed that this had nothing to do with it. She just loved Brother Dwayne, who protected them, so she also wanted to stand up for them. The 41st one immediately appeared and stood up to defend her. Captain Lowe also intervened. He didn't understand what kind of a showdown Shu was causing, because now is not the time, as a new wave of zombies is approaching. The bastard simply asked him if he cared whether the girl was a zombie or if it was all part of his plan, and if it was, then he had fabricated this attack. Lowe didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Even if there were contradictions among them, now was not the time to bring up this topic, and Anya had put in a lot of effort and made a huge contribution to this battle. But the soldiers just didn't want to accept the fact that they had zombies on their side. They said that the zombies must be killed, every single one of them. At the same time, Goldie fought off the air creatures in order to lead the wolf away as far as possible. He also noticed that Phantom had already put her plan to capture the key into action. The wolf immediately jumped down. He understood that this was all too strange. If what they were trying to resurrect was not a king at all, then this could become a big problem. In order to survive, he doesn't need to think so much. He just needs to rely on himself. Shu at this time stated that due to Anya's special situation, he would watch her, and then, when everything was over, they would resolve this issue. The bastard had already reached out his hand towards the frightened Anya. But then the 21st and 41st appeared, restrained his movements, and warned that he was forbidden to approach her. The demon was incredibly angry that some two lower zombies dared to grab him. The 21st immediately shouted to the 41st to take Anya and run away from here. They did so, leaving him alone with the demon. The soldiers immediately began to chase them. But before they could take even a couple of steps, there was a chain on their legs that wrapped around their feet. It was the work of the 21st, who was about to send his lightning bolt through the chains. Those soldiers who could move immediately rushed at him to finish him off first. Anya watched all this and only begged the 21st to return quickly. But he only shouted that he had to stop them, and that the 41st would tell her everything. Tears immediately appeared on the girl's face. She absolutely did not understand what was going on. And at that time, the 21st launched his lightning and dealt with several soldiers. Suddenly, a demon appeared from the cloud of smoke, disguised as Shu, who couldn't understand if these scum really thought they could stop him. He ordered the remaining military to pursue Anya. The 41st one, in turn, asked the girl to hold on tighter, and she herself ran towards the monsters. She immediately dealt with the bastards who stood in her way. 41 also told Anya that Commander Shu was not a human at all. She and 21 felt the zombie energy emanating from him. He took on a human form and tried to fool everyone. If he had been controlling the others all this time, then we can assume that this was all his doing. He wants humanity to die out. Anya couldn't believe what she heard. They needed to tell the others about this quickly. A demon immediately appeared next to them and asked them to keep what they had learned a secret. The bastard wasn't going to let them go just like that. He immediately attacked, but the 41st blocked his attack in time. Anya asked her to quickly return to the spatial dimension, but the girl only shouted at her to quickly run away. The girl immediately tried to use her control skill on the demon, but he only replied that her abilities had no effect on him. She should just behave well and follow him. But suddenly something caught his attention. The reason was Jinyue, who stood up for the girl and ordered her to retreat. Anya immediately revealed that in front of them was not Commander Shu, but a demon who pretended to be him in order to fool everyone. The demon couldn't stand it anymore. They were too much trouble, so he had no choice but to kill them. Jinyue deftly dodged his attacks. She immediately summoned a multitude of ice projectiles. But she still couldn't understand why the bastard needed Anya. The demon only replied that he was not obligated to answer her. Jinyue herself knew very well that their goal was to revive the king. She also linked the fact that he pretended to be the commander and brought all the soldiers here with the revival of their king. But is Anya also part of their plan? The demon was surprised that the girl was so smart. He confirmed her suspicions and told her that Anya was the key to removing the seal, but even if they now knew about it, it wouldn't change anything. They couldn't stop them. Once the king is reborn, this world will belong to them, and they, the little people, will be their cattle. Jinyue was shocked by what she just heard. Because of this, she lost concentration and missed the blow. She immediately fell to her knees, and the bastard said that their fate was already predetermined, so they should just surrender. At that moment, Malone and the others came up, not understanding what the hell was going on. Then the bastard said that he had discovered that the little girl was a traitor. Now that the truth had come out, she tried to escape. Malone couldn't believe it because Anya saved his life. Anya immediately tried to convince everyone because Commander Shu was a traitor and deceived everyone. This angered the monster, because even on the verge of death they still contradicted him. He once again ordered her to follow him. Suddenly, the gravity control skill was used. The force of gravity became 10 times greater than normal, and the entire squad, along with the demon, could not even move from the spot. It was Chen and Li who apologized to the girls for being a little late. Xin Yue asked them to quickly warn Duan that the demons wanted Anya, and that Commander Shu was not who he claimed to be. He was one of them. Li immediately understood everything. He asked them to find a safe place, and he himself would find Duan. The demon realized that his whole plan had gone down the drain because of them. He wouldn't let them get away that easily. At the same time, Commander Luo was shocked that Shu was actually not on their side. He was told about this by Xia, who reported to him that all the other team members were lured into a trap, and all of them died, but they didn't buy it, and then a demoness who was in league with Shu appeared and brought them here. Not only Luo, but also the other commanders of the other bases listened to all this, and they couldn't believe what was happening, while Xia admitted that the advantage was currently not on their side. There can be no talk of escape. They must hold out as long as possible. Their only chance to win is to wait for Dwayne. At the same time, the boss told Phantom that the guy didn't have much energy left, and she, in turn, admitted that she would never have thought that there would be such a strong warrior among people. Duan immediately appeared in front of her face, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Phantom didn't even have a chance to react. Was he running out of energy? Duan immediately pushed her to the ground. But behind him appeared a boss who was not going to let him kill another of his partners so easily. Duan still activated the absorption skill on Phantom. She didn't understand what was happening, but she still wasn't going to lose to just any man. Phantom immediately summoned her threads and tied Duan's other hand. She told the boss that the young man could no longer move. The bastard was about to finish off the guy once and for all, but suddenly a shadow appeared in front of him. It was Li who arrived in time to block his blow. But the force was so great that the guy's body could not withstand such a load, and he began to cough up blood. This made the boss incredibly angry, and he ordered them to prepare for their death. Duan immediately tried to throw Li to help, but the threads did not allow him to even move. Then he used the flame skill and instantly cut the threads and simultaneously blocked the bastard's attack. Phantom immediately reached out to him and ordered him to remove his hand from her face. But this time, Duan easily blocked her attack. Li himself managed to escape with the help of a shadow rupture. Suddenly, a shadow clone of Duan appeared next to him, not understanding why Li was here, but the guy came to tell him that Commander Shu turned out to be a monster and Anya was the key to the revival of their king. This even scared Dwayne. He immediately asked if Commander Luo and the others knew about this. Li said that Xia informed everyone, and Xin Yue is currently protecting Anya, but their abilities are limited, so they can't handle the monsters. At that very moment, the boss's huge hand appeared above them, ready to slap them all at once. Duan asked Li to go and take Anya, and he himself would join them when he finished everything here. They both managed to use Shadow Break and avoid the powerful blow. The boss himself was furious, because their abilities were creating too many problems for him. Duan immediately appeared from the shadows and flew straight at the bastard. He declared that they knew about all their vile plans. The boss replied that as long as he kept him here, the king could be resurrected at any moment, and as soon as that happened, it would be the end of them. But Dwayne wasn't going to let that happen and unleashed his attack bar straight at him. The bastard wasn't going to just stand there either. He immediately began to counterattack. He declared that their fate was already sealed and their resistance was pointless. They couldn't change what was coming. Duan shouted back at him that the moment he arrived here, everything changed. Only those who do not want to do anything blindly believe in fate. Duan was about to deliver his final blow that would finish off the bastard once and for all. A moment later, the boss went straight into the ground, but Duan noticed that he was still alive. It turned out that Phantom managed to save him from falling with her threads. Duan immediately headed straight towards them at high speed. The boss managed to put out his huge hands to stop him. Even he acknowledged the guy's strength. Is he even human? To his surprise, Duan easily broke through his defense and headed straight towards him. He was going to destroy this bastard. The boss immediately grabbed Phantom, who did not understand what he was doing. The scoundrel put her in front of him so that she would sacrifice herself to save him. Duan's hand immediately passed through her. Phantom didn't understand why they treated her like that, and the boss only replied that he was doing everything for the sake of resurrecting the king. She shouldn't worry. As soon as he returned to life, he would avenge her. Duan was shocked that this bastard actually used his comrade as a human shield. He also took advantage of the guy's hesitation and was about to strike from behind. He succeeded, and Duan crashed straight into the ground at great speed. The boss turned to him and asked him to show himself already. There was no point in pretending because this attack could not harm him in any way. He, of course, did not know what the young man was planning to do, but he would not rush and give him a chance. In any case, time was passing, which only played to his advantage. At that very moment, blue energy seeped through the smoke. The bastard didn't understand what the hell it was, and Duan himself thanked him for this chance because he had time to absorb the source, but now he was definitely finished. Meanwhile, the youth's strength and agility were increased by 5 levels, and detection by 3 levels. Now he is one step away from evolving to B rank. 15 minutes before, the demon in the guise of Commander Shu finally assumed his true form and accused the humans of ruining everything themselves. If they had behaved well, he would have allowed them to live a little longer. Chen knew very well that the monster was too strong. Even though they were in the majority, their attacks were useless, and Molon still couldn't believe that Commander Shu was a zombie. He laughed loudly right in their faces. After all, humans are such stupid creatures. But he also thanked them, because it was very funny. The bastard himself was a B rank with the abilities of a rank regeneration and a rank metamorphosis, which allowed him to freely change his appearance. He also had the passive skill of demonic whisper. Malone decided to ask him what he did to Commander Shu. The scoundrel replied with a smile that he had been sacrificed. These words drove the guy crazy, and the bastard continued and said that before his death, he screamed and muttered something like he would never get away with it, but he even found it funny to remember it. Did this pathetic old man really think that people had a future? Malone couldn't stand it and immediately rushed at him. The demon laughed again and said that Shu had the same expression on his face as he had now. People could only grin helplessly. He immediately inflicted a deep wound on Malone, which opened his stomach. Then he threw it far to the side. Malone was caught by Chen, who asked him to cool down a bit, but the guy didn't even want to listen. He promised that he would kill this bastard at any cost. He carried out the orders of this monster, who took the form of a commander. It was because of him that his brothers died, and now he sits here and can do nothing about it. The bastard immediately found himself behind Ani and Xinyue. Since his identity was already exposed anyway, he should end this as soon as possible. Xinyue instantly reacted to this and immediately turned around to attack. But the monster had already managed to grab Anya and end up in another place. He admitted that she really had a great reaction, but her speed still needed some work. He also asked her to wait a little. He would finish his business and return to her to play a little. Xinyue immediately sent ice shards towards him and shouted at him to let go of Anya. But he easily repelled each projectile and admitted that it was amazing that they were putting so much effort into saving one little zombie girl. Shouldn't they hate them since they took everything from them? Xinyue couldn't stand it any longer and immediately rushed towards him with an ice sword, and the bastard only asked her if they were worthy of being called humans after this. Or are they all under this girl's control too? Xinyue ordered him to shut his mouth because Anya is not like them. The monster immediately grabbed her by the face. He did not see the difference between the other zombies and Anya because they were all born to kill people. He told her that if she killed the girl now, their king would be impossible to resurrect. Didn't she want to save humanity? Anya shouted at him to let go of Xinyue immediately. The bastard just continued. He didn't understand why Xinyue was showing mercy towards the zombies. Anyone who is given such an opportunity should not doubt for a second. Right now, she is betraying all of humanity. It is she who condemns people to continue living in such chaos. Suddenly, something surprised him. It was Xinyue who was completely covered in ice and created a huge sword and attacked him. She ordered him to shut up and not think that by pretending to be a human for a while, he had the right to judge them. They were the ones causing everything. Only their death would resolve everything. They were the ones who had to die. The monster admitted that it was quite dangerous. He was even surprised that she was so calm and unwavering. If it had been someone else in her place, he would have already broken. Xinyue didn't waste a second and created a huge wall of ice. It was a huge ice spiral that rose into the air, which surprised even the bastard. The others who were watching this couldn't believe that this was Xinyue's doing. Was she really that strong? The girl, in turn, began to slide on the ice and headed straight towards the bastard. The monster was curious about what she was planning. Immediately, Xinyue attacked him with ice projectiles. The scoundrel easily defended himself from them by putting out his wing. But then the blow landed right on his back, and he began to be covered in ice, and then he realized that the girl wanted to limit his movements. Before he could take a single step, Xinyue immediately appeared behind him and cut off his hand, which was holding Anya. She immediately caught the girl, who was delighted with her little sister's strength. But their happiness did not last long, because the monster almost immediately caught up with them, having completely restored his arm. The scumbag immediately dealt a crushing blow to Xinyue, sending her straight into the ground. He grabbed Anya again and admitted that it was quite unexpected. For a second, he even became interested. However, the demon noticed that the girl was still alive. He immediately hit one of the ice walls, and at that very moment, he launched ice shards straight at her. Xinyue didn't know what to do. At the same time, the fragments shattered the earth right where it was located. But the monster was surprised. He could not have imagined that there would be more volunteers who were so eager to die. It turned out that Goldie stood up to protect Xinyue and took the full brunt of the blow. The dog had given all his strength and could no longer maintain his former shape, so he immediately fell into her arms. The bastard was only amused by this. He became interested in what would save her this time. Anya immediately shouted at him to stop. She would go with him, but on the condition that he would not harm Xinyue and the rest of the people. The scoundrel only replied that it was not up to her to decide. But Anya insisted that if he did not promise her that he would never touch her again, then she would commit suicide, and their whole plan would fail. Xinyue immediately shouted at her not to do this. They would definitely come up with something. Anya answered her that they would not be able to cope with the monster. This was the only way they could survive. They had to run away from here quickly. The boss immediately contacted the demon and ordered him to stop idling and rather resurrect the king. He also said that the guy he was fighting had been absorbed by Phantom, and if this continued, he would destroy them all. The bastard couldn't believe that 4 people had already been absorbed by this guy. He immediately rushed together with Anya straight towards the altar. Suddenly, a multitude of zombies, controlled by Anya, appeared in front of him. But he even intended to show them a drop of mercy, and in one moment destroyed each one. To him, they are nothing more than a pile of trash. Xinyue was desperate. She realized that she was powerless and could do nothing. She just begged her brother Dwayne to save Anya quickly. At the same time, the monster almost reached the altar, which meant that the great king would soon be reborn. But then something caught his attention. It turned out to be another zombie who tried to attack him from behind, which enraged the bastard. He was going to say something to Anya, but before he could finish speaking, a wolf appeared in front of him and snatched the girl, cutting off his hand. He said that this time it was not her doing, so he should not blame her. The bastard couldn't understand whether his comrade had gone crazy and what he was doing now, and the wolf only replied that he had wounded his brother Goldie, so he needed to avenge him, and if they resurrected the king, then he would definitely not survive. The demon didn't understand if the wolf really thought he could survive if he betrayed them. He immediately rushed towards him, and the wolf only replied that since he was going to die anyway, he had simply decided to do what was right in the end. The wolf asked Anya to hold on tighter. They immediately landed on the ground. The demon decided to ask his former comrade one last time to give him the girl. If he did everything right, then he might be able to put in a good word for him, but the wolf asked him not to rant. He was already very familiar with his eloquence skills. He also asked how they could be sure that they were resurrecting the king. This made the bastard lose his temper. He immediately rushed towards him. How dare he even allow such a thought about their king? The wolf blocked his attack and asked Anya to hide somewhere. The demon accused him of being a disgrace to everyone, but the wolf only replied that they were the first to abandon him. The monster continued to hit him with a huge number of blows. In this state, he was no good at all. Did he really think that he had any chance if he sided with the people? Suddenly, the wolf was able to grab his hand and attack him with his head. He also stated that he did not know all the details, but at least he knew for sure that people do not attack their own comrades, so they are much better than them. The bastard immediately punched him in the face. He believed that only weaklings teamed up to lick each other's wounds. They just needed to carry out the appropriate assignment. The wolf was able to grab his hand with its mouth. But even so, the monster still inflicted a serious wound on him. He stated that even if they both died, he would be the first. Anya immediately appeared in front of them and stood up to protect the wolf. He didn't understand what he was doing there. He told her to hide, and the girl explained to him that he had helped her, which meant he was her friend, and now she could help him. The monster noticed another company of soldiers behind him, heading in their direction. At the same time, the unknown individual reported to his boss that they would arrive at Tianzai headquarters very soon. He immediately ordered everyone to get ready. They would soon arrive on the battlefield. This was Skynet's team of 6 of the strongest people. The boss said that according to the information they had received, there were battles going on there, which was just right for them. Let them get rid of all the trash themselves first. In this way, they will save their time and resources and also remind them that their goal is the evolution scheme. The girl turned to him and said that they would soon carry out their plan. It turned out to be exactly the same evolution tree as Duan's. She said that they had been moving towards this for quite a long time, but this day came earlier than they had planned, and the man was only happy about it. It would have been quite boring if some surprises hadn't been waiting for them. The tree did warn him that he shouldn't underestimate this young man, because his evolutionary abilities were quite unusual, but the man didn't understand what that meant. Could he really lose to him? She replied that they couldn't be compared because the guy was too weak now, but it was better to be careful. At the same time, Duan continued to fight off the boss. The scoundrel was incredibly angry that some man was fighting him on equal terms. It immediately grew to an unusually huge size. The bastard began to cut everything under his feet, but it was not difficult for Duan to dodge and end up right next to his face. The bastard immediately grabbed him with his hands and was about to crush him. Immediately, Duan's aura began to ooze out from him. The monster was stunned. He felt this aura. Could he really be their king? Duan didn't understand what was being discussed. The boss immediately let him go. He shrinks down to his normal size and allows the boy to descend to the ground. The monster immediately fell to his knees before him and began to beg forgiveness for his ignorance. He had made a grave mistake. Duan didn't understand what he was talking about at all. He decided to ask him directly, what did he mean when he said about the king? The scumbag admitted that he had just sensed the aura that emanated from the king. But Dwayne didn't understand. If he was their king, then who were they planning to resurrect now? He only replied that they were wrong and that he was very sorry. He would immediately order the operation to be stopped. The boss immediately contacted another demon and ordered him to stop, because their king was standing in front of him. But he didn't believe in such nonsense. The demon is now one step away from completing the resurrection ceremony. How can he stop now? The boss told him to stop again, but Duan ordered him to stop and lower his head. The young man touched his head, and the bastard only said that they just needed to stop his comrade from doing stupid things. Duan answered him that he could handle everything just fine on his own, and reminded him of his own words that it was not a pity to sacrifice himself for the sake of the king's resurrection. He immediately activated the absorption skill, and the scoundrel continued to beg him for forgiveness and mercy. In an instant, there was no trace left of the bastard, and Dwayne declared that even if he was their king, he would not allow those who did not value the lives of their comrades to enjoy life. At that very moment, the memory of the tree of evolution began to gradually return. She remembered her father, who is the supreme being in this universe, who has power over everything that exists, and he was tired of it, so he created a huge tree of evolution. That's how she was born. She also said that she is the youngest, because there are 3 more trees like her. Her father divided his power into 4 parts and distributed it between them, and then sent them to 4 different worlds to maintain balance in the universe. This is what her sister told the white-haired guy, who was surprised by this, because before she didn't want to tell anything at all. But now she's laying it all out herself. Is she really afraid of this guy's abilities? His tree also revealed that the one they absorbed was her second brother with the ability of light. And the one who managed to escape that time was her older brother, who controls space. Then he opened a space-time portal and escaped to the universe where her sister is. But in fact, he did not try to escape, but wanted to defeat them. But they have 2 evolution trees in their hands. Accordingly, he needs to absorb his sister, whose ability is absorption. She can absorb everything, and there is simply no limit to the development of this ability, so you need to deal with her as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Dwan had reached rank B. The absorption ability had been upgraded to level 5. The ability contract had also reached level 5, and the number of contracts had been increased by 1 slot. The flame had also been upgraded to level 4, and the attack power of this skill had increased by 40%. The shadow attack had also reached level 3. He had obtained a new shadow transformation. The power of the mind had also reached level 2, and control had increased by 20%. The vice had also been upgraded to level 2, and the ability to select 2 targets had been opened. The white-haired man immediately concluded that the darkness did not even feel sorry for its own brothers and sisters. But the tree said that he had no right to say this, because she had chosen him because his heart was full of darkness and greed, and darkness can hide all that exists, and those who live in it will never know the joy of light. He only asked her not to worry because this young man was just a toy, and Dwan, meanwhile, realized that the original form was an energy fragment, and it was not surprising that the tree told him that he was perfect for their growth. Dwan immediately used transformation on his clothes and created shadow wings on his back. If so, he was their king. Then they mistakenly believed that there was someone else. He immediately realized that the one who was sealed was the elder brother of the tree, who somehow ended up here just like him. He didn't understand why him. He had too many questions. But now that's not the most important thing. He needs to find Anya. At the same time, the demon who captured Anya could not believe that the boss was dead. But as soon as the king returned, it would be the end of them all. He still had just a little bit left to deliver Anya to the altar. But then Dwan appeared on his way and ordered him to stop. Anya was incredibly happy to see him. The guy asked her not to worry, it would all end here and now. The monster screamed at him that it would not be afraid of him just because he had swallowed up everyone else. Dwan only said that he was so stupid that he couldn't even recognize his king, but that was a good thing, because if he had just given up, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to test his new ability. The monster denied this because some kid couldn't be their king. He is an ordinary person, and all people are vulnerable. The bastard immediately took on the appearance of Zia. Would this guy really dare to attack his comrade? Dwan immediately launched shadow energy straight at him. The demon immediately flew to the side and released Anya from his hands. But the young man managed to catch her so that she wouldn't get hurt too badly. The guy gently lowered her to the ground, and Xin Yue immediately ran up to her. The monster couldn't believe that he dared to attack him. After all, he himself said that he wouldn't attack his comrades. But Dwayne only laughed at him. After all, he clearly saw how the bastard took on her appearance. Did he really take him for an idiot? But then the bastard took on the form of Xin Yue. He wondered if he could attack his dear little sister. Meanwhile, Xin Yue scolded Anya that she should never risk her life like that again. At that very moment, a powerful explosion sounded behind them, and Dwan immediately appeared in front of them and asked them to leave as far away as possible from here. The monster, meanwhile, could not believe that the guy actually attacked his beloved sister. He won't leave it that easily, just a little bit more, and he could rule this world together with the king. It's all because of him, so he must die. But Dwan easily stopped his pathetic attempt and dealt a powerful blow. He then immediately used the absorption skill on him. Even before his death, the bastard prayed to the king to save him. But soon the absorption process was completely completed, and the crowd of soldiers immediately began to rejoice. Captain Luo thanked Dwan for saving them again. No, he saved all of humanity. The guy admitted that this was not the best place for conversation, so he suggested that they quickly return to the base. Immediately, someone addressed Dwayne as if he were a king. It was the wolf who asked for forgiveness from him, because all this happened because of their ignorance, so he is ready to accept any punishment. The guy admitted that he was really understanding and was going to deal with him right away. But then Anya appeared, stood between them, and said that the wolf saved her, so she wants brother Duan to spare his life. Duan only ordered her to move away. Then he touched the wolf's head. He had already resigned himself to his fate. But suddenly he felt that all his strength had returned to him. Duan said that he saved Anya by risking his life, so from now on he is one of them and will be responsible for her safety, and can also just call him Duan. The wolf immediately agreed to these conditions. Now Anya will be personally under his protection. Xinyue approached Duan and asked where he got those clothes from, and the guy explained that it was a transformed shadow. Zia admitted that it was quite convenient since you could change outfits every hour, but the young man admitted that he hadn't even thought about it and simply created the first thing that came to mind. At that very moment, the ground beneath them began to shake violently, but no one understood what the hell was going on. And from the altar immediately appeared a dark paw which headed in their direction. Duan managed to defend himself, but this power impressed him incredibly. But what is this anyway? Suddenly, he realized that the hand was heading towards Anya. A wolf immediately appeared and stood in front of her. He tried with all his might to stop the huge paw. The wolf shouted to Anya to run away faster because he wouldn't last long. But the unknown hand was so strong that it grabbed them both at once. She immediately dragged them to the altar. Duan ordered everyone to leave here immediately, and he himself would deal with everything. The guy immediately rushed at full speed to the altar, realizing that the king had already been resurrected. He continued to pursue the bastard's hand with all his might. Duan also threatened him that if he did not stop, he would suffer. He launched a fireball straight into his paw, but he immediately realized that fire had no effect on him. Then he decided to try to stop him with his shadow. Duan immediately felt the strength of the scoundrel. He was really strong. Then the guy decided that he would simply absorb him. He activated his absorption skill, but immediately a notification from the system popped up that the enemy was too strong and it would take more time to complete successfully. By this time, Anya was already at the altar, and she immediately felt incredible pain. It felt like her body was being torn apart. The wolf tried to address her, but the girl was unable to even answer him. Duan noticed that her body was increasing in size at an incredible speed. In just a few moments, it grew several times. The young man realized that the resurrection ceremony involved absorbing her life force. Then the wolf turned to him and asked him to swallow him up quickly. Only then could he save Anya. Duan tried to object, but the wolf immediately said that it was okay. His power should already belong to him. He was the last of the native zombies, so he would gain great power after absorbing him. There was no time for doubt now. If this continued, Anya would be consumed, and what was worse, the one who was hiding under the guise of the king would be reborn. The guy was torn apart with anger. He understood that the wolf was right, but he didn't want to do it until the very end. Duan apologized to him by activating the absorption skill, and the wolf finally said that it was an honor for him to become his strength. After the absorption was completed, Duan felt something strange. He immediately found himself in an unknown place where the souls of all the native zombies were. And then they all united into a single aura and entered the guy's body. At the same time, Anya continued to experience enormous pain. But then Duan appeared and broke the barrier around her. He extended his hand to her to pull her out quickly. As soon as they held hands, Anya's body began to be completely covered in dark matter. The guy realized that the bastard was so strong that he was now absorbing his energy too. The girl asked him to leave quickly with Xinyue. He shouldn't risk himself. But Duan didn't even want to listen to this. He declared that he would save her no matter what it cost him. He immediately snatched it from her hand, shouting that he would not allow his family to die in front of him again. Then he immediately rose into the air as far as possible. At that very moment, the cave began to shake violently. A moment later, a huge light dragon appeared from it. By that time, Duan and Anya were already near the others. The guy immediately asked Xinyue to bring new clothes and take care of Anya. The girl did not understand what had happened to her and why she looked like this. The young man explained that her life force had been absorbed. There was no time to explain now. They all needed to run away quickly, because the king had already risen. Meanwhile, a silhouette appeared from the cloud of smoke. Then Longxi showed up, who was S-Rank and had an S-Rank future sight skill that allowed him to see 10 seconds into the near future, as well as a passive time travel skill. Duan immediately rushed towards him and in a moment was already in front of him. Longxi greeted him and said that they hadn't seen their fourth sister for a long time. The tree of evolution inside the boy did not understand what was happening. Then Longshi told him that the third sister betrayed them and absorbed the second brother. He also admitted that it was his fault that it happened, so he had to deal with it himself, and then asked her not to resist and let him consume her. Tree didn't understand what he was talking about and what happened to the third sister. Then Longshi said that she planned to absorb them all and appropriate all of her father's powers. He simply had no choice. Only by absorbing her could he compete with her. Duan immediately appeared next to him and was about to strike. But the bastard was so quick that he noticed it immediately, and then with just one blow he threw the guy aside. Longshi turned to him and told him not to interfere while he and his sister were talking, since he was only a human. Duan didn't even want to listen and began to get closer to him again, using the shadow break skill. Longshi was even surprised that the young man so sincerely relied on his speed. However, it's all useless against him. He saw all of Duan's movements perfectly, even giving him credit for being able to do so much in 1 second. Then Longshi easily dodged the swift strike, which startled Duan. And a moment later, the young man was already slammed into the ground with enormous force. But it was his plan to make the bastard lose his concentration, and then he used the flame skill to roast him alive. As expected, Longshi was not affected by such an attack, even though it was quite close. Duan continued to strike again and again without slowing down, but Longshi dodged each one without any problem. Longshi asked him to stop for a moment so that he could talk to his sister, but Duan didn't even want to listen to him and continued his pressure. Then the bastard realized that it wouldn't work out well, although it wasn't surprising to him because people are stupid enough they can only obey. A moment later, there was a huge explosion. Duan was lying on the ground from this, and Longshi was surprised that he was still alive. It turned out that the guy interrupted him in the middle of the process, so he was unable to embody his sister and restore all his strength. The tree itself immediately appeared. Taking on its physical form, she asked him to stop, but Longshi did not understand. Was she really trying to protect some person now? The girl replied that he was one of those she had chosen, so she had to protect him, but she was more concerned about why Longshi was in human form. Then he told her that he was using the body of his chosen one. People don't use their powers at all, although it was not worth expecting otherwise. They have only one continuous disadvantage, and their mission is to help them in finding native species. In her case, everything is the same. As soon as all native species are collected, he will be able to fully restore his powers, and then this boy will have no value for her. But the girl denied it, because their father told them to help people and protect this planet. It was their direct responsibility. Longshi asked her not to remind him that her father always overestimated people, because once they gained power, they began to dislike everything, even if the original goals were dictated by good intentions. At the same time, Duan knelt down and admitted that to some extent he was right. Humans really did have many shortcomings. They are cowardly and weak because they are afraid of being left alone. Then they blame themselves and regret what was and was not done. They learn from their mistakes and grow. If all this was really the fault of people, then they themselves would have resolved everything. He said that people are least afraid of difficulties. Longshi noticed the guy's gaze. They were exactly the same eyes he had seen before. Duan didn't waste a second and rushed at him with a direct attack from the front. But the bastard was immediately next to him and was ready to deliver a crushing blow. He only said that the young man was too self-confident. Does he know what the world will look like if all this continues? He then launched a punch, but Duan reacted in time and blocked it. Longshi noticed that the boy attacked late, but decided that it was just an accident. Duan turned to him again and said that there was still something he was mistaken about. The guy knew the world he was talking about too well because they were both from there. The situation there is, of course, terrifying, and zombies constantly oppress people, but even so they do not give up. Longshi understood why he had developed so quickly and was able to find native species. But did he want to conquer this world with his abilities? But Duan only spoke out loud for 10 seconds. Duan said that when he pretended to be unconscious, he was too busy doing something else to notice. This suggests that his abilities do not allow him to see everything. When he attacked him, he responded with a certain delay, that is, his ability is automatically neutralized after a certain time, and some time must pass before the next activation. After a couple of test hits, he could confidently say that he could see the future within 10 seconds. Longshi replied that he never thought that those attacks of his were just to test his abilities. He confirmed that he could indeed only see the future 10 seconds ahead. But I still didn't understand what it gave the guy. Did he really think he could defeat him? Duan didn't say anything and immediately rushed towards the bastard. His speed was so great that he literally circled around Longsha. He understood that even if he now knew about the enemy's abilities, he still would not win. If he foresaw all of his actions, then his abilities would have no effect. At that moment, Longsha himself appeared in front of him, who was about to strike again. Even if the guy had figured out the essence of his abilities, he shouldn't think that he would just stand there and wait until he finally decided to attack. However, the most terrible thing is the moment of attack. The more he defends himself, the more vulnerable spots he leaves. Longshi was wondering if the boy knew where he would strike. Duan immediately decided to attack him, but the scoundrel foresaw this too, ducking in time and then delivering an elbow strike straight into Duan's stomach. But Duan managed to stay on his feet. He immediately decided to attack the bastard with fire, and he guessed that the young man thus wanted to find out about the range of his ability. A tree immediately appeared. She told Duan that he couldn't be defeated this way, but he himself knew it. Now he was doing everything possible to buy at least a little time for Jinyue and the others. Longshi himself understood that this was all the boy was capable of now. Judging by the state of the fourth sister, even if he absorbed her now, he still would not be able to defeat the third sister. But the absorption is only the beginning. After this, he still has a long way to go because everyone already knows that he has been reborn. He cannot stay here. At the same time, Xia was worried that they had left Duan alone, but Xinyue replied that even if they had stayed, they would not have been able to help him in any way, since the enemy was strikingly different from anyone they had met before. Now they had to take care of Anya. Xinyue was sure that her brother would definitely avenge her. Li approached them with Chen. They wanted to know where Bugu was now, because they had a lot of wounded, and his help would not hurt. At this time, Longshi was already in front of Duan. He grabbed him by the throat and lifted him to the ground, declaring that this was the end for him. But the guy was more interested in whether Anya would be able to return to her original form. Longshi was surprised that the guy was worried about others when he himself was on the verge of death. Anya was just a tool, but since these were his last words, he would probably answer his question. The girl would never be the same again. Duan clenched his teeth and asked him why. This was something that Longshi could never have expected. The guy immediately grabbed his hand and shouted that Anya was just a child. Why should she go through such injustice, both in her past life and in this one? The bastard replied that he himself knew perfectly well that in this world only the strongest had the right to complain. Duan tried to attack with fire again, but Longshi ordered him to stop. His actions were simply useless. In this world, having a kind heart is a death sentence. Even after reincarnation, he remained like that. This could not help but disappoint Longshi. Immediately, something flew into the scoundrel's back at great speed. Because of this, Duan was able to escape from his hands. It turned out to be the work of Bug, who rushed to help the guy. Bugu immediately headed at great speed straight towards Longshu to avenge Anya. But it was not difficult for him to easily catch it with one hand. Longshi noticed that the owl had a perfect storm skill of S-Rank, which even surprised him because it was quite rare. And then he threw the Buga straight into the ground with incredible force, admitting that he even felt sorry for killing it. Suddenly something caught his attention. It was Duan who managed to catch him. He didn't understand why Bugu left Xinyue and the others. Why did he come back here? The owl admitted that he came back here to give the guy something. Duan only asked him for forgiveness for having had to suffer because of him. He took the golden medallion in his hands and asked Buga to rest and leave the rest to him. Duan asked the tree if she would mind if he killed her brother. She just remained silent. And Duan said that Longshi was indeed right. There was no place for compassion in this world because the weak could not do anything. You don't need to convince others of what is right. You just need to become the strongest and protect what you think is right. Instead of following the rules, it was better to set his own. Duan declared that he would absorb them all. If after that the tree would hate him, then he would give her a reasonable explanation when the time came, but for now, he only needed his strength. She only replied that her powers already belonged to him. Ever since she chose him, he believed that he had grounds for such actions. He would support any decision he made. Duan thanked her, and Longshi noticed that the guy's aura had changed slightly. Longshi noticed the spatial badge on the young man's chest. Did he really think he could lock it inside? He advised him to abandon this idea, since with his abilities he could easily escape. There was no point in wasting such a valuable artifact. Duan only said that this time Anya would fight with him. Bugu risked his life to give him this information, so he can't disappoint them. He again rushed to attack Longshi, but the bastard knew all his attacks in advance and easily fought them off. The next moment, he grabbed the guy right by the jacket. Longshi admitted that he had greatly overestimated the young man, but this was Duan's plan because 10 seconds had already passed. It turned out to be a shadow clone, and the real Duan was now approaching the bastard at full speed using Shadow Break. Longshi wasn't prepared for this, and the guy used the flaw skill that allowed him to see the opponent's weak points and immediately hit the bastard in his weak point, taking away 4% of his attributes. This sent him flying far to the side. Longshi didn't understand how the guy managed to get behind him. He also noticed that his speed increased several times. Duan himself was surprised that he had only received 4% of attributes, but had already noticed such progress. Longshi nevertheless admitted to himself that, on the contrary, he had underestimated the boy. He realized that Duan kept his clone in another dimension and then summoned it at the right moment. This is a rather rational use of his abilities and artifact. Duan replied that he also found out his weak point. But Longshi didn't want to listen to him. He immediately ran towards him to find out what he had actually learned. Duan remained in place without taking a step, and Longshi realized that he had decided not to move so that he could not anticipate his actions. The guy managed to block the bastard's blow at the very last moment. Longshi realized that he was planning to react to his attacks at the very last moment. This could really help him. However, he even defends himself with difficulty, so his defeat is only a matter of time. Duan just chuckled and advised him to open his eyes wider, which could lead to the future. Longshi declared that he would not fall for the same trick several times and immediately turned around. But this was Duane's plan. He was going to deal him a crushing blow, and the scoundrel understood that the young man had become even faster, and he simply did not have time to dodge. Duan immediately activated his mind power skill on him. He admitted that Longshi had already lost to the evolutionary tree of darkness when he was attacked by Bugu, who managed to attack in his blind spot. He can conclude that he only predicts the future of the one he looks at, and while he is in his blind spot, he can summon his clone, and even if the bastard notices, it will be too late. The next moment, the guy's blow hit the target. But Duan knew very well that the Shadow's powers were quite limited, and this trick could not be used indefinitely. Before the smoke had time to settle, several stone projectiles were already flying at the guy. Duan reacted in time and managed to block each of them. But this was only a distraction that allowed Longshi to get close to Duan. He was surprised that the guy had the power of thought and could also control the clone. He also noticed that the speed of the controlled object could be many times greater than his own speed. He also used the icon to quietly summon it from another dimension. It was quite difficult for him to block such attacks, and what's even more surprising is that this plan came to him during the battle. But Longshi still managed to grab the guy by the leg and throw him into the ground. He stated that the difference between them was too great, and his Shadow's attacks could not cause him any damage. But Duan was able to predict this too, and it turned out that Longshi had only captured a shadow clone. The guy himself found himself behind him and was about to deliver another crushing blow. Duan used the flame skill and mixed it with his shadow, which scared Longshi beyond belief. Longshi realized that the boy had switched places with his shadow. But even so, he had plenty of time to dodge, even though Duan had widened his attack area and had anticipated his escape route. Despite all this, he could easily see the safe path. The blessing of mental powers no longer affects the main body, so the guy's speed has dropped greatly. No matter how strong the attack is, if it can't hit the target, then there is no point in it. But suddenly a huge explosion sounded in front of him. It was also Duan's doing that he was able to predict this too. The explosion was so powerful that even Xin Yue could clearly hear the echoes of the battle. She only wanted the brothers to return safe and sound. Suddenly, Zia interrupted her thoughts and ordered her to bend down. The next moment, there were red lasers all over the forest, literally incinerating everything that came their way. Xin Yue thanked Zia. If it weren't for her, they would already be dead. The rest of the guys were also fine. They couldn't understand. Were the zombies really attacking again? But suddenly an unknown eye appeared, and then someone's voice said that they were not zombies. He is the last hope of humanity. It was a squad of 6 Skynet fighters who were under the command of a white-haired guy with an evolution tree, and the young man who fired the lasers was Yue. Yue didn't understand what Skynet was doing here. The red-haired man named Lao didn't understand how they should split up, since there were only the disabled and old people ahead. But they still had to avenge the king of the wedges, right? The girl named Xing replied that she was not going to interfere in the fight, and the second girl realized that the girl in front of them had a skill of absolute 0. Z and Gu also refused to engage in battle. In that case, Lao, along with the white-haired girl and Yue, were going to attack as a trio, since the boss didn't allow them to go into the thick of things, so maybe they could have some fun here. Xia asked Xingyue if she knew them, and the girl said that they were an organization called Skynet. She managed to escape from them once. Lao interrupted their conversation. They didn't have much time, so he wouldn't repeat it. He stated that their target was the girl with absolute 0 and the one in her arms. The rest could go free. Otherwise, they should not blame him for being rude. Xingyue didn't understand why they needed Anya. She asked Xia to quickly leave with Captain Luo. But to her surprise, no one was going to retreat, but only stood in front of her. Dwayne saved them all, and if he abandoned her now, would it be humane of them? Lao was even excited by this mood. It's even better this way. At the same time, the fight between Longxi and Duan continued. Duan didn't understand what he was doing wrong. He only managed to hit him once, but he didn't give him any more chances to successfully attack. Longxi smiled and asked if he had used all his dirty tricks. All this was just a warm-up. He had been sealed for quite a long time, and if he knew his weaknesses, how could he ignore them? Duan rushed to attack again. He didn't care what this bastard said. Longxi didn't understand. Didn't he know that the strongest people have the least developed eyes of all their senses? He has trained his perception to such an extent that he can perceive it as a surface of water. It is no trouble for him to catch every move of his opponent. Within the sea territory, he can feel and hear any movement. So his strategy won't work. The guy will never defeat him. But at that very moment, the white-haired man interrupted him and greeted him. He also apologized for being a little late. Both Duan and Longxi couldn't understand what this feeling was, and the white-haired one simply stated that he could not miss such an event when all the trees of evolution gathered in one place. The white-haired man admitted that he would never have thought that Longxi would be reborn so soon. Even the last evolution tree is here. He knew Duan, because last time he caused trouble at his base and escaped, so they didn't get to meet. Since this was their first meeting, he introduced himself. His name is Yan. Duan in turn felt an incredible aura from him. At that very moment, Longxi grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him away. He told the guy not to get distracted because this white-haired guy was much stronger than them. Yanu immediately appeared behind them, saying that Longxi's action had upset him a little. He then delivered 2 powerful blows, sending them both flying. Duan managed to throw his dagger at the bastard, but he easily blocked the attack and absorbed his weapon. Duan couldn't believe it. He asked Longxi why he saved him, and he replied that if Yan absorbed one of them, the other would have no chance. There was a chance to win if only the guy allowed himself to be absorbed. But Duan didn't even listen to the end and said that he could absorb Longxi, and then the white-haired one. Longxi decided to change the subject and said that now they needed to think about how to get out of here. But Yanu had no intention of just standing still and was already heading towards them at breakneck speed. At the same time, the squad that protected Anya together with Xia was very exhausted, and Lao said that they were already holding back. It was obvious that they were stronger than them. Xingyue told her comrades that each of the enemies had an S-rank nav. Skynet was collecting them from all over the world, about 12 in total. It seemed they hadn't gotten to all of them yet. Lao gave a last chance to those who wanted to leave, and he himself was a C-rank with an S-rank damage conversion ability that converted the damage received by the sword into energy that was released with destructive force. The white-haired one, as it turned out, was also a C-rank and had the S-rank absolute 0 skill. Yue was also a C-rank and had the ability of an S-rank laser, and when it was activated, all devices were connected to it, and the laser itself cuts through everything it touches. Lee, in turn, stated that they would not leave Xinyue no matter what happened. Lao immediately delivered a crushing blow to the ground. Xinyue managed to summon a huge ice wall to defend herself. But by this time, all of Yue's devices were already behind them. They immediately fired lasers aimed straight at the guys, but they were stopped by logs and stones raised into the air. Yue told the white-haired girl that the ponytailed girl uses mental powers to move objects and defend herself from lasers. He also admitted that the guys really do work well together. In that case, the girl told Lao that it was their time to attack. The two of them immediately rushed towards the guys, and a moment later the ice wall was completely destroyed. Xinyue warned everyone to be careful because the enemies had already broken through. She managed to block the girl's attack using her ice sword. The white-haired girl also noticed that her body had become very heavy, which turned out to be the work of Chen, who was using his gravity skill. But Lao was already heading straight towards him to finish him off. He suggested that the girl not interfere with him, but that they sort it out together, like men. He immediately released the sword energy straight at the guy. The force of the blow was so great that Chen began to cough up blood. Lao noted that it made his weapon heavier and less effective, but even so, it didn't last long. Xinyue couldn't concentrate on her battle because she was so worried about Chen. But the white-haired girl took advantage of this moment to finish off the girl, because there can only be one absolute zero in the world. Xinyue was able to jump to the side and block the attack with her ice scythe. The girl asked her why she didn't want to join Skynet and then answered for her, saying that she simply knew about its existence and wanted to get rid of it. Xinyue replied that they thought differently. She just didn't want to be with people like them. They exchanged a few more blows. Then the white-haired one created an ice bow and was about to shoot it at Xinyue. She would teach her how to properly use this ability. At that very moment, arrows flew straight at the girl, who did not understand what to do. But she still pulled herself together and created a wall that protected her. The white-haired bitch wasn't going to just stand there and launched a few more arrows straight at the wall. The ice itself had already begun to crack, and Xinyue understood perfectly well that she had not yet fully recovered from the previous battle. If this continued, she would not last long. The scoundrel was surprised that this was the girl's limit. It would seem that they had the same abilities, but there was such a difference in strength. At that very moment, the ice wall completely split from another volley of arrows. One of those was heading straight for Xinyue's head. But at that very moment, Aelon appeared next to her. He immediately launched a fire projectile and managed to protect the girl. The white-haired girl was only glad of this, because it saved her from having to look for him. Aelon himself stood in front of Xinyue, asking if everything was okay with her. Lee also noticed him holding the wounded Chen in his arms. At this moment, Lanki came up to them and said that his friend was seriously injured. If he didn't get treatment now, he might not have time later. She also asked if they were Duan's friends. Lee confirmed this, and then Lanki introduced herself and said that she was Duan's girlfriend, so his friends were also her friends. Xia heard the girl introduce herself as Duan's girlfriend, which made her very angry. Xinyue also noticed this, but Aelon asked her not to take the girl seriously. He also revealed that she had an S-rank ability and agreed to help them if they arranged a meeting between her and Duan. Her ability would be useful to them, and so they gave their consent without Duan's knowledge. Chen himself immediately felt that his entire body had been completely restored. Lanki turned to Aelon. She didn't like that she hadn't met Duan. Aelon, in turn, thought that the guy would be with Xinyue, so he relied on her energy when planning the route. Aelon also asked Lanzi to examine Anya because she was unconscious from the very beginning. The girl did so. She said that Anya was a zombie, but she was fine. Nothing threatened her. Her body was just too weak, and the development of her mental abilities was approximately at the level of a little girl. Xing turned to Zhe. She recognized Lanki. After all, she is a fairly famous S-rank healer. Z himself suggested that she watch for a while. She also noticed that the guy with fire is quite good. But Lao was already fed up with this and was going to finish them off quickly, since they wouldn't be able to leave here anyway. Aelon asked Lanzi to heal everyone who needed help so they could deal with the enemies much faster. The girl immediately began to use mass healing, which was the basic ability of a high-ranking healer. She would not only heal them, but also completely restore their energy. At that very moment, a magic circle appeared on the ground, and then everyone who was in it was completely restored. At the same time, Longshi and Duan continued their battle against the bastard. Longshi tried to use his skill, but the bastard said that it was just a waste of his time and his strength. He wouldn't be able to defeat him even in his best form, let alone in the state he was in now. A terrible picture appeared before Longshi. These were all the people he had thrown into the void and escaped. Longshi began to lose his sanity and denied that he had abandoned anyone. It was not like that. It turned out to be a dark space, which Duan immediately tore apart and shouted at Longshi to wake up. Longshi himself asked the guy for forgiveness for not being focused enough. He also told Duan that the bastard could make others face their fears. The white-haired man declared that he had played enough. It was time for them to move on to the main thing. He immediately directed his darkness straight at the boys. Longshi shouted to Duan to run, because if this darkness touched him, it would be the end for him. They kept running, but they didn't even have a chance to escape. Longshi didn't understand. He tried so hard and this was only to die here? He used his skill again and saw an opening. He immediately ordered the guy to follow him. They should first get out of here and then resolve all issues between them. But at that very moment, Longshi's body was completely pierced by spears of darkness. And the bastard said that none of them would leave here alive. In an instant, Duan and Longshi were completely engulfed in darkness. The bastard immediately launched an attack at Duan, but he successfully repelled it, leaving them with no choice but to continue fighting. Longshi understood that their position was losing, and they would not be able to provide him with anything. As Duan continued to fight off the bastard's shadows, Longshi asked him to come over to him. He explained that they wouldn't be able to escape, but he could absorb him and fight alone. Even if the guy absorbed him, he still wouldn't win. But they were immediately interrupted by a bastard who was ready to attack and was heading towards them at full speed. Duan did not understand Longshi's next actions and asked him to speak quickly because the enemy was already close. The white-haired one, in turn, launched a projectile at them. They made the right decision not to resist. There was no need to waste their energy. But Longshu immediately interrupted him. He stated that he failed to absorb its energy last time, so even if he doesn't think he can this time, he will be punished for his crimes very soon. The bastard realized where this was going and asked him to stop. Duan didn't understand what the hell was going on here. And Longshu asked him not to rush. He would find out about everything himself now. A moment later, a barrier appeared around them, preventing any shadows from entering. The white-haired man couldn't believe that Longshi wanted to escape again. Did he really want to go back to that place that had become hell? But even if that was the case, in his current state, he would be finished there. Longshi stated that he is not running away. He is doing this in order to defeat him. Duan understood that Longshi wanted to return them both to the previous world, but he was extremely against it, because his precious sister and comrades were here. Longshi replied that he had no place here, and that if he stayed, it would be his death, and in the meantime, the time travel was completely ready. The very next moment, the process itself began, and the bastard shouted that he would swallow them up anyway. They would not escape him. Immediately, the barrier around them was completely restored. The bastard warned them that they wouldn't get away. But at that moment, light began to emerge from the barrier, and the scoundrel was incredibly surprised that his darkness did not swallow them up. Finally, Longshi said goodbye to the scumbag. And the white-haired man said that once the evolution tree leaves its territory, the zombies will enter the growth descendant. He asked Duan. Isn't he worried about his little sister and comrades? Duan asked Longshi if what he was told was true, and Longshi confirmed that his departure would upset the balance. The scoundrel also added that Longshu himself would not last long. In his condition, it would be a one-way street, and the guy would not be able to return on his own. He should not listen to him. Longshi admitted to the young man that if he moved it, it really wouldn't solve any problems, but staying here wasn't a solution either. Duan was only interested in whether they could defeat the scumbag if he listened to him. Then Longshi firmly stated that he truly did not wish harm to this place or the people he loved. At that very moment, the transfer process itself began. Duan turned to the scumbag and asked him to wait a little longer. They would resolve all the issues very soon, but for now, he should take care of himself until then. But the white-haired man wasn't going to just watch. He immediately began to use his ability. And a moment later, he sent projectiles of darkness straight at the guys, causing a huge explosion. But they had already disappeared without a trace. Only Duan's spatial medal remained. The scoundrel realized that he didn't have time and that the couple had already escaped. His tree asked him why he didn't fight at full strength, and then he replied that Duan's gaze gave him goosebumps. He was interested to see how far the boy could go, and if that scared him, he would not deserve the title of universal deity. At the same time, Duan finally opened his eyes. His tree appeared behind him and explained that they were now in a time tunnel. In this place, the trees of evolution can show themselves in their true form. Then the young man saw something in front of him that surprised him. There was a guy sitting on the floor. He introduced himself as Ashu, and next to him stood his evolution tree, which he was already familiar with. Immediately, Ashu began to cough heavily. Duan immediately ran to him, but he replied that he was fine, he didn't have much time left, so he would be brief. He wanted to apologize to Duan for Anya. He really had no choice. His mission was to find him and bring him back. Duan didn't understand. Did he really mean to say that all of this was planned from the very beginning? But who was behind it? Ashu said that this man was his old friend who was always reserved and hid his powers. This was all his plan. Meanwhile, an unknown guy picked up Duan's spatial medallion from the battlefield. Duan was shocked. He apparently already guessed who Ashi was talking about. Is this really Qing? Ashi confirmed this. He tried to get up, but Lungshu immediately caught him, because with such wounds it is better to move less, and the guy just laughed. After all, his comrade was always like that, always worried about all sorts of little things. Ashi told Duan that when the time came, Qing would tell him everything himself, but for now he had to complete his mission. He asked the guy to absorb him, which Duan didn't expect at all. Lungshi tried to object, but Ashi interrupted him. He himself knows what he wants to say. Ashi said that at the time when the white-haired Yanu's space was collapsing, it was he who opened the space-time portal and asked the second brother Longshi for help, but he didn't even think that it could be a trap. Yanu went to the second brother and absorbed him. Duan knew that if he hadn't opened the space-time portal, the bastard wouldn't have been able to do anything, but he was more interested in whether there were other methods of moving through time and space. Ashu said that there is also a palace of the Tree of Evolution, and Yanu used it to get to them. But there is one limitation for such movement. Whoever tries to break through by force will be sealed, and only after he has accumulated enough energy will he be able to free himself, just as he was reborn. Duan asked, doesn't he have his own ability to move? Why did he need to use this path? Ashu explained that he had to bring him here, but Yanu saw through his plan and he had no other choice. All the portals were occupied by Duan and Yanu. Duan then asked if Yanu could track them here, and Ashu said that he could move one more time, but that didn't mean he would do it, since there was a possibility of his powers being sealed, and there wasn't enough energy for him to be revived right now. Ashu also said that all the other passages would close after Duan absorbed them, and they would disappear. Duan didn't understand how they could get out then, and Ashu explained that Qing knew another way. She would definitely tell him about it. But now they were pressed for time, and the guy had to absorb them quickly. The young man himself was not very happy with the current situation. He asked Ashu if he was really ready to sacrifice himself from the very beginning. But why couldn't they just join forces? Ashu said that he was the one who started all this. He made a mistake, and now he must atone for his sins. As for joining forces, it is simply impossible. Of the two of them, only one can survive, and it is he who gives incredible hope. He also admitted his guilt for getting Lungshu involved in all this, but Lungshu himself interrupted him and asked him to shut up, because he did nothing wrong, and his choice was correct. He should not blame only himself for everything. Ashu couldn't believe his ears. Duan also intervened and supported Longshi's words. He said there is nothing wrong with being kind. There are just people who take advantage of it. If this world doesn't understand that, then there is no point in saving it. Since he strives to protect this world, then somewhere there must be a place that he loves. Duan extended his hand to him and asked if he trusted him, and Yashu just smiled and said that the guy was still asking him about something so obvious. They held hands, and Yashu declared that he believed him. He hands over all responsibility for this world to Duan, and the guy promised that he would return everything that was stolen. Lungshi admitted that he attacked him and Anya only to test his strength. Duan only replied that everything was fine anyway. It was all because of Yanu. Longxi also turned to his fourth sister and said that she had just woken up and immediately encountered something like this, but she was their last hope, so he asked her to help Duan. Ashu's body began to disappear. At last, he declared that his mission was over, and now everything depended on Duan. He also asked him not to listen to what the girl would tell him, but the guy did not understand who he was talking about, and then Ashu said that he would find out everything a little later and thanked him for his work. In a moment, the absorption process was completely completed, and a powerful energy literally surrounded the young man. Ashu's memories immediately started appearing in his head. It was an incredible amount of accusations and insults. Duan was amazed that Ashu tolerated all this. He also had memories of a little girl in his head telling him that he was fighting for them. But some guy just punched her in the face. He was surprised that she was still defending him. The evolution tree immediately intervened and asked Dwayne to pull himself together. Then all the energy began to gather in one point and enter the guy's body. In an instant, everything was over, and Dwayne had reached a rank. Now it was time for them to go home. The tree also said that her name was Jinyu, and Duan admitted that until now he had not realized how much responsibility had fallen on his shoulders on the day she chose him. At the same time, Alan continued to fight against a bunch of Skynet scum. Lau admitted that the power of fire was truly amazing, and the girl said that Alan's powers could not be compared with the power of the King of Blades that was then. The guy seemed to have become a different person. Yua asked them to step back. Now it was his turn to attack. He immediately aimed his lasers. But to their surprise, the attack was directed at them. Yua didn't understand what the hell was going on. Then the white-haired girl noticed that Xin Yue used ice to reflect the rays. She and Alan were working together. The rest of the trio approached them and reported that the boss was already on his way. In that case, Lo was not going to hold back any longer. He wanted to end this whole circus as soon as possible, declaring that he would deal with everything himself. He was curious to see how far the boys could go. He immediately rushed into the attack at breakneck speed, and the very next moment he dealt a crushing blow with his sword. But the guys had already disappeared without a trace, and then Xin Yue caught him in her icy trap. Meanwhile, Alan was already behind him and ready to strike. A second later, a fiery flash appeared, which literally incinerated Lau's body. But the bastard was not so simple. He was able to endure this too. Then Alan appeared out of nowhere again and struck him right in the head. But the scoundrel, on the contrary, was only having fun. He wanted the guy to continue attacking. Alan immediately closed in on him and delivered another fiery blow, causing his opponent to lose his balance. The guy then struck him again, causing him to fall to the ground. In this position, he couldn't dodge anymore, so Alan delivered a finishing blow straight into the bastard's chest. Meanwhile, Xin Yue summoned ice walls behind him. The force of the blow was so great that Lau's body literally broke through all the fences. But in the end, this was still not enough, because he was still able to stay on his feet. He said that this was even too little. Lau turned to the white-haired Linda. She immediately understood what he wanted from her and asked how much force she should use. Lau asked her not to underestimate him and to use everything she had. The girl admitted that not feeling pain is still wonderful. Then she swung her scythe and asked him not to blame her if he died. She immediately dealt a critical hit straight to Lau. Neither Alan nor Xin Yue understood what the hell was going on. The others also did not understand anything, but decided that it was just internal strife. But this was not the case at all, because Lau only smiled maliciously and admitted that he was on the verge of death. Things like this fascinate him beyond belief. Now he was going to show them his true power. He activated his damage conversion skill, which converts the damage received into energy that is released with destructive force. Then he swung his sword. Alan immediately felt incredible strength from the bastard. He even lost the power of speech. And the bastard himself shouted that he would destroy them all. Gizi admitted that this was the first time he had seen Lau so animated, and Xing decided that it would be better for them to hide. Alan in turn warned the others. He ordered them to be careful. Lau had already released his energy and directed it straight towards the boys. Xin Yue immediately summoned an ice wall to at least somehow defend herself. But this was not enough. The next moment, the wall was literally cut into 2 parts. Alan immediately ran to her to save her. As soon as Xin Yue turned around, she couldn't believe her eyes. The forest that was behind them disappeared and all the trees were cut in 2. At the same time, in Duan's past world, Ching entered the tent where a smaller version of Duan was waiting for him. Little Duan asked him when they would return because he needed to submit the documents in time, and Xinyue also had problems with her leg, and he needed to help her. Ching replied that he would return soon, however. He must remember what he had told him. It was very important. The guy said that he had remembered everything a long time ago, because that was all he had been talking about since they came here. Ching only said that he was the hope of all mankind. At that very moment, the real Duan appeared and greeted him. Ching admitted that he had changed a lot and asked if everything had gone smoothly. Duan replied that he knew everything himself, since Longxi had told him that it was he who had planned everything, but he was curious about what was going on. Ching asked him not to rush. They were still waiting for someone, a very important person, and then handed him a can of beer to celebrate his return. The guy thought it would be the right decision, and they clinked glasses. Duan said that Ching had hidden a lot from him after all. At that very moment, the ground beneath them began to shake violently, and a moment later there was an explosion. But the guys managed to leave the tent in time and dodge. These are the same two zombies that killed Dwayne in his past life. The guy was even happy about this because he would finally be able to take revenge on them. Duan asked Chin to wait here. He didn't have to worry because he would be back soon. He immediately rushed towards the bastards. For him, it was a great opportunity to try out his new abilities. The scoundrels were ready to turn him into dust right there. The impact was so strong that the ground literally cracked into pieces. But Duan was never hit, as he easily stopped the giant's huge weapon. Now it was his turn to attack. At that very moment, he released dark energy that literally destroyed the monster. But then Duan felt something behind him. It was the second monster that threw a huge metal disc at him. The guy immediately jumped into the air, and then he easily hit the disc right back at him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a female voice. It was Anya with some little girl. She was surprised that the guy dealt with 2 A-rank zombies with such ease. She was right about him, after all. Duan immediately recognized her and called her by name, wondering if those were her zombies. The girl immediately screamed that he did not dare to call himself by the name of the Black Queen. At this point, Ching himself had also arrived. It was her he was talking about. They had planned all of this together. Duan immediately realized that when he was attacked by zombies last time, it had all been prepared by her. After some time, the guys gathered around the fire, and Duan told them about Ashu's feelings that appeared in his head after absorbing him. Duan said that Ashu always thought about others. Compared to him, he still had a lot to learn. He also noticed that his comrades looked like they knew everything in advance. He asked them to tell him about the further plan, because he needed to go back and deal with Yanu. Immediately, a magic book appeared in Ching's hands. He confessed that everything was really as he expected, all thanks to his ability to write the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea scriptures contain an incredible amount of information, but the most important is the prophecies. He managed to read that the only way to save the world is to send him for the last tree of evolution. Duan admitted that he never thought that he would be hiding something so powerful after all. To him, he was just a simple person who failed to awaken, but he wondered if he could use this skill to see the outcome of his battle with Yanu. Ching replied that this had not yet been determined. The information presented in the scripture was superficial, therefore it did not always correspond to reality 100%. And Anya decided to lay out all her cards. She said that in exchange for reading the scripture, Ching must give his life. Duanya was upset that Ashu and Ching were sacrificing themselves for this world, and he just wanted to correct his mistake. Ching said that everyone in this world has their own mission, and he is very important at the forefront. Duan blamed himself. If he had known about everything earlier, he would have done everything differently. But then he was interrupted by a little girl who was unhappy with the guy's behavior. Anya said that they weren't going to hide it from him, but he was the most important part of this plan, and therefore they didn't want the burden of responsibility to influence his actions, which could change the prophecy. But now that they have reached the climax, they can no longer hide it. He needs to act according to the plan from now on. Duan said that Ashu told him that when he died, the space-time tunnel would close. Do they have other ways to travel? Ching said that they have a way out. Although it will take more effort, after Ashu's death the zombies became much stronger, and the guy needs to kill 3 S-rank zombies. Namely, a hellish dragon of S-rank, Flaming Eagle S-rank, and the Void Snake also S-rank. Defeating them will make him much stronger, but more importantly, he will receive artifacts whose energy will open a space-time tunnel, allowing him to return. Duan understood what he had to do and was about to go into battle immediately. But Anya stopped him because that was not all. Their desire alone was not enough, and those who were on the other side had to help them. There's no rush here. You have to take into account the peculiarities of his evolutionary tree, and places teeming with zombies are the best place to hone his abilities. Even after he absorbed Asha, he's still no match for Ian. Duan immediately realized that his departure would make the zombies on the other side furious. He was worried about what would happen to Xin Yue and the others, because they definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Qing asked him to calm down a little. He could understand, but he needed to look at the future. He asked him not to worry about them. They weren't going to sacrifice them to save him even if he didn't care. But Ashu would never agree to such a thing. At the same time, Lao couldn't understand where all the guys had gone. They seemed upset. Yue had already looked around the area a bunch of times, but still couldn't find any traces of them. Sin decided that Lao simply didn't leave even ashes of them. They should quickly leave here because there's nothing to breathe here. But Lao still didn't understand what happened. Something was definitely wrong here. At that very moment, a huge airship appeared above them, and they realized that it was the boss, so they needed to go faster. Qing watched all this. He finally finished his part of the Palin. After all, not having combat abilities is akin to a blessing. Now he needs to take the last one. At the same time, little Duan found himself in the same place, but he felt a little strange. Qing immediately approached him and greeted him, but the boy did not understand how this could be. And in the other world, Duan realized that he had switched places with Duan from this space. Qing also added that each of them had their own tasks. Anya suggested that they end it here, since they needed to figure out the route, and she asked a little girl named Jingle to come to her. Anya told Duan that Jingle would follow him from now on, because she knew the way well, so she would be his guide. The girl was against it, but Anya asked her to be a good girl and obey. Duan said that there was no need for that. Moreover, it would be more convenient for him to do it himself. He simply asked to be told where he should go. Anya replied that he had previously been so weak that he had not interacted with the powers that be at all. The zombies whose artifacts he needed were captured by them, and only those whom they personally approved could pass. If he took Jingle with him, she could give him a recommendation, but the girl herself did not want to help him because Ashu's brother was absorbed in him. Duan immediately recalled Ashu's memories and realized that the girl with the bear was Jingle. Duan still agreed to take her with him. He would take care of her, and she asked him not to underestimate her, because she would be useful to him. Meanwhile, Qing said that almost everything was ready, so he suggested that they rest a little and start everything tomorrow. Duan replied that there was no need for that. He wanted to start now, because there were people dear to him waiting for him on the other side. Anya asked the guy how Anya from that world was doing. Duan said that he met her when everything just started. Since then, they have always been together. She has become a member of his family. He knows what she has to go through here, so he tries to protect that Anya from this. The girl just smiled. She was even a little jealous. After some time, Duan and Jingle set off, and Qing admitted that he would never have thought that he would see the smile of the Black Queen, but the girl herself also did not think that she would ever show it to people. She admitted that she was uncomfortable realizing that there in another world she could be happy. Anya's dragon immediately appeared next to her. It was time for her to leave too. If anything, she was in touch, and the rest was up to Duane. Finally, she asked Qing not to use his ability anymore because it was dangerous. There was no need to watch anymore, because if he knew too much, it would be much more difficult for him to make a choice. Qing only agreed with this and did not argue with her. He asked her to take care of herself. In another world, Duan from the previous world ran up to Xin Yue. She confessed that he was incredibly bored. He didn't understand why she couldn't just listen to him and stay home. Xin Yue had absolutely no idea what was going on here. The guy said that in the past he somehow mysteriously ended up in a world full of zombies, and it took him an incredibly long time to get back. He was worried about her, that he was starving here. An angry Lanky immediately appeared behind him and asked him in a rude voice if he was Duan. She came closer and said that the real Duan Yen might look like this. Why did he turn into a child in the first place? Aolon watched this showdown and thanked Qin for moving them in time. Otherwise, they would all have ended. Ching only replied that he only did what was required of him, and he also introduced himself to him. Sia approached them and also introduced herself to Ching. The boys didn't understand whether this boy was Duan, but Ching confirmed it. Lanki immediately approached Alon, who was incredibly angry with him, because he promised her something completely different. The guy immediately tried to justify himself and assured that it was really Duan and he was as strong as before. Lanki thought if that's the case, then he should be able to do it. She called the small version of Duan to her. Lanqi asked him to show his strength. The young man just smiled since she asked him herself he would not apologize. Immediately, an incredibly strong energy was released from the guy's body. The guys couldn't believe it. But the next moment, the surprise disappeared from their faces. And Duan himself turned out to be an F rank with berserker ability. He was even proud of it. Until I found out that everyone here had abilities above A rank. He immediately remembered Xinyue because she should definitely be weaker. But then he became disappointed in himself, because even she had an S-rank skill. Alon asked everyone to calm down a bit. The main thing now is to find out what really happened. Ching said that it was not very convenient here. First, they needed to find a place where they could stay for the night. After some time, they found a suitable cave. Goldie and Bugu never left Anya's side. Meanwhile, Duan told everyone that he was Duan from a past life and came here from another dimension. They switched places with the Duan they know. Alon admitted that it was indeed hard to believe, but if they remembered Duan's past actions, it would explain a lot. Now his adult self had returned to his own dimension. Ching confirmed his guess. He decided to explain to them how he knew all this. After the apocalypse began, he received the ability of the Dead Sea Scripture, which contains what should happen in the future, so his actions are based on its content. He learned that besides Dwayne, there is also the leader of Skynet, who is also a time traveler, so he is now their worst enemy. At the same time, Yanu announced to his team that they all had to reach S-rank as soon as possible. He ordered them to absorb zombies or people. It doesn't matter to him because the slow ones die first. At the same time, Alan didn't understand whether they really had to confront Skynet. Ching said that there was no further information in the scriptures, so Duan would tell them the rest. The young man said that they should hurry up with rank increase. It will help in the future. Their final goal is to destroy 3 strongest zombies and collect the artifacts dropped by them. Alon didn't understand what these artifacts were and how they would help in the battle against Skynet. Duan explained that all this was so that they could open the space-time tunnel once again and allow the Duan they knew to return, thus greatly increasing their chances. Lan Qi was immediately happy about this because that strong and handsome Duan could still come back. She asked him to tell her more, and Ching said that it was time for him to go. Alon thought that he would go with them, but Ching said that he had no abilities that could be useful in battle. He would only be a burden. When the time came, she would find them herself. He handed Alan a gold medallion and said that the fate of this world was now in their hands. Alan told the others that the path promised to be dangerous. If anyone wished, they could refuse to go further right now. Lan Qi stated that as Duan's girlfriend, she simply couldn't refuse, which made Zia very angry, and she also stated that she had no intention of leaving. Xinyue also said that she is in the case. In that case, Alan announced that they were now a team and had to come up with a plan for further action. Xinyue understood that this time it was serious. Now they could only become stronger and make their brother's work easier. Meanwhile, Duan was confronting a huge monster. The monster immediately released a stream of flames straight at Dwayne, but he managed to jump away in time. But then one of the heads appeared behind him. In that case, he had no choice but to cut the bastard into pieces. In an instant, there was no trace left of the bastard, and Duan had passed the 550th floor in the testing tower, killing a B-rank monster, even though he was under the negative effect of gravity, which affected him 80% more than usual. Duan was also limited in the use of abilities and was under the constant influence of fire magic. It took the guy 5 minutes to get through this floor, and from the 550th to the 600th floor, the negative effect of gravity will be increased to 100%, and the effect of fire will also continue. Duan was going to walk the entire tower that very day, but Tata appeared and begged him to stop. He disappeared for such a long time, and now he suddenly appeared and cleared so many floors at once. If he continued like this, she would lose her job. She asked him again to stop because today was such a hard day, he was tired too. Dwan admitted that it was really tiring. He didn't even have time to deal with the evolution points he got after absorbing Longshai. He decided to go through the next floor after a little preparation. At that very moment, Dwan entered the evolution tree system, where Jinyu was already waiting for him. He noticed that she looked weak, but she only replied that she was fine. It was just that her body had not yet adapted to the transition to this dimension. She needed to rest a little. In that case, Dwan suggested that she use her free time to accumulate strength, while he would deal with the distribution of evolution points. Meanwhile, the absorption ability was upgraded to level 6. All existing stats were upgraded. The ability contract also reached level 6, and the number of contracts was increased by 1 slot. The flame skill was upgraded to level 5. Its attack power was raised by 60%. The shadow attack became level 4, and the number of clones was increased to 4. Clones can also use up to 70% of the master's power, and transformations were also made available. The power of the mind became level 3. Control increased by 30%, Vice became level 3, and it was possible to select 3 targets. Dwan wanted to improve his spiritual power to the 10th level, because then he would face colossal changes. But the improvement cost 150,000 points, and he only had 125,000. He was thinking whether to save them or distribute them among other characteristics. But Jinyu thought that it would be right to wait with this. If a difficult situation arose, then they could be spent wisely. The guy decided to listen to her advice because he was still far from S-Rank, so it was better to look at the situation. The young man exited the system where fresh food was already waiting for him. He was surprised that Jingle could cook, but the girl replied that it was not surprising because she was responsible for the Black Queen's diet, and if he died of hunger, then the whole plan would fail. Otherwise, she would not have done this. He did not understand why he was chosen because Ashu was much stronger than him. Dwan admitted that he only agreed to take her with him because Ashu had spoken about her. Jingle immediately wanted him to tell her what Ashu had said about her, but Dwan replied that he would eat first and then tell her everything. After some time, the guy finished dinner and Jingle immediately asked what Ashu said about her. First, Dwan decided to answer her question about why he was chosen and not Ashu. He said that during their battle he felt that Ashu wanted to devour him. He wanted to come face to face with Yanu. But when Yanu actually appeared, the darkness in his heart overwhelmed him. The feeling of guilt did not allow him to believe that he could carry out such an important task. It was only after she herself received his power that she realized what he had gone through. Dwan also said that he saw the girl in the fragments of his memory. She always believed in him. And now that he has taken over everything that has plagued him, he can finally correct his mistakes, Ashu mentioned her, which means she should be a witness to this. The girl just lowered her eyes to the floor and immediately began to leave. Dwan didn't understand where she was going, but the tearful Jingle turned to him and said that it was time for them to go, because there was still a very long way ahead. The guy was even taken aback by this, but soon he smiled. He immediately stood up and agreed with her that they were just wasting time and this would be a great opportunity to try out the new ability. Dwan immediately summoned a shadow clone. Then it began to change its shape. A moment later, the clone turned into a dog that looked very much like Goldie. Jingle couldn't believe that he could also control zombies, because she thought that only the Black Queen was capable of this. He explained to her that it was not a zombie, but a clone in a different form, which is exactly what his pet Goldie looks like. He asked her to jump faster, and a moment later they rose into the air. Dwan also gave a name to this clone, calling him Haibo. At the same time, in a cave in another world, Goldie began to sneeze, and Bugu immediately told him that Anya told him that a person sneezes when someone remembers him. Then Goldie came to the conclusion that it was his dad, Dwayne, who missed him. The two also discussed how people were very strange, because Dwan suddenly became small, while Anya, on the contrary, grew up. Meanwhile, Alon decided that their team needed a leader. Since they discussed the further plan of action, he put forward the candidacy of Shia, who is ideal for this role. Zia simply replied that he had much more experience than her, and that he was also the most familiar with Skynet. Suddenly, Goldie appeared behind little Dwayne. The guy immediately picked him up and was surprised that there were such cute zombies. But the dog immediately began to break free from his hands. Goldie flew to Sinue, who explained to him that it was Dwan, just a little different. The others discussed how they needed to get more support first, as they could use some help. Sinue noticed that little Dwan had stood up and was starting to walk out of the cave. She followed him and asked him why he left, but Dwayne only replied that he simply felt a bit stuffy, so he decided to get some fresh air. He would never have thought that her legs would fully recover, now she is even taller than him, and Shinue replied that it was because he was too picky about food and also liked to eat all sorts of nonsense, and the guy just laughed. Dwan asked his sister to tell him what she had been through during all this time. The boys started telling each other stories from their lives. They even managed to have a good laugh. Shinue admitted that she hadn't communicated with her older brother like this for a long time, and Dwan said that for as long as he could remember, he spent every day with Ching. Dwan also said that they really had to go through a lot. Thanks to Dwan from their world, they are now safe. He also learned that she died in his past life, and he did not dare to take her with him because of the injury and lived with regret for all 20 years. Sinue immediately recalled the day before the apocalypse began and understood Dwan's strange reaction and words. Still, a lot has happened during this time. She was distracted by Dwan. He wanted to ask her something. But at that very moment, Alan came out of the cave and told them that Anya had woken up and they could get ready and set off. Shinue asked him what he just wanted to say, but the young man only replied that it was nothing special. They could discuss it later. The young man stood up and said to himself that they still had much to do. And he himself was thinking that he still didn't have the courage to ask her about it. Shinue immediately ran up to him and took his hand. She noticed that he was muttering something under his breath. Did he really not know who to choose, Shia or Lanki? The guy immediately became embarrassed and said that he didn't know any of them, especially since he was only considering romantic relationships after university, which made the girl laugh, in which case they needed to hurry up and sort this out, otherwise they would soon be in trouble. Dwan admitted that he was surprised that she still had the mood for such jokes, and in his mind he thought that he didn't even need to ask her about it, because he already knew that he wasn't strong enough to protect her, that Dwan could do it. Meanwhile, Dwayne in the other world approached the Hell Dragon's abode. There was even a small island here, to which many ships were approaching. Only people who possessed A-rank strength could go to the island, or accompanied by someone who possessed S-rank strength. The guy asked Jingle if all these people were acting together, but the girl said that this was not the case. They were here to pass the preliminary test. Only after that they could join the attack team. She said that it was time for them to go downstairs. Soon they landed, and Dwan immediately noticed a huge number of people. Jingle asked the guy to wait here, and she would go and register him, and Dwan himself thanked Haibo. It turns out that it takes a lot of energy to maintain the life of a shadow clone. Suddenly, Dwan heard several idiots start talking about him. They thought he was stupid for thinking that any idiot could come here. It seemed like he came here to have fun, but he didn't realize that he wouldn't even pass the qualifiers. But it can be understood, after all, there was an official announcement that this was the last selection, and therefore everyone who is not lazy will cling to such an opportunity, because we are talking about S-rank zombies, and the rewards that fall from them are incredibly valuable, but there were also quite a lot of deaths. There were about 20 unsuccessful attempts, of course. There were always victims. Finally, Dwan felt like he had truly returned home. An unknown girl walked past him. He immediately noticed something strange when he saw her. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers came to the tent of the man who was responsible for selecting the participants and said that everyone who registered was there. He also gave him 2 letters of recommendation. The man saw that the first was from Commander Lowe's hideout, but the second letter interested him much more. Who would have thought that the Black Queen herself would recommend someone? He realized that he had to help these 2, but they still had to pass the test. There was a letter of recommendation for Dwan and Xia on the table. He wanted to see these 2 in action in person. At the same time, Dwan turned to the girl who passed by him and asked if she was Miss Xia. The girl turned around and confirmed this, but she did not remember them meeting. Dwan immediately hesitated and said that they had met in the shelter. Perhaps she simply did not remember him. and he himself thought that he had expected that Zia would look different due to her age, but the girl had hardly changed. Zia replied that those who dared to come here had above-average strength. If that was the case, then she wouldn't have been able to not notice him in the shelter. Then who was he? Duan immediately began to make excuses and said that he just wanted to say hello, but the girl admitted that he was too suspicious. At that very moment, that same man appeared and asked everyone to be silent. He is the head of the guild responsible for catching the Hell Dragon. They can call him Wei. He is very happy to see so many people willing to hunt. He decided to skip all the pleasantries and say it straight. They had already failed this mission 23 times with huge losses, and this was the last time they were recruiting people for the squad. If this time they failed, they would declare this territory a restricted area for the safety of ordinary people. Wei announced that they would now all undergo a test, based on the results of which 8 people would be selected. He also said that those who came here for easy prey had better turn around right now, because they had no idea what they would face. He asked everyone to line up and enter the tent one by one. Duan was standing right behind Xia. She admitted that she wasn't sure if she could pass because there were so many people here. Duan asked her if Wei had participated in the selection every time. She said that Wei always participated in every selection. No one doubts his strength. He is in the top 10 strongest S rank. But even so, they have failed more than 20 times. This dragon is really terrible. Xia asked Duan if he really wanted to participate since he looked like he didn't understand what was going on, and the guy replied that it was indeed his first time. But anyway, it was a great opportunity to gain experience. Soon it was Xia's turn. Wei noticed that the two were already familiar with each other and said that they could go in together, so they could save time for the others. They went inside and Wei asked one of the workers to go and rest for a bit. He would take care of these two himself. Wei said that he had letters of recommendation for both of them, so this test was just a formality. They just needed to go up to this thing and put their hand on it. Xia said she wanted to take the test on an equal footing with other participants. If she is not strong enough, she will only be a burden. Soon the test results showed that the girl was at the peak of A rank and would soon move up to S rank. Duan was even surprised because the Xia from this world turned out to be so strong. Xia asked if she passed the test. Wei said that her indicators are within the standards and she can go to the rest area. Xia also said that she and Duan were from the same shelter, so she would wait for him here. Wei didn't understand what she was talking about. The guy wasn't from Commander Luo's hideout. He was recommended by the Black Queen. Xia was incredibly surprised, because she had never heard of the Black Queen giving her recommendation to a person before. The girl generally believed that she did not communicate with people. Duan replied that it was quite a long story. He would tell it some other time. But for now, he decided to move on to the test, fully understanding that there was even more misunderstanding between him and Xia. The young man knew that he had to try hard not to cause trouble and also keep his strength under control, so values close to Xia would be enough. At the same time, the same 2 idiots who laughed at Duan were discussing that it had been a long time since that guy came inside. Was the test really that hard? But his comrade asked him not to worry because that weakling must have failed and was now asking for a second chance. Immediately, an incredible amount of energy began to burst out of the tent, which literally began to sweep the other participants away from their place. It was Duan who merely placed his hand on the apparatus. Neither Wei nor Xia could believe that this guy's strength was this. But Duan himself thought that everything was fine and he had handled the control well. Xia and Wei immediately rushed to the screen to check the results. The circle was completely filled, but Duan was still A rank, but with such energy, he should be even higher than S rank. How is this possible? They immediately suspected something was wrong, and Duan realized that there were problems with control after all, and he only made things worse, so he decided to pretend that it was difficult. He immediately showed off his acting skills and started to cough fake and say that he had used almost all his strength. But the guys immediately saw through him and their suspicions grew even more, and Duan realized that he was a terrible liar. Wei decided to ask him why the Black Queen sent such a strong man to them. Was it really for prey? Duan came to the conclusion that he needed to tell the truth, so he replied that he had come here to save the world. At that very moment, deathly silence fell over the room. Wei just laughed awkwardly and congratulated the two of them on joining the squad. They could settle in the tent behind him, and the general assembly would be a little later. The guys went to the tent, and Sia admitted that she still believed him. They walked inside and saw 4 people there, which surprised Wayne, as he didn't expect that so many participants had already passed the test. The two of them immediately recognized Xia. She is the best fighter in Captain Luo's hideout. The white-haired man with scars on his face just remained silent and did not pay any attention to the couple. Meanwhile, 2 idiots asked to take the test together and were allowed to. In the end, they both got through even though they didn't expect it. It's just that many people ran away after that explosion, and they seized the opportunity. They noticed that they didn't really match the people inside, but they still decided that it wasn't a problem for them because people like them always work alone. One of them immediately noticed Duan and thought that the explosion was caused by his power, but his comrade replied that this was impossible. It was most likely the work of that girl next to him. Wei entered the tent and congratulated everyone on joining the squad, but warned that the worst was yet to come. First, they had to introduce themselves and split into teams. The team itself could have no more than 4 people, one of whom was a person from the guild. He would act as the leader. He advised them to split into teams when they knew each other's abilities well, so they could find the best balance. If they couldn't do that, they would adjust everything later. He also gave them the materials, and the operation itself would start tomorrow morning, so they should get a good rest. Someone immediately called out to Dwayne. It was a girl named Fan. She is an A-rank fighter with an A-rank blessing ability that allows her to heal allies and give them positive effects. She told the guy that she won't let anyone hurt him and asked if he would like to take her into the team. Duan apologized to her and said that he and Sia decided to form a team, just the two of them, which surprised Sia herself. Fan was very angry that the guy dared to refuse her and expressed such ingratitude. Wire approached Sia. He was an A-rank fighter with the ability of an eccentric bat. He told the guy that Zia didn't look like she was going to form a group with this guy. He also asked if she wanted to form a group with him and he would take care of her safety, but the girl immediately refused. Wire wasn't going to back down that easily and tried to put his hand on her shoulder. But he was immediately grabbed by Duan, who asked him if he really didn't understand human language. The 2 idiots couldn't believe that this young man dared to object to Wire. She was a person who was on the threshold of S rank. Wire himself ordered Duan to remove his dirty hand from him, otherwise he would immediately turn him into a corpse. Duan only told him that he could try, then they would see who would die first. The guy immediately began to release incredible energy, the power of which literally began to destroy the ground beneath them. Sia noticed that his aura this time was much stronger than when they did the test. Who is he really? The others couldn't believe it either. Wire was infuriated by the guy's impudence, and he was immediately going to finish off Duan once and for all. But then Wei appeared and immediately stopped them. He said that the fight was over and asked Weir to show him respect. The scoundrel immediately became nervous and said that he would do as he wanted. Wei also asked Duan if he was going to show even a little bit of respect, but the guy just remained silent. Then Wei asked for an answer. Duan said he understood everything. Wei's expression immediately changed and he thanked him. He suggested ending it there, because no one wants any conflicts between them. If this happens again, he will immediately strip them of their qualifications. Wei asked Sia if she would mind forming a team with Duan, and the girl agreed. He also asked Duan if he needed more people for the team, and he only replied that the 2 of them would be enough. Chuan immediately introduced himself. He is a rank A battle tank with a rank B damage sharing ability that shares a teammate's damage with himself, receiving 50% of the damage itself. He approached Fan and said that he would be responsible for her protection, and Wire would deal with damage. Such a composition would suit their group better, and the guys did not mind. 2 idiots approached a white-haired man named Ren and offered him to form a team with them. One of them was Boar. He is an A-rank fighter with the ability of a boar's strength, and the other was Dog, an A-rank fighter with the ability of a hunting dog's strength. Boar immediately said that he has thick skin and can be a vanguard, and his comrade has a good sense of smell, so he will help to discover unknown areas. If they support him, they will definitely succeed. Ren himself was an S-rank with an A-rank illusionary eye skill, and if he made eye contact with a person, that person would fall into an illusionary world, which could disrupt the person's sanity. As soon as Ren took his sword out of its sheath, the idiots immediately started keeping silent about forgiveness. The man immediately dealt several chopping blows. But to the surprise of these two, they were still alive. And then they noticed a sign of agreement on the floor, which meant that Ren was not against creating a team with them. Wei announced that the groups had been formed. Today everyone will rest, and tomorrow at 9 o'clock they will gather again. After some time, Duan apologized to Zia for calling her so late, but the girl replied that there was no problem with that. She was wondering what the guy wanted to talk to her about. Duan asked directly. Zia did not come here for trophies, but to investigate Wei's case or the assault operation itself, but the girl did not understand what he wanted to say. He asked her not to worry. He was not their man, and judging by what they knew about her, she was not one of those who would risk just for trophies. She must have come for shelter. He decided to show her something, although he understood that most likely she would not believe him. Duan immediately lifted several stones from the floor with his mind, which surprised Xia, and the young man confirmed that this was her ability. Before the apocalypse, she was a police officer, and later joined Commander Luo's refugees. He hoped that she could trust him because he needed detailed information about Wei and this operation. He had a feeling that everything was not so simple. The guy said that he wanted them to work together, but he was thinking that he had failed to make a contract for Wei's abilities, and the power he had released was very strange. Xia also said that everyone who participated in the operation, except for their people, did not return. Among them were people from Commander Luo's hideout. She admitted that she really came here to investigate this situation. She also revealed that Wei is known as the first dual ability user. The first one is S-Rank Powerful Lightning, and the second ability is still unknown because no one has seen him use it. But she heard that it is also S-Rank. Despite all this, people speak quite positively about him. Duan was interested in the fact that Wei had 2 S-Rank abilities. Wei himself looked at the materials about Duan with a smile on his face. At the same time, in another world, Goldie and the others arrived at the desired island. Meanwhile, Anya had already come to her senses and was surprised that Duan was so small, and the guy himself could not understand why his clone was surrounded only by women. Anya also asked Wu Xinyue where Alon was now, and the girl said that Alon had gone to pick up his comrades and then they would all meet together at the destination. Soon they landed on the island. While Xinyue was thanking Goldie, someone called her. It was Alan and the others. He said that they had scouted the area and that the entrance itself was not far from here. Xinyue saw a guy for the first time and asked Alon who he was. He said that this is Wei. He is their new S-Rank warrior. His friend Xiao found him. Alon also revealed that Wei is very strong, has 2 abilities, and is very interested in what they are doing, so he decided to join them. Xinyue immediately walked up to him and shook his hand. She welcomed him to the team and asked what his abilities were. Wei said that his first ability is Powerful Lightning. Meanwhile, Lao and Yue were watching them. The red-haired one admitted that they did the right thing by listening to him. It seems like they are also looking for S-Rank warriors. If they follow the list, they will be able to find them. Lao was eager to know what they were doing here, but Yue said that they should wait a little longer because they had some kind of plan, and when that happened, they would take what was theirs. Meanwhile, in another world, one of Wei's subordinates reported that the gathering was complete. Wei addressed the participants and suggested that they prepare themselves and then set off on their journey. They needed to finally decide on the team members. He introduced Shadow. He is an A-rank fighter. His ability is invisibility and is very suitable for investigation, so he will join Chuan's team. The girl named Irene was an A-rank warrior with the ability to recover, so she joined Ren's group. And the man named Shan was an A-rank fighter with the taunt skill. He participated in the most attacks, so he joined Duan's 2-man squad. Once everything is decided, they should prepare to leave. Wei immediately summoned a teleporter and ordered everyone to be on guard. They had barely entered when several hellish monsters immediately rushed at them. But Wei defeated each of them with just one swing of his sword. Duan didn't understand what the point was of them being here if Wei could do everything himself, but the man replied that they didn't need to deal with these monsters, and it was better to save their strength. Soon they arrived at the cave, and Wei told them that here they would go 4 different ways. 3 teams would have to choose their tunnel, and he would go to his completely alone. He also said that they had already entered the center of the volcanoes. From now on, the temperature would only increase. Under normal conditions, they would not last even 10 minutes at such a high temperature. So everyone needed to look for crystals that could block the heat in the corresponding tunnels. Walking through these tunnels, they would gather in one. Then, taking the crystals, they would penetrate through the lava into the nest of the hellish dragons. Wire noted that Wei was going to go alone, which meant he was strong enough to resist everything. Then he himself could collect all the crystals, and they would run their forces to fight the hellish dragon. Wei replied that he was wrong. He couldn't collect all the crystals by himself, but if they couldn't pass this test to get it, then it meant that they would die when they got to the place where the demonic dragon was. A similar situation happened with the stormtrooper team who successfully collected the crystals. He continued to work with that team, but as a result suffered a complete defeat, so he must pass this test himself. Then they will have the qualifications for further action. Sia asked him if everyone who came before had died during the crystal search stage. Wei confirmed this. That's why he decided to do it one last time. If they failed this time too, he would completely give up. Sia just remained silent. Ren said that since they were all standing here, they better think about what was right. They could think about other things when they survived. But in fact, it wasn't his words, it was Boar who voiced them for him, and Ren just sighed. Wire asked Wei not to think too much. He didn't say that because he was scared, but because he just wanted to see if they could save time. They weren't the weakest if he wanted to talk about strength. Duan just sighed heavily. He decided to get down to business right away, because it would be unpleasant if someone left, and Wei, in turn, agreed with him. Wire immediately began to be indignant, because he realized that Duan was hinting at him. But Chuan tried to calm him down. If he had something to say, then let him say it later. When they got out, he was not here to watch them fight. Wire finally pulled himself together, but promised himself that Dwayne would still pay for his words. Soon, all the teams split up and went through their own tunnels, with Wei staying behind them. Duan told Zia that they wouldn't learn anything now. They should just move forward. That was their only choice. Sean noticed that the boys had other intentions besides attacking the dragon. Duan admitted that they had heard that he was the one who participated in the attacks the most, so he asked him to tell them about the situation, whether everyone else had really died, and what did this have to do with Wei. He just remained silent and said that they had better focus on what was happening at the moment, and it was better not to ask any more questions about Master Wei. A hellish monster immediately appeared in front of them, and Sean immediately ordered them to retreat back.